The affluent young lady, Chu Yunyao, is betrothed to the aspiring police officer, Zhou Zheng. Her parents deliberately impose difficulties, insisting that Zhou Zheng must attain the rank of police supervisor within 3 years for the marriage to be acknowledged. In light of this, Zhou Zheng boldly chooses to annul the engagement. Defying her parents' opposition, Chu Yunyao decides to obtain a marriage certificate and cohabitate with Zhou Zheng. They agree upon a 3-year period, after which, should they fail to develop genuine feelings, they will part ways. By chance, Zhou Zheng activates a reward system, allowing him to earn rewards through interactions with Chu Yunyao. Ding! The reward system is bound, initiating the novice gift package. Congratulations, host! Your luck value has temporarily increased 20-fold. Ding! Activating 1-star reward. Congratulations, host! You have obtained permanent doubling of luck value. Ding! Activating 2-star reward. Congratulations, host! You have acquired the title of King of Close Combat. Ding! Activating 3-star reward. Congratulations, host! You have mastered master-level acupuncture. Ding! From that moment onward, Zhou Zheng's path became smooth sailing, with even criminals voluntarily presenting themselves to him. He garnered first-class honors effortlessly, and his position rose in tandem with his achievements. As the 3-year deadline approached, Zhou Zheng arrived at the Chu residence with Chu Yunyao, who carried their child, her white shirt adorned with shoulder epaulets and a cross-star blooming brilliantly. Chu Yunyao's parents, upon discovering Zhou Zheng's true background, were rendered even more astonished. Chapter 1. The engagement of a poor young man and the aristocracy. In a private room of an upscale tea house in Jiangbei City. Zhou Zheng, while you are engaged to Yunyao, you are merely a humble intern police officer. Reflect honestly, do you believe you are worthy of my daughter Yunyao? Can you provide her with happiness? A woman in her 40s, adorned in gold and silver, exuding an air of opulence, confronted the handsome young man before her. The young man, named Zhou Zheng, serves as an intern officer at the Qiaobei police station. Orphaned, he was raised solely by his grandfather. Before his grandfather passed away, he presented a weathered marriage contract, urging him to marry Chu Yunyao. Zhou Zheng was taken aback. The Chu family was renowned in Jiangbei, one of the 4 great wealthy families with assets in the billions. Chu Yunyao, the sole daughter of the Chu family, was a paragon of beauty, unrivaled and captivating, the dream goddess of all young men in Jiangbei. The disparity between the 2 families in terms of wealth and social standing was immense. Grandfather, however, proclaimed that the union between the Chu family and Zhou Zheng was a result of smoke rising from the ancestral grave. No, rather, the grave itself was ablaze. Zhou Zheng felt that his grandfather was speaking nonsense. He could not fathom how this marriage certificate had come into the old man's possession. Before he had the opportunity to inquire further, the elderly man took his last breath. After attending to his grandfather's funeral arrangements, Zhou Zheng dialed the number on the marriage certificate to contact the Chu family. The Chu family arranged to meet him at the Jiqing Tea House, where Chu Yunyao and her parents were all present. Zhou Zheng presented the marriage certificate, prompting Chu Yunyao's mother to erupt in anger, leading to the initial scene. Upon hearing Mrs. Chu's words, Zhou Zheng could not help but shake his head and smile wryly. After all, the Chu family was a prominent figure in Jiangbei City, and Chu Yunyao, born into wealth and possessing unparalleled beauty, made it evident that a mere apprentice police officer like him could hardly aspire to such heights. "Mother, your words are rather harsh, are they not?" At her mother's remark, Chu Yunyao's fair face displayed a hint of sympathy. Zhou Zheng's heart warmed. Not only was Chu Yunyao strikingly beautiful, but she also possessed a kind heart. Marrying her would indeed be a splendid choice, yet an insurmountable chasm lay between them. Suddenly, Chu Yunyao's father spoke up. "Zhou Zheng, the marriage certificate between you and Yunyao was arranged by our elders. Ordinarily, the Chu family would not breach such an agreement, but you are well aware of the vast disparity between our families. It is indeed a case of mismatched social standings. I suggest we put an end to this engagement. I assure you, Uncle will not let you suffer a loss. This card contains 5 million, which should serve as compensation from the Chu family." After speaking, Mr. Chu placed a golden card on the tea table and slowly pushed it toward Zhou Zheng. "Uncle Chu." Zhou Zheng did not even glance at the golden card and replied, neither obsequious nor arrogant, "I shall not accept this 5 million. Mr. Chu's expression changed, mistakenly believing Zhou Zheng thought it insufficient, and he reiterated each word with emphasis. Zhou Zheng, young man, do not be insatiable. 5 million is quite a sum for a police officer earning a few thousand monthly. Uncle Chu, I believe you are misunderstanding me. Zhou Zheng rose, speaking gravely. I have come not to compel the Chu family to marry their daughter to me, but rather to provide an explanation to my grandfather. Since the Chu family is unwilling to proceed with this marriage, let it be concluded. With a tearing sound, Zhou Zheng forcefully ripped the marriage certificate into shreds, clapped his hands, and turned to leave. Although his actions defied decorum, both Mr. and Mrs. Chu displayed unmistakable joy at his voluntary withdrawal from the engagement. Wait, Chu Yunyao suddenly called out, halting Zhou Zheng. He turned back, confusion etched on his face. What is it? Does Miss Chu have something to say to this impoverished lad? Chu Yunyao pointed at Zhou Zheng and spoke in a tone of reproach. Zhou Zheng, my name is also on that marriage certificate. Did you tear it without my consent? Zhou Zheng was taken aback. Wasn't the dissolution of the engagement precisely what the Chu family desired? What was this unexpected turn from Chu Yunyao? Yunyao, do not act foolishly. After finally persuading Zhou Zheng to annul the engagement, Mrs. Chu noticed her daughter was about to create further complications and quickly signaled to her. Chu Yunyao, however, ignored her mother's cues. Father, mother, my engagement to Zhou Zheng was arranged by my grandmother years ago. Although she is now in a vegetative state and cannot make decisions, you two elders cannot force Zhou Zheng to withdraw from the engagement. Her words left Mr. and Mrs. Chu red-faced, as they too recognized that it was somewhat excessive for two elders to bully a younger individual. Nevertheless, their daughter absolutely could not marry this poor boy. Mr. Chu adjusted his tortoiseshell glasses and said, Yunyao, this engagement was arranged many years ago between your grandmother and Zhou Zheng's grandfather. We live in a new era where arranged marriages are no longer prevalent. Your father and I only wish for your future happiness. Zhou Zheng voluntarily withdrew. Why must you stir up trouble? Let this marriage be concluded. No. Chu Yunyao's resolute response escaped her lips. Grandmother has always favored me. Although she currently lacks consciousness, I shall never betray the promise made back then. Yunyao, you are being unreasonable. Zhou Zheng is merely an apprentice officer who cannot even support himself. How can he provide you with happiness? Mr. Chu's expression darkened as he raised his voice in admonition. Chu Yunyao retorted, I do not care. My grandmother taught me from a young age to be honest and to keep my promises. Even if Zhou Zheng were a beggar, I would not regret my engagement. Mr. Chu was so enraged that his face turned pale, momentarily at a loss for words. Mrs. Chu hurriedly stepped forward, placing a calming hand on his chest and whispering a few words in his ear. Upon hearing her, Mr. Chu's eyes darted around, and he nodded. His attitude underwent a complete reversal. Yunyao, you are correct. One must honor their commitments. Your mother and I no longer oppose this marriage. Really? Chu Yunyao looked at her father with a mix of skepticism. Truly, however, Chu's father continued, Zhou Zheng is still an apprentice police officer, lacking the capital to establish a family. Therefore, let us set a 3-year term. If within these 3 years he can attain the rank of police inspector, then you shall marry. Should he fail to achieve this, it would merely indicate that Zhou Zheng lacks the capability to provide you with happiness. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zheng's countenance inevitably darkened. Was this not absurd? As someone within the police system, how could he not comprehend the implications? It typically takes 1 year for a probationary officer to be promoted to the rank of sergeant, and from sergeant to 3rd-level inspector, the standard progression requires 18 years. Most individuals consider reaching the rank of 3rd-level inspector the pinnacle of their career. As for the rank of police inspector, it is a legendary title. Attaining this level does not occur through automatic promotion, let alone 3 years. Even 30 would be a bold claim to reach the rank of police inspector. Chu's father and mother were clearly laying a trap, employing a rather subtle approach to annul the engagement. Despite her ample bosom, Chu Yunyao was not devoid of intellect, and she quickly discerned her parents' cunning scheme. With an expression as cold as ice, she indignantly declared, Zhou Zheng, do you have a household registration book? Let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now to obtain our marriage certificate. Having said this, she cast a defiant glance at her parents. You dare! Chu's father erupted in fury. If you dare to marry Zhou Zheng, I shall sever our father-daughter relationship. Suit yourself, Chu Yunyao retorted, taking Zhou Zheng's hand and resolutely striding out of the tea house without looking back. Ah, Yunyao! Yunyao! Beside them, Chu's mother was anxiously stomping her feet. Old Chu, how can you utter such heartless words? Chu's father was equally incensed, his face a mottled canvas of blue and purple. Watching his daughter and Zhou Zheng fade from sight, he sank into a chair and poured himself a cup of tea. Your daughter has run away, and you ought to chase after her, yet you have the leisure to sip tea? What is there to panic about? Chu's father countered, reprimanding his wife. Yunyao has been spoiled by you. She is currently in a determined state. Any further interference on our part would only yield contrary results. What shall we do then? Shall we simply watch as they obtain their marriage certificate without intervention? I just saw Yunyao holding the household registration book. It matters not. Even if they do get married, I refuse to acknowledge a union that the Chu family does not recognize. I shall promptly notify the bank to freeze Yunyao's supplementary card. She was born into wealth and has never experienced the taste of poverty. A period of financial strain will surely bring her back to her senses. But what if Zhou Zheng takes advantage of our Yunyao? He will not. Chu's father waved his hand dismissively. I see Zhou Zheng as a man of integrity, not a reckless individual. You should also be proactive. Call Yunyao's friends and ensure that no one provides her with assistance during this time. At this moment, Chu's father was brimming with confidence, firmly believing that his daughter could not maintain her resolve in poverty indefinitely. Chapter 2. Ding, the add-on has arrived. Outside the tea house, a gentle breeze roused Zhou Zheng from his stupor. Chu Yunyao, are you truly intent on obtaining a marriage certificate with me? Of course. Chu Yunyao nodded, only to realize that her delicate jade hand was still firmly clasped around Zhou Zheng's. She hastily released it, a rosy blush blooming on her fair cheeks. The cool, smooth sensation of her hand slipped away, leaving Zhou Zheng with a tinge of disappointment. However, today marks our first meeting, we barely know each other. If this is merely a whim, perhaps we should reconsider. Chu Yunyao brushed a strand of wind-tousled hair from her face. I am not acting on impulse. I have already prepared the household registration book. I believe in honoring promises and wish to give my grandmother an explanation. As for your circumstances, my father had someone investigate you right away. Your character is commendable. You've been diligent and studious since childhood, raised by your grandfather, and have excelled into the police academy. Currently serving as an intern officer at the Qiaobei police station, earning a monthly salary of 5,200 yuan. Most importantly, you are unattached. Zhou Zheng thought to himself that the last point stung rather deeply. Nonetheless, the Chu family indeed possessed formidable resources, managing to thoroughly grasp his situation in such a short span of time. Allow me to share my current situation as well, Chu Yunyao said, her beautiful eyes fixed on Zhou Zheng. I graduated from Qingbei University, majoring in business administration. Instead of studying abroad, I directly entered the management tier of the family business. However, I have since fallen out with my family and will not be returning to work there, effectively rendering myself unemployed. Fortunately, I possess a supplementary card with over 1 million yuan, which should suffice for our living expenses during this period. Naturally, I shall not remain idle. I will seek employment shortly. Zhou Zheng, please vacate your rental apartment. We shall find a residence in an upscale community. Zhou Zheng pondered briefly and nodded in agreement. He had initially hesitated about living in a high-end neighborhood, but given Chu Yunyao's affluent background, he did not wish for her to endure hardship because of him. Very well, Chu Yunyao, I am truly delighted to have you as my wife. Do not celebrate too soon. Chu Yunyao continued, I also have a 3-year agreement. Zhou Zheng raised his eyes to meet hers. What do you mean? Do you wish for me to attain the rank of police supervisor within 3 years? No. If you truly manage to achieve that in 3 years, I would be genuinely happy for you, though I know it to be improbable. What I mean is, we shall cohabit for 3 years, and if we find ourselves unsuitable for each other during that time, we shall part ways. This way, we neither violate the promises made by our elders, nor do we compromise ourselves. Zhou Zheng contemplated this arrangement. It was akin to marrying first and falling in love later. Living under the same roof with such a beautiful goddess for 3 years was worthwhile, even if they ultimately did not end up together. There was also the possibility of a happy conclusion. Chu Yunyao, your reasoning is sound. I concur. Moreover, she added, during these 3 years, I shall fulfill my duties as a wife, such as managing household chores, but I will not share a bed with you. We shall attempt a platonic relationship. Zhou Zheng pondered for a moment before countering. What about holding hands or embracing? Chu Yunyao hesitated briefly before nodding. Well, mildly affectionate gestures are permissible, after all. We are married, and I shall not refuse. If there are no objections, let us proceed to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain our marriage certificate. Zhou Zheng had no objections and climbed into the white Panamera driven by Chu Yunyao. The car sped forth, arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau. You two, move a little closer and smile. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao leaned in together, smiles gracing their faces. Click after the wedding photo was taken. The picture was affixed to the red booklet, and the staff stamped it with an official seal. Thus, they became a legally recognized couple. Exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau with the marriage certificate in hand, Zhou Zheng gazed at the enchanting Chu Yunyao beside him, feeling as though he were in a dream. Chu Yunyao, why does it feel like I am dreaming? Zhou Zheng, we are now legally married. From now on, you may call me Yunyao. Hom. Chu Yunyao lowered her head, perusing high-end housing options on her phone, when suddenly her expression shifted, as if recalling something. Zhou Zheng, hurry and get in the car. My father may freeze my supplementary card. The Panamera raced to the nearest bank. Upon inquiry, they discovered they were too late. Chu Yunyao's supplementary card had already been frozen. Oh no, my father is determined to cut off my resources. A truly ruthless maneuver. Chu Yunyao lamented, filled with regret. She then turned to Zhou Zheng with a serious demeanor. I am now penniless and have fallen out with my family. I shall stay in your rental apartment, and you must support me from now on. Yunyao. Zhou Zheng felt a pang of guilt, at a loss for words. Haha. Chu Yunyao suddenly broke into a radiant smile. I was just teasing you. Why take it so seriously? Yunyao, rest assured, I will work hard to support you. I will ensure you lead a better life. Zhou Zheng declared, his masculine pride surging forth, though he immediately regretted his impulsive words. After arranging for his grandfather's final rites, his savings dwindled to a mere pittance. With a 5-digit password safeguarding a 2-digit amount, an undeniably disheartening situation. With a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan, after rent and daily expenses, little remained. As a member of the Moonlight clan, how could he possibly support the daughter of a wealthy family like Chu Yunyao? The question of how to sustain their lives together loomed as a rather daunting challenge. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunyao offered Zhou Zheng a knowing smile. She was fully aware of his financial situation, yet his willingness to try was more than enough. Zhou Zheng, where their essay will, their essay way. Besides, I want to remain idle. Life will surely improve. Chu Yunyao spoke optimistically, suddenly rubbing her stomach. I'm feeling a bit hungry. What shall we have for lunch? Eager to dine with Chu Yunyao for the first time, Zhou Zheng naturally wished to take her to a more upscale restaurant. However, feeling constrained by his finances, he hesitantly suggested, how about we return to the rental apartment and prepare a meal ourselves? It would also allow you to settle in. Sounds great. Chu Yunyao expressed no displeasure. She was already weary of dining at restaurants. A home-cooked meal held far greater allure for her. The two arrived at Zhou Zheng's rental apartment, a modest 80-square-meter 2-bedroom unit. The space was small, with dated furnishings, yet it was impeccably tidy and spotless. Chu Yunyao nodded, realizing Zhou Zheng was not a slovenly man, which pleased her immensely. Yunyao, the second bedroom will be yours. It is slightly smaller than the master bedroom, but if you dislike it, you may take the master bedroom. And I will move to the second. No need, it's quite nice. Having grown accustomed to vast, empty houses, Chu Yunyao found the smaller abode to be cozier and more secure. Very well, Yunyao, why don't you take a rest while I prepare dinner? Zhou Zheng, let us cook together. A wealthy heiress who could cook? Of course. I learned from my grandmother when I was young. Besides, even if one has never seen a pig run, one has surely seen a pig. The two ventured into the kitchen, and indeed, Chu Yunyao could cook. Though compared to Zhou Zheng, her skills were somewhat lacking, and she soon found herself relegated to assisting him. Before long, the meal was ready, 4 dishes and a soup. Though they were merely home-cooked dishes, their presentation was delightful, and the aroma wafted enticingly through the air. Wow, it smells so good. The taste must be wonderful. Zhou Zheng exclaimed as he handed a heaping bowl of white rice to Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, you must be famished, so dig in. So much. Chu Yunyao gazed at the overflowing bowl of rice, feigning incredulity. Zhou Zheng, do you intend to raise me like a pig? If you can't finish it, just leave some. It may look like a lot, but it's really not that much. The enticing fragrances from the dining table stirred Chu Yunyao's appetite, and without any pretentiousness, she accepted the bowl. She first took a bite of the vegetables, followed by a mouthful of rice. Delicious. Surprise illuminated her eyes. She felt that Zhou Zheng's cooking, compared to that of a restaurant, was much lighter yet exceptionally tasty. Zhou Zheng, I never expected your culinary skills to be so impressive. Who did you learn from? Self-taught. Oh, before long, Chu Yunyao had consumed more than half a bowl of rice. While her reason told her to stop, an overwhelming desire lingered within her. What should I do if I still want more? Oh no. I'm definitely going to gain 3 pounds today. Zhou Zheng chuckled, if it's delicious. Eat a bit more. I quite like a plump and rosy-cheeked wife. How obnoxious. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Zhou Zheng suddenly noticed a white pentagram shimmering above Chu Yunyao's head. What is that? In astonishment, Zhou Zheng instinctively reached out to touch it, and the pentagram vanished in an instant. Almost immediately, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding, reward system bound. Congratulations, host, for receiving a 1-star reward, with permanent luck value doubled. Newbie gift pack issued. Congratulations on receiving 10-fold critical hit, temporarily increasing host luck value by 20 times. Chapter 3, The Mystery of Origin. The voice in his mind left Zhou Zheng momentarily speechless. A system? Having frequently read novels on Tomato, he naturally understood what a system entailed, an external aid capable of altering one's fate. To think that by marrying Chu Yunyao and living together, he had actually acquired a system. Alongside his excitement, he felt an indescribable comfort enveloping him. With his luck value temporarily elevated to 20 times, was that not a stroke of extraordinary fortune? Picking up money off the street, winning the lottery, or having pies fall from the sky were all within the realm of possibility. Zhou Zheng's heart raced with anticipation to experience the effects of this 20-fold luck. Meanwhile, Chu Yunyao set down her bowl and, rubbing her round little belly, felt a mix of fullness and embarrassment. After all, it was her first meal with Zhou Zheng, and it seemed quite unladylike to have overeaten. Yunyao, are you full? Yes, I am. Then why don't you take a break? I'll clean up the dishes. As Zhou Zheng spoke, he began tidying up the bowls and chopsticks. Let me do it. Chu Yunyao quickly snatched the dishes from his hands. Zhou Zheng, you cooked, so let me handle the cleaning. Observing her delicately maintained hands, Zhou Zheng mused that this wealthy young lady had probably never engaged in such menial tasks. Yunyao, are you sure you can handle it? What do you mean? Of course I can. Chu Yunyao replied with a confident expression, her words brimming with conviction. Carrying the dishes to the kitchen, she placed them in the sink, rolled up her sleeves, and began washing. Chu Yunyao bent over, her back forming a graceful arc as she busied herself amid the sound of splashing water. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted the moment. Upon hearing the noise, Zhou Zheng rushed into the kitchen, only to find several shards of porcelain scattered on the floor. Chu Yunyao looked a bit embarrassed and sheepish. Zhou Zheng, I accidentally broke a bowl. Zhou Zheng feigned indifference. What is the big deal? It's just a bowl. Shattered for good luck. That is a nice sentiment. Chu Yunyao recognized Zhou Zheng's attempt to comfort her and, wiping the droplets of water from her face, lamented, but I feel so clumsy. Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively. To be honest, I never liked that bowl anyway. I've wanted to break it for ages, but never found the time. You've done me a favor. Uffed. Zhou Zheng's words made Chu Yunyao laugh. Her fair face blossomed into a radiant smile, lifting her spirits considerably. Zhou Zheng, I didn't expect you to be so amusing, haha. It seems we should work together, as the saying goes. A man and a woman working together makes the work lighter. Zhou Zheng rolled up his sleeves and joined her in the dishwashing endeavor. Before long, the kitchen was immaculate, and the bowls and chopsticks were neatly arranged. Chu Yunyao gazed at the orderly dishes, feeling a sense of achievement. Normally, she had a maid to attend to her daily needs, and she had never experienced the joy of laboring for such results. Yunyao, you must be tired. Please, take a seat. Zhou Zheng felt quite satisfied with her. As the daughter of the Chu family, she displayed none of the typical princess syndrome. I'm not tired. If you're feeling weary, you should rest. I still need to submit my resume online and strive to find a job soon. This household can't rely solely on your income. All right. Zhou Zheng nodded in agreement. At that moment, Chu Yunyao noticed a yellowish-brown leather suitcase in the corner. The suitcase appeared old-fashioned and had clearly been around for some time, with faded red lettering on it, most of which had worn away, making it unreadable. Zhou Zheng, do you also have such a suitcase? It wouldn't belong to your grandfather, would it? Zhou Zheng nodded, his expression turning inquisitive. Why? Have you seen a suitcase like this before? Yes, my grandmother has a similar suitcase, which was awarded to her for her contributions during the war. Zhou Zheng suddenly became interested. Yunyao, do you know how my grandfather and your grandmother met, and how our marriage was arranged? When I was young, my grandfather never mentioned this to me. He only told me about the marriage shortly before he passed away. I know a little. My grandmother brought it up a few times in the past. Well, that has quite a story. Sitting in her chair, Chu Yunyao gazed out at the fluffy white clouds and began to narrate. Decades ago, during the war, Zhou Zheng's grandfather served as a bodyguard to a certain commander. During a fierce battle, he sustained severe injuries and was taken to a temporary hospital for treatment. The commander ordered the hospital director to spare no expense in saving his bodyguard. Chu Yunyao's grandmother, a nurse, was assigned to care for Zhou Zheng's grandfather day and night. Eventually, he recovered from the brink of death, and they developed feelings for each other, promising to marry once the war was over. After Zhou Zheng's grandfather healed, he returned to duty and continued to fight alongside the commander. Chu Yunyao's grandmother waited until the war ended, but even after the demobilization, she never heard from Zhou Zheng's grandfather. Later, the commander, for certain reasons, was sent to a farm in the far northwest for re-education. And his family and associates suffered repercussions as well. Zhou Zheng's grandfather became completely untraceable, believing him to be dead and unable to withstand her family's pressure. Chu Yunyao's grandmother eventually married Zhou Zheng's grandfather. Later on, Zhou Zheng's grandfather suddenly found Chu Yunyao's grandmother, and upon their reunion, there were many feelings of nostalgia and reflection. Grandfather Zhou did not elaborate much on the past, merely stating that he was aware of the existence of a granddaughter in the Chu family and that he himself had a grandson, thus desiring to forge a matrimonial alliance with their family. Without hesitation, Grandma Chu Yunyao agreed, leading to the formation of that marriage contract. Upon hearing these revelations, Zhou Zheng could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. It turned out that his grandfather had shared a romantic history with Grandma Chu Yunyao, a tale he had never once mentioned during his lifetime. While bathing his grandfather, he had noticed the countless scars on his body and had once inquired about how he had sustained such injuries, but received no answer. He now understood that his grandfather had been a soldier, weathered by the trials of war. As respect welled up within him, curiosity also stirred. He recalled that during his early childhood, he had only known his grandfather, never having seen his parents. His grandfather had told him that they had passed away, but any further inquiries yielded no information. Yunyao, did your grandmother ever mention anything about the next generation of my grandfather, my parents? Chu Yunyao shook her head and replied, No, I only know this information. Strangely, when my father tried to investigate your family's situation, he could find no information about your parents or your grandfather. I must admit, I am quite curious about your uncle and aunt as well. Zhou Zheng let out a bitter smile. I have never met my parents. With my grandfather gone, perhaps no one knows their information anymore. A spark of inspiration struck Chu Yunyao, and she pointed at a box. Why not open this box? It may contain information about your parents. Zhou Zheng shook his head. This box is equipped with a combination lock, and I do not know the code, nor would I dare to force it open. Furthermore, my grandfather insisted that after his passing, I should bury his ashes along with this box in our hometown. Chapter 4. 20-fold luck value. Zhou Zheng was unwilling to resort to violence to open the box, and naturally, Chu Yunyao did not press the matter further. They exchanged a few more pleasantries, after which Chu Yunyao opened her laptop and began searching for job opportunities online, submitting her application materials to various companies. Having had a falling out with her parents and leaving home with nothing but a few thousand yuan in her WeChat account, she did not even have a change of clothes. Zhou Zheng was not affluent either, so she was determined not to squander her resources and realized that finding a job promptly was of utmost importance. Meanwhile, Zhou Zheng returned to his room, intending to rest for a while, as he had to report for duty at the Qiao Bei police station that evening. However, lying on his bed, sleep eluded him, and his mind was a tumultuous whirl of images and questions. What could possibly be inside his grandfather's box? What mysteries surrounded his own lineage? And what was the purpose of this 20-fold luck enhancement? As the clock struck 4 in the afternoon, Zhou Zheng could no longer remain in bed. He sprang up and exited his bedroom. The mystery of his parents and his heritage could wait. His primary focus now was to leverage the system to improve his life. In the living room, Chu Yunyao was still clicking through web pages on her computer, diligently sending out her resume. Yunyao, I'll be on duty at the station tonight. Are you afraid of being home alone? Chu Yunyao turned around and replied, Not at all. When I was at home, my parents often stayed out all night for social engagements, so I'm quite accustomed to it. That's good to hear. Zhou Zheng nodded. Come, let me add you on WeChat and exchange phone numbers. If anything comes up, notify me immediately. As he took out his phone, he suddenly chuckled. We're officially married. Yet we don't have each other's contact information. How amusing. Chu Yunyao too found it amusing and burst into laughter. They exchanged WeChat contacts and phone numbers. By the way, Yunyao, what are you planning to eat tonight? I'll see how I feel when I get hungry. I usually just eat some fruit or vegetables in the evening. Oh, there's fruit in the refrigerator. Help yourself. Got it. Zhou Zheng. Don't treat me like a guest. We're legally married, and I'm also the mistress of this home. All right then, I'll take my leave. Wait. Chu Yunyao stood up, retrieved the keys to her Porsche, and handed them to Zhou Zheng. Drive my car to work. I won't be going out this afternoon or evening anyway. Gazing at the sleek key fob, Zhou Zheng felt a twinge of temptation. After all, he had never driven a luxury car worth millions. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. No need. Driving such an extravagant vehicle to work would attract unnecessary attention, which could be detrimental. I'll just ride my electric bike. All right, take care on the road. Chu Yunyao replied without pressing the matter further. Zhou Zheng exited the apartment and hopped on his cherished electric bike, setting off. However, his destination was not the Qiao Bei police station but a nearby lottery shop. He had intentionally left 2 hours early, eager to try his luck at the lottery. Having just acquired the system and still in the exploration phase, As well as being somewhat short on funds, scratching lottery tickets seemed like a promising choice. Upon entering the lottery shop, he found it completely deserted. These days, the public is increasingly discerning. The shop owner, idly playing on his phone, quickly stood up to greet him upon noticing a customer. "Hey there, young man." "Yes, I'm here. Boss, give me 10 scratch-off tickets." "Sure thing." Zhou Zheng handed over 100 yuan and received 10 yuan scratch-off tickets from the owner. The moment of truth had arrived. Zhou Zheng sat at a table, took the metal spoon provided for lottery enthusiasts, and began to scratch off the tickets. Before long, he completed the first ticket, no win. This can't be right. Is this what 20-fold luck value amounts to? Zhou Zheng mused inwardly as he began scratching the second ticket. I won. Upon finishing the second ticket, excitement stirred within him. The second ticket won him 200 yuan. Not only had he recouped his investment, but he had also netted an additional 100 yuan. He pressed on. The third ticket netted him 500 yuan. The fourth ticket yielded 1,000 yuan. The fifth ticket brought in 500 yuan. And the sixth ticket awarded him another 1,000 yuan. In no time, he had scratched off all 10 tickets, with the exception of the first, which had not won. Every other ticket was a winner. Zhou Zheng could not help but feel elated. The 20-fold luck value was indeed remarkable. The odds of winning were astonishingly high. Boss, I'd like to cash in. Zhou Zheng placed the 9 winning tickets on the counter. The shop owner looked up and saw a stack of winning tickets, his eyes filled with disbelief. No way. You bought 10 scratch-off tickets. And you won on all but one? No, I won on 9. Just 9? Is that even humanly possible? The owner thought to himself. In reality, the odds of winning on scratch-off tickets are not very favorable. Being lucky enough to win on 1 out of 10 is already commendable. And those are usually just small prizes of 10 or 20 yuan. After running the tickets through the machine, it turned out he had won a total of 6,700 yuan. Wow, that is a lot. The shop owner was secretly astonished. Young man, you've got some serious luck. Winning on 9 out of 10 scratch-off tickets, with half of them being 1,000 yuan prizes. Impressive. Truly impressive. The owner showered him with compliments. His tone tinged with envy. He promptly counted out the 6,700 yuan and handed it to Zhou Zheng. Young man, how about trying your luck a couple more times? Zhou Zheng glanced at the clock on the wall. There was still ample time. Then let us get another 10 scratch cards, he exclaimed. The proprietor extracted 100 yuan from the stack of cash and handed Zhou Zheng 10 scratch cards. Soon enough, Zhou Zheng finished scratching the second set of 10 cards, and to his delight, 8 of them were winners, each yielding 1,000 yuan. Boss, I'd like to redeem my winnings, he shouted. Good heavens, I've struck it rich again. The proprietor counted the money, totaling a remarkable 8,000 yuan. Young man, you are the luckiest person to ever play scratch cards in my store. Would you care for a few more? Zhou Zheng waved his hand in refusal. He was uncertain whether his 20-fold luck had been exhausted, and besides, scratch cards bore an addictive resemblance to gambling. One could easily become ensnared. Having invested 200 yuan and winning 14,700 was already quite commendable. This sum would sustain him for a while. Boss, I'll refrain from further scratch cards. Instead, please provide me with 100 yuan's worth of double chromosphere tickets, opting for one 50-fold random selection. The proprietor chuckled. Ah. Young man, are you hoping for a substantial windfall? He prepared a ticket and handed it to Zhou Zheng, who pocketed it and turned to depart. The lottery shop owner watched Zhou Zheng's retreating figure, giving a thumbs up. This young man possesses remarkable willpower. If I had such luck, I'd have cleared out all the scratch cards in my shop. Riding his electric scooter along the sidewalk, Zhou Zheng felt quite elated. If only he could experience 20-fold luck every day, merely scratching tickets could provide for Chu Yunyao. Alas, such extraordinary luck was transient. Although Chu Yunyao was a fiercely independent young woman, living alongside a goddess without financial means would undoubtedly be awkward. With an hour and a half remaining before work commenced, Zhou Zheng had deliberately left 2 hours early, apprehensive of encountering unforeseen circumstances while testing his 20-fold luck. Fortunately, all was proceeding smoothly. At this moment, he spotted a crowd gathered near the curb ahead. Being a police officer, his instincts kicked in, alerting him that something must have occurred. He hastened his pace towards the throng. Setting down his bicycle, he squeezed into the crowd and discovered an elderly man with white hair lying on the ground. The old man was experiencing a heart attack, his face contorted in agony, with white foam gathering at the corners of his mouth. To Zhou Zheng's dismay, not a single bystander offered assistance, all seemingly fearful of being implicated. Without a second thought, Zhou Zheng dashed forward to render aid. Sir, how are you feeling? He inquired, kneeling beside the elderly man. The old man was in such distress that he could barely utter a word. He managed to lift his left hand slightly before it fell limply back to the ground. His breathing became increasingly labored, and the foam at his mouth intensified. Is anyone carrying heart medicine? Zhou Zheng called out to the crowd. Everyone shook their heads. A kind-hearted middle-aged man cautioned Zhou Zheng, young man, I just saw someone call for an ambulance. You should refrain from meddling. What if this old man falsely accuses you? Thank you, brother. But since I've encountered this situation, I cannot turn a blind eye. One must not be excessively indifferent, right? Zhou Zheng responded resolutely. The middle-aged man smirked, exhaling a weary sigh. I used to think the same way. I'm not indifferent either. I've helped 3 like him before, and guess what? Not one of them didn't try to extort me. I used to drive a luxury car. Now I can only take the bus. Zhou Zheng was momentarily taken aback by the man's words, pondering the misfortune that befallen him, but he reassured himself that he could not share the same fate. After all, he possessed 20-fold luck. As a police officer, even without that extraordinary luck, he could not stand idly by in the face of death. Noticing the old man's condition deteriorating, Zhou Zheng suddenly remembered that heart patients typically carry medication. He rifled through the old man's pockets and, to his relief, discovered a small bottle of fast-acting heart medicine. He poured out a few pills and placed them under the old man's tongue. Then, he loosened the elderly man's collar and belt, initiating cardiopulmonary resuscitation and artificial respiration. With one hand firmly placed over the old man's heart, fingers elevated, and the other hand interlocked with it, he pressed down with steady force. This young man is indeed a compassionate soul, a bystander remarked. In this day and age, kindness often goes unrewarded, and soon he might find himself facing accusations from the old man or his family. Oh, if you want help, spare us your sarcastic remarks. If you're so capable, why don't you save him? I have my own family to care for. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. The surrounding pedestrians continued their chatter, but Zhou Zheng remained undeterred, focusing intently on his resuscitation efforts. His diligence began to yield results. The old man's complexion improved significantly, and the foam ceased to form at his mouth. Moments later, an ambulance arrived with flashing lights and sirens. The onlookers, recognizing the urgency of the situation, quickly cleared a path. 2 male paramedics approached with a stretcher, followed closely by a middle-aged doctor clad in a white coat. The doctor conducted a swift examination of the elderly man. Load him onto the ambulance. We must get him to the hospital immediately. Doctor, how is he? Zhou Zheng asked, his face etched with concern. It's somewhat serious, but thankfully, your timely intervention has prevented a life-threatening situation for now. Come on, let us head to the hospital. Zhou Zheng felt a wave of confusion wash over him. How did I become this old man's son? He protested. Not by blood, the doctor inquired, placing the stethoscope into his coat pocket. Then perhaps a godson? In an era where few would extend a helping hand to strangers, particularly those suffering sudden illnesses, only relatives would typically do so. If your family, get in the ambulance. The doctor insisted, ushering Zhou Zheng aboard. The kind-hearted man from earlier shot Zhou Zheng a warning glance, indicating he should not accompany them. Yet, Zhou Zheng, undeterred by the man's advice, climbed into the ambulance, committed to seeing his efforts through to the end. As the ambulance sped towards Jiangbei City's first central hospital, a black Mercedes suddenly obstructed its path. Moving at a snail's pace, the ambulance driver blared the horn and siren, but the Mercedes neither yielded nor altered its course, deliberately weaving to impede the ambulance for nearly half a minute before finally driving off in triumph. Inside the vehicle, the middle-aged doctor fitted the elderly man with an oxygen mask and conducted further checks, then turned to Zhou Zheng and asked, Young man, how old is your father? How long has he had a history of heart disease? Doctor, I truly do not know, Zhou Zheng replied. The doctor's tone shifted, becoming somewhat brusque. How can a son be so uninformed? Zhou Zheng felt exasperated. I've already stated, I am neither his son nor his godson. I do not know this elderly gentleman. The doctor regarded him with confusion. If you don't know him, then how did you come to his aid on the roadside? Without your help with CPR? He would have likely perished. Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively. It's not as if I could just stand by and do nothing. The doctor, upon hearing this, couldn't help but extend a thumbs up. Young man, your awareness is commendably high. However, I advise you to find the old man's family as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary disputes. Zhou Zheng pondered for a moment, realizing that he was entirely unfamiliar with the elderly gentleman, leaving him at a loss as to how to notify the man's family. Observing Zhou Zheng's predicament, the middle-aged doctor, seasoned in such matters, suggested, might there be any identification within the old man's pockets? Zhou Zheng nodded in agreement and rummaged through the elder's clothing, ultimately uncovering an identification card and a mobile phone. The phone was unlocked, and Zhou Zheng perused the call history, discovering a recently contacted number. He proceeded to dial it. At the Jiangbei municipal government, a small conference room was bustling with participants, the majority clad in uniforms from various law enforcement and judicial bodies. At the center of the dais sat Vice Mayor Yang Zishan, who presided over legal affairs, eloquently addressing the assembly. Flanking him were several leaders from the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, along with prominent figures from the police and judiciary. The meeting was only halfway through when Yang Zishan's secretary hurriedly approached the podium, holding a phone. "Vice Mayor Yang, it's your call." Yang Zishan furrowed his brow, disapproving of any interruptions during his speech, even from his chief secretary. He muted his microphone and, lowering his voice, sternly instructed, "Take the call, if it's urgent. We can discuss it after the meeting." The secretary, sensing Yang Zishan's displeasure, broke into a cold sweat, yet knew he had to answer. "It's an urgent call from the elder." Yang Zishan hesitated but ultimately decided to interrupt the meeting. After all, the elder, being of advanced age and living alone, might indeed have pressing matters. He stepped down from the podium and walked outside to answer the call. "Hello, Dad." Yet a stranger's voice came through the line. "Hello. Is the owner of this number your father?" Yang Zishan frowned and replied, "Who are you? Where's my father? I am a bystander. Your father collapsed on the street due to a heart attack." Yang Zishan's heart leaped into his throat. "What is his condition? Is it serious?" "Currently, he is not in immediate danger and is en route to the first central hospital. Please hurry." "Thank you." Yang Zishan instructed his secretary to inform his daughter to head to the hospital to check on her grandfather while he resolved the meeting quickly. Meanwhile, Zhou Zheng ended the call and arrived at the first municipal hospital. He assisted the nurses in wheeling the elderly man into the emergency room, where he was urged to handle the admission and payment. Without hesitation, Zhou Zheng took care of the hospitalization, paying a deposit of 10,000 yuan, and busied himself with various other formalities. After catching his breath, he realized time was slipping away. He needed to retrieve his electric bike from where the elder had collapsed, or he would be late for work. Without waiting for the man's family, Zhou Zheng exited the hospital and hailed a taxi, vanishing into the traffic. Chapter 6. The savior of the vice mayor's father. A pink BMW Mini sped to the hospital entrance. Behind the wheel was a poised woman with a stylish bob haircut and a hint of makeup, her face etched with urgency. Moments earlier, her father's secretary had called to inform her that her grandfather had suffered a heart attack and had been admitted to Jiangbei City First Hospital. As the head of the design and development department at a lingerie company, Yang Tingting had no time to request leave and rushed out of the office, taking the elevator to the underground parking garage to retrieve her car. Having been doted on by her grandfather since childhood, she was understandably anxious, even forgetting to change from her heels to flats while driving. Upon arriving at the hospital, she hurried towards the emergency room, her ill-fitting high heels almost causing her to stumble. Once inside, she found no one present. After inquiring with a doctor, she learned that the elderly man had been fortunate to receive timely assistance from a passerby and was now in stable condition, being observed in the ICU. Yang Tingting let out a sigh of relief, collapsing onto a bench in the corridor, feeling utterly drained. At that moment, Yang Zishan finally arrived, followed closely by his chief secretary, who carried a briefcase. "Tingting, have you seen Grandpa? What is his current condition?" Yang Zishan's face, once composed during the meeting, now bore a mask of profound concern. Yang Tingting shook her head. A sense of dread gripped Yang Zishan. "Father is not in immediate danger. He is in ICU for observation, as per the doctor's report," Yang Tingting reassured him. Yang Zishan shot his daughter a sharp glance. Her incomplete words had startled him. She continued, "The doctor also mentioned that had it not been for the quick intervention of a passerby, the outcome could have been dire." "Passerby?" Yang Zishan suddenly recalled the unfamiliar voice from the phone call. The elder had been rescued by a young man. "Tingting, do we know who this person is?" "I don't know. He left after ensuring Grandpa was taken care of. The doctor said he even paid a deposit of 10,000 yuan for him. He truly is a good person. Indeed, we must express our gratitude." Yang Zishan nodded. "Once I meet him, I will personally thank him and return the deposit." He directed his last words to his secretary. "Yes, Vice Mayor Yang." The secretary replied eagerly. "What if he prefers anonymity and never shows up again?" Yang Tingting voiced her concern. Yang Zishan chuckled lightly. "That won't happen. If this kind-hearted individual does not appear tomorrow, I will make it my mission to find him and not only express my gratitude but also present him with a commemorative banner. Come, Tingting, let us wait outside the ICU for news." Zhou Zheng returned to the site of the elderly man's collapse to retrieve his parked electric bike. After paying the taxi fare, he was relieved to find his bike still where he had left it. It seemed the tall surveillance cameras nearby had deterred any would-be thieves. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from his mentor, Lu Jianjun, at the police station. Zhou Zheng answered. "Hello, mentor. Ah, Xiaozhou. Are you aware you are on duty tonight?" "Of course. Why am I not there yet? I still have 10 minutes. I'm on my way. I'll be there shortly." "Okay, hurry up. Don't delay the operation." "Wait, mentor, isn't tonight a duty night? What operation is this?" But Lu Jianjun had already hung up, leaving Zhou Zheng perplexed as he mounted his electric bike and sped towards the Qiaobei police station. Fortune favored him that evening. There was no traffic congestion, and he encountered green lights at all 4 intersections. Upon arriving at the station, he noticed a group of about 10 officers gathered in small clusters, engaged in conversation. Zhou Zheng thought to himself, Mentor Lu Jianjun mentioned a task. This looks significant. Just as he parked his bike, Lu Jianjun called out from a distance, waving him over. Xiao Zhou, over here. Zhou Zheng hurried over. Mentor, I'm here. Young man, you usually exhibit such enthusiasm. How is it that you almost arrived late today? I encountered a few unexpected circumstances along the way. Zhou Zheng refrained from mentioning the incident involving the elderly man. Lu Jianjun did not press for details. His mind solely occupied with the upcoming operation. Xiao Zhou, do you wish to witness a grand spectacle? What grand spectacle? Master, I've seen many colleagues gathered in the courtyard. Is there a significant operation underway? Lu Jianjun rubbed his nose and replied mysteriously, based on our intel, Huang Jie may attempt to infiltrate Jiangbei tonight. Or he might already be there. Zhou Zheng was momentarily taken aback. Master, who is Huang Jie? Xiao Zhou, your time at the police station has been brief. You may not have heard of Huang Jie, but it's worthwhile to peruse the online lists of fugitives and wanted criminals. Huang Jie is a wanted criminal, an A-level 1, with a bounty of 100,000 yuan. 4 years ago, he was involved in a fatal brawl and has since vanished without a trace. Zhou Zheng's understanding dawned. So, tonight's operation is to lay an ambush and apprehend the A-level fugitive Huang Jie? Indeed. Lu Jianjun nodded. Xiao Zhou, do you wish to participate? You've been at Xiaobei Station for several months, mostly on duty or handling neighborhood disputes. It's time you experience something substantial. Zhou Zheng felt a stirring within him. With his current 20-fold luck, participating in the operation might afford him the chance to personally capture an A-level fugitive. Not only would he earn merit, but there would also be a bounty at stake. Truly a double benefit. Master, I certainly wish to go, but we are on duty tonight. No matter. Let us speak with the station chief, replied Lu Jianjun. They approached the chief's office and knocked on the door. Chief Hao Aigua and Deputy Chief Wu Tian were busy refining the plans for the evening's operation. Upon hearing the knock, they called, "Come in." Chief Hao, Deputy Chief Wu. Ha ha ha. Lu Jianjun entered the room with a foolish grin. Hao Aigua shot him a sidelong glance. Jianjun, if you have something to say, make it quick. Can't you see we are busy? He, Chief, please allow Xiao Zhou and me to participate in tonight's mission. Hao Aigua replied, aren't you both on duty tonight? Let the ladies from the Household Registration Department handle it. Our valuable resources should be utilized effectively. Hao Aigua did not seem inclined to entertain Lu Jianjun's request. The ladies from the registration department won't be off duty. If something arises, can they manage it? Jianjun, you should simply remain at the station and refrain from any misguided notions. Lu Jianjun, thinking quickly, suggested, how about this? Let Xiao Zhou stay behind. And I will participate in the operation instead? Hao Aigua, with a serious tone, replied, Jianjun, you are an experienced officer. It is not appropriate to leave a rookie like Zhou Zheng, who lacks enforcement authority, behind. Moreover, as his mentor, what kind of example are you setting by abandoning him? But Chief, enough. Wherever we are, our duty is to serve the people. I will assign you 2 auxiliary officers to assist. You and Zhou Zheng will keep the station secure for me. Chapter 7. What criminals might one encounter while on duty? Emerging from the chief's office, Lu Jianjun's expression was decidedly grim. Despite his fervent arguments, Hao Aigua had firmly denied the request for him and Zhou Zheng to partake in the evening's operation. Sigh. Lu Jianjun lamented. The chief is as stubborn as a mule. I nearly pleaded with him, yet he remains obstinate. He keeps insisting we safeguard the station. What is there to protect? It is exceedingly difficult to achieve merit. Such a splendid opportunity is rare. Lu Jianjun, feeling dejected, lit a cigarette and turned to see Zhou Zheng's calm demeanor, prompting him to inquire, why so composed, Xiao Zhou? Do you not wish to join tonight's operation? Do you not desire to earn merit? I assure you, if we capture Huang Jie tonight, it is highly likely we will receive a collective third-class commendation. Oh my, isn't that akin to a guaranteed victory? It makes me envious. Xiao Zhou, aren't you tempted? Zhou Zheng smiled faintly. Master, to say I am not tempted would be disingenuous. I too wish to participate, but alas, we have duty tonight. The chief has stated, wherever we are, we serve the people. I think you should refrain from overthinking. Let us perform our duties well at the station, and perhaps we might still receive a call about apprehending a criminal or two. Lu Jianjun exhaled a cloud of smoke. His face momentarily obscured within the haze. Oh, Xiao Zhou, you are young, yet you possess such a relaxed perspective. Is there truly a comparison between capturing an A-level fugitive and sitting idly on duty? The former is an active engagement, while the latter is merely a passive waiting game. As grassroots police officers, what kind of criminals might we encounter while on duty? I have been on duty countless times, yet never once have I gained any merit. Watching others achieve commendations is more distressing than receiving disciplinary action myself. What are you muttering about? At that moment, Chief Hao Aigua and Wu Tian stepped out of the office. Chief, nothing of consequence. I was merely having a heart-to-heart with Xiao Zhou. Since you have barred us from participating in the operation, I feared he might lose heart. Upon hearing this, Hao Igua shot Lu Jianjun a sharp glare. I suspect it is you who is losing heart. Do you think I am oblivious to your grievances? I heard your complaints loud and clear. Jianjun, I must say, as an experienced officer, you ought to display more awareness than the newly arrived Zhou Zheng. What is this ridiculous behavior? Xiao Zhou, let me inform you. Your master has many admirable qualities, but he is somewhat petty and prone to grumbling. Do not emulate this trait. Zhou Zheng quickly intervened. Chief, my master does not mean any harm. He is simply a talkative person. Very well, you both attend to your duties. Wu and I must lead the operation. Allow me to see you off. Lu Jianjun, undeterred, remarked. Hao Igua ignored him, instead instructing Deputy Chief Wu Tian to gather the officers for the evening's operation. The officers were eager, their spirits high. With so many participants, capturing Huang Jie seemed a certainty. Additionally, the criminal investigation team would send personnel to assist in the operation. After outlining the plan and distributing the teams, the officers departed in 2 civilian vans, leaving Lu Jianjun to envy their progress. The courtyard of the Qiao Bei police station fell silent. Zhou Zheng, Lu Jianjun, and 2 auxiliary officers exchanged glances, each bearing a look of discontent except for Zhou Zheng. Well then, let us cease this staring contest and attend to our responsibilities. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, please remain in the office on standby. Zhou Zheng, come with me to the dispatch hall. It seems we are tethered here for the evening. As Lu Jianjun grumbled, he led Zhou Zheng into the dispatch hall and slumped into an office chair. Zhou Zheng sat upright, his eyes fixed on the telephone on the desk. Xiao Zhou, there is no need to fixate on the phone. Our jurisdiction is not extensive, and the public order is relatively stable. Typically, nothing occurs. Lu Jianjun advised, taking out some cold medicine and swallowing it with water. This medicine would induce drowsiness, and since he was no longer participating in the evening's operation, he felt no need for further consideration. Zhou Zheng opened his computer and, finding himself with idle time, began browsing the profiles of fugitives on the internal website. Lu Feng, a 36-year-old male, was awakened by a home invasion, leading him to brutally murder the homeowner and his family. He is currently on the run, with a bounty of 100,000 yuan on his head. Wei Gang, a 40-year-old man, committed a homicide in the Baliupu community, and he is considered a suspect with a reward of 50,000 yuan. Huang Jie, a 35-year-old male, engaged in a violent altercation, resulting in 1 death during medical transit and several others severely injured, also with a bounty of 100,000 yuan. As Zhou Zheng pondered, a flicker of inspiration struck him. Capturing these fugitives would not only rid society of their menace, but would also reward him with a substantial bounty. Truly a double benefit. However, he quickly shook his head. On a national scale, there are countless wanted criminals, and if they were easily apprehensible, they would not be on the wanted list in the first place. As the night deepened, Zhou Zheng continued to scour the internet for information on fugitives. Beside him, Lu Jianjun struggled to keep his eyes open, fatigue overtaking him. Xiao Zhou, this cold medicine is really potent. I can barely keep my eyes open. I'm heading to the office for a quick nap. Call me if anything comes up. All right, master, go ahead. Lu Jianjun rose and staggered away. At that moment, Zhou Zheng's phone rang. The screen displayed a call from Chu Yunyao. A sense of urgency gripped him. Had something happened to her? He quickly answered the call. Yunyao. Hello. Zhou Zheng, are you busy? I'm on night duty, not busy at all. Why are you still awake at this hour? I'm about to sleep, Zhou Zheng. I have good news. A decent company in the city has reviewed my resume and wants me to come in for an interview tomorrow. Really? Congratulations. Hehe. It's nothing to celebrate yet. If all goes well, I could start working in a few days, but I won't receive my salary until next month. Yunyao? It's all right. I still have some money to cover our living expenses for now. But Zhou Zheng, I feel bad for always spending your money. What is there to feel bad about? We are husband and wife. It's only natural for a wife to spend her husband's money. If you really feel guilty, perhaps you could reward me a little? What kind of reward? Something like a kiss, a hug, or being lifted high. You're incorrigible. By the way, what time will you be back tomorrow? Around 8 o'clock. I'll be at the company for my interview around that time. I'll prepare breakfast and leave some for you to heat up when you get home. Okay, sounds good. I won't keep you any longer. I need to sleep. Zhou Zheng smiled as he hung up, feeling a warm glow from knowing someone cares for him. Just then, he caught a glimpse of shadows moving outside the door and stood up. Who is there? The door opened, revealing a man wearing a baseball cap. Upon seeing Zhou Zheng in uniform, the man appeared visibly nervous. Comrade. Hello, do you need anything? After hesitating, he said, Officer, I have a small matter that requires your assistance. What is it? Please, take a seat. Zhou Zheng scrutinized the man's face, finding it somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Chapter 8. Apprehending an A-level fugitive during duty. Huang Jie had once engaged in a brawl on the streets over trivial matters, stabbing several individuals before fleeing. He had escaped to a remote mine far from authority, a perfect hiding place. For 5 years, Huang Jie remained at the mine, too afraid to leave or contact family and friends. He was oblivious to the fate of those he had harmed, knowing only that if apprehended, he would face imprisonment. Initially, he lived in constant fear, anticipating the day the police would find him. However, as 5 years passed without incident, he began to believe that his troubles had faded. Recently, he could no longer endure the tension and, with a resolute heart, returned to Jiangbei. On a whim, he decided to inquire at the police station to discover whether he had a criminal record. Zhou Zheng studied the man's face, momentarily stunned. Had he seen him before? In a flash, he recalled the online fugitives he had just perused. This man resembled the A-level fugitive Huang Jie. Had Director Hao not gone out to apprehend him? How could he have come to the police station voluntarily? Such audacity was perplexing. Was it possible that this man was not Huang Jie, but merely someone who bore a striking resemblance? Zhou Zheng's mind raced, and he resolved to maintain his composure while verifying the man's true identity. Officer, Huang Jie, seated and nervously glancing around, urged Zhou Zheng for attention. Yes. What can I do for you? Officer, a friend asked me to come to the police station to check if he has a criminal record. Your friend sent you here to inquire about his record? Zhou Zheng repeated the story, finding it hard to believe. In his few months of service, this was the first time he encountered someone asking about a friend's criminal history. The authenticity of this friend remained questionable. Zhou Zheng maintained a pleasant demeanor. Oh, I see. That's quite simple. Please provide me with your friend's ID number, and I can check that for you. Sure, my friend's ID number is 130. Huang Jie provided his own ID number. Zhou Zheng entered it into the internal database, and soon the information appeared. Huang Jie, male, 35 years old. Residing at this ID number, had been involved in a brawl that resulted in 1 death and multiple injuries, thus classified as an A-level fugitive. Upon comparing the photo again, Zhou Zheng's heart raced. It was indeed him. The A-level fugitive had delivered himself right to their doorstep. It seemed the 20-fold luck was indeed extraordinary. Here he was, on duty at the police station, and this monumental capture had practically presented itself. Remarkable. Officer, did you find anything? Huang Jie, still anxious. Sensed the oppressive atmosphere of the police station. Zhou Zheng, maintaining his composure, replied, Yes, your friend is Huang Jie, correct? Yes, that's right. Nothing to worry about. He has no criminal record. Really, officer? Huang Jie's face lit up with astonishment. Of course it's true. As a police officer, how could I deceive you? Zhou Zheng spoke with a straight face, fabricating lies. He needed to keep Huang Jie at ease, for a criminal responsible for 1 death and several injuries could be dangerous. Potentially armed. Huang Jie felt overwhelmed with joy, his 5 years of hiding and suffering seemingly wasted. To discover that he had no criminal record was a relief. Thank you, officer. Huang Jie stood to leave the police station. Wait a moment. Zhou Zheng rose, holding a notepad. Comrade, if there's nothing else, please sign here. We appreciate your support of our police work. Sure, no problem. Zhou Zheng approached him, notepad in hand. This action was somewhat superfluous. Zhou Zheng could have simply passed the notebook to Huang Jie from across the table. Huang Jie was so enraptured in his delight that he hardly noticed the subtleties around him. As he took the notebook and lowered his head, preparing to sign, Zhou Zheng suddenly sprang into action, locking an arm around Huang Jie's neck and tripping him with his right foot. Thud. In an instant, he brought him crashing to the ground. Zhou Zheng, among the top of his class at the police academy and proficient in various combat skills, took advantage of Huang Jie's unpreparedness to strike effectively. By the time Huang Jie realized what was happening, he found himself pinned firmly beneath Zhou Zheng. Officer, what are you doing? Stay still. I'm just playing a little joke, Zhou Zheng replied, using words to disarm Huang Jie. The naive Huang Jie did not resist vigorously. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Zheng produced handcuffs and secured Huang Jie's wrists behind his back. Click, click, all done. Although the process may not have seemed particularly thrilling, had Huang Jie detected Zhou Zheng's intentions beforehand, whether by resisting or fleeing, Zhou Zheng would not have captured him so easily. Zhou Zheng searched Huang Jie's person and discovered a half-foot-long spring knife, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had caught this young man off guard. Otherwise, if he had drawn the knife, it would have been quite a challenge to handle. Hey, officer, what is the meaning of this? I thought we were just having a bit of fun. Why am I cuffed? Huang Jie, do you still not understand why you've been restrained? Zhou Zheng inquired, brandishing the spring knife. Why carry such a long knife? It's for self-defense. Carrying a knife isn't illegal, is it? Very well. Zhou Zheng nodded, his gaze suddenly sharp. 5 years ago, you engaged in a brawl and stabbed several individuals with a knife, resulting in 1 fatality and 3 serious injuries. You've got the wrong person. Huang Jie is my friend, not me. Huang Jie protested vehemently, his expression shifting between hope and despair. Zhou Zheng, however, was not swayed by his fabrications. Huang Jie, I see you're merely spinning tales. cease your attempts at deception. I am thoroughly familiar with your background. I recognized you the moment you stepped through the door. At that moment, Huang Jie regretted his choices, banging his head in frustration. He muttered to himself, had I known, I wouldn't have come to the police station to inquire. I'm such a fool. Huang Jie, do you think that by not coming to the police station, you could evade capture? Our captain personally led a team to set up surveillance near your home. In short, now that you've returned to Jiangbei, escape is impossible. After stating this, Zhou Zheng roughly pulled Huang Jie to his feet. Let us go. Huang Jie's mood was a complex mix, his eyes hollow, resembling a walking corpse. Zhou Zheng led him to the detention center and secured him inside. He then proceeded to the office. Inside, Lu Jianjun had already fallen asleep, emitting soft snores, while two auxiliary officers, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, were idly chatting. Master, Master, Zhou Zheng approached, grasping Lu Jianjun's arm and shaking him awake. Huh? What is going on? What happened? Lu Jianjun sprang up from his chair as if reacting on instinct. Master, during my shift, I apprehended Huang Jie. Who did you catch? The A-level wanted criminal, Huang Jie. Lu Jianjun's face contorted in disbelief. Xiao Zhou, you're not dreaming, are you? Chapter 9. Who can resist an A-level fugitive walking right into their hands? Upon hearing Zhou Zheng's claim of capturing the A-level fugitive Huang Jie, Lu Jianjun's mind struggled to compute the information. Is this for real? You can catch an A-level fugitive while on duty at the police station? Lu Jianjun clearly found it hard to believe. Xiao Zhou, are you feeling all right? What nonsense are you spouting? The captain personally led the operation to apprehend Huang Jie at Huang Jie's Wang. How could he possibly come to Qiaobei Station? Zhou Zheng realized that no matter how he explained, Lu Jianjun would not believe him. After all, this matter seemed too surreal. However, facts speak louder than words. Only by having Lu Jianjun see Huang Jie in custody would he be convinced. Master, I've handcuffed Huang Jie and locked him in the detention room. You'll know it's him the moment you see him. All right, I'll go take a look. Lu Jianjun replied, still half convinced, and then turned to the two auxiliary officers. Xiao Li, Xiao Wang, you two go to the dispatch hall. It cannot be left unattended. Lu Gu, we want to see too. The two auxiliary officers were equally astonished upon hearing that Zhou Zheng had captured an A-level fugitive and were eager to confirm whether it was indeed Huang Jie. You two needn't rush. I'll inform you shortly whether it's Huang Jie, Zhou Zheng replied. Let us go, Xiao Zhou, Lu Jianjun insisted, pulling Zhou Zheng towards the detention room. Upon arriving outside the detention room, Zhou Zheng swiped his card, causing the door to open automatically, and they passed through another iron door into a chamber. Huang Jie stood there, hands cuffed behind his back, the metal biting painfully into his wrists. Yet, the greater discomfort resided in his heart. He had essentially walked into a trap, fully aware that he was destined to spend many years behind bars. Lu Jianjun approached and inquired, what is your name? At that moment, Huang Jie was engulfed in despair, unwilling to respond to Lu Jianjun, not even lifting his head. Wow, this kid is quite bold. Lu Jianjun, not one to indulge him, seized Huang Jie by the hair and yanked upwards, forcing his head up to reveal a pale face. Recognizing Huang Jie's features, Lu Jianjun immediately lost his composure. Having heard of tonight's operation to capture the A-level fugitive Huang Jie, he had done his homework, memorizing Huang Jie's appearance. Thus, he instantly recognized that the youth before him was indeed the wanted criminal. I'm asking you a question. What is your name? Lu Jianjun shouted excitedly. Huang Jie, feeling as if he had already resigned himself to his fate and not wishing to answer, was aware that the police would ascertain his identity regardless. I'm Huang Jie. What crime have you committed? 5 years ago, I was involved in a brawl and stabbed someone. Lu Jianjun released Huang Jie's hair, his face betraying a mix of surprise and intrigue. Xiao Zhou, this kid is indeed the A-level fugitive Huang Jie, but how did you manage to capture him? Weren't you on duty at the dispatch hall? Master, here is how it happened. Zhou Zheng recounted the events that had transpired, leaving Lu Jianjun in a state of astonishment, his mouth agape. You mean Huang Jie walked right into your hands? Yes, Master, Zhou Zheng confirmed with a nod. Wow, Lu Jianjun was at a loss for words, utterly bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. A fugitive actively sought by law enforcement had come to the police station to inquire if he had committed any offenses. It was a remarkable twist of fate that this had occurred, and coincidentally, it had happened to Zhou Zheng. One could only say that Zhou Zheng was indeed fortunate, as if fate itself were spoon-feeding him success. At that moment, Lu Jianjun felt not only joy but also a twinge of envy and regret. Just a while ago, he had been at the dispatch hall with Zhou Zheng, but after taking cold medicine, he had lazily returned to the office for a brief rest. And now the criminal suspect had appeared at their door. Had he not gone to the office, then the credit for apprehending the A-list fugitive Huang Jie would indeed be partly his. Lu Jianjun shook his head, regret coming too late. Nevertheless, despite lacking personal merit, Zhou Zheng was after all his disciple, and he had contributed to some extent. Little Zhou, your luck is astonishing, I must concede. Let us step outside and call the director to inform them not to linger around Huang Jiazhuang for the suspect any longer. The director will surely be astounded to learn that you have captured the A-list fugitive Huang Jia, not far from Huang Jiazhuang, at the Qiao Bay police station. Director Hao Aigua and Captain Meng Weiguang of the Municipal Criminal Police Team were concealed behind a large pile of firewood. Their officers had dispersed, lying in wait around Huang Jia's residence, ready to report any movements. Both men wore earpieces, attentively listening. However, 2 hours had passed without a whisper of activity. Oh, old Hao, how reliable is the information you received? Why hasn't there been any sign of Huang Jia after all this time? Meng Weiguang could not help but inquire. It should be accurate. The word of Huang Jia's return to Jiangbei City came from a street hustler, who was by no means a paragon of virtue himself, frequenting the police station for gambling and debauchery. He reported Huang Jia's return not out of any sense of justice, but for the lure of the 10,000 yuan reward, naively believing that sharing this information with the police would secure him the bounty. Hao Aigua had been swayed by the hustler's fervent claims, and now, with Huang Jia's prolonged absence, uncertainty gnawed at him. Old Hao, who provided you with this information? How credible is it? A well-meaning citizen. This fellow often played cards with Huang Jia, so he should recognize him correctly, right? Hao Aigua hesitated to admit that the source of the information was a street hustler. Now, trapped in the web of their own decisions, there was no turning back. Captain Meng, let us wait a while longer. Meng Weiguang nodded in agreement. Waiting was acceptable, but there lingered a fear that the suspect might sense danger and refrain from returning home. Old Hao, how about I take a couple of men to Huang Jia's house to speak with his parents? Perhaps we can glean some information. I would imagine Huang Jia would contact his parents first upon returning home. However, Hao Aigua felt uneasy about this suggestion. Captain Meng, wouldn't that risk alarming the suspect? Just then, as they were deliberating, Hao Aigua's phone buzzed with a notification. He glanced at the caller ID, intrigued. Why is Lu Jianjun calling? Is there an issue at Qiaobei Station? Captain Meng, please hold on. I need to take this call. He quickly connected the call. Hello, Jianjun. Director, Zhou Zheng. Lu Jianjun's voice on the line was filled with fervor, urgent and jarring. Hao Aigua's heart skipped a beat. Jianjun, take a breath. What happened to Zhou Zheng? Director, Zhou Zheng has captured a criminal suspect. Huang Jia? Oh, as long as Zhou Zheng is safe, and he has apprehended a suspect. That is a relief. Only then did a weight lift from Hao Aigua's mind. What did you say? Suddenly, Hao Aigua grasped the gravity of the situation. Unable to contain his shock as he exclaimed, Zhou Zheng captured Huang Jia? Which Huang Jia? The A-list fugitive Huang Jia you intended to apprehend tonight. Chapter 10. Luck is also a form of strength. Upon hearing that Zhou Zheng had apprehended the A-list fugitive Huang Jia, Hao Aigua felt utterly bewildered. How could this be? He and Captain Meng Weiguang had been stationed near Huang Jia's residence with over 20 officers for half the night, yet not a trace of Huang Jia had surfaced. How had Zhou Zheng, merely a probationary officer on duty, managed to capture Huang Jia? Hao Aigua was left with a plethora of questions. Jianjun, are you speaking nonsense? Have you been drinking during your shift? Let me remind you, Director. Lu Jianjun interrupted. What drink could I have had? I've been a police officer for over a decade. I wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. I understand your skepticism. Initially, I doubted it myself. But Huang Jia has indeed been captured by Zhou Zheng and is currently detained in our Qiaobei station. Is that truly the case? Hao Aigua still struggled to believe it. I would stake my head on its truth. If you doubt me, come back and see for yourself whether Lu Jianjun is deceiving you. With that, the call ended. Hao Aigua stared at his phone, caught in a whirlwind of indecision. Logically, Lu Jianjun wouldn't jest about such matters, but the idea that a mere probationary officer had captured an A-list fugitive was simply preposterous. Could it be that Huang Jia, overwhelmed by remorse for his past misdeeds, had voluntarily surrendered at the police station? If that were the case, it would indeed be a stretch. But Zhou Zheng's luck would be extraordinary. Old Hao, what are you daydreaming about? What is our next move? Meng Weiguang, observing Hao Aigua's moment of distraction, urged him to speak. Captain Meng, Huang Jia has been apprehended. What? What did you just say? Meng Weiguang's expression mirrored astonishment. Huang Jia has been captured? Old Hao, you and I have been here for half the night without even catching a glimpse of him. How could he have been caught? Indeed, Captain, I just received a call from Lu Jianjun at Qiaobei Station. He and his apprentice Zhou Zheng were on duty tonight. He stated that Zhou Zheng captured Huang Jia while on duty. Meng Weiguang was caught between anger and amusement. Who is Zhou Zheng? Is he truly that remarkable? Can he perform magic or something? Capturing an A-list fugitive while on duty at the police station? Did Huang Jia lose his mind and stroll into the station to surrender? Old Hao, what are you joking about at a time like this? Hao Aigua's expression was grave. Captain Meng, I am not jesting. I genuinely believe Jianjun would not deceive me, nor would he have any reason to do so. Meng Weiguang glared at Hao Aigua, retorting, "Then can you enlighten me on how A-list fugitive Huang Jie was apprehended by your officers at Xiaobei Station?" Hao Aigua shook his head. "I do not know." Jianjun hung up before providing details. "Let us return to Xiaobei Station. We can ascertain whether it truly is Huang Jie." Meng Weiguang gestured towards Huang Jie's residence. "What about here? Shall we simply abandon our post? If we withdraw and Huang Jie appears, wouldn't that mean we let him slip away?" Even then, Meng Weiguang remained skeptical that Xiaobei Station had indeed captured Huang Jie. "Why not leave some of our men here to keep watch while you and I return to Xiaobei Station?" After a moment's hesitation, Meng Weiguang nodded. "Very well. Old Hao, I shall trust you this once. Let us go." Hao Aigua and Meng Weiguang instructed their subordinates accordingly. The two then shared a vehicle and made their way back to Xiaobei Station. Upon arrival, the main gate had already been opened, and a jubilant Lu Jianjun awaited their return. Beside him, Zhou Zheng maintained an expression of serene composure. The car rolled into the courtyard, and both Hao Aigua and Meng Weiguang simultaneously leaped from the vehicle. Lu Jianjun approached to greet them. "The director has returned," he exclaimed. "Oh my! Isn't that team leader Meng?" Hao Aigua's face turned stern. "You little rascal have made quite a name for yourself, daring to hang up on my call without clarifying things. Where is he? Where is the so-called fugitive Huang Jie? If this isn't him, you'll be in for it." Lu Jianjun feigned an injured look. "Oh dear, director, if you say it that way, I'm truly a bit disheartened. Why don't you trust me? Enough chatter. Hurry up. Haven't you seen that team leader Meng is getting impatient? All right, Xiao Zhou, lead the way." Zhou Zheng nodded. "Director Hao, team leader Meng, follow me." Zhou led them to the detention room, pointing to Huang Jie, who was squatting in the corner with his head down. "Director, team leader Meng, this is Huang Jie." Hao Aigua stepped forward. "Lift your head." At that moment, Huang Jie was numb, dully raising his gaze to meet Hao Aigua's. Hao Aigua was particularly invested in the capture operation. He had long memorized Huang Jie's appearance. With just one glance, he confirmed that the individual before him was indeed the A-level fugitive Huang Jie. "Wow, it truly is Huang Jie," Hao Aigua gasped, his mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg. "Team Meng, did you see? This man is indeed the A-level fugitive Huang Jie." Meng Weiguang, equally astonished, replied, "Old Hao, I can't shake the feeling that this is all a dream. Your precinct has some real talent. Quietly capturing Huang Jie like this. The mission is accomplished. Inform the brothers stationed at Huang Jie's Wang to return." Although this operation had ultimately yielded no results after a fruitless half-day without encountering Huang Jie, the silver lining was that Zhou Zheng from the Qiaobei precinct had apprehended Huang Jie, rendering the mission not a failure. "Jianjun, you truly weren't jesting. This lad is indeed Huang Jie. You've earned your merit." Lu Jianjun waved his hand, modestly replying, "Director, you flatter me. It was Xiao Zhou alone who captured him." "Huh, weren't you both on duty together? Well then, tell us how you caught Huang Jie." "It's a long story. Perhaps we should discuss it in the office." The group moved to the office, where Lu Jianjun stated, Huang Jie was caught solely by Zhou Zheng. Let Xiao Zhou recount the details. Zhou Zheng, undaunted in front of Hao Aigua and Meng Weiguang, calmly narrated the sequence of events leading to Huang Jie's capture. As everyone listened, silence enveloped the room. A mixture of admiration for Zhou Zheng's cleverness and envy of his fortune filling their minds. Goodness, it's as if heaven itself is bestowing accolades upon him. "Xiao Zhou, well done. You're still in your probationary period, and you've apprehended an A-level fugitive in just 3 months at the police station. In all my years of service, I've never seen such an exceptional probationary officer." Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively, humbly replying, "Director Hao, I merely stumbled upon luck." "Oh, that's not how it should be said," interjected Meng Weiguang, unable to contain himself. "A great man once said, regardless of whether a cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. Similarly, regardless of the method employed, a police officer who captures criminals is a good officer. Luck is indeed a part of skill. Team Meng is absolutely right." Hao Aigua beamed with joy. Zhou Zheng's accomplishment brought honor to the Qiaobei precinct as well. "Xiao Zhou, with such a significant achievement, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you should be promoted from your probationary status. Moreover, I foresee you receiving at least a second-class merit award." Meng Weiguang chimed in with an envious tone. Chapter 11. How could one capture a fugitive without sustaining injuries? Meng Weiguang expressed his envy to Hao Aigua, saying, "Old Hao, Zhou Zheng has apprehended an A-level fugitive and earned merit. The performance evaluation for the Qiaobei precinct this quarter is bound to be exceptional. Your standing in the minds of the precinct leaders will surely rise. With a lucky star like Zhou Zheng, it's truly enviable." Hao Aigua felt elated, though he maintained a composed exterior, waving his hand dismissively. "Team Meng, you're exaggerating." Meng Weiguang glanced at the wall clock. It was already past 2 in the morning. Rising from his seat, he declared, Well, I want to say more congratulations. Let us hand Huang Jie over to our criminal investigation team. I'll take him back for an overnight interrogation. After pondering, Hao Igua realized that Huang Jie would eventually need to be handed over to the criminal investigation team. And since Meng Weiguang was present, it was indeed wise to proceed with the transfer. All right, he too stood up. Well then, Jianjun and Xiao Zhou will handle the transfer paperwork. Sure. Zhou Zheng presented a spring knife encased in a transparent evidence bag to Meng Weiguang. Team Meng, I found this spring knife on Huang Jie. I suspect it may be the weapon he used 5 years ago during his crime. Meng Weiguang's eyes lit up as he accepted the spring knife. Excellent. If this knife is indeed the weapon used in the crime, it will save our criminal investigation team a considerable amount of work. Oh my. Lu Jianjun, noticing the lengthy spring knife concealed on Huang Jie, turned pale and asked with concern, Xiao Zhou, did you sustain any injuries? No. Zhou Zheng waved his hand confidently. Huang Jie didn't have the chance to draw the knife. I subdued him. No injuries. That is impossible. Hao Igua suddenly raised his voice. The suspect Huang Jie is exceedingly dangerous, armed with such a long spring knife. Xiao Zhou fought him alone and subdued him. The situation was far too perilous. Jianjun, take Xiao Zhou to the hospital for a checkup. If necessary, arrange for him to be admitted. I'm really fine. Director, there's no need to go. Before Zhou Zheng could finish his sentence, Lu Jianjun tugged at his arm, signaling him to remain silent. All right, understood, Director, rest assured. Lu Jianjun shared a knowing glance with Hao Igua. Meng Weiguang, seemingly oblivious, completed the transfer paperwork, looked up, and said, Old Hao, the transfer procedures are complete. I'll be taking him with me. See you later. Very well. Team Meng, allow me to see you off. No need, no need. Oh come on, Team Meng. Don't be so polite with me. Without further ado, Hao Igua escorted Meng Weiguang to the courtyard, with Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun following behind. Just then, the sound of approaching vehicles echoed as police officers and detectives stationed at Huangjiazhuang returned. The courtyard was too cramped for the vehicles to enter, so they parked outside the gates of the Qiaobei police station. The officers and detectives disembarked, gathering in small clusters, conversing among themselves. Oh, I heard that the A-level fugitive Huang Jie has been captured. Really? Is that true? Who told you? Lu Jianjun from our precinct mentioned it in the group chat. What? Did he capture the suspect? Not him. It was his apprentice Zhou Zheng who caught him. Who is Zhou Zheng? I haven't heard of him. Zhou Zheng is a probationary officer who just recently joined our Qiaobei precinct. Wow, a novice managed to capture an A-level fugitive. Is he really that impressive? Jianjun recounted in the group chat that during Zhou Zheng's shift, the A-level wanted criminal Huang Jie approached him at the police station to inquire about any prior criminal record. Zhou Zheng recognized him, and thus the perpetrator was apprehended. Goodness, how incredibly fortuitous for Zhou Zheng. An A-level fugitive practically delivered himself into his hands during his duty hours. What extraordinary luck. Alas, it is true that comparison breeds discontent. While our group spent an entire night at Huangjiazhuang without a single lead, Zhou Zheng, merely sitting at the station, has already accrued such accolades. How can we compete with that? Is it merely a stroke of luck on his part? A rookie cop, still unseasoned. What is so remarkable about that? Look at your envy. If you possess the ability, why not capture an A-level fugitive yourself? The last time our Qiaobei station apprehended one was over a year ago. I'm telling you, Zhou Zheng has undoubtedly achieved significant merit and will likely bypass his probationary period, advancing directly to a formal police officer position. Furthermore, he may even receive a second-class merit award, or perhaps even a first-class one. Had I known, I would have stayed back to assist Zhou Zheng at the station. Perhaps I too could have shared in the glory. You're overthinking it. Jianjun was on duty with Zhou Zheng, but he had taken cold medicine and could barely keep his eyes open. He dozed off in the office, and just at that moment, the suspect arrived. I would say this credit is a divine gift bestowed upon Zhou Zheng. No one else could possibly lay claim to it. Enough now. The station chief is in the courtyard. The group entered the yard, standing at attention before Hao Igua and Meng Weiguang. Meng Weiguang stated, Old Hao, it's getting late. We need to interrogate Huang Jie overnight. I will take my brothers back to the team now. All right, travel safely, replied Hao Igua. Meng Weiguang waved his hand, instructing someone to remove Huang Jie's handcuffs and return them to Zhou Zheng, replacing them with new cuffs and leg chains before escorting him to the police vehicle. Watching Meng Weiguang depart, Hao Igua turned to the officers in the yard and said, Everyone has worked hard today. Although our trip to Huangjiazhuang was fruitless, at least Huang Jie has been apprehended. As night fell, the officers dispersed to rest. After Hao Igua finished speaking, he turned to leave. Hey, Chief. Was Huang Jie really caught by Zhou Zheng? One officer inquired. Before Hao Igua could respond, Lu Jianjun interjected, It was undoubtedly my apprentice, Zhou Zheng, who captured him. Did you not see that team leader Meng from the criminal investigation unit just took Huang Jie away? Jianjun, is everything you said in the group chat true? Of course. Do you think I would joke about something like this? If you don't believe me, ask the team leader. Hao Igua nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Huang Jia was apprehended solely by Xiao Zhou. I also saw the message Jianjun posted in the group. It was essentially as he described. I will report to the municipal bureau first thing in the morning to commend Zhou Zheng. Goodness, Zhou Zheng's luck is indeed remarkable. I'm utterly impressed. Is achieving merit really this effortless? Why does it seem like he accomplishes it as simply as drinking water? The officers began to murmur among themselves, filled with envy. Jianjun, Hao Igua called, gesturing to Lu Jianjun. Take Xiao Zhou to the hospital for a checkup. Certainly, Chief. Zhou Zheng attempted to refuse, insisting he was perfectly fine and had no need for a hospital visit. Xiao Zhou, don't be stubborn. Heed the chief's advice. Lu Jianjun insisted, pulling Zhou Zheng into a vehicle and heading straight to the first hospital of Jiangbei. Chapter 12. Chu Yunyao encounters a sycophant during her job interview. In the morning, as the sun rose, casting a warm glow akin to a lover's gentle caress upon the earth, the alarm on Chu Yunyao's phone rang. She awoke, her eyes still hazy, glancing around at the familiar yet alien surroundings. She had set the alarm for a job interview at a company that morning, prompting her to rise and prepare. Having previously slept until awakened by nature, she found herself unaccustomed to the jarring sound of the alarm. After washing up, she retrieved eggs, sausages, and slices of bread from the refrigerator, quickly preparing 2 breakfasts, one for herself and one for Zhou Zheng, assuming he would soon finish his shift. After finishing her meal, she applied a light touch of makeup and hurried downstairs, driving her Panamera to the Panhai International Trade Company for her interview. Panhai International Trade Company is part of the Panhai International Group, a moderately successful family business in Jiangbei, though it pales in comparison to the Chu family's enterprise. In ordinary circumstances, Chu Yunyao would look down upon such a company, but with her current financial constraints, she found herself willing to accept any job opportunity without being choosy. The interview proceeded smoothly, as the interviewer from Panhai International expressed admiration for a graduate from Qingbei University. Miss Chu, you are quite impressive. We will report your credentials to the general manager, and if all goes well, you could start work tomorrow. Thank you very much. Chu Yunyao graciously acknowledged the interviewer before leaving the office, a small thrill of joy bubbling within her at having finally secured a job. Yet, she found the situation somewhat amusing, the esteemed daughter of the Chu family, neglecting her family business to pursue a minor position as an assistant department manager at a mid-sized company. Yunyao, a familiar voice called out as she waited for the elevator. Turning around, she saw a man with slicked back hair, clad in a well-fitted suit, looking at her with surprise. The golden buckle of his Hermes belt gleamed in the light. Wang Feng. Chu Yunyao's expression soured at the sight of him. Wang Feng was a classmate from high school, and his family owned Panhai International Group. As a wealthy second-generation heir, he had long harbored desires for Chu Yunyao, who was the belle of their school, and more importantly, the only daughter of a family worth billions. If he could win her affection, he would be climbing the social ladder, with her family fortune eventually becoming his. Although Wang Feng's family was affluent, it could not compare to the Chu family. They were simply not in the same league. Objectively speaking, Wang Feng was not unattractive, and his wealth made him popular with women, yet Chu Yunyao had no interest in him. His relentless pursuit since high school had only turned her off further. Even when she attended university in the capital, Wang Feng had sought her out several times, but she had always rebuffed him coldly. Now, encountering him at Panhai International, Chu Yunyao frowned and turned her head away as usual. Yunyao, Wang Feng called again, seemingly undeterred by her indifference as he hastened toward her, ignoring greetings from nearby employees. At that moment, his focus was solely on Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, what brings you here? He gazed at her fair, youthful face, filled with collagen, and silently praised her beauty. She remained as stunning as ever, and he was utterly smitten. What is it to you? Is it not allowed? Chu Yunyao's disdain for Wang Feng was evident in her tone. Wang Feng, however, seemed unfazed by her attitude. Accustomed to being her sycophant, he merely chuckled awkwardly. Of course it is allowed. Yunyao, fate brought us together. Do you have time tonight to join me for dinner? A new Western restaurant has opened on Taidong Road, and I would love to treat you to a French meal. At that moment, the elevator arrived. Thank you, but no need. Chu Yunyao uttered a cold remark without a second thought and stepped directly into the elevator. Hey, Yunyao. Wang Feng was left speechless. Watching the elevator doors close, the goddess disappearing from his sight, unable to suppress a bitter smile. Her demeanor towards him remained as frigid as ever, devoid of any warmth. However, this only fueled Wang Feng's competitive spirit. Despite his extensive experience with women, he harbored a certain confidence in himself. Chu Yunyao, even if you persist in avoiding me, I refuse to believe I cannot pursue you, he murmured to himself. Upon returning to the general manager's office, He settled into the spacious and comfortable executive chair, propping his legs on the desk, and once again, Chu Yunyao's stunning visage filled his mind. The Panhai International Trade Company was a subsidiary of the Wang Group, which his father had entrusted him to manage. After all, he was the company's CEO. Yet he found himself powerless in the face of Chu Yunyao, leading to a sense of frustration. He could only indulge in daydreaming. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the office. Wang Feng, jolted from his reverie, responded with a cold "come in." The head of the Human Resources Department entered the office. Mr. Wang, among this morning's job applicants, there is an exceptionally outstanding girl who graduated from Qingbei. Here is her resume for your review. Wang Feng casually took the resume, glancing at it, only to find the name Chu Yunyao glaring back at him. His eyes widened in disbelief. Chu Yunyao is applying at our company? This seemed rather implausible. The Chu family's business empire dwarfed that of the Wang family. There would be no need for her to seek employment at Panhai International Trade Company. Could it be a case of a namesake? Wang Feng scrutinized the resume again and confirmed that the applicant was indeed Chu Yunyao, leaving him utterly perplexed. The princess of the Chu family could not possibly be seeking work at a mid-sized enterprise. What could Chu Yunyao be thinking? Mr. Wang, what do you think of this candidate? Would you like to interview her personally? Wang Feng hesitated momentarily. No need. Please inform this candidate that she can start working at any time. She is applying for the position of deputy manager, and her salary will be commensurate with that of a manager. Mr. Wang, isn't that against protocol? Protocol? Wang Feng stood up, his impatience evident. I am the CEO. What I say is the protocol. Understood, Mr. Wang. The head of human resources exited the office, and Wang Feng pondered for a moment before picking up his phone to call a friend. His friend, Hong Hao, was a private investigator with his ear to the ground regarding social matters. Hey, Haozi, can you find out if anything has happened with the Chu family recently? What? Which Chu family? Which other Chu family could it be but the one belonging to the Chu Yunyao I've been pursuing? Hurry up, I'm anxious for news. Chapter 13. What reward awaits 2 stars? In a single patient room at the first hospital of Zhongbei City, Zhou Zheng lay bare from the waist up, while Lu Jianjun meticulously wrapped bandages around him. Lu Jianjun had brought Zhou Zheng for a health check, and fortunately, he was in good health. However, there were several alarming blood marks on his back. Thus, he arranged for Zhou Zheng to be hospitalized. Master, those blood marks on my back are from cupping 2 days ago. They are definitely not injuries from apprehending Huangjia. Moreover, the doctor said I'm fine. So there is no need for all these bandages. That is not acceptable. Lu Jianjun waved his hand dismissively. The director said if hospitalization is possible, then we shall proceed with it. Besides, you captured a dangerous A-level fugitive. How could you not sustain some injuries? Those marks on your back are quite fitting. But, master, even if I were injured, there is no need to wrap me up so tightly. I feel like a mummy and can hardly breathe. Zhou Zheng glanced down at his upper body, which was swathed in bandages like a dumpling, while Lu Jianjun continued to wrap him with enthusiasm, leaving him utterly exasperated. Just bear with it. Early this morning, the director will report your apprehension of an A-level fugitive to the city bureau. Who knows? The bureau leaders might even come to visit you in the hospital, Lu Jianjun said, salivating with envy. Little Zhou, this is your moment of glory and commendation. Can you not endure a little discomfort? If it were me, I would be thrilled to be wrapped up like a mummy. Fine, master, I can endure it, but please, no bandages above my neck. You'll muffle my mouth. Lu Jianjun smiled sheepishly. Heh, I got a bit carried away and wrapped your head too. Let me undo that. After completing the task, both men, having gone a night without sleep, finally succumbed to fatigue and drifted off. Time passed, and Zhou Zheng was roused from his slumber by the ringing of his phone. Blinking awake, he glanced at the wall clock, noting it was already past 9 in the morning. Groggily, he reached for his phone on the bedside table, only to see a video call from Chu Yunyao. He quickly rubbed his eyes and pressed the answer button. On the phone screen, Chu Yunyao's breathtakingly beautiful face appeared. Zhou Zheng, I have wonderful news. I went for an interview at a company today, and the human resources manager asked me to start working tomorrow. I found a job. Though it's not a big company, the compensation is decent. Really? Then I must extend my congratulations to you. Yunyao, you truly need not rush into working. I've told you, I can support you. Chu Yunyao brushed her hair back and replied with a warm smile. Zhou Zheng, I appreciate your sentiment, but I cannot solely rely on your salary to make ends meet. Besides, she hesitated to voice her remaining thoughts. Zhou Zheng understood. A monthly salary of 5,000 could barely sustain 2 people, resulting in a rather low quality of life. Nonetheless, with the system he now possessed, he felt confident that their future living conditions would improve. Yunyao, I had a stroke of luck yesterday and won 16,000 from a lottery scratch-off. Really? Is that true? Chu Yunyao exclaimed in astonishment. Normally, a sum exceeding 10,000 would be trivial to her, but given the circumstances, and especially as it was Zhou Zheng's win, it took on new significance. Of course it's true. And how much did you spend on the scratch-off? 200. 200 won you over 10,000? Zhou Zheng, it seems your luck is indeed extraordinary. This is nothing. Zhou Zheng waved his hand, a hint of pride crossing his face. Last night, while on duty, I apprehended an A-level fugitive. Not only did I achieve merit, but I could also earn a reward of 100,000. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunyao's expression shifted from excitement to concern. In her mind, fugitives were invariably dangerous criminals, and capturing one would naturally involve significant peril. With a worried tone, she asked, Zhou Zheng, are you hurt? No. Then where are you? Have you returned home? No, I'm in the hospital. You said you weren't injured? Then why are you in the hospital? Chu Yunyao admonished, her fair face revealing her anxiety. Zhou Zheng, which hospital are you in? What floor, what bed? Jiangbei First Hospital, 6th floor. Yunyao, I promise I'm fine. Don't worry. I'm hospitalized because, wait for me. I'm on my way. Zhou Zheng suddenly noticed that two little stars had appeared above Chu Yunyao's head in the video call. As he wished to observe closely, Chu Yunyao ended the video call. Zhou Zheng could not help but ponder deeply. The first time he received a reward, a star appeared above Chu Yunyao's head. This time, however, there were two stars. Could it be that rewards are also graded? He wondered what kind of reward could be obtained with two stars. Nevertheless, it is reasonable to assume that two stars would yield a more substantial reward than just one. At that moment, Lu Jianjun also awoke. After resting against the wall in a chair for several hours, he felt a wave of soreness throughout his body. Rubbing his drowsy eyes, he massaged his shoulders. Hey, Xiaozhou, who were you on the phone with just now? My wife. Lu Jianjun's face was one of disbelief. Xiaozhou, when did you get a wife? I remember when you first arrived at the Qiaobei police station. You didn't even have a girlfriend. Zhou Zheng chuckled, offering no explanation. No wonder that police flower from the household registration section, Xiajia, has been showing you kindness. You remained indifferent to her, yet you were already married? You've kept this under wraps quite well. So, is your sister-in-law as beautiful as a flower, reluctant for us to know? Hey, what does your sister-in-law do? How did you two meet? When did you get married? Lu Jianjun prattled on with curiosity. Zhou Zheng continued to smile without responding. Xiaozhou, look at you. When it comes to your wife, you say nothing and just smile foolishly. Lu Jianjun, sensing the lack of engagement, found the conversation dull. Glancing at the wall clock, he exclaimed, wow, is it already this late? You must be hungry. I'll go buy something to eat. What do you want? How about some pancakes? Master, let me go? Zhou Zheng said, sitting up from the bed. You just lie down, Xiaozhou. Right now, you are a wounded patient. The director has said you shouldn't do any work. Lu Jianjun proclaimed as he strode out of the ward. After a while, a knock echoed from outside. Come in. Zhou Zheng, thinking Lu Jianjun had returned, mused that his master was being overly polite for knocking. The door creaked open, revealing a charming figure. Chu Yunyao had arrived. Yunyao, you're here. Zhou Zheng exclaimed, attempting to rise from the bed. Don't move. Lie down. Chu Yunyao placed the fruits she carried onto the table and hurried to kneel by the bedside. Upon seeing Zhou Zheng's upper body wrapped in bandages, her beautiful eyes misted with concern. Zhou Zheng, how are you? Is your injury serious? Yunyao, despite the bandages, I assure you, I've only sustained a minor injury. A couple of days of rest, and I'll be just fine. Anticipating that Chu Yunyao would not believe his claim of being uninjured, he told a small, harmless lie. Really? Indeed. I wouldn't deceive you. Look at me. I'm perfectly fine. Zhou Zheng stood up and twisted his body a few times, resembling a large monkey. Chu Yunyao's expression turned dark. All right, I believe you, now lie down. Zhou Zheng reclined back on the bed, saying, Yunyao, you shouldn't squat there. It must be tiring. There's a chair beside you. Seeing that Zhou Zheng seemed to be relatively unharmed, Chu Yunyao felt a bit relieved and sat down on the chair. Zhou Zheng gazed at the two green stars hovering above Chu Yunyao's head, yearning for a reward. Chapter 14. Oh my. He touched my face. Zhou Zheng extended his finger, poised to tap the stars above Chu Yunyao's head. Suddenly, he had a thought. Since multiple stars could appear above her head, might it be possible for 2 stars to upgrade to 3? His finger hovered in midair. Chu Yunyao, perplexed, inquired, Zhou Zheng, what are you doing? Oh well, you have some dust on your face. As he spoke, Zhou Zheng gently brushed his finger against Chu Yunyao's youthful, collagen-rich face, wiping away the non-existent dust. His fingertip felt smooth and delicate, akin to the texture of a freshly boiled egg. The unexpected touch sent a shiver through Chu Yunyao, causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. Zhou Zheng's fingertips seemed to emit electricity, sending tingles through her fair complexion, which flushed with 2 rosy spots. Oh my. Zhou Zheng touched my face. Chu Yunyao felt a rush of shyness, unable to meet Zhou Zheng's gaze. I'm glad you're okay. You had me worried for half the day. What kind of fruit do you want? I can get it for you. Her heart raced as she quickly turned away, pointing at the array of fruits on the table. Yunyao, why did you buy so much fruit? I can't possibly eat it all by myself. I usually buy fruit by the basket. It's a habit I can't break easily. But, Zhou Zheng, I've actually learned to be frugal. All this fruit was bought from a roadside stall, and it was quite inexpensive. Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively. Yunyao, that's not what I meant. If we can't finish the fruit, it'll spoil. It's better to buy only what we can eat. Yes, I understand, Zhou Zheng. What fruit do you want? Just tell me. Zhou Zheng glanced at the assortment of fruits Chu Yunyao had brought. Apples, pears, bananas, cherries, and more. Are the bananas sweet? He asked. They should be sweet. Are the pears crunchy? Yes, they are. These are coral-fragrant pears. Oh, then I'll have an apple. Zhou Zheng said with a mischievous glint in his eyes, a smile adorning his face. Chu Yunyao nearly twisted her back from his roundabout words and shook her head. I really can't deal with you. But having a husband with a sense of humor makes our time together less dull. Chu Yunyao picked the largest apple, taking a fruit knife to begin peeling it. Her knife skills were impressive, producing a thin, even peel without breaking it. Zhou Zheng was astonished. This pampered rich girl could peel an apple so perfectly? His eyes widened in surprise. Sensing Zhou Zheng's curiosity, Chu Yunyao explained while peeling the apple, when I was young, my parents were often busy with work, frequently away from home. Most of my childhood was spent with my grandmother. She was a strong and simple woman who preferred to do everything herself rather than rely on servants. I learned to cook and do housework from a young age. So peeling apples was just a minor task for me. Unfortunately, my determined grandmother ended up in the ICU, unconscious and relying on machines to sustain her life. Now that I've fallen out with my family, she might worry about me if she knew. As Chu Yunyao spoke, sadness crept into her voice, her fair face showing signs of distress, with tears welling in her eyes. Zhou Zheng felt a stir of emotion within him. He silently vowed to nurture his relationship with Chu Yunyao and to strive for a promotion to the rank of police supervisor within 3 years, at which point her parents would have no reason to oppose their union. Of course, ascending from a grassroots police officer to a supervisor in 3 years was akin to chasing a dream, nearly impossible. However, with the support of the system, achieving this goal through diligent efforts was no longer merely a fantasy. Yunyao, don't be sad, Zhou Zheng said, handing her a tissue. I believe that Grandma would never wish for you to be sorrowful or in tears. I am uncertain where she is hospitalized, but perhaps we could pay her a visit? Zhou Zheng mused, considering that Chu Yunyao's grandmother could also be regarded as his own, especially since she and his grandfather were old comrades in arms. Out of both affection and obligation, it was only fitting to pay a visit to the elderly lady. Thank you, Chu Yunyao replied, accepting a tissue to dab at her tearful eyes. I apologize, Zhou Zheng. I seem to have lost my composure. My grandmother is in the ICU at the Xia hospital in the capital. The medical facilities there are quite good, but it's not particularly convenient to visit. Zhou Zheng waved dismissively. What do you mean by inconvenient? With today's advanced transportation, we can reach the capital in just a few hours on the high-speed train. Let's plan on it. Once I am discharged, we shall go together to visit your grandmother. Really? Of course. Your grandmother is like my own. And considering her close bond with my grandfather, it would be remiss of me not to visit her, even without our connection. I promise you this, Zhou Zheng declared, thumping his chest in assurance. Upon hearing Zhou Zheng's words, Chu Yunyao's face lit up with joy. Although she frequently traveled to the capital to visit her grandmother, she often did so alone, as her parents were preoccupied with their business and could only manage a couple of visits each year. Perhaps they believed that spending money to ensure her grandmother's well-being was sufficient to fulfill their filial duties. Chu Yunyao's feelings for her grandmother ran much deeper than her parents, and Zhou Zheng's willingness to accompany her was both comforting and moving. However, I have to work tomorrow, and I've only just started. Would it be inappropriate to take a leave of absence? Chu Yunyao suddenly expressed her concerns. Zhou Zheng replied earnestly, what does it matter? Family comes before everything else. If necessary, I could always resign. Yunyao, when I said I would take care of you, it was not a mere whim. I genuinely meant it. Besides, I am capable of doing so. Last night, I apprehended an A-level fugitive and earned a reward of 100,000 yuan. If I continue to work diligently and capture more fugitives, the rewards alone will suffice for us to lead a quality life. Don't, Chu Yunyao exclaimed, suddenly touched. Zhou Zheng, I appreciate your intentions, but capturing fugitives is perilous. I do not wish for you to risk your life for the sake of providing for our family. Promise me you will prioritize your safety above all else. Seeing the anxious look on Chu Yunyao's face, Zhou Zheng reassured her, Yunyao, you need not worry. I will act within my limits. Okay, she nodded. Zhou Zheng, come have some apple. She sliced a piece of apple and offered it to him. Zhou Zheng accepted without hesitation, savoring the fruit. Apples fed by my wife taste extraordinary. Chu Yunyao blushed, her face lighting up with a radiant smile, clearly charmed by Zhou Zheng's endearing words. If it's delicious, then have more. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng noticed that the 2 green stars above Chu Yunyao's head had transformed into 3 blue stars. Chapter 15, Reward Upgrade. The star count had increased by 1, and its color had shifted from green to blue. Did this imply that the rewards had elevated to a new level? Engaging with Chu Yunyao seemed to yield rewards, and if he refrained from claiming them and continued interacting, would the reward level rise? The representation appeared akin to the levels of equipment in a game, with colors denoting progression: white for 1 star, green for 2, blue for 3, and perhaps yellow for 4 stars. Zhou Zheng speculated that his deductions were quite accurate. As he munched on the apple offered by Chu Yunyao, he contemplated whether to claim the 3-star reward now or wait to see if it could be upgraded to 4 stars. At that moment, the door to the hospital room swung open, and a boisterous voice filled the space. "Xiao Zhou, you must be starving." The street vendors selling pancakes near the hospital were chased away by the city inspectors. I had to run quite a distance too. Lu Jianjun, holding 2 pancakes, looked up to see Chu Yunyao feeding Zhou Zheng an apple and swallowed the remainder of his sentence. "Xiao Zhou, who is this?" In truth, Lu Jianjun had already guessed the identity of the elegant lady before him, but to ease the awkwardness, he feigned ignorance. "Master, you're back? Let me introduce her. This is my wife, Chu Yunyao." "Yunyao," Zhou Zheng gestured toward Lu Jianjun. "This is my colleague and mentor, Lu Jianjun. You can call him Jianjun Go." Chu Yunyao stood and extended her right hand, speaking with poise. "Hello, Jianjun Go. I am Zhou Zheng's wife. He often speaks of you, and I appreciate your guidance toward him as a newcomer. Please, no need for formality, sister-in-law." Lu Jianjun, a burly man, found himself somewhat flustered in the presence of such a graceful and refined woman. He shook her hand lightly before retracting it quickly. He never could have imagined that Zhou Zheng would have such a beautiful wife. Clearly, she was no ordinary person. "Sister-in-law, would you like a pancake?" "Thank you, but I'm not hungry. How about some water?" "Jianjun Go, please don't be so polite with me. You are Zhou Zheng's mentor. We are not strangers." Lu Jianjun chuckled. Indeed. Xiao Zhou is quite the enigma. He has been with me for several months, and I had no idea he was married," he mused, feeling a twinge of envy. Unintentionally licking his lips, Lu Jianjun continued. "Xiao Zhou, by the way, Director Hao called me earlier regarding your apprehension of the A-level fugitive Huang Jie last night. He has reported it to Director Ma at the City Bureau. Initially, they intended to discuss whether to award you 1st or 2nd-class merit. However, upon learning that you were injured and hospitalized while capturing Huang Jie, it was decided to grant you 1st-class merit. The Bureau will reward you with 20,000 yuan, in addition to the 100,000 yuan bounty. My heavens, this reward is equivalent to 2 years of your salary." Lu Jianjun had intended to share this information to make his apprentice shine in front of his wife, but as he spoke, he found himself feeling a hint of envy. Setting aside the bounty, the honor of 1st-class merit is remarkable. I have been at the Qiao Bay police station for over a decade and have never seen anyone receive 1st-class merit. This is truly a unique accomplishment. Furthermore, you have transitioned directly from an intern to a formal position as a 3rd-level police officer, skipping over 6 months of probation. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, Director Ma from the Municipal Bureau will personally visit you at the hospital to present you with a 1st-class merit certificate and conduct a promotion ceremony. Xiao Zhou, I am genuinely delighted for you from the bottom of my heart. Lu Jianjun's incessant chatter stirred a flicker of emotion in Chu Yunyao. She understood that such honors as a 1st-class merit are unattainable by monetary means alone. It is often said that 3rd-class merits are received standing, 2nd-class merits while lying down, and 1st-class merits are for the family to claim. Although this saying pertains to military personnel, attaining a 1st-class merit within the police force is no simple feat either. Zhou Zheng is truly exceptional. What woman could resist a man of such caliber? If one were to say that Chu Yunyao's cohabitation with Zhou Zheng was merely for a promise, considering her limited understanding of him as just an ordinary police officer or a trainee, now her perception of Zhou Zheng has ascended to a new level. This young man radiates integrity and brilliance, so admirable that even his mentor envies him, and most importantly, he treats himself with kindness. Perhaps, her stubborn decision to get the marriage certificate with Zhou Zheng was not a misguided choice. He is indeed a promising individual, she mused. Zhou Zheng, oblivious to Chu Yunyao's thoughts, felt a bit bashful under Lu Jianjun's compliments. He waved his hand and modestly replied, "Master, capturing the A-level wanted criminal Huang Jie was merely a stroke of luck on my part." Lu Jianjun retorted, "Xiao Zhou, luck is indeed a facet of strength." The director and old Meng from the criminal investigation team, along with over 20 comrades, lay in wait at Huang Jia's Wang, and didn't he even catch a glimpse of Huang Jie? That rascal seemed to head straight towards you. I dare say, fortune has favored you, and this achievement rightfully belongs to you. There was no escaping it. Lu Jianjun then lamented that had he not taken a nap in the office during his shift, he might have shared in the glory, feeling a mix of regret and envy. Let us not speak of anything else from now on. I'll stick to you like glue at work, step by step, so I can bask in your good fortune. With that, he declared, all right. You two lovebirds continue your conversation. I shan't intrude further. I'll step outside for a smoke. As Lu Jianjun exited, Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao continued their conversation for a while longer. The 3 stars above Chu Yunyao's head remained unchanged. Zhou Zheng pondered whether there was a possibility of a 4-star reward. If such a reward existed, ascending from 3 stars to 4 would likely not be an easy task. It was best to secure the reward first. Seizing a moment when Chu Yunyao was distracted, he extended his hand and lightly tapped above her head. The 3 blue stars vanished. In an instant, a system notification echoed in Zhou Zheng's mind. Host has activated 3-star reward. Congratulations on acquiring Master-Level Acupuncture Technique. Chapter 16, Master-Level Acupuncture Technique. Upon unlocking the 3-star reward and gaining Master-Level Acupuncture Technique, a torrent of knowledge regarding acupuncture flooded into his mind as if a dam had burst. The overwhelming influx of information left Zhou Zheng momentarily disoriented, causing his facial muscles to twitch involuntarily. Zhou Zheng, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Chu Yunyao noticed the subtle change in Zhou Zheng's expression and inquired with concern. He waved dismissively. I'm fine, Yunyao. I just feel a bit dizzy. It might be due to lack of rest. Why don't you close your eyes and take a nap? I can keep you company. No need, Yunyao. My master is here with me. You should attend to your own matters. All right then. I'll go buy some ingredients to make you ginseng and goji berry chicken soup to nourish your health. I'll bring it over tonight. There's no need for such trouble. I can just order takeout. No way. Takeout is too greasy and unhealthy. I'll bring you the chicken soup tonight. That is settled. Chu Yunyao insisted, standing up. Zhou Zheng, I'm off now. Zhou Zheng turned to her. Okay, I want to see you off. Take care on your way. Chu Yunyao waved goodbye as she exited the ward. Zhou Zheng waited until her graceful silhouette disappeared from view before turning back. At that moment, he had fully grasped and assimilated the master-level acupuncture technique, and his head no longer felt so heavy. He now possessed an intricate understanding of various acupuncture techniques, including even some long-lost skills, and had developed a certain proficiency in human anatomy and diagnosing ailments. Zhou Zheng scrutinized the technique further, discovering that master-level acupuncture technique was not the pinnacle of acupuncture mastery. A higher tier existed, grandmaster-level acupuncture technique. The former allowed for the use of 7-inch needles, while the latter permitted 9-inch needles. Achieving the grandmaster level represented the utmost pinnacle of expertise. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhou Zheng, tinged with regret. If the 3-star reward above Chu Yunyao's head were to elevate to 4 stars, would that not grant him access to grandmaster-level acupuncture technique? However, the reward had already been activated, and there was no point in lamenting now. In truth, Zhou Zheng's mastery of master-level acupuncture technique already placed him among the elite nationwide. Those who could rival him in acupuncture were few and far between, with only a handful of renowned practitioners remaining, grizzled old men who had spent decades honing their craft, managing only to utilize 7-inch needles. A young master like Zhou Zheng was truly a rarity. Aside from himself, there were none others. He felt he should count his blessings. Moreover, as a police officer, his need for grandmaster-level acupuncture technique was not particularly pressing. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng discovered that master-level acupuncture technique could indeed be upgraded to the highest grandmaster-level acupuncture technique. But it required him to treat a certain number of patients before he could advance. Turning over, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him and, with a yawn, drifted into a slumber. Meanwhile, Chu Yunyao exited the ward and entered the elevator, her mind occupied with thoughts of what additional ingredients to purchase for Zhou Zheng's nourishment. As the elevator came to a stop, she followed the flow of people out, only to realize she had inadvertently ascended to the top floor of the hospital's ward area. Shaking her head, she was about to return to the elevator when suddenly, an arm encircled her neck. Chu Yunyao froze for a moment, her face reflecting a mixture of annoyance and surprise, instinctively pushing against the person beside her. What she encountered was a soft embrace. Almost immediately, an exaggerated yet familiar voice rang out. You little rascal, how dare you grope this lady's chest? Upon closer inspection, she realized it was her good friend Yang Tingting who had wrapped her arm around her. Unable to suppress her irritation, Chu Yunyao retorted, Tingting, how dare you call me a rascal? You suddenly hugging me from behind startled me. I thought I had encountered a real rogue. Humph. Yang Tingting rolled her eyes. Yao Yao, I merely gave you a friendly hug, and you responded by groping me. Are you jealous that I'm older than you? Oh, keep your voice down. Are you not afraid of others overhearing and laughing at you? Chu Yunyao knew Yang Tingting had no filter around her and didn't intend to engage in banter. Instead, she asked earnestly, Tingting, what brings you to the hospital? Are you here to visit someone, or are you unwell yourself? Upon hearing Chu Yunyao's question, Yang Tingting's mood abruptly darkened. Don't mention it. My grandfather had a heart attack while taking a stroll, and it was quite serious. What? Is it that grave? Chu Yunyao felt concerned. She had met Yang Tingting's grandfather multiple times, and he was quite a kind old man. Hearing that he was hospitalized due to a heart condition made her anxious. Tingting, how is Grandpa doing now? Is he all right? He has indeed emerged from danger. He has just been transferred from the ICU to the special care unit. It is truly fortunate that if it weren't for the goodwill of a kind-hearted individual who intervened yesterday and promptly brought Grandpa to the hospital, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chu Yunyao nodded in agreement, feeling immensely relieved. In these times, there are so few who are willing to assist strangers in need. Life is challenging, and everyone fears being taken advantage of. It is indeed a stroke of luck that Tingting's grandfather received help from a benevolent soul during his time of crisis. Tingting, you must express your heartfelt gratitude to this good Samaritan. Absolutely. Our Yang family will not forget to show our appreciation. However, a look of hesitation crossed Tingting's face. That kind-hearted person left before I arrived at the hospital. He even paid a deposit of 10,000 yuan for Grandpa's hospitalization. I am truly touched. Such extraordinary kindness is rare in this day and age. Is that so? Chu Yunyao's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Tingting, I believe the kind-hearted individual must have had some pressing matter to attend to. It is unlikely he would not return to the hospital to meet you, especially after having paid such a significant amount. Yes, yes. Tingting nodded. My father said that if the kind-hearted person does not appear today, he will find a way to locate him to express our gratitude in person, and he intends to present him with a banner of appreciation. Chu Yunyao smiled and remarked, there are indeed few who can elicit such a gesture from Vice Mayor Yang. The kind-hearted person will likely be quite moved, as this is the essence of good deeds being rewarded. By the way, which room is Grandpa in? Please take me to see him. Over there. Yaya, follow me. Chu Yunyao accompanied Yang Tingting to a private hospital room. Upon opening the door, a middle-aged female nurse promptly stood up. Tingting waved her hand dismissively. Aunt Lu, please continue with your duties. I will bring my friend to visit Grandpa. The nurse nodded and whispered, just keep your voices down. The old gentleman has just fallen asleep. Chu Yunyao focused her gaze and saw Tingting's grandfather lying in bed, a faint flush of color returning to his pale face. At that moment, a figure appeared, and Yang Zishan entered the room. Tingting, how is your grandfather? Tingting looked up at Yang Zishan and replied, Dad, Grandpa has just fallen asleep. Let us speak outside. Chapter 17, Remaining Hazards. Yang Zishan cast a concerned glance at his ailing father. Although the old gentleman's complexion remained poor, his breathing was steady, indicating a restful sleep. He nodded and turned to exit the room. Tingting addressed the nurse. Aunt Lu, please take care of Grandpa. We will be just outside. So call for me if you need anything. Certainly. Rest assured, I will watch over the old gentleman. Tingting nodded, beckoning Chu Yunyao to step outside as she gently closed the door. Hello, Uncle Yang. Chu Yunyao greeted Yang Zishan upon exiting. The Chu family, being one of the affluent families in Jiangbei City, had naturally interacted with Vice Mayor Yang Zishan before. Moreover, since Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting were close friends, the two families had developed a relatively close relationship and were quite familiar with one another. Yunyao, what brings you to the hospital? Surely, Tingting didn't summon you to keep her company? Before Chu Yunyao could respond, Tingting pouted, her face expressing displeasure. Dad, what do you mean by that? I never called Yunyao. I just happened to run into her. Chu Yunyao chimed in. Uncle Yang, Tingting is right. I came to visit a patient and ran into her. Which is how I learned that Grandpa was hospitalized due to a heart attack and was saved by a kind-hearted person, receiving timely treatment, and has now emerged from life-threatening danger. Indeed, Yang Zishan nodded. If it were not for that kind-hearted individual, the consequences would have been dire. He then turned his attention to Tingting. Tingting, has that kind-hearted person arrived? Tingting shook her head. No. Since yesterday when we arrived at the hospital, I have been by Grandpa's side and have not seen that good Samaritan. Yang Zishan furrowed his brow. This kind-hearted individual truly embodies the spirit of selfless assistance. It has already been a day and a night, and logically, even if he does not seek any reward, he would still want to reclaim the 10,000 yuan deposit for Grandpa's hospitalization, as that is no small sum. Secretary Xiao Wu, noticing the furrowed brow of his boss, sought to alleviate his concerns. Vice Mayor Yang, how about I go to the Jiangbei Daily and publish a notice on the front page seeking this individual? We could also notify the media and promote it online. Perhaps we might find this kind-hearted person. Yang Zishan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, it is better not to make this too public. After all, my identity is quite sensitive, and finding the kind-hearted person in such a manner might not be well received. Here's what we will do. Xiao Wu, please retrieve the hospital's surveillance footage to locate the image of that kind-hearted individual, and then find a way to track him down. I am entrusting this matter to you. Can you manage it? Rest assured, Vice Mayor Yang. I will certainly find that good Samaritan as soon as possible. Secretary Xiao Wu nearly patted his chest in assurance. Regardless of whether he was confident in completing the task, he knew he must not hesitate. He could always devise a plan afterward, as perhaps the kind-hearted individual would appear at any moment. Just then, a doctor in a white coat approached. Are there any family members of patient 16? I am. Ting raised her hand. Doctor, when will my grandfather be discharged? The doctor couldn't help but chuckle softly. Young lady, what are you thinking? The old gentleman has merely escaped life-threatening danger, but his condition is not optimistic. What? Yang Zishan, who usually maintained a stoic demeanor, visibly paled. Doctor, what exactly is my father's condition? Could you elaborate? The doctor, recognizing the distinguished appearance of the man before him, was suddenly struck with excitement and exclaimed, You are Vice Mayor Yang? I am Yang Zishan. Yang Zishan waved his hand, signaling the doctor to lower his tone. Oh, my apologies, Vice Mayor Yang. I have only seen you on television before, and meeting you in person has caught me off guard. My name is Yang Xing, and I am the Deputy Chief Physician of the Cardiology Department at Jiangbei First Central Hospital. Coincidentally, we share the same surname. Perhaps we are distantly related. Yang Xing eagerly attempted to ingratiate himself with Yang Zishan. Yang Zishan nodded slightly. Dr. Yang, may I inquire about my father's condition? Oh yes, of course. Would you like to step into my office? This area is quite noisy for a proper discussion. No need, we can talk here. Noticing Yang Zishan's growing impatience, Yang Xing quickly added, Your esteemed father has experienced a heart issue. Fortunately, he received timely treatment, and our hospital has managed to stabilize his condition. However, upon reviewing the examination results, I discovered that your father's heart has 2 blocked arteries. Although we have managed to reopen a small passage with medication, this poses a significant risk, a considerable hazard. As Yang Zishan listened to Yang Xing's words, his expression grew increasingly grave. Dr. Yang, are you implying that those 2 arteries may become blocked again? Does my father still face a life-threatening risk? Yes. Yang Xing nodded. Then what must be done to completely cure my father? Dr. Yang, as the Deputy Chief Physician, you must have a solution, right? Regarding my father's life and death. Yang Zishan's composure faltered. Deputy Mayor Yang, I cannot guarantee a complete cure. At this juncture, the only option is a heart bypass surgery. But what? Doctor? Yang, please speak. Beside him, Yang Tingting could no longer contain her anxiety, urging him on. The old gentleman is advanced in age, with severely deteriorated bodily functions and symptoms of high blood pressure, diabetes, and hyperlipidemia. The risks of performing heart bypass surgery are exceedingly high. I fear that he may not survive the procedure. Yang Xing's words were clear. To eliminate the risks, the heart bypass surgery must be performed. But whether the old gentleman can endure it remains uncertain. Perhaps, without surgery, he could live for another year or so. But undergoing surgery might mean he never leaves the operating table. Dr. Yang, is there truly no alternative to surgery? Yang Tingting inquired. Yang Xing pondered for a moment. It is not solely about surgical intervention. There exists another method to save the old gentleman, though it is quite challenging. Then please, share it with us. The method is acupuncture. By employing acupuncture, we can clear the obstructions in the old gentleman's blood vessels and restore their flow. Yang Tingting, being of an impatient nature, eagerly pressed, Then let us proceed without delay, Dr. Yang. Yang Xing smiled wryly. Miss Yang, it is not that simple. If we wish to treat the old gentleman using acupuncture, the practitioner must be capable of using a 7-inch needle. Even our most skilled traditional Chinese doctors can only manage a 4-inch needle. Dr. Yang, do you know any traditional Chinese physician capable of using a 7-inch needle? Yang Xing thought to himself, finding someone skilled enough to handle a 7-inch needle is exceedingly rare. It is no easy task to find. Deputy Mayor Yang, to be frank, there are only a handful of doctors nationwide who can wield a 7-inch needle, and they are all serving high-ranking officials at the National Health Commission. Chapter 18. What a predicament indeed. Yang Xing's words plunged Yang Zishan into deep contemplation. The risk of performing heart bypass surgery on his father was too great. There was a significant chance that the old gentleman may not survive the ordeal. Acupuncture, however, could clear the blockages in the blood vessels without the need for surgery. Yet, doctors proficient in the 7-inch needle are akin to national treasures, a rarity indeed. Only those at the National Health Commission in the capital could possibly access such esteemed practitioners. And they serve high-ranking officials. Although Yang Zishan held some sway as deputy mayor in Jiangbei City, in the capital, he was of little consequence. A mere speck on the radar. It is said that one does not realize the insignificance of their position until they arrive in the capital. The level of those who serve high-ranking officials is not lower than that of Yang Zishan. Securing such a physician for his father's treatment would not be an easy feat. And to be honest, he had no connections. Sigh. Yang Zishan could not help but feel the weight of despair. His father's heart condition loomed over him like a mountain, making it difficult to breathe. In a moment of inspiration, Yang Tingting asked Yang Xing, Dr. Yang, do you know any national treasure physicians skilled in the 7-inch needle? If you do, could you assist us? Before Yang Tingting could finish her sentence, Yang Xing interrupted, shaking his head repeatedly. Miss Yang, you overestimate me. As a deputy chief physician in a local hospital, I do not possess the ability to know such esteemed practitioners. To be honest, I have never even met one. Physicians of that caliber are incredibly rare and generally inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Yang Tingting, feeling somewhat disheartened, spread her hands in frustration. Then what should we do? Yang Zishan said solemnly, Dr. Yang, is there any connection that could facilitate communication with a national treasure physician? If we could establish contact, I would be eternally grateful. With the deputy mayor expressing such sentiments, Yang Xing too hoped for a means to connect with a national treasure physician, yet he lacked the capability, feeling helpless. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Deputy Mayor Yang, our director Zhang has collaborated with Elder Bai Sinian at a seminar. They seem to have some acquaintanceship. Elder Bai is a health physician to a high-ranking official and is adept with the 7-inch needle. Perhaps I could inquire with our director to see if we can reach Elder Bai? Upon hearing Yang Xing's words, Yang Zishan's eyes lit up with hope. Where is your director? I will speak with him personally. Director Zhang is currently away on a business trip, but I can give him a call. Yang Xing took out his phone and made the call, conversing briefly before hanging up. What did he say, Dr. Yang? Yang Zishan inquired eagerly. Director Zhang understands that your father requires the care of a national treasure physician and is quite concerned. He said he would contact Elder Bai immediately, but whether we can secure his assistance remains uncertain. Yang Zishan nodded. Regardless of the outcome, I am grateful for the kindness shown by you and Director Zhang. Shortly thereafter, Director Zhang returned Yang Xing's call. After finishing the call, Yang Xing's expression grew grim. Yang Zishan's heart sank, sensing an ominous premonition. Indeed, Yang Xing regretfully conveyed. Deputy Mayor Yang, it is unfortunate. Elder Bai, as a health physician, has accompanied the official abroad. When will Elder Bai return? At the very least, in a week. However, according to Director Zhang, there are numerous individuals seeking Elder Bai's treatment, including many influential figures in the capital who are also waiting in line. Deputy Mayor, I believe it will be quite challenging to secure an appointment with Elder Bai. Perhaps we should consider alternative solutions. Sigh. Yang Zishan sighed deeply, nodding despondently. Understood. I will think of other methods. However, I appreciate your assistance. Yang Xing quickly waved his hands. I cannot claim to have been of any help. It is indeed regrettable. Deputy Mayor, a meeting is about to commence. What do you think? Secretary Wu, who had been standing nearby, glanced at the clock and softly reminded him. Yang Zishan nodded. Although his father's condition weighed heavily upon his mind, he could not allow it to hinder his work. Tingting, I must return to work now. I leave grandfather's care in your hands. Do not overexert yourself. There are nurses available. Understood, Dad. But what about grandfather's heart condition? If not treated promptly, it will eventually pose a danger. Yang Zishan pondered for a moment. I will think of something else. Yunyao, farewell. Dr. Yang, goodbye. Oh, Deputy Mayor Yang, please take care. Yang Xing was taken aback. Chu Yunyao also waved goodbye to Yang Zishan. Yang Zishan, accompanied by Secretary Wu, disappeared down the hospital corridor. Yang Xing also took his leave. The corridor was left with only Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting. Yang Tingting, feeling despondent, slumped onto a chair in the corridor. Sigh, how will grandfather's illness be treated? Chu Yunyao approached and sat beside her, gently patting her back. Tingting, do not worry too much. Where there is a will, there is a way. Grandfather's illness will surely be cured. Let us hope so. Yang Tingting understood that fretting was futile. She could only console herself in this manner. Chu Yunyao stayed with Yang Tingting for a while, and as Yang Tingting was an optimistic person, her heavy heart lightened considerably. Oh, Yunyao? You still haven't told me why you came to the hospital? Did I not mention? I came to visit someone. Who? My husband. What? A husband? Yang Tingting's eyes widened in disbelief. Yunyao, are you joking? When did you get married? Do you even have a boyfriend? Exclaimed Yang Tingting, her voice laced with playful incredulity. Oh, Yunyao, how could you keep such a monumental secret from me, your closest sister? It seems I must reevaluate our friendship. Chu Yunyao felt a sudden wave of shyness wash over her. Tingting, I only got the marriage certificate with him yesterday. Yesterday? Were you in such a hurry? You must be expecting, aren't you? Yang Tingting teased, reaching out to pat Chu Yunyao's belly. Chu Yunyao twisted away, playfully scolding, Stop it. You're the one who's expecting. Then why the sudden marriage? You didn't even inform me. Isn't that a case of marrying due to a child? Goodness, Tingting, why speak so harshly? This is a long story. Chu Yunyao briefly recounted the events that led to her decision. Yang Tingting's mouth fell open in disbelief as she absorbed the information. Yao Yao. My goodness. You married a complete stranger just for a promise? And you even severed ties with your family to do so? Yes, that's indeed the case. Chu Yunyao affirmed with a nod. You two are living together already. Has he taken advantage of you? Have you consummated the marriage? Chu Yunyao shoved Yang Tingting playfully. Oh, Tingting, your words are becoming increasingly distasteful. We have an agreement. Although we live together, we sleep apart. If feelings do not develop within 3 years, we shall part ways. Yang Tingting raised her thumb, unsure whether to commend or mock her friend. Married before falling in love. Yao Yao, you truly are something else. Chapter 19. Age matters and love. Upon learning that her dear friend Chu Yunyao had rushed into marriage with Zhou Zheng to honor a promise, Yang Tingting was taken aback. She had a plethora of thoughts swirling in her mind, but given the circumstances, she knew that words would be futile, so she kept them to herself. Yao Yao, no wonder your mother called me and asked me not to support you financially. I was utterly confused at the time, and before I could inquire further, she hung up. Now I understand, you've had a falling out with your family. Yao Yao, was it worth it to marry that Zhou Zheng for a promise? Seeing Yang Tingting's puzzled expression, Chu Yunyao simply smiled. It's not about worth, it's a matter of principle for me. My parents froze my secondary card to pressure me into changing my mind and discouraged my friends from helping me. They want me to come back. In truth, I never intended to seek help from my friends. I'm capable of supporting myself, and Zhou Zheng has a steady job as well. All right then. Yang Tingting nodded before her curiosity resurfaced. How old is this Zhou Zheng? What does he look like? Is he handsome? Chu Yunyao generously pulled out a photograph from her bag, the remaining one from their marriage certificate appointment. Here, take a look. He is actually 3 years younger than I am. Yang Tingting accepted the photo and gazed at Zhou Zheng's striking features. He was a radiant and handsome young man, devoid of any filters, yet undeniably more appealing than many celebrities. In that moment, Yang Tingting felt a flutter of attraction. No wonder Yao Yao was willing to marry Zhou Zheng despite her family troubles. The lad was exceptionally handsome. Yang Tingting genuinely wanted to ensure her best friend had made a sound choice regarding her partner. You two look quite compatible in this photo, she remarked sincerely. Hee, not too shabby. Chu Yunyao chuckled. Tingting, you tease me about my weight, yet here you are making light of it. Yang Tingting laughed and continued. What does he do for a living? Zhou Zheng is a police officer. Wow, a police officer. That seems promising, but their salaries aren't typically high. I wonder if he can support you? Chu Yunyao rolled her eyes. Indeed, the salary is modest, but as I mentioned, I am capable of working and earning my keep. I've actually secured a job and will start tomorrow. My goodness. Yang Tingting exclaimed, astonished. You're really going to work? I'm genuinely impressed. It seems your police husband may be willing, but unable to support you. Who says that? Chu Yunyao's face lit up with pride and happiness. Last night, Zhou Zheng apprehended a Class A fugitive. He is expected to receive at least a second-class merit award and a bonus of 12,000 yuan. My husband is no ordinary man. As Chu Yunyao spoke animatedly about her husband, Yang Tingting felt a twinge of envy. Well, as your best friend, I can only wish you happiness. Tingting, thank you for your well wishes. Chu Yunyao replied, rising to her feet. It's getting late. I should be going. Yao Yao, why the rush? Stay a while longer. I need to head home to prepare some nourishment for Zhou Zheng. Perhaps a nourishing chicken soup, Yang Tingting inquired. You mentioned visiting Zhou Zheng at the hospital. He is not injured, is he? Yang Tingting nodded. Last night, Zhou Zheng was wounded while apprehending a criminal. But it's nothing serious. All right then, I won't keep you, Yang Tingting said as she stood up. By the way, which room is Zhou Zheng in? I'd like to visit him and get acquainted. After all, being such close friends, it would be quite odd for me not to know your husband. Chu Yunyao provided Yang Tingting with Zhou Zheng's room number. Tingting, I'll bring him some food later and contact you so you can meet him. Sounds good. I'm off then. Yang Tingting waved goodbye as she watched Chu Yunyao head to the elevator before turning back toward her grandfather's single room. Nurse Lu sat diligently on a chair, her unwavering gaze fixed on the elderly man in the bed. The old man was still asleep, his complexion showing a hint of color, indicating that his condition was stabilizing. Upon Yang Tingting's entrance, Nurse Lu promptly rose from her seat. Yang Tingting gestured for her to remain quiet so as not to disturb her grandfather. Seeing him resting peacefully and even showing signs of improvement, Yang Tingting felt a wave of relief wash over her. In the office of the general manager at Ocean International Trade Company, Wang Feng reclined in a plush chair, his feet propped casually on a wooden desk. He took a puff from his cigar, exhaling a dense cloud of smoke that lingered in the air. A young man sitting opposite him coughed repeatedly, overwhelmed by the smoke. Ha ha, Wang Feng chuckled, lowering his legs and tossing a Cuban cigar across the table. Howsy, give this a try? If you don't smoke it, the smell can be quite pungent. Hong Hao took the cigar but placed it back on the table. Brother Feng, this is too harsh. I can't get used to it. One puff, and it feels like I'm ascending to the heavens. How could you even inhale it? Wang Feng teased. You're such a country bumpkin. Hong Hao huffed, waving his hand as he retrieved a pack of Fuyuan Wang from his pocket, lighting one for himself. This is much smoother. Wang Feng didn't press the issue further, taking another puff from his cigar. Have you found out about the matter I asked you to look into? Of course. Hong Hao exhaled a plume of smoke, preparing to boast. Brother Feng, do you doubt my skills? In the realm of the martial world, I am known as the all-knowing, for there is naught that can be concealed from me. Before I could finish my statement, I was abruptly interrupted by Wang Feng's coarse voice. Damn it, why do you have so much drivel? Get to the point. Hey, I've heard that Chu Yunyao has had a falling out with her family. Her father has threatened to sever their father-daughter relationship, leaving her to depart with nothing. Are you serious? Wang Feng was taken aback by this revelation. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed credible otherwise. The esteemed daughter of the Chu family would not be interviewing for a deputy supervisor position at his company. Howsy, do you know why Chu Yunyao has taken such drastic measures? Brother Feng, it seems she is headstrong and insists on marrying a lowly police officer. Rumor has it they have even registered their marriage. What? Chu Yunyao has married a mere police officer? As an ardent admirer of Chu Yunyao, Wang Feng felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his expression dark as a stormy sea. Wait a moment. Howsy? Investigate this police officer who married Chu Yunyao. Brother Feng, no need to ask. I've already gathered the information. That fellow's name is Zhou Zheng, a probationary officer at the Qiaobei police station. Chapter 20. The Angry Admirer. The beloved goddess has wed a police officer, a reality that Wang Feng simply cannot accept. His chest heaved with indignation, a desire to eliminate Zhou Zheng brewing within him. Damn, how can I endure the thought of my goddess being tainted by such a lowly probationary officer? Howsy, find some underworld contacts to teach that officer a lesson. Money is no object. In a fit of rage, Wang Feng made an irrational decision. Hong Hao, possessing clarity amidst the turmoil, advised, Brother Feng, remain calm. Although that fellow is merely a probationary officer, he is still a police officer, is he not? Those in the underworld only dare to bully ordinary citizens. Who would risk assaulting a police officer? Wang Feng waved his hand dismissively. With sufficient rewards, brave souls will emerge. I will offer a handsome sum. I refuse to believe we cannot find someone desperate enough. Hong Hao cautioned, Brother Feng, even if someone dares to act, what will be the aftermath of assaulting Zhou Zheng? An injured officer is no trivial matter. The authorities will conduct a thorough investigation, and we might find ourselves implicated. At that point, money will not suffice to resolve the issue. What then? Do you not understand my frustration? Wang Feng paced restlessly in the office. Hong Hao's mind whirled with ideas. Brother Feng, your ultimate goal is Chu Yunyao, the esteemed daughter of the Chu family. Why not invest your resources in Zhou Zheng instead? Offer him some money, coupled with threats and temptations, to persuade him to part ways with Chu Yunyao. Moreover, this approach has the added benefit of earning the gratitude of her parents. What do you mean? Wang Feng inquired, intrigued. Think about it, Brother Feng. Chu Yunyao's estrangement from her family stems from Zhou Zheng. Her parents disdain him and would relish the prospect of separating them. If you successfully orchestrate this, the Chu family may very well support your pursuit of Chu Yunyao. Wang Feng pondered this strategy, realizing its merit. The Chu family likely opposed the union out of disdain for Zhou Zheng's status. After all, they were mismatched. In contrast, he, though his family business paled in comparison to the Chus, was still a prominent figure in Jiangbei City, far superior to a mere probationary officer. If he could dismantle the bond between Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng, he might indeed have a chance to become a favored son-in-law of the Chu family. The combined forces of the Chu and Wang families would yield immense power, and upon the passing of Chu Yunyao's parents, all would be his. The thought of embracing the beloved while acquiring a vast estate was exhilarating. Wang Feng savored the fantasy, almost drooling at the prospect. Howsy, you are indeed correct. Now, investigate further to locate Zhou Zheng. I shall confront him personally. Once I become the son-in-law of the Chu family, I shall ensure you receive a deputy general manager position. Brother Feng, is the position of deputy general manager appealing? Does it come with flair? I prefer not to work under someone older. Wang Feng was taken aback, then retorted. Is your mind filled solely with romantic fantasies? When I mention a deputy general manager position, it does not entail personal favors, you fool. Hurry along. Your reward will be substantial. Thank you, Brother Feng. I shall investigate immediately, Hong Hao replied, leaving the office with a spring in his step. He sought out a colleague serving as an auxiliary officer at a police station, inquiring if he was familiar with Zhou Zheng, the probationary officer from Qiaobei. The auxiliary officer was taken aback and asked, Why do you want to know about Zhou Zheng? Just fulfilling a task entrusted to me. Do you know him or not? Of course. Zhou Zheng has become quite renowned. He is well known in every police station in Jiangbei City. Hong Hao was surprised. What makes this mere probationary officer so famous? The auxiliary officer, envious, replied, While on duty, Zhou Zheng had the luck of a lifetime and apprehended an A-level wanted criminal, earning a reward totaling 120,000. He might even be eligible for first-class merit. Hong Hao gasped in astonishment. I never imagined Zhou Zheng was so formidable. He has not even been officially appointed, yet he stands to receive such an honor. He continued, do you know where Zhou Zheng is now? The auxiliary officer responded. He was injured during the struggle with the wanted criminal and is currently hospitalized at Jiangbei First Hospital. I can't say which bed he's in, though. Having acquired the desired information, Hong Hao slipped the auxiliary officer a pack of cigarettes and hurried back to the Panhai International Trade Company. In the general manager's office, Wang Feng was deep in thought, smoking a cigar. Hong Hao burst in with great urgency. Wang Feng, already in a foul mood, was about to erupt when he recognized Hong Hao and managed to suppress his irritation. Howsy, why are you back so soon? Have you completed the task I assigned? Hong Hao nodded, shutting the office door behind him and plopping down in front of Wang Feng, feigning breathlessness. Brother Feng, I've gathered the information. Huff huff. First, let me have a sip of water. Wang Feng tossed him a bottle of mineral water and 2 packs of cigarettes. Howsy, take your time, drink some water, smoke a cigarette, and speak at your leisure. Despite his impatience to learn Zhou Zheng's whereabouts, Wang Feng maintained his composure. After a sip of water and a couple of puffs of smoke, Hong Hao finally divulged, Brother Feng, Zhou Zheng is currently hospitalized at Jiangbei First Central Hospital. Hospitalized? Is he ill? Cancer? Wang Feng paused. Then a look of delight spread across his face. The thought of his rival being unwell filled him with an unexpected thrill. Not due to illness. Hong Hao waved his hand. He was injured. That lad has had a stroke of luck. He apprehended an A-level wanted criminal while on duty, sustaining some injuries, which is why he is hospitalized. He has gained quite a reputation in the police circle and may even be awarded first-class merit. Brother Feng, we are fortunate we didn't send anyone to deal with him. That would have been a death sentence. Wang Feng, upon hearing this, shook his hand, his mood darkening further. The excellence of his rival only served to deepen his discontent. Upon witnessing the expression on Wang Feng's face, Hong Hao, standing beside him, offered some words of encouragement. Brother Feng, do not be disheartened. In this society, it is wealth and money that matter. No matter how many accolades that young man receives, they cannot be converted into sustenance. His monthly salary is hardly substantial. In terms of wealth, you are leagues ahead of him. Wang Feng pondered over his words and realized the truth in them. His strategy had always been one of coercion and temptation, employing a facade of courtesy followed by intimidation. His initial plan was to entice Zhou Zheng with a sum of 1 or 2 million, persuading him to part ways with Chu Yunyao. Should Zhou refuse, then alternative measures would be considered. Rising to his feet, he declared, Hongzi, let us depart at once to Jiangbei First Hospital and confront that young man. I possess ample funds, and I refuse to believe that money cannot resolve this matter. The two of them took the elevator down to the underground parking garage, where they drove a white Range Rover towards Jiangbei First Hospital. Chapter 21. A self-inflicted humiliation. Wang Feng, with Hong Hao at his side, stormed into Jiangbei City's First Central Hospital. To maintain a semblance of decorum, Wang instructed Hong to purchase 2 boxes of near-expiry milk from a shop at the entrance. After all, it was essential to feign politeness before resorting to intimidation. He deemed Zhou Zheng, merely a trainee officer, deserving of no better than expired milk, considering anything else a waste. Upon parking, they carried the 2 boxes of milk and inquired along the way until they arrived outside Zhou Zheng's hospital room. Through the glass window, they could see a man lying on the bed. Due to the angle, his appearance was obscured, but Wang assumed this must be his rival. Zhou Zheng, Zhou Zheng. Wang Feng couldn't help but grind his teeth. Brother Feng, control your emotions. This young man is a police officer. We must not engage in conflict with him, Hong Hao cautioned. I know. Wang Feng took several deep breaths, struggling to quell the fury within. Hongzi, let us enter. All right. Without a hint of courtesy, Hong Hao forcefully pushed open the door to the hospital room. Zhou Zheng, lying in his bed, looked up at the 2 unexpected visitors and furrowed his brow, initially believing they had mistakenly entered the wrong room, for he did not recognize either of them. Hong Hao placed the 2 boxes of near-expiry milk down and asked, You are Officer Zhou Zheng? Yes. And you are? Allow me to introduce, this is Wang Feng, the president of Panhai International Trade Company. Wang Feng. Zhou Zheng's mind raced, but he could not recall who this individual was after much contemplation. I seem to not recognize you, he replied. That's of no consequence. Soon you will, Wang Feng asserted, running a hand through his slicked-back hair as he pulled a chair closer and sat down, facing Zhou Zheng. There, he beheld Zhou Zheng's strong features and striking appearance. An undeniable handsome man. Wang Feng, despite his own attempts to present himself well, felt overshadowed by Zhou Zheng's presence, which only deepened his discontent. In an effort to maintain an air of sophistication, he forced a smile. Officer Zhou, we are here to check on you, having heard that you apprehended a wanted criminal and sustained injuries in the process. Additionally, I wish to discuss some personal matters with you. Zhou Zheng's interest piqued. He sensed that this man before him was not here with benign intentions. He sat up in his bed. What matters? Speak plainly, Mr. Wang. Wang Feng suddenly felt the weight of an imposing aura, realizing he was at a disadvantage. It concerns Chu Yunyao. Yunyao? What about her? Zhou Zheng inquired. Wang Feng enunciated each word deliberately. Are you aware that Chu Yunyao is the goddess of my affections? A sudden chuckle escaped Zhou Zheng. He comprehended that this man was here because of his feelings for Chu Yunyao. Perhaps he was nothing more than a sycophant. Zhou Zheng retorted sharply. Do you know that Chu Yunyao is my wife? We are legally married. And what of it? Wang Feng challenged. If you are a man, you should leave Chu Yunyao. As a mere impoverished officer, you cannot offer her happiness. Zhou Zheng thought to himself, is this Wang Feng person out of his mind? You think I would leave Chu Yunyao just because you say so? How absurd. He then turned away, disinterested in further conversation. Gentlemen, if there is nothing else, please take your leave. Wang Feng's fury ignited upon seeing Zhou Zheng's indifference. He shot a venomous glare at him. 1 million. I will offer you 1 million to walk away from Chu Yunyao. Zhou Zheng scoffed internally. The Chu family had offered him 5 million, which he had declined. What was 1 million? Did Wang Feng truly believe everyone was motivated solely by monetary gain? He shot Wang Feng a disdainful glance. 2 million. 2 million is more than enough. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Are you finished? Zhou Zheng turned his back to Wang Feng, dismissing him. If you're done, leave. Even if it were 200 billion, I would never part with Chu Yunyao. Damn it. Hong Hao stepped forward, pointing at Zhou Zheng. Do you know who you are speaking to? This is young Master Wang, son of Director Wang from Panhai International Group. If you agree to his proposal, your path ahead will only broaden. With money, you can have any woman you desire. Cross young Master Wang, and you risk losing everything. Are you threatening me? Zhou Zheng suddenly turned around. Threatening a police officer? Do you believe I want to detain you for 5 days? Realizing Zhou Zheng was serious, Hong Hao instinctively recoiled. Silenced by fear, Wang Feng's expression darkened. Zhou Zheng was obstinately resistant, proving to be a formidable opponent. 3 million. Leave. Zhou Zheng had grown weary of Wang Feng's incessant chatter, finding him utterly tiresome. You, Wang Feng, accustomed to a life of privilege, found himself at a loss. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner, leaving him feeling humiliated. At that moment, a striking figure entered the room. Zhou Zheng. Are you hungry? Look at what I've brought for you. It was Chu Yunyao. Upon seeing Wang Feng in Zhou Zheng's hospital room, she paused momentarily. Wang Feng, who permitted you to come here? Wang Feng, known for his temper with others, found himself utterly subservient in front of Chu Yunyao, his sycophantic nature surfacing instantly. A smile spread across his face. Yunyao, what a coincidence. It truly is fate. Chu Yunyao's expression darkened. Fate. I have no connection to you whatsoever. Are you here to threaten Zhou Zheng? I warn you, Wang Feng, should you harm him, I will inform my father, and I assure you, your family's company will be brought to ruin. Chu Yunyao's words were not mere idle threats. With the Chu family's power, toppling the Wang family was certainly within the realm of possibility. Yunyao, please do not speak in anger. Zhou Zheng is not your ideal partner. As the daughter of a prominent family, you understand the importance of strong alliances. I am your ideal husband. Chu Yunyao nearly retched at Wang Feng's nauseating comments. I do not need your guidance on what is ideal. Leave now. I do not wish to see you. Faced with Chu Yunyao's aggressive demeanor, Wang Feng found himself at a loss for words. Yunyao, you have severed ties with your family. Do not attempt to intimidate me with threats of bringing down the Wang family. Is that so? A smile crept onto Chu Yunyao's face. Shall we put that to the test? Even though I have severed ties with my family, I am still the sole daughter of the Chu family. Wang Feng was left speechless, instantly deflated. Regardless of any familial discord, she remains the precious daughter of the Chu family. Chu Yunyao chose to disregard Wang Feng any further. Zhou Zheng, it's time for dinner. She opened the thermal container, revealing a fragrant ginseng and goji berry chicken soup, the aroma wafting through the air. It smells divine. Zhou Zheng exclaimed dramatically. Come, let me feed you. Chu Yunyao took a small spoon, ladled a spoonful of chicken soup, blew gently on it, tested the temperature with her tongue, and then brought it to Zhou Zheng's lips. Zhou Zheng opened his mouth and savored the soup, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort both physically and mentally. The two were engrossed in their affectionate display, completely indifferent to Wang Feng's simmering frustration. He felt as if his temples were pounding, nearly ready to explode with rage. He understood that remaining there was akin to a cow being milked, a self-inflicted humiliation. Let us go, Wang Feng called to Hong Hao, retreating in a sullen manner. Chapter 22. Too tight, can't get out. Wang Feng, his face a deep shade of anger, arrived at the parking lot and climbed into the driver's seat of his Range Rover. The more he thought about the situation, the angrier he became. and he struck the steering wheel with his fist. Beep, beep. The horn blared, echoing through the empty parking lot. Hong Hao stood by, hesitant to intervene. Realizing Wang Feng was genuinely furious and fearing the wrath might be directed at him. Haozi, hurry and find someone from the streets. I must make Zhou Zheng pay. In a fit of rage, Wang Feng had lost all reason, wanting to resort to violence to vent his frustrations. Brother Feng, that won't do. Zhou Zheng is a police officer and has made contributions. Not only would we end up in jail for attacking him, but even killing him would be out of the question. Then what should we do? Just let Zhou Zheng drive me to my grave? Brother Feng, we were polite earlier. Zhou Zheng is the one who refused our toast. We can't afford to be courteous to him now. Damn it. I'm telling you to find someone to deal with him, and you're worried about consequences. Now you say we shouldn't be polite to Zhou Zheng. Make up your mind. Are you sick? Haozi replied, Brother Feng. I mean, we should find a way to outsmart Zhou Zheng, not necessarily resort to violence. That would be a last resort. While we can't buy him off, he must have a weakness we can exploit. Wang Feng nodded, contemplating. As a police officer, he fears losing his job and missing out on promotions. He must cherish this position and aspire for advancement. Then let us think carefully about who can influence his job. Is that even a question? Wang Feng shot Hong Hao a disdainful glance. Zhou Zheng's superiors can dictate his career and promotions. Then let us have his superior threaten him. Wang Feng scoffed, Haozi. It's easy for you to say. Do you think the police station is my family business? Suddenly, an idea struck Wang Feng, and he slapped his thigh. Right. I have a distant cousin who is the deputy director in the political department of the police station. The political department oversees personnel assignments and promotions. He wields considerable power. Hong Hao's eyes brightened. Brother Feng, why not seek your cousin's assistance? He could subtly pressure Zhou Zheng. I doubt he would resist. That is a good plan, but... Wang Feng mused. My distant cousin isn't particularly close to my family, and he tends to be quite demanding. Brother Feng, if money can solve the issue, then it isn't really a problem. If we're reluctant to spend, we want to ensnare the wolf. Money is money, right? All right. I'll arrange to meet him tonight, have a good chat, and settle this matter. In the hospital room of Zhongbei First Central Hospital, Chu Yunyao was meticulously feeding Zhou Zheng. The chicken soup was delicious, and before her, Chu Yunyao appeared even more delectable. Yunyao, you should have some too. It's truly delightful. If you find it delicious, you should have more. Zhou Zheng, you're the patient. I can't steal food from a patient, and besides, I've already had some. Zhou Zheng swallowed a mouthful of chicken soup and remarked, but I can see you're practically salivating. Am I? Chu Yunyao feigned ignorance. A rosy blush blooming on her fair cheeks. Stop it, Zhou Zheng. If you keep talking, I won't feed you anymore. It's fine. I'm already full. Zhou Zheng replied smugly, inciting Chu Yunyao's ire at his cheekiness. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng seized the thermal container and snatched the spoon from Chu Yunyao's hand. All right. Now it's my turn to feed you. He scooped up a spoonful of chicken soup. Come on, open wide. He treated her like a child, gesturing and coaxing. Chu Yunyao genuinely wanted some soup, as her own stomach was growling, but Zhou Zheng's antics made her feel a bit embarrassed. Hurry, Yunyao, otherwise, the soup will get cold. Unable to resist, Chu Yunyao closed her eyes and opened her mouth. A spoonful of the savory soup entered her mouth, the flavors bursting on her taste buds, causing her brow to relax. Wow, so delicious. I didn't realize my cooking was this good. More, Yunyao, open wide. Zhou Zheng deliberately filled the spoon to the brim and poured it into Chu Yunyao's mouth. Caught off guard, she almost spilled the soup and quickly covered her mouth. Zhou Zheng, that was too much. I almost spilled it. My apologies, Yunyao. I'll be more careful next time. He was clearly being mischievous, and she thought, next time? Zhou Zheng offered another spoonful, but the spoon got stuck. In a moment of playful retaliation, Chu Yunyao bit down on the spoon, her eyes defiantly challenging Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, flexing his wrist, hesitated to pull the spoon out, fearing he might hurt Chu Yunyao. Yet, she stubbornly refused to let go, leading to a stalemate. Eventually, Zhou Zheng could no longer hold back. Yunyao, you're biting so tightly, I can't pull it out. As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized how awkward they sounded, and he couldn't help but grin. Chu Yunyao caught on quickly, her ears flushing red. You shameless Zhou Zheng. How can you say such things? It's so embarrassing. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't drink anymore. All right, I won't say another word. The two continued their playful exchange, engrossed in their little world when Lu Jianjun arrived. Having been out on an errand, he rushed back as dinner time approached. And before he even entered, his voice rang out. Xiao Zhou, what do you want for dinner? Upon entering, he was greeted by a scene of affectionate intimacy. Chu Yunyao with her small mouth open, Zhou Zheng poised with a spoon, ready to deliver chicken soup. My eyes! Lu Jianjun exclaimed dramatically. As a married man, he found it equally hard to resist the charm of the sweet couple. I saw nothing at all. Please, continue. The sweetness of the moment nearly triggered his diabetes. Lu Jianjun covered his eyes and retreated outside the room to stand guard. A stunning beauty clad in black stockings and high heels approached, reaching out to push open the hospital room door. Lu Jianjun quickly interjected, Hey, hey, hey. Who are you looking for? The beauty smiled. Hello, my name is Yang Tingting. Zhou Zheng is in this room, correct? Yes. Do you know Zhou Zheng? Lu Jianjun thought to himself, another beauty seeking Zhou Zheng? Has this lad stumbled upon a stroke of good fortune? With Chu Yunyao inside, Yang Tingting's entrance might just lead to trouble for him. I don't know Zhou Zheng. I'm a close friend of Chu Yunyao. She just messaged me saying she was at the hospital, so I came right over. Oh, that's good. Please come in. Thank you. Chapter 23. I thought you were choking on milk. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao had just finished feeding each other chicken soup. Zhou Zheng noticed a remnant of chicken grease at the corner of Chu Yunyao's mouth and remarked, Yunyao, you have something on your lips. Chu Yunyao was quite concerned about her appearance. Upon hearing Zhou Zheng's words, she instinctively asked, Where? What is it? While speaking, she subconsciously reached up to wipe it away. Don't move. I'll help you with that. Zhou Zheng pulled a tissue from the box, raising her chin gently. Stay still. He carefully wiped the corner of Chu Yunyao's mouth while chuckling. At your age, eating is akin to a child. You've spilled chicken soup all over your chin. Chu Yunyao shot him an annoyed glance. It's not my fault. You gave me so much at once. How could I finish it in one bite? All right. It's all my fault. Next time, I'll feed you bit by bit, ensuring not a single drop is wasted. At that moment, the door swung open, and Yang Tingting walked in. She caught the tail end of Zhou Zheng's remark and the scene before her, leading to a flurry of unhealthy thoughts. What are you two doing? My heavens. Yunyao, you actually. Yang Tingting trailed off, covering her face, feeling embarrassed. Zhou Zheng was utterly perplexed. He did not recognize the beauty before him and was baffled by her words. Chu Yunyao understood Yang Tingting's implication, her face flushing with embarrassment as she scolded, Tingting, what are you saying? It's not what you think. Oh, please. No explanations. An explanation is merely a cover-up. To her surprise, the usually poised Yunyao was displaying such openness. She was truly taken aback. Tingting, Zhou Zheng was simply feeding me chicken soup, and it spilled on my lips. What were you imagining? Yang Tingting paused. Observing the two, impeccably dressed, especially Zhou Zheng, who bore a calm demeanor, entirely unlike someone caught in a scandal. Could she have misjudged Yunyao? After all, Yunyao was not the type to be frivolous. Yang Tingting felt a bit sheepish. I thought you were choking on milk. She hastily deflected. Chu Yunyao shot Yang Tingting a fierce glare. With Zhou Zheng present, she refrained from scolding her friend further. She took the tissue from Zhou Zheng, dabbed at her mouth, and said, Tingting, let me introduce you. This is Zhou Zheng, my husband. Zhou Zheng, this is Yang Tingting, my dear friend. Yang Tingting scrutinized Zhou Zheng closely. His chiseled features and striking eyes marked him as an undeniable handsome man. She nodded in understanding, realizing why Chu Yunyao would choose to marry him, even at the cost of severing ties with her family. Hello, Miss Yang. Zhou Zheng greeted her while appraising her. Indeed, Yang Tingting was quite attractive, especially with her captivating doe-like eyes and a voluptuous figure, accentuated by her black stockings and long legs, both beautiful and alluring. However, compared to Chu Yunyao, she fell slightly short, not only in physique, but also in poise. Hello, Zhou Zheng. Yang Tingting acknowledged, and then continued, since you are Yunyao's husband, we are not strangers. Please call me Yang Tingting or Tingting. Certainly. Zhou Zheng responded with a smile. Tingting, please take a seat. Would you like some fruit? Chu Yunyao assisted her in pulling out a chair and handed her a banana. Yang Tingting, unpretentious, peeled the banana and took a bite, mumbling, Yunyao? Zhou Zheng is quite handsome. No wonder you've fallen for him. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm mainly doing this for my grandmother's promise. Well, my dear Yunyao isn't merely a beauty, is she? Yang Tingting turned her gaze to Zhou Zheng, adding, Zhou Zheng, I must advise you. Yunyao has been pampered since childhood, living in a gilded cage. You mustn't let her endure any grievances. I wonder if your meager salary can support her. Before Zhou Zheng could respond, Chu Yunyao retorted, Yang Tingting, what are you saying? Why should Zhou Zheng have to support me just because I'm a girl? Just because I'm a daughter of the Chu family? I'm not helpless. I can work and contribute to our household. Yang Tingting was taken aback by Chu Yunyao's vehement reaction, responding with a hint of resignation. All right. I see you're capable and strong. I suppose my goodwill was misplaced. Noticing Yang Tingting's expression, Chu Yunyao playfully poked her in the side. You little scamp. Still daring to give me attitude? Laughter ensued as Yang Tingting attempted to dodge, her giggles filling the room. Zhou Zheng remained silent, shaking his head. However, he felt grateful for Chu Yunyao's protective nature, always shielding him from hurt to his pride. At that moment, he noticed a white star appearing above Chu Yunyao's head, stirring something within him. A reward was coming. 1-star reward. Should he claim it now or wait for an upgrade? An upgrade to 2 stars would yield even greater rewards. Yet, Zhou Zheng could hardly resist, gazing hungrily at the reward. Forget about the level. What mattered was seizing the opportunity. He reached out to tap the white star above Chu Yunyao's head. Ding! The host has activated a 1-star reward. Congratulations, the host has acquired 3 long-lost ancient formulas. Long-lost formulas? Zhou Zheng was at a loss. After all, he was a police officer. He had expected rewards related to combat or self-defense, but ancient formulas? Was the system trying to steer him towards becoming an old-school physician? Nevertheless, a reward was a reward. He had no reason to complain. In his mind, 3 golden scrolls of ancient prescriptions shimmered like animated illustrations before vanishing, leaving Zhou Zheng with their contents firmly etched in his memory. The first formula was for crafting medicinal wine, beneficial for the elderly, promoting circulation and longevity, and suitable even for those unable to consume alcohol due to illness. The second was a remedy for stomach ailments, guaranteed to eradicate even the most stubborn conditions with just 3 doses. The third was a beauty enhancement formula, favored by empresses throughout the ages, with universally praised effects. Zhou Zheng's mind raced. With these ancient formulas, why would Chu Yunyao need to seek employment? Surely, starting her own business would be a more promising venture. When the opportunity arises, I must discuss matters with Chu Yunyao. He will provide the formula, and the rest shall be entrusted to her. Chu Yunyao, having severed ties with her family for her own sake, often occupies Zhou Zheng's thoughts, instilling in him a sense of guilt. While Zhou Zheng was lost in his musings, Yang Tingting received a phone call and abruptly stood up. Yao Yao, I cannot chat with you any longer. The caregiver just called. My grandfather has awakened, and I must hurry there. Chu Yunyao responded. Tingting, let me accompany you. Aren't you going to stay with Zhou Zheng? Zhou has his colleague Jianjun to look after him. It's fine. Let us go together to see the old man. Chapter 24. Young man, thank you for saving my life. Chu Yunyao turned to Zhou Zheng and said, Zhou Zheng, I will accompany Tingting to see her grandfather. Zhou Zheng inquired, what happened to Yang Tingting's grandfather? Is he hospitalized? Yes, he has heart disease. Is it serious? Fortunately, he was sent to the hospital in time. It has been controlled, and he is no longer in life-threatening danger. Oh, that is good. Do you need me to accompany you both? No need. You are also injured. It's best that you rest in the ward. Very well then. After Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting departed, Zhou Zheng suddenly recalled that he had saved an elderly gentleman with a sudden heart attack yesterday, who was also sent to Jiangbei Hospital. He wondered if that old gentleman had pulled through. Moreover, he had paid a deposit of 10,000 yuan for the man's hospitalization, a sum he intended to reclaim, though he was not particularly pressed for it at the moment. Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting arrived at the special care ward. The old gentleman had taken a nap and awoke in good spirits, propped up against the head of the bed. Yang Tingting approached him. Grandfather, you're awake. How do you feel? The old man replied, I'm all right, just a bit hungry. Grandfather, what would you like to eat? Tingting, and I will go buy it for you. Chu Yunyao said. The old man tilted his head, recognizing Chu Yunyao. Oh, it's you, Yao Yao. How did you know that this old man was hospitalized? Yes, Chu Yunyao nodded. I came to visit someone in the hospital and happened to run into Tingting. She mentioned you were admitted, but you were sleeping at that time. Sighing, the old man lamented, I'm getting old. My body is falling apart. This heart disease almost took me away. Thankfully, I encountered a kind soul, or I wouldn't be here. By the way, Yao Yao, have you seen that kind young man? We must express our gratitude. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't see me again. Yang Tingting thought to herself. So it was a young person who saved her grandfather. Grandfather, by the time I arrived, that kind soul had already left and hasn't returned. He even paid a deposit of 10,000 yuan for your hospitalization. Is that so? The old man felt immensely grateful upon hearing Yang Tingting's words, sighing again. Alas, such young people are rare these days. We cannot be ungrateful. Tingting, you must find him. Grandfather, please don't dwell on this matter. My father has said he will find a way to locate the kind-hearted person. The old man nodded. That is good, that is good. Your father is quite busy, so be sure to remind him not to forget. Understood, grandfather, don't worry. Yang Tingting continued. Grandfather, aren't you hungry? What do you feel like eating? There is so much I want to eat. The old man blinked. I want braised pork, and bring me a bottle of wine. That would be perfect. My dear granddaughter, hurry and prepare it. Yang Tingting's eyes widened in disbelief as she replied earnestly, Comrade Yang Zhixiong, you've just escaped life-threatening danger. And you want to eat meat and drink wine? How can that be? Tingting, you know my preferences. I feel unwell if I don't have some braised pork and a couple of drinks with every meal. Hurry up. No. Yang Tingting shook her head, resolutely disagreeing. Grandfather, the doctor said you should maintain a light diet, and you must completely abstain from alcohol. What nonsense. Those doctors are quacks. Don't listen to them. In any case, you must endure. You have heart disease. Endure? That is easy for you to say. Living without wine and meat is worse than death. The old man wore a look of despondency. Yang Tingting remained steadfast in adhering to the doctor's orders. As this was a matter of her grandfather's health and even his survival, she could not afford to be careless. If I can't eat meat or drink wine, then I want to eat anything at all. I'd rather starve. The old man pouted like a petulant child. Yang Tingting knew that once her grandfather got stubborn, he could be quite obstinate. If it were any other time, it wouldn't matter if he missed a little, but given his heart condition, she couldn't relent. Observing her grandfather's demeanor, it was clear he wouldn't yield either. The two were at an impasse, and Yang Tingting found herself at a loss. Glancing at Chu Yunyao for help, Chu Yunyao attempted to intervene, but the old man paid her no heed, leaving her without a solution. Just then, Chu Yunyao received a message from Zhou Zheng, inquiring about her prolonged absence and when she would return. She briefly explained the situation to him. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but chuckle. As a heart disease patient, Yang Tingting's grandfather must strictly avoid alcohol. Old people are just like children. They can't be too stubborn, they need to be coaxed. Suddenly, he recalled the 3 ancient prescriptions he had just acquired, one of which was a recipe for a medicinal wine that aids in health and longevity. This ancient recipe, when brewed, could be consumed even by heart patients and would bolster their health. Perhaps with this thought in mind, Zhou Zheng typed on WeChat, "Yunyao, how about I talk to the old man?" Chu Yunyao quickly replied, "Zhou Zheng, can you? You don't even know the old man." Zhou Zheng responded, "Why not give it a try? Just tell me the bed number." After a moment's thought, Chu Yunyao reasoned that men often understood men better, so she provided Zhou Zheng with the old man's bed number. Zhou Zheng stood up, donned his shoes, and exited the ward. Outside, Lu Jianjun was fiddling with his phone. Upon seeing Zhou Zheng emerge, he inquired, "Xiao Zhou, where are you off to?" Zhou Zheng smiled. "I'm just visiting a patient in this building's top floor." "What? Does a friend of yours have a hospital stay?" Yang Tingting's grandfather was a bit complicated to explain. "Master, I'll be back soon." "Hey, wait for me," Lu Jianjun said, trailing behind. The director had instructed him to keep a close eye on Zhou Zheng, and he dared not be negligent. In the top floor special care ward, Yang Tingting and her grandfather remained at an impasse. "Grandfather, I'm begging you, don't drink, just have something light." "Stop right there, Tingting, you know my temperament. Even your father's please wouldn't work." The old man waved his hand. "Give me a pound of braised pork and a bottle of wine. I won't drink much, just a couple of ounces to fill my belly and enjoy myself. You, girl, just have to go against me. I've spoiled you for nothing." Yang Tingting, feeling a mix of amusement and grievance, opened the door to find out who was knocking. "Oh, Zhou Zheng." She couldn't help but widen her eyes in astonishment. Why was he here instead of resting properly in his hospital bed? Zhou Zheng chuckled. "I came to visit the old gentleman." "What? Am I not welcome?" "Welcome. Please come in." Yang Tingting invited Zhou Zheng inside, followed closely by Lu Jianjun. Zhou Zheng winked at Chu Yunyao as he approached the hospital bed. "Old sir, how are you feeling?" Why does this young man look somewhat familiar?" The old gentleman in the bed lifted his head and was suddenly filled with excitement. "Is it you, young man? Thank you for saving my life." Chapter 25, A Chaotic Matchmaking. The old man's words astonished everyone present. Chu Yunyao suddenly felt that the world was quite small. Zhou Zheng had saved an elderly gentleman who turned out to be her best friend's grandfather. Moreover, Zhou Zheng's selfless act of kindness further solidified her belief that marrying him was not a misguided decision. "Young man, what is your name? Please sit down." "Tingting, quickly bring a chair for my savior." Zhou Zheng hurriedly waved his hand. "Old sir, my name is Zhou Zheng. Please do not stand on ceremony." Yang Tingting stood there, stunned, as she awkwardly held a chair and approached. "Grandpa, are you saying that Zhou Zheng saved you?" "Yes, indeed." The old man grasped Zhou Zheng's hand, unwilling to let go, as if releasing it would cause Zhou Zheng to vanish. "Yesterday, I was out for a stroll when I suffered a heart attack and collapsed. Not a single person around helped me. It was this young man, Zhou Zheng, who stepped forward. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be able to speak with you all now." The old man sighed with emotion. Zhou Zheng held the old man's hand and replied, "Old sir, I just happened to pass by and saw you on the ground. I instinctively offered assistance. I really didn't do much." "Oh, Zhou Zheng, the doctor said if you hadn't performed CPR on me in time, I probably wouldn't have made it to the hospital. So, please don't be so modest." Yang Tingting stood to the side, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Initially, she felt that her best friend marrying Zhou Zheng was somewhat of a compromise. To put it bluntly, that Zhou Zheng was unworthy of Chu Yunyao. Little did she expect that this seemingly unimpressive young man had saved her grandfather. His heart was truly noble. "Zhou Zheng, thank you for saving my grandfather." The usually carefree Yang Tingting suddenly felt shy. Zhou Zheng waved his hands again. "No need to thank me, really." The old man seemed to catch on to something. "What? Do you know each other?" Zhou Zheng replied candidly. "Yes, we just met." The old man observed Yang Tingting, who was looking down and blushing slightly, pondering, could it be that Tingting has feelings for Zhou Zheng? This young man is kind-hearted and appealing. If Tingting were to end up with him, it would indeed be a delightful match. With that thought, the old man began to play matchmaker. Xiao Zhou, how old are you? 24. Just the right age. The old man uttered a seemingly perplexing statement before inquiring. What do you do for a living? Old sir, I am a police officer at the Qiaobei police station. A police officer? I see, that's commendable. Fighting crime and ensuring public safety. You must be a good officer with such a kind heart. Do you have a girlfriend? Old sir, I am already married. The old man froze, feeling a hint of regret. He cast a pitying glance at his granddaughter Yang Tingting, thinking, oh dear. Such a wonderful man seems to be slipping away. Why can't you have such luck? Yang Tingting seemed to understand her grandfather's intentions, and a rosy blush crept across her fair cheeks. Stamping her foot, she shyly exclaimed, oh grandpa, Zhou Zheng is Yao Yao's husband. They just got their marriage certificate yesterday. Oh, well then. The old man had no more retorts, his face displaying a sense of regret, as if he had missed out on a fortune. Zhou Zheng sensed the old man's intentions, and with Chu Yunyao's keen gaze fixed on him, he felt somewhat uneasy and quickly changed the subject. Old sir, I heard you just woke up. You must be hungry? Not just hungry, but extremely so. However, my dear granddaughter is being disobedient. When I want to eat something, she refuses to buy it for me. The old man feigned a pitiful expression. Yang Tingting, upon hearing this, felt a wave of frustration. Grandpa, I am only looking out for your well-being. The doctor said you can't eat greasy foods, and you certainly can't drink alcohol. You just woke up, and you want to eat braised pork and drink wine? That puts me in a difficult position. Difficult position? The old man lay back on the bed. Then I shall starve. Zhou Zheng interjected. Old sir, braised pork is too greasy. Let us not have that. How about something lighter? The old man replied. Then it's not worth eating at all. How about some fried peanuts? Zhou Zheng understood that those who enjoyed drinking often didn't need lavish meals. Peanuts would suffice. All right. The old man's eyes lit up. That sounds good. Only too bad there's no wine. Peanuts aren't as enjoyable without it. Who says you can't drink wine? Today, I will keep you company for a couple of drinks, but not too much, just one or two at most. And you must eat some food. No problem. As long as I can have a sip, I'll agree to any conditions. The old man was overjoyed. Sitting up in bed. Xiao Zhou, you are even better to me than my own granddaughter. Yang Tingting was instantly furious, thinking to herself, is Zhou Zheng sending my grandfather down a dangerous path? Zhou Zheng you. Zhou Zheng quietly replied, I'll explain later. Chu Yunyao understood that Zhou Zheng was not a reckless person. There must be a reason behind his words. However, given that this was the father of the deputy mayor, any misstep could lead to complications. Her beautiful eyes turned to Zhou Zheng, filled with questioning curiosity. Zhou Zheng winked at her, indicating that she should remain calm. Old sir, let me make some arrangements. I assure you that you will be able to enjoy some fine wine shortly. All right, Xiao Zhou, you take care of it. Meeting you has truly been a stroke of luck for this old man. Zhou Zheng called Yang Tingting and Chu Yunyao outside, with Lu Jianjun, an outsider, following suit. Zhou Zheng, what are you planning? The doctor said my grandfather cannot drink alcohol. Aren't you putting him in danger? Yao Yao, you should also speak up for your husband. Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng waved his hand at Yang Tingting. Calm down, let me explain. The wine I mentioned is not the usual kind. It is infused with medicinal herbs. Drinking it will only benefit your grandfather's health. Yang Tingting was skeptical. Is that true? Why do I find it hard to believe? Tingting, I saved your grandfather. Would I harm him? Yang Tingting fell silent. Indeed, Zhou Zheng had no reason to harm her grandfather, and her heart began to soften. But Zhou Zheng, where do we get this medicinal wine? Is it sold in stores? The ancient formula Zhou Zheng had obtained was long lost, so it could not be found on the market, and gathering the necessary herbs wouldn't be feasible in time. However, this was not a challenge for him. He had his own plans. Tingting, rest assured, I will handle it. Well then, you and Yunyao can chat with Grandpa for a while, while I accompany my master and return shortly. Chu Yunyao expressed her concern, saying, Zhou Zheng, is your injury serious? If it is, you needn't go. Just let me know what you need, and I'll go out with Brother Jianjun. Zhou Zheng shook his head. It's nothing, I assure you. It's just a minor injury, no problem at all. Let us go? Zhou Zheng. Wait a moment, Yang Tingting suddenly called out to him, pulling out her phone. You paid my grandpa 10,000. Add me on WeChat, and I'll transfer it to you. Zhou Zheng pointed at Chu Yunyao. Just give the money to Yunyao. All right. Yaya, I'll transfer it to you. No, it's better to transfer it to Zhou Zheng. It's his money. Chu Yunyao insisted. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. Yunyao? My money is your money, and likewise, yours is mine. So, please, there's no need to refuse. Very well. Chu Yunyao reluctantly agreed, her heart secretly delighted. Lu Tingting watched the two with an envious pang in her heart. Chapter 26, The Secret Medicine Wine. Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun arrived at the parking lot to take the car. Once inside, Lu Jianjun, seated in the driver's seat, said to Zhou Zheng, Xiao Zhou, are you really going to let Yang Tingting's grandfather drink? He has a heart condition. Zhou Zheng nodded. Indeed. Aren't you worried about harming the old man? Xiao Zhou, this is no joking matter. Zhou Zheng smiled confidently. Master, heart patients certainly should not consume alcohol. However, the wine I am referring to is not ordinary. I understand. You're talking about medicinal wine infused with herbs. I've had that before. It does have health benefits, but it's still alcohol, isn't it? Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively. Master, the wine you've had is the typical medicinal wine available on the market, whereas the formula I have for the old gentleman's medicinal wine is an ancient recipe, distinctly different from regular medicinal wines. You need not worry. But master, trust me, I know what I'm doing. Just drive. Very well. Lu Jianjun nodded reluctantly, realizing that Zhou Zheng wouldn't embark on a venture without certainty, and refrained from further persuasion. Xiao Zhou, where are we headed? Master, please take me to the street of precious Chinese medicinal herbs, and then you can pack some meals from a restaurant. Everyone hasn't eaten yet. Just enough for us all. The food should be light yet nutritious, like stir-fried shrimp, and don't forget to add some fried peanuts. Understood, I'll remember. Master, I'll transfer you 500. Let me know if it's insufficient. Zhou Zheng said as he took out his phone, ready to send a red envelope to Lu Jianjun. Lu Jianjun blocked Zhou Zheng's phone screen with his hand. Xiao Zhou, you're insulting me. Even though my sister-in-law keeps a tight rein on me, I still have enough for a meal. All right, master, when we have time later, I'll treat you to a drink. Now that's music to my ears. It's settled then. Lu Jianjun started the car, heading toward the street of precious Chinese medicinal herbs. Upon arrival, Zhou Zheng opened the passenger door and stepped out. Master, after you buy the meals, you should head back to the hospital. There's no need to pick me up. I'll manage to get back by taxi. Very well, Xiao Zhou. I'll take my leave then. Zhou Zheng waved as he watched Lu Jianjun depart, before diving into the street of precious Chinese medicinal herbs. This street wasn't long, merely over 200 meters, and as the name suggests, all the shops here specialized in medicinal herbs, particularly expensive ones, known in the trade as fine herbs. For instance, ginseng, deer antler, cattle bile, musk, tiger bone, rhinoceros horn, and cordyceps, among others. Naturally, some of these herbs are considered contraband, their sale prohibited. But whether there are private transactions remains uncertain. Zhou Zheng's purpose for coming was simple. He sought to purchase the medicinal herbs needed for the wine according to his secret formula, and then blend them in the correct proportions. The first herb in the formula was ginseng, with a note indicating that wild ginseng over 100 years old was ideal, and at the very least, 30 years old. Zhou Zheng strolled into a shop specializing in ginseng, only to be greeted by opulent decor. The counter displayed luxurious gift boxes, their transparent lids showcasing robust ginseng roots, presenting an air of grandeur. Hello, a plump middle-aged proprietress greeted Zhou Zheng with a radiant smile, suddenly pausing. Officer Zhou, do you remember me? A month ago, my son, in a fit of pique, ran away from home, and you and Officer Lu helped me find him. Oh, I remember, indeed. You are Luli? Zhou Zheng recalled the incident. A month prior, a report had been made about a runaway child, and he and his master Lu Jianjun had responded, eventually locating Luli's son at an internet cafe after considerable effort, and persuading the boy to return home, promising not to leave again. Yes, I'm Luli. Officer Zhou, I can't thank you and Officer Lu enough for your help last time. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. No need for thanks, it was our duty. By the way, how is your child now? Luli replied. He has become much more obedient, no longer skipping classes, and he has taken to studying. He says he wants to become a police officer when he grows up. Haha, that's wonderful. It's great that he has come to his senses. Officer Zhou, what brings you here? Looking for ginseng? Not for ginseng. I'm looking to buy some ginseng-infused wine. Do you have any in your shop? Absolutely. Luli pointed to a shelf inside. There, several large glass jars were filled with wine and ginseng. The jars seemed to function like magnifying glasses, showcasing ginseng roots as thick as a baby's arm. Luli, is this wild ginseng? Luli chuckled. Officer Zhou, you're not in this line of work. You probably don't know that wild ginseng is exceedingly rare these days and incredibly valuable. Most ginseng on the market is cultivated. Even if a wild ginseng root occasionally appears, it fetches a sky-high price. Recently, a friend of mine purchased 100-year-old ginseng for a whopping 1 million. Zhou Zheng scratched the back of his head, realizing how challenging it was to find wild ginseng, and the prices were staggering. Having given up on acquiring a 100-year ginseng wine, he would be grateful even for wine made from 30-year wild ginseng. Luli, you're in this business. Surely you know where to get a 100-year wild ginseng-infused wine, or at least 30 years. I'm in urgent need. Officer Zhou, how much do you need? Zhou Zheng saw an opportunity and quickly replied, not much, just 1 or 2 taels will suffice. Given the difficulty in sourcing it and the likely high price, Zhou Zheng intended to keep the quantity minimal, especially since his funds were limited. Officer Zhou, follow me, Luli said, leading him into a back room. Upon opening a cabinet door, Zhou Zheng saw several large glass jars, each with a capacity of 5 pounds, containing various medicinal wines infused with cordyceps, deer antler, and other herbs, though Zhou Zheng could not identify them. In the center jar, a ginseng root, about the thickness of a small finger, was submerged, looking rather comical compared to the larger ginseng outside. Officer Zhou, this ginseng steeped in the bottle has been aged for over 50 years. It has been passed down from my husband's grandfather's generation. The liquor was brewed for our personal use, and we have never sold it to outsiders. I can pour you a couple of tales. I hope that suffices. That will be more than sufficient. Zhou Zheng is well aware of the immense value of this item. If it weren't for his assistance in locating Lu Li's child, she would undoubtedly not have agreed to help him. Lu Li, I sincerely thank you. How much do I owe you? Officer Zhou, you speak as though we are strangers. I do not wish to take your money. If that were the case, I wouldn't have even mentioned this. No, I must compensate you. I would like to obtain an additional 2 taels of cordyceps-infused liquor, 1 tael of deer antler-infused liquor, and also this. No problem at all. Clearly, the cordyceps and deer antler-infused liquors are not as precious as the century-old ginseng liquor. Since Lu Li is so generous in gifting Zhou Zheng the ginseng liquor, she will certainly not be stingy with other medicinal wines. Soon, Lu Li filled several glass bottles with the medicinal liquor Zhou Zheng requested. Zhou Zheng discovered that he had already gathered the majority of the medicinal ingredients required by the secret formula. After much persuasion, he managed to give Lu Li 1,000 yuan, to which she exclaimed it was far too much, insisting that she could not profit off Officer Zhou. Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively and went to other shops in search of the remaining medicinal liquor. After visiting over a dozen shops, he finally completed his collection as night descended. Though the quality did not entirely meet the standards outlined in the secret formula, the efficacy was assured. Zhou Zheng carried a plastic bag filled with glass bottles containing the medicinal liquor and hailed a taxi, heading towards Jiangbei City First Hospital. Chapter 27. I will bear the consequences. Upon arriving at the entrance of Jiangbei City First Central Hospital, Zhou Zheng scanned his phone to pay the fare and stepped out of the taxi. He did not enter the hospital. Rather, he purchased a 2-liter glass bottle from a nearby shop, rinsed it thoroughly with hot water, and then poured the various medicinal liquors from the smaller glass bottles into the larger one, displaying meticulous care akin to that of a master chemist preparing a delicate compound. The shop assistant watched in astonishment. After pouring the medicinal liquor, he sealed the bottle and gave it a few shakes. The liquor was purchased in precise proportions, and now it was complete. Disposing of the small glass bottles in the trash, Zhou Zheng entered the hospital with the large glass bottle containing the full concoction of medicinal liquor. Lu Jianjun had already returned to the hospital earlier after ordering takeout from a nearby restaurant. Yang Tingting rented a table and a few small chairs in a shop beneath the hospital, and everyone busied themselves unpacking the food, the aroma wafting through the air. Yang Tingting glanced at the spread and noticed that aside from the fried peanuts, the other dishes were rather light, prompting her to nod in approval. Grandpa, you must be hungry. Why don't you start eating? The elderly gentleman turned slightly in his bed, peering around, but upon noticing the absence of liquor and Zhou Zheng, he rolled his eyes. Where's that rascal? He said he would fetch the liquor, and now the food is served, yet hasn't he returned? Yang Tingting urged, Grandpa, please eat a little to tide you over. Zhou Zheng might return shortly. The old man stubbornly waved his hand. I want to eat. I need to have a drink first to whet my appetite. Otherwise, I want to have the inclination to eat. Yang Tingting sighed in exasperation. This old man was utterly obstinate. He seemed to be entirely fixated on liquor. With the old man refusing to eat, the others felt awkward to indulge. Chu Yunyao sipped a half can of chicken soup and picked at a few pieces of chicken, finding she wasn't too hungry. Yang Tingting and Lu Jianjun, however, were starving, their stomachs growling as they gazed longingly at the relatively bland dishes before them. Lu Jianjun thought to himself how foolish he had been not to eat something first when ordering. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. It must be Zhou Zheng returning. Yang Tingting sprang up, her long legs clad in black stockings, striding quickly to the door, flinging it open. There stood Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, why are you only just returning? Yang Tingting pouted, her tone laced with reproach. Zhou Zheng chuckled, providing an explanation. This exclusive secret formula for medicinal liquor is not so easily concocted, hence the delay. Exclusive secret formula? Yang Tingting appeared skeptical of Zhou Zheng's words, suspecting he was merely putting on an act. Humph, you speak as if it's a serious matter. Is little Zhou back? The elderly gentleman, lying in bed, struggled to sit up upon hearing the commotion. I'm back, Grandpa. I've secured the liquor, Zhou Zheng announced, raising the glass bottle in his hand, revealing half a bottle of amber liquid that shimmered softly in the light. The old man's eyes widened at the sight of the liquor, and with surprising vigor, he leapt from his bed. Sitting at the table, he produced several paper cups. While drinking from paper cups is inferior to porcelain in terms of taste, The hospital is hardly a place to be picky. Come now, little Zhou, fill my cup. Tonight I intend to enjoy a few drinks with you. Zhou Zheng shook his head. Grandpa, didn't we agree that the maximum would be one tael? Moreover, this liquor is medicinal. Overindulgence may lead to discomfort. All right. One tael it is, just let me drink. Come now, little Zhou, sit beside me and pour the liquor. Zhou Zheng did not hesitate, sitting next to the old man. Removing the cap from the glass bottle. Instantly, a fragrant aroma of liquor intertwined with the scent of traditional Chinese medicine filled the room. What a fine liquor! The old man exclaimed in delight. Having sampled many medicinal wines, he had never encountered one with such a complex bouquet. Its fragrance was indeed captivating. Even Yang Tingting, who typically abstained from alcohol, found the scent appealing. Little Zhou, this liquor is extraordinary. Hurry and pour some. It has truly awakened my appetite. Certainly. Zhou Zheng took a paper cup and poured a modest amount. This isn't enough. I can't even down a single gulp. The old man complained. Grandpa, I've poured you nearly half a tael. After drinking that, you can still have another half. If I pour you a full tael, you'll gulp it down in one go, and there will be none left for later. Oh, come on, little Zhou, you're being too meticulous. The old man one tea stand for it. Let me just down one. The old man picked up the paper cup, ready to drink it all in one shot. Wait a moment, Grandpa? Yang Tingting interrupted suddenly. The old man shot her a glare. What do you mean, Tingting? Yang Tingting, unable to meet his gaze, turned to Zhou Zheng and asked, is it really safe for Grandpa to drink this medicinal liquor? Zhou Zheng assured her, I guarantee it's perfectly safe. If anything goes awry, I will take responsibility. The old man interjected, little Zhou, if anything were to happen, it would be my concern, not yours. Do you understand, Tingting? Yes, Grandpa, Yang Tingting replied reluctantly. The old man raised the paper cup and drank the medicinal liquor in one go. Feeling a warm sensation flowed down his throat into his stomach, spreading throughout his body, inducing a delightful warmth. Moreover, this liquor was potent, and the experience was quite enjoyable, leaving a lingering sweetness and a subtle herbal fragrance on his palate. What a fine wine. Truly splendid. The old man praised repeatedly. Grandpa, please eat some dishes. All right. He knew that he could only afford one more sip. Given the quality of the liquor, it was too good to waste. Having indulged in some alcohol, the old man found his appetite greatly whetted. He savored peanuts and shrimp with delight, relishing the feast before him. Observing her grandfather enjoying his meal brought a sigh of relief to Yang Tingting, although it was a tentative one, as she could not be entirely assured that the Chinese herbal liquor concocted by Zhou Zheng would not cause any adverse effects. After a moment of contemplation, she quietly slipped out of the hospital room. Xiao Zhou, you should eat too. The old man called out to Zhou Zheng, then turned to Chu Yunyao and Lu Jianjun. You too, don't just stand there gawking. It's inappropriate for me to dine while you merely observe. Yunyao, master, join us for a meal. Zhou Zheng beckoned to them. The two, feeling encouraged, took their seats and began to eat. Hey, where did Tingting go? Just as Yunyao picked up her chopsticks, she suddenly noticed that Yang Tingting had vanished. The old man waved his hand dismissively. That girl probably went to buy some drinks. She never allows me to drink. But she herself loves beverages, which are far more detrimental to one's health. At that moment, the door swung open, and Yang Tingting re-entered, followed closely by the deputy chief physician, Yang Xing, who greeted them with a beaming smile. Old man, are you eating? I was just doing my rounds, and it took me a while. I'll check your health now. Chapter 28. This is a miraculous elixir. Concerned that her grandfather might experience unforeseen complications after consuming the herbal liquor, Yang Tingting discreetly sought out Dr. Yang Xing. She wished for him to examine her grandfather to ascertain whether, as Zhou Zheng claimed, her grandfather had indeed suffered no ill effects after drinking the concoction. Upon hearing that the old man had consumed alcohol, Yang Xing was taken aback. What are you thinking, Miss Yang? Allowing a heart patient to drink is tantamount to courting disaster. You, as family, should have intervened. He felt that Yang Tingting was being incredibly irresponsible, endangering her grandfather's well-being. However, given that she was the daughter of the deputy mayor, he refrained from being overly harsh, merely shaking his head as he accompanied Yang Tingting back to the hospital room to examine the old man. Along the way, Yang Tingting advised Yang Xing that her grandfather was quite stubborn and preferred gentle persuasion over bluntness, urging him to be tactful in his approach. Yang Xing nodded, acknowledging the old man's status as the father of the deputy mayor, which made him hesitant to speak too sternly. Upon entering the room, Yang Xing greeted the old man with a smile, announcing his purpose. The old man, recognizing Yang Xing as his attending physician, was quite polite. Dr. Yang, have you eaten yet? Not yet, old man. I haven't finished my shift. Where would I find time to eat? The old man, ever the hospitable soul, insisted. Then let us share a meal together. No, I must decline, Yang Xing replied, shaking his head repeatedly. I appreciate your kindness, but I'm on duty and it wouldn't be appropriate. Once you're better, We'll have plenty of opportunities to dine together. For now, let me examine you, as I still have several more patients to attend to. Zhou Zheng glanced at Yang Tingting, deducing that her anxiety over her grandfather's alcohol consumption had prompted her to call for Dr. Yang's examination. Although Yang Tingting's mistrust was evident, Zhou Zheng bore no resentment. After all, the old man was her grandfather, and her concern was entirely justified. The old man, in high spirits and on the verge of requesting more liquor from Zhou Zheng, felt a twinge of irritation at the thought of an examination interrupting his enjoyment. Nevertheless, he recognized that this was part of Dr. Yang's duty, and since the doctor had his best interests at heart, he begrudgingly complied and stepped away from the table. Very well, Dr. Yang, let us proceed swiftly. Yang Xing instructed the old man to lie back on the bed as he measured his blood pressure and heart rate. Although there was a monitoring device readily available, the old man had insistently removed it, preferring to act on his own whims. After a series of procedures, Yang Xing found himself incredulous at the readings. Doctor, how is it? Yang Tingting inquired anxiously from the side. One moment, please. Yang Xing, unable to believe the initial results, rechecked the measurements. Just as the old man began to show signs of impatience, Yang Xing finally spoke, his expression one of disbelief. The old man's heart rate and blood pressure are approaching normal levels. It was quite astonishing for a senior heart patient who had nearly succumbed to a heart attack just the day prior to find his physiological indicators trending towards normalcy after consuming alcohol. Yang Tingting, equally astonished, asked, Doctor, is this for real? You didn't miscalculate, did you? Miss Yang, I measured twice. There's no error. The old man's condition appears to have improved significantly. At this rate, he could be discharged in just a few days. Really? That is wonderful. While elated, Yang Tingting also felt a sense of bewilderment. She was well aware of her grandfather's health status. It was implausible for him to recover so quickly after just emerging from the ICU. Furthermore, Dr. Yang had previously noted that there were 2 blocked arteries in her grandfather's heart. What could account for such rapid recovery? Could it be the herbal liquor provided by Zhou Zheng? Does drinking this liquor truly confer health benefits? Old man, your health has improved remarkably. After a couple more days of rest, I will conduct a thorough examination. Suddenly, the old man burst into laughter. I believe that one tea be necessary. I know my body best. After just one sip of liquor, I felt invigorated. The herbal liquor Xiao Zhou provided me with is like a miraculous elixir that has cured my ailments. Yang Xing was left speechless. The old man's assertion seemed utterly absurd. How could a patient find improvement after consuming alcohol? Yet, he could not explain why the old man had shown such remarkable recovery in such a short time. Thus, he could only pinch his nose and caution, old man. Even if the liquor has some merit, moderation is key. I know. The old man waved his hand dismissively. Now, Xiao Zhou, pour me another glass. The herbal liquor you concocted is truly a remedy for my ailments. Certainly. However, old man, remember to limit your intake. While the herbal liquor is beneficial, excessive consumption can be harmful. I understand. I'll heed your advice. Zhou Zheng stood up to pour another small measure of the herbal liquor into a cup, instantly filling the room with an even richer aroma. Yang Xing's nose twitched as he caught the delightful scent. No wonder it smells so enticing. It's the aroma of the herbal liquor. Could it truly be effective? Turning to Zhou Zheng, Yang Xing inquired, What is your name, and what is your profession? Zhou Zheng rose to introduce himself. Hello, Dr. Yang. My name is Zhou Zheng, and I am a police officer. Ah, hello, Officer Zhou. Might I have a taste of the herbal liquor you concocted? Yang Xing gazed at the amber liquid in the glass bottle with keen interest. Of course. Zhou Zheng poured a small amount into a cup and handed it to Yang Xing. As he accepted it, Yang Xing brought it to his nose. Inhaling the robust aroma of the alcohol mingled with the scent of herbs, instantly invigorating him. Unable to resist, he tilted his head back and drank it in one gulp. Immediately, a wave of warmth radiated from his abdomen throughout his entire body, opening every pore and enveloping him in an indescribable comfort. After consuming the medicinal wine, Yang Xing felt his fatigue from a long day's work evaporate, leaving him invigorated and remarkably at ease. A sense of astonishment welled up within him. This was no mere medicinal wine, but a miraculous elixir. It could even be consumed by those with heart conditions. If properly packaged and marketed, it could yield a fortune. Excitedly, he inquired, Xiao Zhou, where did you procure this medicinal wine? It's a family recipe that I concocted myself, Zhou Zheng replied. Oh, Yang Xing responded. You all enjoy your meal. I must go check on other patients. With that, he found an excuse to step out of the ward and pulled out his phone to call an old classmate. His classmate, Huang Long, was a prominent figure in the health supplement industry. Old Huang, it's me, Yang Xing. I have a business proposition. I wonder if you might be interested. Chapter 29. Supporting Chu Yunyao in her entrepreneurial endeavors after Yang Xing departed, Yang Tingting turned to Zhou Zheng, her curiosity and astonishment regarding the medicinal wine evident. Zhou Zheng, has Grandpa's health improved significantly due to the medicinal wine? Is its efficacy truly that remarkable? Zhou Zheng nodded. Having tasted the wine himself, he felt rejuvenated. Warmth enveloping him as if his damaged cells were being repaired. He was enveloped in a delightful ease. The formula provided by the system was indeed exceptional. This was merely a basic medicinal wine brewed from common herbs. If crafted according to the secret recipe, its effects would surely be even more potent. Thus, Zhou Zheng was brimming with confidence. Zhou Zheng, may I have a sip of the medicinal wine? Yang Tingting's eyes sparkled with anticipation and curiosity. She too wished to experience the effects of the wine. Of course. Yunyao, master, I'll pour you all a little. This is very beneficial for your health. Lu Jianjun had long been yearning for a taste, but had restrained himself. Firstly, it was still his working hours, which prohibited alcohol consumption. Secondly, this was Zhou Zheng's concoction for the elder, and he felt it inappropriate to ask. Xiaozhou, I'm technically still on duty. Consuming alcohol now would be a breach of protocol. Zhou Zheng chuckled. Master, it's nearly 8 o'clock. You've long since clocked out. Go ahead, it's fine. He proceeded to pour a small amount of medicinal wine into 3 paper cups. Zhou Zheng, I can't drink. I think I'll pass. Chu Yunyao tugged at Zhou Zheng's sleeve. Being naturally sensitive to alcohol, she would flush with just a sip, hence she rarely drank. Yunyao, this wine won't intoxicate. Besides, just a tiny sip won't harm you. Very well. Chu Yunyao nodded, fully trusting Zhou Zheng. The elder was quite pleased. Surrounded by so many companions sharing a drink with him, though he could only partake in a small amount. Come on, everyone, raise your glasses. Zhou Zheng stood and declared. Let us toast to the elder's swift recovery. Everyone rose in unison, exclaiming, to the elder's swift recovery. Thank you all. The elder responded. Let us drink to that. He had long been yearning for a taste, seizing the moment to down his drink in one go, with the others following suit. Zhou Zheng poured only a modest amount, yet even the alcohol-averse Chu Yunyao managed to finish it. Delightful. As the medicinal wine coursed through him, the elder's face lit up with satisfaction. Yang Tingting, Chu Yunyao, and Lu Jianjun were all astonished. They too felt the beneficial effects of the medicinal wine on their bodies, particularly for Yang Tingting, who had harbored some concerns for her grandfather. Those worries dissipated entirely as she experienced the changes firsthand. Zhou Zheng, this is truly marvelous. I felt invigorated and at ease after just one sip of the medicinal wine. Yang Tingting exclaimed earnestly. Now do you believe in the effects of the medicinal wine I crafted? Zhou Zheng queried. Indeed. I apologize for my previous skepticism, she admitted. Not at all, Zhou Zheng replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Zhou Zheng, I have an unspoken request. I hope you can share the recipe for the medicinal wine with me so that I can prepare it for Grandpa in the future. Shouting. The elder interjected sternly before Zhou Zheng could respond. Given the extraordinary efficacy of the medicinal wine, I believe it must be a closely guarded secret of Xiaozhou's. Asking him for the recipe puts him in a difficult position. Yang Tingting defended herself. Grandpa, I only wish to help you. She then cast a pleading glance at Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, Zhou Zheng is your husband. Please speak to him and persuade him to share the recipe with me. Chu Yunyao shook her head. Tingting, although I am married to Zhou Zheng, the recipe is his, and it is ultimately his decision whether to share it. I will not pressure him, and besides, your request was somewhat inappropriate. Upon hearing Chu Yunyao's words, Zhou Zheng felt warmth in his heart. He would never divulge the recipe for the medicinal wine to Yang Tingting. Being overly accommodating was not the way to go. The recipe was a treasure. Akin to a goose that lays golden eggs, it was far too precious to be shared. If Chu Yunyao were to request the recipe for her dear friend Yang Tingting, it would place him in a difficult situation. Fortunately, Chu Yunyao did not entertain Yang Tingting's plea, which brought him relief. Yang Tingting, the recipe for the medicinal wine is a family heirloom. I cannot disclose it. However, if the elder wishes to enjoy the medicinal wine, I can prepare it for him. In the future, I plan to have Yunyao venture into the medicinal wine business and embark on her own entrepreneurial journey. After all, it seems quite unfair for her to work for others. Chu Yunyao felt a surge of emotion. As the daughter of the Chu family, she had been exposed to the business world from a young age and possessed a keen instinct for commerce. The miraculous efficacy of Zhou Zheng's secret recipe for medicinal wine promised substantial profits if mass-produced and marketed effectively. The recipe was akin to a valuable asset. It was far too precious to be shared with others. All right, Zhou Zheng, I apologize for my impatience and audacity. Yang Tingting suddenly felt a twinge of disappointment. It's quite all right. Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively. If you need medicinal wine in the future, feel free to ask Yunyao. Yunyao, what say you? Chu Yunyao nodded. I believe that is acceptable. Tingting is my close friend. Perhaps we could prepare some medicinal wine for the elder to use without charge. That won't he do? The elder interjected with a glare. I must pay. The The preparation of medicinal wine incurs costs, does it not? Grandpa, I could cover the cost price when the time comes. Chu Yunyao responded without hesitation. All right, I'll place an order for 10 jin. Once you're discharged from the hospital, I'll promote it to my old friends. Chu Yunyao aimed for this very outcome. The elder, having been a cadre and the father of a former vice mayor, would lend credibility to the medicinal wine's marketability. With a decisive wave of his hand, the elder proclaimed, "It's settled. Yunyao, make sure to have your husband prepare the medicinal wine promptly. I can hardly wait. Tingting. Please pay for the wine on my behalf to Yunyao, and I shall reimburse you later," Yang Tingting playfully chided. Grandfather, what are you saying? I have my own funds. Purchasing the medicinal wine is merely a token of filial piety towards you. After saying this, she turned to Chu Yunyao, inquiring, Yunyao, how is the medicinal wine priced? What is the cost per pound? This question left Chu Yunyao in a quandary. She was unaware of the costs associated with concocting the medicinal wine, nor did she know what an appropriate selling price would be. She cast a pleading glance at Zhou Zheng, who was equally uncertain about pricing. Considering that the medicinal wine prepared for the elderly gentleman was cobbled together at a cost exceeding 1,000 yuan. If they could source the raw materials, the expenses might decrease. Old man, I cannot determine a price at this moment. I shall leave this matter to Yunyao. We can decide once she has sorted it out, Zhou Zheng suggested. The elder nodded in agreement. Very well. Everyone, please enjoy your meal. After a satisfying dinner, Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun took their leave, with Chu Yunyao accompanying Zhou Zheng back to his hospital room. In the corridor, they were intercepted by Yang Xing. Zhou Zheng, I need to discuss something with you. He gestured towards a well-dressed man beside him. Allow me to introduce Mr. Wu Di, the owner of Wu's Health Group. Chapter 30. A calculated move. Wu's Health Group is a celebrated enterprise that has flourished in Jiangbei. Wu Di, having risen from humble beginnings, established the company primarily focused on health products, thriving in the burgeoning health sector, and his wealth far surpasses that of Wang Feng. Earlier, his old classmate Yang Xing called to inform him that someone at Jiangbei First Central Hospital had concocted a medicinal wine with remarkable effects, suitable even for heart patients. Moreover, this medicinal wine has not yet been made available on the market. With a keen sense for opportunity, Wu Di immediately recognized this as a tremendous business prospect. Without hesitation, he summoned his driver and headed straight for Jiangbei First Central Hospital. After meeting with Yang Xing and briefly clarifying the situation, Wu Di's excitement grew. If the medicinal wine was indeed as miraculous as Yang Xing claimed, acquiring the formula would potentially double his fortune. He promised Yang Xing a handsome reward upon the successful completion of this venture. As they conversed, they approached the old gentleman's hospital room and fortuitously encountered Zhou Zheng and his party in the corridor. Mr. Zhou, greetings. Wu Di extended his hand, beaming with a smile. Zhou Zheng hesitated. Although Wu Di was a prominent businessman, he did not recognize him. Politely shaking his hand, he inquired, Mr. Wu, do you require something of me? Mr. Zhou, I shall not beat around the bush. I have heard that you possess a secret formula for medicinal wine, and I have come to propose a transaction. What type of transaction? Zhou Zheng asked, furrowing his brow as he glanced at Yang Xing, thinking to himself that this Dr. Yang was quite the fast talker. Yang Xing lowered his head, unable to meet Zhou Zheng's gaze. Zhou Zheng shook his head. Mr. Wu, I am afraid I cannot part with this formula. It is a family heirloom. Wu Di, unfazed by Zhou Zheng's refusal, continued, let us not dismiss the possibility right away. Name your price. I have made my position clear. I will not sell the formula. 200,000. Wu Di proposed after a moment of thought. How about I offer you 200,000 for your formula? Lu Jianjun scoffed, thinking to himself that Wu Di, despite being a big boss, wanted to buy Zhou's secret for a mere 200,000? The audacity of such a calculation was truly remarkable. Even someone with a basic understanding of business could discern that the formula's value far exceeded 200,000. 200,000 is an insult. Zhou Zheng had no intention of selling the formula, as it was a gift for Chu Yunyao. He smiled politely. Goodbye, Mr. Wu. Wait, Mr. Zhou, Wu Di exclaimed, growing anxious as Zhou Zheng began to leave. We can negotiate. What about 300,000? I will offer you 300,000 for the formula. Zhou Zheng passed by him, still holding Chu Yunyao's hand, not even casting a glance in his direction. Observing Zhou Zheng's retreating figure, Wu Di advised, Mr. Zhou, I suggest you reconsider. Without the necessary resources, even if you attempt to venture into the medicinal wine business, it will be challenging to promote. Moreover, as a public servant, you are prohibited from engaging in business. Converting the formula into cash would be the most prudent choice. Zhou Zheng chuckled, turning around to respond, Mr. Wu, you make a valid point, yet I have never contemplated starting a business myself. He gestured towards Chu Yunyao. The medicinal wine business will be managed by my wife. Your wife? Is she capable? Wu Di glanced at Chu Yunyao, only then realizing that Zhou Zheng's wife was an exquisite beauty, vaguely familiar to him. though he could not place where he had seen her before. However, he believed that Zhou Zheng's wife was, at best, a pretty face and likely incapable of running a business. Whether she is capable or not is not for you to judge, Zhou Zheng confidently asserted. What a curious lady. May I ask your name? Wu Di inquired. Chu Yunyao responded gracefully. Mr. Wu, my name is Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao? The daughter of the Chu family? Wu Di was taken aback, momentarily speechless. He was unaware that Chu Yunyao had severed ties with her family. The daughter of the Chu family was married? Furthermore, entrusting the medicinal wine business to the daughter of the Chu family undoubtedly surpassed his own capabilities, as her family's resources and connections far outweighed his. No wonder Zhou Zheng exuded such confidence. Just moments ago, Wu Di had considered taking advantage of Zhou Zheng by acquiring the formula for a mere 30,000. Now, he felt utterly foolish. With the Chu family's involvement in the medicinal wine business, their strength would significantly increase, making it entirely possible for them to ascend to the status of Jiangbei's wealthiest family. Zhou Zheng and his companions returned to the hospital room. Chu Yunyao had much she wished to convey to Zhou Zheng, yet with Lu Jianjun present, it was not appropriate. Glancing at the wall clock, she noted it was nearly 9 o'clock. Brother Jianjun, you have been with Zhou Zheng in the hospital for quite some time. You haven't returned home, have you? She asked. Lu Jianjun nodded. As police officers, we often work day and night. I have grown accustomed to it. Why not go home tonight? I can stay here to look after Zhou Zheng, Chu Yunyao suggested. Lu Jianjun hesitated, torn between wanting to return home after several days away from his wife and child and his duty to care for Zhou Zheng, as mandated by Hao Aigua. Sister-in-law, I should really stay. Caring for Zhou Zheng is my responsibility. Zhou Zheng interjected. Master, it's all right. With Yunyao here, you can go home. Yet Lu Jianjun remained reluctant, furrowing his brow. But tomorrow, the city bureau leaders will be visiting the hospital for your commendation ceremony. I am certain the chief will arrive early. If he notices my absence, I will be in trouble. Zhou Zheng chuckled. Master, why do you insist on being so stubborn? Why not come a little earlier tomorrow morning? Lu Jianjun scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat foolish. All right, master, let's head home. Remember to bring 2 servings of breakfast for me and Yunyao tomorrow morning. Sure thing. Thank you, sister-in-law. I'll take my leave. Lu Jianjun waved his hand and exited the ward. At that moment, the room transformed into a private space for Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao took a sip of medicinal wine, although she wasn't drunk. Her inability to drink made her cheeks flush, adding a rosy glow under the soft lighting. Zhou Zheng found himself momentarily entranced. Noticing Zhou Zheng's gaze, Chu Yunyao felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Zhou Zheng, why are you looking at me? Gazing upon a beauty under the light only invigorates the spirit. The ancients were not mistaken. Yunyao, you are simply exquisite. Zhou Zheng uttered a rather cheesy compliment, causing Chu Yunyao to blush even deeper, hastily changing the subject. Zhou Zheng, do you really want me to manage the medicinal wine? Zhou Zheng replied earnestly, yes. Yunyao, don't go to work anymore. I possess a secret recipe, and I support you in starting your own business. However, the recipe calls for many precious herbs, and it seems we lack the funds to acquire them at present. Chu Yunyao, who was indeed interested in medicinal wine, preferred business over employment given her family's entrepreneurial background. How about I try asking my best friend for a loan? No need. Zhou Zheng suddenly remembered something and pulled out his phone, tuning into a certain channel on CCTV. Tonight's double color ball lottery was about to commence. Chapter 31. 20-fold luck cannot surpass the director's will. Zhou Zheng's encouragement for Chu Yunyao to embark on her entrepreneurial journey resonated with her, as she, too, had no desire to work for others. Having severed ties with her family and lacking financial resources, she had no choice but to seek employment. Now, with Zhou Zheng's support, she yearned to thrive and prove to her parents that she could achieve success independently, even away from the Chu family. However, Zhou Zheng could only offer the recipe. The rest was up to her. At that moment, the primary obstacle was the lack of financial backing, as brewing medicinal wine requires numerous rare Chinese herbs. It was said that a century-old wild ginseng could fetch over $1 million on the market. Chu Yunyao had merely a few thousand on hand, and with the additional 10,000 from Yang Tingting, it was far from sufficient to initiate the venture. Feeling anxious, Chu Yunyao noticed Zhou Zheng engrossed in a television program. Furrowing her brow, she wondered what could be so captivating. Dear viewers, hello. We meet again for the live drawing of the double color ball. Realizing he was watching the lottery, Chu Yunyao shook her head in disbelief. Yunyao, quick. Come watch the double color ball drawing. Zhou Zheng, did you buy a lottery ticket? Of course. Didn't I have a stroke of luck yesterday? Winning over 10,000 from a scratch-off? On my way out, I bought $100 worth of double color ball tickets. If I win the grand prize, each ticket is worth 5 million, and 50 tickets could yield 250 million. After taxes, that's still 200 million. With that, I could fund your health supplement company, and paired with my medicinal wine recipe, it would surely flourish. Perhaps this would even mend the rift with your parents. Hearing Zhou Zheng's words warmed Chu Yunyao's heart. His consideration for her was truly touching. Despite being merely a hypothetical scenario, it moved her. Yet, she knew that winning the grand prize was a long shot, as the odds were minuscule. To suggest that he might win even a minor prize seemed implausible. But she kept this thought to herself to avoid dampening Zhou Zheng's enthusiasm. She leaned closer, watching the drawing alongside him. Zhou Zheng, focused intently on his phone screen, retrieved his lottery ticket from his pocket. The screen displayed the staff activating the lottery machine, and the numbered balls swirled about like chestnuts in a hot pan. Soon, the first number emerged, 18. Zhou Zheng checked his ticket. He had that number. The second number was 09. The third number was 25. The subsequent numbers were announced one after another. All matched. Zhou Zheng couldn't contain his excitement. Indeed, 20-fold luck was no mere illusion. Yunyao. Just one more number, and we could hit the jackpot. 50 times the grand prize. Chu Yunyao felt a surge of excitement too. Despite being the daughter of the Chu family, the prospect of several billion was thrilling. However, it was a game of chance, and the adrenaline rush was undeniable. The staff activated the blue ball machine, and the moment of anticipation arrived. As the blue ball rolled out, Zhou Zheng's expression turned to disbelief. No way. The blue ball is wrong. He shook his head in resignation. Even 20-fold luck could not rival the director's will. He was utterly defeated. Yunyao. The blue ball was incorrect. We didn't win the grand prize. Zhou Zheng's demeanor soured a bit. Having matched the first 6 numbers, he had hoped for the grand prize, only to be let down at the final hurdle. Chu Yunyao felt a twinge of disappointment as well, though her expectations had not been high. So she was not as disheartened as Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng had won the second prize, which she considered a stroke of luck. Zhou Zheng, don't be upset. While we didn't win the grand prize, matching 6 red balls means you've won 50 second prizes, which is already quite impressive. Zhou Zheng reflected on her words. Although he hadn't hit the grand prize, the second prize was still a reward, certainly better than winning nothing. The host began announcing the national winnings. No one had won the grand prize, but over 80 second prizes had been claimed, averaging 78,000 per ticket. Zhou Zheng's 50 tickets amounted to 390,000, leaving 312,000 after taxes. Although he had missed the grand prize, winning over 300,000 was a consolation. Spending $100 to win over 300,000, what more could one ask for? Yunyao, you're right, 300,000 is substantial. I believe it's sufficient for the preliminary procurement of raw materials for brewing medicinal wine. Zhou Zheng then began calculating the necessary raw materials for brewing the medicinal wine along with their approximate costs. Brewing the secret recipe required a century-old wild ginseng, cordyceps, deer antler, musk, and several other precious herbs, totaling an investment of around 150,000 at a minimum. The cost of the alcohol had not been included yet. The recipe did not have high requirements for the alcohol. As long as it was a high-quality liquor brewed from pure grains, it would suffice. Estimating the cost of purchasing pure grain liquor at $50 per pound, he would need an additional 25,000, though, compared to the rare herbs, this was a mere trifle. An investment of 1,700,000 can produce approximately 5,000 jin of liquor repeatedly. If 1 jin of liquor sells for 1,000 yuan, it could yield around 5 million in sales, resulting in a profit of over 300,000, a quite substantial figure indeed. Of course, it is worth noting that once the 5,000 jin of liquor has been brewed, the materials are not rendered useless. They can still be utilized for further brewing, albeit with diminished efficacy, though some benefits remain. Chu Yunyao organized her thoughts and proposed that initially, there was no need for significant hardware investment. Simply procuring a large vat capable of holding 100 jin of mash would suffice, and the location could conveniently be set up in a rented apartment. As for pricing, Chu Yunyao believed Zhou Zheng's proposed rates were overly cautious, given that Feitian liquor has reached 3,000 yuan per bottle. Such a miraculous medicinal liquor ought to command a price exceeding that of Feitian. Zhou Zheng was momentarily taken aback. Yunyao, are you suggesting that 1 jin of liquor should sell for more than 3,000 yuan? That seems excessively high. Chu Yunyao shook her head. 3,000 would be a benevolence on my part, as I intend to target the high-end market first. Those with power and wealth will perceive your medicinal liquor as inferior if priced too low. I plan to create some tasting samples of 1 and 2 jin to distribute to prominent figures in society. Once they become acquainted with the effects of the medicinal liquor, they will seek us out for purchases, and they will endorse us as well. Yang Tingting's grandfather is acquainted with numerous retired officials, and I also know several affluent individuals. Zhou Zheng, this business can actually be quite simple to navigate. Zhou Zheng thought to himself that it indeed seemed easier for those with wealth and influence, as resources were abundant. For the average person, the path would be far more challenging. He preferred to leave the business matters entirely in Chu Yunyao's capable hands. Yunyao, do as you see fit. I will share the secret recipe for the medicinal liquor with you, and heiress this lottery ticket. Take it and claim your winnings tomorrow as startup capital. Chu Yunyao, not one to be overly sentimental, accepted the lottery ticket and jokingly remarked, Zhou Zheng, are you not afraid that I might abscond with the recipe and the ticket? Zhou Zheng chuckled and replied, 3 million is but a trifling sum for someone of your affluent background. If you truly intended to run away with the lottery ticket and recipe, you would not have so resolutely married me for the sake of a promise. Chu Yunyao silently acknowledged Zhou Zheng's astuteness. Zhou Zheng, if the business flourishes, you will be the chairman, and I will serve as the general manager, working under you. Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively. Yunyao, I have long stated that what is mine is yours, and what is yours is mine. I am entrenched in the system and cannot engage in business. So you will have full authority over that aspect. In Chapter 32, Conspiracy. Within a luxurious private room at the Kaixing nightclub in Zhongbei City, a girl dressed in a deep V-neck black dress knelt before a white marble coffee table, her back to the large screen. Meticulously, she arranged the fruit platter on the table, pouring dark red liquor into a series of small glass cups arranged in a matrix. Having completed her task, she turned to the guests seated behind the table, awaiting their instructions. On the sofa sat 3 men. Hong Hao was on the right, Wang Feng on the left, and in the center was a middle-aged gentleman in his 40s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a dark blue jacket, exuding an air of refinement. At that moment, the man with the glasses was singing to the large screen. Don't ask me where I come from. My hometown is far away. Although his singing was mediocre, he was lost in the moment, fully immersed in his performance. Meanwhile, Wang Feng was brazenly flirting with a provocatively dressed girl seated beside him. The girl's face flushed, and she bit her lip, her expression a tapestry of emotions. Eventually, she could no longer contain herself and, adopting a flattering tone, said, Big brother, why not sing a song? With that, she did not forget to hand Wang Feng the microphone. Damn, can't you see my cousin is singing? Big brother, your voice is quite good. I think you must sing beautifully. The girl, desperate to escape his advances, lavished him with compliments. Wang Feng, self-aware, replied, with this broken voice of mine, I am not even in the same league as my cousin. The singer was none other than Wang Feng's distant relative, Wei Hui, the deputy director of the political department at the city bureau, a mid-level leader whose rank may not be high, but whose influence is considerable. Wang Feng had invited Wei Hui to the nightclub not only to strengthen their connection, but primarily to seek his assistance in dealing with Zhou Zheng. As Wei Hui completed his song, he was met with enthusiastic applause. The accompanying girl gazed at him with admiration, exclaiming, Big brother, you sing so well, even better than the stars. She leaned closer, as Wei Hui, possessing a certain charisma, was far more appealing than Wang Feng. However, Wei Hui subtly evaded the advances of the girl, adopting a gentlemanly demeanor as he said, Miss, do you enjoy literature? I would love to engage in a deep conversation with a cultured beauty. Wang Feng scoffed internally, thinking to himself that his cousin was putting on airs. These girls are paid to be here. They can play however they wish. Why flaunt your culture? What are you trying to achieve? Do you expect them to admire you and come on to you? Despite his disdain, Wang Feng dared not show it. Glancing at his wristwatch, he noted the time and decided it was time to address serious matters. Cousin, I have something important to discuss with you. Wei Hui glanced at the girls beside him. Fengzi, this is not an appropriate place for a serious conversation. Knowing Wei Hui's cautious nature, Wang Feng waved his hand and instructed the 3 accompanying singers. You all leave for now. Sir, leaving also incurs a fee. Damn it. Do you think I care about your little change? Get the hell out of here. The 3 girls, sensing the guest's anger, quickly stood and departed. Wei Hui reclined comfortably on the sofa, puzzled, and asked, Fengzi, why are you so irate? Who has offended you? Big cousin, you hit the nail on the head. There's this guy named Zhou Zheng who has infuriated me to no end. Zhou Zheng. Wei Hui thought the name sounded familiar, and a thought struck him. Isn't that the name of the intern police officer at the Qiaobei precinct? Of course, tomorrow. He would complete his internship and become a 3rd-level police officer. The higher-ups had already given him a heads up, and he had facilitated the process for Zhou Zheng. Wei Hui felt a twinge of envy. After all, Zhou Zheng had apprehended a Class A wanted criminal and earned first-class merit. Could it be that the Zhou Zheng Wang Feng is referring to is indeed the one from Qiaobei? Yet, in this vast world, many bore the same name. So it was not guaranteed that Wang Feng's Zhou Zheng was the one he was thinking of. Fengzi, what exactly happened? Don't leave me in suspense. Let us discuss it. Big cousin, it goes like this. Wang Feng briefly recounted his conflict with Zhou Zheng. After listening, Wei Hui furrowed his brow. How coincidental it was that the Zhou Zheng at odds with Wang Feng was indeed the one from Qiaobei. Big cousin, I must have Chu Yunyao as my wife. That Zhou Zheng fellow has bewitched her with his flowery words. You must help me. Wei Hui's expression darkened. He thought to himself that Wang Feng had become increasingly inept. After failing to win over a woman, he expected Wei Hui to intervene on his behalf. What were you thinking? Am I a matchmaker? Fengzi. There are plenty of women out there. Why must it be Chu Yunyao? I understand your desire for a powerful alliance, but she is involved with Zhou Zheng. Do you intend to force her into marrying you? The Chu family is affluent and influential, not something you or I can contend with. Wang Feng took a sip of red wine and remarked, Cousin, I am not suggesting that we coerce Chu Yunyao. I dare not do such a thing. My intention is to exert pressure on Zhou Zheng, compelling him to voluntarily distance himself from Chu Yunyao. You are a leader in the political department. Manipulating a mere grassroots officer should be as effortless as a child's play, akin to Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts. Wouldn't you agree? Wei Hui's eyes darted around, and he suddenly sighed. Fengzi, logically speaking, I do have the upper hand over Zhou Zheng, a mere police officer. However, do you comprehend that this fellow has just been awarded first-class merit and is currently basking in the limelight? I cannot afford to be reckless with him. Moreover, with the immense influence of the Chu family, should Chu Yunyao discover my ulterior motives and harbor resentment towards me, would that not be inviting trouble? Wang Dengfeng chuckled, thinking to himself that this cousin of his was truly attempting to have his cake and eat it too. For the sake of money, he could stoop to any depth. Was it not merely his desire for me to propose benefits voluntarily? Cousin, do not overthink it. Chu Yunyao's parents would be more than eager to see her part ways with Zhou Zheng. There is no need for you to worry about the Chu family. Furthermore, I shall not let your efforts go unrewarded. In the city's Hongju community, I have a 3-bedroom apartment that has been well decorated but remains unoccupied. It is conveniently located near the police station, making your commute much easier. Why not consider moving there? Wei Hui felt a surge of interest. His residence was quite distant from the police station, resulting in a taxing daily commute, making the prospect of a closer home appealing. The apartment Wang Feng mentioned was worth no less than 2 million, and Wei Hui could not help but feel tempted. He patted his chest and declared, Fengzi, since you have sought my assistance, I cannot stand idly by. Tomorrow morning, I will find time to meet Zhou Zheng. How dare he covet my brother's woman? Does he think he can progress in his career? So what if he has received first-class merit? I shall deal with him nonetheless. Excellent. Wang Feng raised his glass. You truly care for me, cousin. Once our plan succeeds, I will deliver the keys to you. We are in this together. Ha. Fengzi, we are relatives. If I do not assist you, who else would I help? Cheers. Wang Feng downed his drink, a shadow of a smile gracing his face. Zhou Zheng, I wonder how long you can keep dancing. Chapter 33. The deputy mayor stated that he would certainly complete the task assigned by the elder. At the first central hospital of Jiangbei City, the elder, having indulged in food and drink, lay in bed, brimming with vitality and devoid of any fatigue. After consuming the medicinal wine, he felt invigorated. The medicinal wine Zhou Zheng prepared for me is truly remarkable. I shall enjoy a life of comfort henceforth. The elder believed that this medicinal wine was tailor-made for him, as it not only nourished his body, but also satisfied his craving for alcohol. Ting. Be sure to stash away the remaining medicinal wine. Do not let anyone pilfer it. The elder instructed Yang Tingting with concern. When Zhou Zheng and the others left, they did not take the leftover medicinal wine, which the elder treated as a treasure, fearing its loss. Yang Tingting looked at the glass bottle that barely contained a few ounces of medicinal wine and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Grandpa, if someone didn't know, they might think this was iodine. Who would steal it? Besides, there's hardly any left. Even if offered for free, no one would want it. The elder scoffed. Free? How generous of you. Tingting, do you understand the value of the medicinal wine Zhou Zheng concocted? What? Grandpa, is this medicinal wine really that valuable? The elder nodded. It cannot merely be measured in terms of monetary value. I, a heart patient who nearly lost my life, have miraculously regained my vitality after consuming just a couple of doses of this medicinal wine. I feel rejuvenated all over. Many of my old friends suffer from poor health. They spend considerable sums annually to maintain their well-being, enduring great suffering. If they could drink this medicinal wine, all their ailments would be alleviated. If they were to discover its existence, they would pay any price. The notion of money pales in comparison to the prospect of being liberated from the torment of illness. Yang Tingting mused, acknowledging her grandfather's wisdom. She had seen the elder's friends, many of whom were advanced in years and confined to wheelchairs, suffering daily from various ailments. If a few sips of medicinal wine could restore their vitality, they would undoubtedly pursue it without a second thought. It seemed Zhou Zheng's recipe for medicinal wine was worth its weight in gold. However, Dr. Yang had mentioned that the elder still faced risks due to blocked coronary arteries, which cast a shadow over her thoughts. As the elder lay in bed, he increasingly viewed Zhou Zheng as his savior, not only for his life-saving intervention, but also for the preparation of the medicinal wine that aided his recovery. Tingting, inform your father that I have found my benefactor. He should personally express his gratitude to Zhou Zheng. Did he not mention wanting to create a banner to honor my savior? Let us have it ready to present to Zhou Zheng when the time comes. Understood. Yang Tingting pulled out her phone and called Deputy Mayor Yang. In the office of the vice mayor of Jiangbei City, despite it being 9 o'clock at night, Yang Zishan was still diligently working at his desk. Suddenly, his phone rang. He lifted his weary eyes to glance at the caller ID. Tingting's call. A sense of urgency washed over him. Could something have happened to the elder? He hurriedly answered the phone. Hello, Tingting, why are you calling me at this late hour? How is Grandpa? Dad, there's no need to worry. Grandpa is doing quite well. He has been asleep since the afternoon and only woke up this evening to eat and drink a bit. What? Upon hearing this, Yang Zishan grew anxious. Tingting, how are you taking care of Grandpa? You let him drink alcohol with his heart condition? Dad, please don't panic. Let me explain. Grandpa drank Zhou Zheng's specially concocted medicinal wine, and a small amount does not affect his condition. In fact, it is quite beneficial for his health. Is that true? Dad, this is a significant matter. I would never lie. It's genuine. Grandpa is feeling much better now, and Dr. Yang has checked him. All his indicators are returning to normal. That is wonderful. Yang Zishan breathed a sigh of relief, though a sense of bewilderment lingered. Could a heart patient really consume medicinal wine? The efficacy of this medicinal wine seemed almost unbelievable. Tingting, who exactly is this Zhou Zheng? If his medicinal wine is as miraculous as you say, we should prepare some for your grandpa. Dad, it's quite a coincidence. This Zhou Zheng, whom you refer to, is actually Yao Yao's husband, and he is also the kind soul who brought Grandpa to the hospital. Yang Tingting's revelation was laden with information, momentarily leaving Yang Zishan's mind spinning. Wait a moment. Tingting, you're sharing too much information at once. I need to process it. As the vice mayor, Yang Zishan's mind was sharp, and he quickly pieced together the narrative. The young man named Zhou Zheng had saved the elder's life, performed a good deed without seeking recognition, and left quietly. He was also the husband of Tingting's close friend, Chu Yunyao. Yang Zishan was perplexed as to how the daughter of the Chu family suddenly had a husband, but he had no time to ponder that. Given the connection between Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting, Zhou Zheng had appeared, recognized by the elder, and provided the miraculous medicinal wine that significantly improved the elder's health. Tingting, since you have encountered your grandfather's savior, you must express your gratitude properly. I have already done that. Father, Grandpa expressed a desire for you to personally convey your gratitude to Zhou Zheng, and he also mentioned the need for you to fulfill your promise of presenting him with a banner, preferably at your earliest convenience. Yang Zishan nodded, acknowledging that he indeed had made such a statement. However, with a meeting scheduled for tomorrow morning and an inspection to conduct in a neighboring city in the afternoon, his schedule was exceedingly tight. He could only manage to attend to this matter immediately after the meeting. Tingting, I will do my utmost to complete Grandpa's task tomorrow morning. But may I inquire as to where that young man Zhou Zheng resides? Do you happen to know his address? Yang Tingting replied, Zhou Zheng is currently in the hospital. He has been injured and is admitted just below my grandfather's ward. Yang Zishan's eyes widened in surprise as he asked, what happened? If the old man's savior has been injured, I will certainly ensure he receives justice. Father, you may not be aware, but I heard from Yao Yao that Zhou Zheng is an officer. He apprehended a Class A wanted criminal while on duty last night and sustained some injuries, Yang Tingting explained. Yang Zishan inquired with concern, is it serious? Not at all, just minor injuries. He is quite lively. That's a relief. Tingting, here's the plan. You go and commission a banner on behalf of your grandfather and me to present to Zhou Zheng. I will make time to visit him in the hospital tomorrow morning. All right, I will inform Grandpa. Goodbye for now, Father. After hanging up, Yang Tingting relayed her father's intentions to the old man, who nodded in approval. Tingting, go and have that banner made right away. Yang Tingting sighed, but Grandpa, the shops for making banners are all closed now. Nevertheless, she did not argue with him. Instead, she made a phone call and enlisted someone to find the owner of a banner-making shop. The proprietor assured her that they could deliver it to her in the morning, and after settling on a price, Yang Tingting felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Yang Zishan put down his phone, suddenly recalling that the city bureau had reported that a probationary officer named Zhou Zheng from the Qiao Bay police station had captured a Class A wanted criminal and was to be awarded first-class merit. It seemed that this Zhou Zheng was indeed the one who had saved the old man. Zhou Zheng is a rare talent. I must meet him. Yang Zishan mused to himself. Chapter 34. The white-clad police officer, Zhou Zheng's aspirations. Dingling, dingling. The sound of a persistent alarm clock interrupted Chu Yunyao's hazy slumber. She reluctantly silenced the alarm and attempted to close her eyes for a few more moments of rest. Suddenly, she bolted upright. Today was her first day reporting to work at the Ocean International Trade Company, and tardiness was not an option. A second later, it dawned on her that she had spent the entire night discussing the promotion of medicinal wine with Zhou Zheng and had resolved to embark on her entrepreneurial journey. So why was she still considering going to work? Shaking her head with a smile, she then noticed someone lying on the floor. Upon closer inspection, it was Zhou Zheng. She recalled that in the course of their conversation, she had unconsciously drifted off to sleep. The hospital room contained only one bed, and it appeared that Zhou Zheng, being the gentleman he was, had graciously relinquished it to her, opting instead to sleep on the floor. Chu Yunyao felt a wave of gratitude wash over her, yet simultaneously cursed Zhou Zheng for being less than animalistic. How could he resist any thoughts when faced with such a stunning girl, defenseless before him? In truth, how could Zhou Zheng not have thoughts? Chu Yunyao's beauty was irresistible to any man. However, he believed in maintaining boundaries and hoped that, given time, she would willingly embrace him, falling in love with him. Nonetheless, the experience of being less than animalistic was not pleasant. Zhou Zheng spent a restless night on the floor before finally dozing off. Feeling guilty for occupying the bed intended for a patient, Chu Yunyao found herself wide awake. She climbed out of bed and approached Zhou Zheng, bending down to speak softly. Zhou Zheng, you should sleep on the bed. Her long, dark, silky hair cascaded down, the tips brushing against Zhou Zheng's face and tickling him. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of Chu Yunyao's breathtakingly beautiful face. Yunyao, you're awake? He asked. Yes, I am. She replied gently. You should sleep on the bed. The floor is hard and cold, which isn't good for your health. What time is it? Yunyao? Almost 7 o'clock. Oh no, it's so late. I can't sleep any longer. Zhou Zheng quickly sat up from the floor. The leaders from the city bureau would soon arrive to present him with an award for first-class merit, and he needed to prepare. Zhou Zheng, there's still time. Why not sleep a little longer? I can't. I suspect my instructor will be back soon. Just then, Lu Jianjun knocked on the door and entered, carrying a steaming breakfast. Upon seeing Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao, one sitting and the other squatting on the floor, Lu Jianjun paused momentarily. Well, I didn't see anything. You two carry on. But do hurry, as I believe the director is on his way. With that, he turned and walked out. Chu Yunyao's face turned crimson, while Zhou Zheng wore an expression of embarrassment. Instructor, come back. It's not what you think. We've already gotten up. Oh, really? I hope I haven't disturbed you two lovebirds, Lu Jianjun replied, stopping in his tracks and placing the breakfast he had brought on the table. I brought you some soup dumplings and soy milk. Eat while it's hot. I hope it suits your taste. The final remark was directed towards Chu Yunyao, as Zhou Zheng, being Lu Jianjun's disciple, would eat whatever his master provided, and he was not picky. However, Chu Yunyao was a different matter altogether. Lu Jianjun was uncertain whether this elegant young woman enjoyed soup dumplings. Soup dumplings? They are my favorite, Chu Yunyao exclaimed, showing no restraint as she grabbed a dumpling and devoured it with fervor. She also encouraged Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun to partake. Jianjun, Zhou Zheng, you should eat too. They taste quite delightful. Zhou Zheng handed her a cup of soy milk, inserting a straw and offering it to her. Yunyao, have some soy milk. Don't choke. Chu Yunyao accepted the soy milk and held a dumpling up to Zhou Zheng's mouth. Zhou Zheng, here's a soup dumpling for you. The two exchanged bites, nearly feeding each other. Lu Jianjun, watching from the side, felt a sense of resignation as this wave of affection was as sweet as the dumplings he was eating. After finishing breakfast and taking a short break, Chu Yunyao decided it was time to bid farewell to Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun. She had acquired the secret recipe for the medicinal wine and had already discussed their plans moving forward, feeling a sense of urgency to take action. Zhou Zheng, Jianjun, I must take my leave. Oh, sister-in-law, why the rush? Stay a little longer. Lu Jianjun wanted Chu Yunyao to witness the moment when Zhou Zheng was honored with the award for first-class merit, believing it would enhance Zhou Zheng's standing in her eyes. Lu Jianjun was truly putting in great effort to elevate Zhou Zheng's position within the family. Jianjun, the leaders from the bureau are coming to see Zhou Zheng, and I'm not part of the system. It might be inappropriate for me to stay. Lu Jianjun waved his hand dismissively. What is inappropriate about it? You are the wife of Zhou Zheng, a police officer's spouse, which makes you one of us, he chuckled. As they conversed, Lu Jianjun's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Hao Igua and quickly answered. Hello, Director. Jianjun. Director Ma is about to arrive at the hospital. Please prepare accordingly. Lu Jianjun was taken aback. Director, where are you? Why haven't you arrived yet? I'm accompanying Director Ma and can't leave. The convoy is about to enter the hospital, and several leaders from the municipal bureau are coming. Please remind Zhou Zheng to be on his toes when he meets the leaders. Understood, Director. Lu Jianjun hung up and said to Zhou Zheng, Xiao Zhou, quickly put on your police uniform and tidy yourself up. Director Ma is almost here. Zhou Zheng nodded and hurriedly changed from his hospital gown into his uniform. Chu Yunyao, not shying away, assisted Zhou Zheng with his attire and even applied a touch of makeup, making him appear slightly more spirited than usual. At that moment, the door opened, and Hao Igua gestured for the others to enter. Director Ma and esteemed leaders, please come in. Director Ma was the first to step into the ward, followed by several prominent figures in white coats, their shoulder insignias glistening with olive branches and stars. Upon seeing the police inspector's uniform, Zhou Zheng felt a surge of emotion. This was the height that the Chu family wished for him to achieve within 3 years. Although he had not formally agreed, he harbored a steadfast ambition within. Within 3 years, he aimed to attain at least the rank of third-level inspector, a goal he had resolutely set for himself. You must be Comrade Xiao Zhou. I didn't expect you to be so young. Ma Xiaojun extended his hand. Hello, Director Ma. I am Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng first saluted Ma Xiaojun and then firmly shook his hand. Chapter 35. The Director personally awards first-class merit. Ma Xiaojun, holding Zhou Zheng's hand, spoke eloquently. Comrade Zhou Zheng, I heard about your courageous capture of an A-level wanted criminal, where you sustained injuries yet persevered through excruciating pain to subdue the suspect. Such selfless bravery is an example for all of us in the police department. It is a point of pride that Xiaobei Precinct has nurtured a talent like you. Zhou Zheng felt somewhat bewildered, for the capture was not as dramatic as portrayed. Though the appearance of the wanted criminal Yang Jie had been sudden, the process itself had been rather uneventful. He noticed the delighted expression on Hao Aigua's face and surmised that the director had exaggerated the circumstances to Director Ma. However, he understood Hao Aigua's intentions. A mundane capture would diminish the significance of his achievements. Director Ma, you overstate. Zhou Zheng began to articulate his thoughts. Capturing criminals is our duty as police officers. If there were dangers, we would not engage. How could we honor this uniform? Well said. Ma Xiaojun clapped Zhou Zheng on the shoulder, a commendatory smile spreading across his face. Comrade Xiao Zhou, how is your recovery progressing? Ma Xiaojun then inquired warmly about Zhou Zheng's injuries and recovery, conveying the heartfelt concern of all leaders and colleagues at the Municipal Bureau. He urged Zhou Zheng to relax and focus on healing, encouraging him to strive for further achievements. After hearing Ma Xiaojun's speech, Zhou Zheng felt deeply moved. He expressed his sincere gratitude for the concern shown by the leaders and colleagues, assuring them he would actively pursue treatment to regain his health and return to service in optimal condition, demonstrating his appreciation for the organization's care through his actions. His words flowed smoothly, rivaling the eloquence of Ma Xiaojun, who had long served in leadership positions. Nearby, Hao Aigua nodded in approval, thinking to himself that Xiao Zhou's demeanor and oratory skills were such that it would be a pity if he did not take on a leadership role. With such capability, he would surely soar beyond the confines of mediocrity. Though it was their first encounter, Ma Xiaojun took a liking to the young man and took the unprecedented step of introducing Zhou Zheng to other leaders from the Municipal Bureau. Xiao Zhou, allow me to introduce you to Comrade Chen Xiaobo, the Deputy Director, Comrade Wang Zhanliang, the Discipline Inspection Group Leader, and Comrade Jiang Hai, the Director of the Political Department. Zhou Zheng saluted and shook hands with each of the prominent figures, who each offered words of encouragement and inquired about his injuries, making him feel the nurturing care of his superiors. Soon, the moment of recognition arrived. In light of Zhou Zheng's accomplishments, and following discussions among the Municipal Bureau leaders and applications to higher authorities, he was awarded first-class merit and a reward of 20,000 yuan. Following this, Ma Xiaojun personally placed a first-class merit medal on Zhou Zheng's chest and handed him a large red certificate. Zhou Zheng received the certificate with both hands and solemnly saluted. Applause erupted as Director Ma led the clapping, and the leaders of the Municipal Bureau joined in. Lu Jianjun's hands were practically blistered from clapping. Having such an extraordinary disciple filled him with pride. Chu Yunyao also extended her fair hands, clapping while gazing affectionately at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng was simply outstanding. A probationary officer receiving first-class merit, personally awarded by the bureau chief along with other leaders. Chu Yunyao felt a swell of pride and joy. Subsequently, the director of the political department announced that Zhou Zheng's probationary period was concluded, elevating him to a formal police officer. Jiang Hai produced a pair of third-level inspector shoulder insignias and personally replaced Zhou Zheng's probationary insignias. Comrade Xiao Zhou, congratulations. You are now a formal people's police. The third-level inspector insignia, with its single stripe and star, was far more pleasing to the eye compared to the two probationary stripes. At this moment, Zhou Zheng felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. The third-level inspector rank marked the beginning of his journey as a formal officer. It was the first step of a long march, and his ambitions were set on the prominent figures before him. Though goals are merely milestones, not endpoints. The ceremony concluded, and the leaders of the Municipal Bureau, who were busy with their duties, took the time to personally arrive at the hospital to award Zhou Zheng the first-class medal, honoring him with their presence. Two journalists from Jiangbei Evening News followed, diligently capturing photographs. Zhou Zheng's capture of the A-level wanted criminal and receipt of first-class merit would surely dominate tomorrow's headlines. Ma Xiaojun offered Zhou Zheng a few more words of encouragement before preparing to depart with the municipal leaders. However, the entrance was congested with curious onlookers. After all, the sudden influx of police officers, including several high-ranking officials, naturally drew the attention of passers-by. Hao Aigua quickly called for Lu Jianjun to disperse the crowd. Comrades, please disperse. Disperse. The spectators, seeing the dignitaries preparing to leave, parted to make way. At that moment, a striking figure entered the ward, holding a deep red banner. It was Yang Tingting, who had just received a call that the banner had been delivered to the hospital. After settling the balance, she made her way directly to Zhou Zheng's ward, unexpectedly encountering Director Ma and the other municipal leaders. Yang Tingting, seeing Ma Xiaojun in a white shirt, felt no fear. Instead, she greeted him warmly. It is said that Vice Mayor Yang is the superior of Ma Xiaojun, and the two families are quite familiar with each other. Therefore, Yang Tingting showed no signs of hesitation. Uncle Ma, what brings you here? Upon recognizing Yang Tingting, the daughter of Vice Mayor Yang, a smile immediately spread across Ma Xiaojun's face. Oh, Tingting, you see, we have an outstanding grassroots officer in our police force who was injured while capturing a Class A wanted criminal. I brought the leaders from the municipal bureau to visit him and present him with a first-class merit medal. Uncle Ma, you must be referring to Zhou Zheng, right? Yang Tingting's expression remained calm and unperturbed. After all, Chu Yunyao had already informed her that Zhou Zheng might be awarded the honor of first-class merit. However, the presence of so many leaders from the municipal bureau surprised her. It seemed they held Zhou Zheng in high regard. Ma Xiaojun's face displayed a look of curiosity. Tingting, do you know Zhou Zheng? Indeed. Yang Tingting nodded. Uncle Ma, you may not be aware, but Zhou Zheng is my grandfather's lifesaver. Have you seen this banner? It was specially commissioned by my grandfather. Initially, he wanted my father to present it to Zhou Zheng in person, but since he was occupied, I took on the task. Chapter 36. The Vice Mayor presents a banner to Zhou Zheng. Yang Tingting's words stirred a tempest within Ma Xiaojun's heart, leaving him in a state of turmoil. He could not fathom the extent of Zhou Zheng's assistance to the Yang family that warranted a banner from Vice Mayor Yang. Had Zhou Zheng truly saved the life of Yang Tingting's grandfather? Before he could inquire further, Yang Tingting had already walked over to Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, I heard that you received a first-class merit medal from the Jiangbei Municipal Bureau on behalf of Captain Ma. Congratulations. Zhou Zheng smiled in response. Thank you, Yang Tingting. Congratulations to you as well. What does this banner signify? Yang Tingting inquired. You saved my grandfather's life. I may lack the authority to present you with a medal, but this banner is a token of gratitude from the Yang family, she stated, handing the banner to Zhou Zheng. The reporters from Jiangbei Evening News, who were about to leave, quickly retrieved their cameras, eager to capture the moment anew. The deep crimson banner bore two prominent vertical inscriptions, People's Guardian, Acts of Valor. In the lower right corner, 6 golden characters read, presented by Yang Zishan. The leaders from the municipal bureau paused at the sight of the name Yang Zishan. Feeling a sense of familiarity, Old Gao, who is Yang Zishan? That name sounds quite familiar. The boss's boss is named Yang Zishan. How could it not be familiar? Are you saying this banner was presented by Vice Mayor Yang? The young lady holding the banner is the daughter of Vice Mayor Yang. Didn't you see the director greet her just now? Wow, Zhou is quite remarkable. As everyone was engaged in discussion, an elderly gentleman entered the room. Seeing the room full of police officers without a hint of intimidation, he called out, Tingting, has the banner arrived? Yang Tingting turned around to see her grandfather, her expression shifting. Grandfather, why did you come out by yourself? The banner has been handed to Zhou Zheng, so you need not dwell on it. That's good. The elderly man nodded. I was feeling rather cooped up in the hospital room, and besides, I'm nearly recovered, so a breath of fresh air is quite nice. Old leader. Ma Xiaojun suddenly approached the elderly gentleman with a look of surprise and joy. The man, dressed in a white shirt, appeared to straighten his back unconsciously in the presence of the old man. Upon seeing Ma Xiaojun, the elderly gentleman also smiled. Oh, I thought it was someone else. It's you, Xiao Ma. Xiao Ma. The crowd gasped in surprise. To address Captain Ma as Xiao Ma suggests that this elderly gentleman is quite influential, and no one could ascertain his background. Soon, Ma Xiaojun elucidated the mystery to everyone. Colleagues, allow me to introduce this esteemed gentleman. This is Old Yang. I once served as his secretary at the provincial department, and Vice Mayor Yang is his son. The moment Ma Xiaojun's words fell, all the leaders were astounded. No wonder the old man referred to Captain Ma as Xiao Ma. It turned out Ma Xiaojun had once been his secretary, likely forming a habit over the years. Moreover, his son is the vice mayor. Goodness, this gentleman truly has connections. Greetings, esteemed leader. The crowd hurriedly shook hands with the elderly man and offered their respects. He humbly waved his hand. Just call me Old Yang. I'm merely an old man, not a leader. I've long since retired. The crowd chuckled, thinking to themselves that while he may be modest, they certainly wouldn't be so disrespectful as to call him Old Yang. Ridiculous. Although he has retired, his son is a powerful vice mayor. Old Yang turned to Ma Xiaojun and asked, Xiao Ma, what brings such a grand assembly here? Old Yang, we have a grassroots officer who captured a Class A wanted criminal and was injured in the process. We came to express our condolences and to present him with a first-class merit medal. Old Yang nodded. A first-class merit? That's commendable. It's been a long time since I've heard of anyone from the Municipal Bureau receiving such an honor. Ma Xiaojun quickly agreed. Indeed. What makes it even more remarkable is that this grassroots officer is still in his probationary period. He achieved this honor just 3 months into his service, which is truly exceptional. Is that so? He must be an outstanding talent. Xiaoma, you must nurture such talent in your bureau. I suspect he could even be nominated as one of the top 10 young police officers in the country. Ma Xiaojun was taken aback. The top 10 young police officers are selected annually from police forces across the nation, with only 10 slots available. The competition is fierce. Jiangbei City hasn't had anyone recognized for a decade. During his 3 years at Jiangbei Municipal Bureau, Ma Xiaojun had never considered this possibility and had essentially given up hope. However, with Old Yang's words, Ma Xiaojun's mind began to race. Zhou Zheng truly was the youngest and one of the most outstanding officers he had ever seen. His future was indeed promising. Perhaps they should begin to cultivate him according to the standards for the top 10 young police officers. In truth, Old Yang had already surmised that Ma Xiaojun was there to present Zhou Zheng with a first-class merit medal, recognizing Zhou Zheng's exceptional qualities. Thus, he spoke favorably of him to Ma Xiaojun. Old Yang, what brings you here? I had a heart attack while taking a stroll not long ago, and fortunately, a kind young man saved me and brought me to the hospital. How could I not express my gratitude? I initially intended for Zishan to thank him in person, but that lad is always busy, so I had Tingting present the banner on his behalf as a token of appreciation. Upon seeing the banner in Zhou Zheng's hands, Ma Xiaojun finally realized that the person who saved Old Yang was Zhou Zheng. This young man not only possessed formidable professional skills, but also had a compassionate heart, leading Ma Xiaojun to regard him with even greater esteem. Moreover, since Zhou Zheng had saved Old Yang, his future prospects were bound to broaden. Although Old Yang had long since retired, his son was a powerful vice mayor, and his connections could open numerous doors. After all, Old Yang had not merely served as deputy director for nothing. Upon reflecting on this, Ma Xiaojun felt a twinge of envy towards Zhou Zheng. What a remarkable fellow. It seemed Zhou Zheng would avoid a decade of detours. All right, little Ma, I shan't delay you any longer. Go on with your tasks. This was akin to issuing an eviction notice. Ma Xiaojun had initially wished to reminisce with the elder about their shared past, but upon hearing the elder's words, he dared not linger. Very well, Elder Yang, we shall take our leave. Little Zhou, take care of your injuries. Farewell. In an unprecedented turn of events, Ma Xiaojun bid farewell to Zhou Zheng once more. Zhou Zheng responded, Director Ma, esteemed leaders, farewell. Allow me to see you off. No need for that. Return swiftly. Ma Xiaojun politely declined. However, Zhou Zheng insisted on escorting them, for they were all leaders from the Municipal Bureau, and he could not appear aloof. Little did he know, the elder abruptly seized his arm. If little Ma says no need to see them off, then don't see them off. Little Zhou, I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 37. Zhou Zheng, a treasure of the police station. With the elder holding him back, Zhou Zheng could only offer an apologetic smile to Ma Xiaojun. Ma Xiaojun nodded, signaling his understanding, while a wave of envy surged within him. It appeared that Zhou Zheng was quite familiar with Elder Yang, and not just in a superficial manner. After all, Zhou Zheng had saved Elder Yang. Once the leaders of the Municipal Bureau departed, the room returned to tranquility. Elder, what is it that you wish to convey? Could you perhaps release me? I have no intention of fleeing. The elder chuckled awkwardly, loosening his grip on Zhou Zheng's now misshapen sleeve. Little Zhou, when can you prepare that medicinal wine for me? The old man can hardly wait. Zhou Zheng replied, but elder, didn't we have some medicinal wine left over from last night? If we pace ourselves, it should last a few days. The elder's expression soured. Indeed, we had about 3 taels left last night. Even if I were to ration it, it would only suffice for 3 days. What shall we do when the 3 days are up and your medicinal wine isn't ready? Little Zhou, do you know what it means to prepare for a rainy day? During the times of calamity, if I hadn't been prudent, my entire family would have starved. The elder's discourse drifted further, but his meaning was unequivocal. The supply of medicinal wine must not be interrupted. You must give me a definitive answer on when I can expect new medicinal wine. Zhou Zheng, however, found himself unable to provide a precise response. The timeline for the new medicinal wine hinged on Chu Yunyao's progress. Thus, he turned his gaze towards her. Yunyao, according to your plan, when can the first barrel of medicinal wine be ready at the earliest? Chu Yunyao pondered before replying, based on the formula. The medicinal herbs require at least 3 days to steep and extract their properties. If we can gather all the necessary ingredients today, it will be ready in 3 days. Zhou Zheng calculated. If all went smoothly, they should be able to meet the deadline. After all, the initial ingredients needed comprised only a large vat, the requisite medicinal herbs, and high-quality grain alcohol. The herbs would be placed in the vat, infused with the alcohol, sealed, and left to steep for 3 days before consumption. As for humidity and temperature, the secret recipe did not specify, and Chu Yunyao overlooked these details. Elder, you need not worry. The medicinal wine will definitely be prepared on time. Really? Absolutely. Zhou Zheng assured with a nod. I have entrusted this task to Yunyao. She will attend to it immediately. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the new medicinal wine should be ready in 3 days. Excellent. The elder addressed Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, don't just stand there. Hurry and get to work. The old man is counting on this medicinal wine for his vitality. This statement carried a degree of gravity. Chu Yunyao dared not delay and nodded. Grandfather, I will prepare right away. Yes, yes. That is a good child. If you encounter any difficulties, speak up. The old man will find a way to resolve them, even if it means pulling strings. Nearby, Yang Tingting interjected playfully, Grandfather, aren't you usually the most averse to using connections? I recall a time when Dad promised a friend to handle a small matter, and you scolded him severely when you found out. The elder furrowed his brow, but then chuckled. Haha, Tingting, you truly are your father's little confidant. You remember that incident? I have lived a life of integrity, never resorting to backdoor dealings, nor do I permit your father to do so. However, this time is different. For my sake and for the sake of my ailing comrades, I shall indulge in a bit of favoritism. Let anyone dare to speak ill. The elder's demeanor was authoritative yet composed, exuding the essence of a leader. Yang Tingting stuck out her adorable little tongue. Grandfather, I was merely jesting. You needn't take it to heart. Besides, isn't Yunyao just procuring the medicinal herbs? As long as there is enough funding, what difficulties could arise? The elder nodded. Tingting, if you're not busy, assist Yunyao in her preparations. Chu Yunyao quickly waved her hand. No need, Grandfather. I can manage on my own. I will strive to prepare the medicinal wine today. Zhou Zheng, I shall take my leave. Zhou Zheng nodded. Indeed. Yunyao, when purchasing the medicinal herbs, head to the street renowned for its fine medicinal materials. Their selection is comprehensive. Understood. Chu Yunyao bid farewell to everyone, exited, and drove off in a Panamera, heading first to the lottery center to convert her ticket into cash, for she needed funds to procure the ingredients. The elder continued to converse with Zhou Zheng for a while longer, not merely engaging in idle chat, but imparting invaluable insights regarding working within the system, knowledge that was closely guarded, shared only among trusted individuals. Lu Jianjun, nearby, eagerly listened, keen to absorb any wisdom shared. Zhou Zheng, of course, benefited greatly from the exchange, although some of the advice he found questionable, such as the notion of not being the tallest tree in the forest, lest the winds bring it down. Now that Zhou Zheng had an advantage, he saw no need for obscurity. He aspired to ascend to the rank of police supervisor within the shortest possible time frame, and could not afford to adopt a slow and steady approach. Zhou Zheng had his own considerations, but he would not disclose them to anyone. After a while, the elder grew weary, and Yang Tingting assisted him back to the hospital room for rest. Only Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun remained in the room. Lu Jianjun, filled with admiration, remarked, Little Zhou, you have achieved first-class merit, with Director Ma personally awarding you, and you even saved Vice Mayor Yang's father. Your future is boundless. I believe your accomplishments will rival even Director Ma's. In 20 years, you will undoubtedly don a white shirt. Zhou Zheng thought to himself that 20 years was too long. 3 years was the time frame he could accept. Externally, he maintained a calm demeanor. Master, perhaps it was merely good fortune on my part. I captured an A-level wanted criminal and fortuitously saved Vice Mayor Yang's father. However, I adhere to the motto of doing good without concern for the future. Luck is bestowed by the heavens, while one's actions are within their own control. Lu Jianjun nodded. Well said, Little Zhou. But at your young age, how do you speak with such gravitas? Zhou Zheng chuckled and plopped down on the hospital bed. Hee. Master, having just met with the leaders from the bureau, I was influenced by their demeanor, and thus my speech may have taken on an air of seriousness. I'm still adjusting. Lu Jianjun pointed at Zhou Zheng. Haha, Little Zhou, you must be cautious with your words. While it's fine to share with me, do not let anyone else hear it. If this were to reach the leadership's ears, it could be problematic. Zhou Zheng did not lift his head as he replied, Understood, Master. Lu Jianjun recognized that his words had not truly resonated with Zhou Zheng. Continuing in this manner will inevitably lead to misfortune. Just as I was about to have a serious conversation with him, I reconsidered. With Deputy Mayor Yang backing Zhou Zheng, who would dare to take action against him without committing a grievous error. Thus, I decided against it. At that moment, the door swung open, and Hao Igua strode in. Director, he exclaimed, You're back. Hao Igua nodded, his face betraying an irrepressible excitement. Xiao Zhou, I just accompanied Director Ma to the hospital, and at the entrance, he held my hand and chatted for quite a while. He highly praised your fearless capture of an A-level wanted criminal and your selfless act of saving Elder Yang. He also commended our Qiaobei police station, And most importantly, he intends to allocate 2 additional police cars to us. Xiao Zhou, you are indeed a treasure for our Qiaobei station. Chapter 38, A Moment of Pride. What? Director Ma is actually going to allocate new police cars to our Qiaobei station? Lu Jianjun exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. It is worth noting that among the dozens of police stations citywide, all are facing personnel and vehicle shortages. While personnel can be managed by recruiting auxiliary officers or waiting for recent graduates from police academies, police cars are a different matter. Although the Municipal Bureau claims to have surplus resources, they are limited and equitable distribution is insufficient. Allocation often depends on which police station can present the most compelling case for need or has achieved significant accomplishments. Only then does the Bureau consider distributing additional vehicles. The Qiaobei police station, with its small jurisdiction and limited personnel, suffers particularly from a lack of vehicles. During busy times, response times suffer greatly, and at times, officers are forced to use their personal vehicles. Haoigua had raised this issue with the Municipal Bureau countless times. But the response was always the same. They were to solve their own difficulties, as every station faced shortages, not just Qiaobei. Once, in frustration, Haoigua even clashed with a superior responsible for logistics, who retorted, if you want police cars, earn it. If your Qiaobei station could achieve a significant merit, I'd personally deliver the vehicles to you. Haoigua had left the bureau feeling humiliated and grumbling. What significant achievements could a police station like theirs possibly claim? Did they think they were a criminal investigation unit? Fine, if they didn't want to provide support, so be it. Was this not simply an act of provocation? However, despite his anger, he felt utterly powerless. Now, with Zhou Zheng having achieved a first-class merit, surely the Municipal Bureau would comply and allocate police cars to Qiaobei Station, allowing Haoigua to bask in a moment of pride. This victory was thanks to Zhou Zheng. To his astonishment, Director Ma decisively approved the allocation of 2 police cars to Qiaobei Station. My heavens! Haoigua exclaimed, nearly shedding tears of joy. 2 police cars. When had the Municipal Bureau ever been this generous? Of course, Haoigua understood that this was all due to Zhou Zheng. Having earned first-class merit and saved Deputy Mayor Yang's father, who was once Ma Xiaojuan's superior, if the Bureau did not consider Qiaobei Station, it would be indefensible. After bidding farewell to Ma Xiaojun and the other municipal leaders, Haoigua hurried back to the hospital room, eager to share this joy with Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun. He also seized the opportunity to commend Zhou Zheng. He had come to regard Zhou Zheng as a true gem of Qiaobei Station. Haoigua warmly grasped Zhou Zheng's hand. Xiao Zhou, I won't say much. Just continue to perform well here at Qiaobei Station, and this position will eventually be yours. What? Lu Jianjun, overhearing Haoigua's words, was left speechless in shock. To his recollection, the director had never spoken such words to anyone before. This was clearly a move to cultivate Zhou Zheng as the next director. It was essential to note that Zhou Zheng was merely a third-class police officer with 1 star. The position of director typically required a rank of police superintendent or higher, and Zhou Zheng was far from that level. Was it too soon to promise him such a future? Lu Jianjun had no idea that Haoigua was thinking far ahead. Exceptional talent often jumps ship, and departments are eager to poach promising individuals. By offering Zhou Zheng this reassurance, Haoigua hoped to prevent any thoughts of leaving for another department. If Zhou Zheng succumbed to temptation and departed, it would mark the greatest loss in Qiaobei Station's history. Zhou Zheng, unsure of the sincerity of the director's words, suspected they might be somewhat exaggerated. Nevertheless, the allure of a director's position held little charm for him. After all, a director was just a second-class police superintendent. His ambitions reached for the rank of police inspector, a title that would at least place him at the level of deputy bureau chief or higher. Such thoughts were best kept to himself. With Haoigua having made such a statement, Zhou Zheng had to reciprocate with some pleasantries. Thank you for your generosity, director. I will continue to strive for more honors for Qiaobei Station. Well said. Xiao Zhou, I have high hopes for you. Haoigua beamed with exaggerated joy. Zhou Zheng continued. Director, may I propose a matter? Haoigua pounded his chest and declared grandly, what is it? Speak freely. I will agree to anything within my power. Director, seeing as the leaders from the Municipal Bureau have visited and the award ceremony has concluded, am I not able to be discharged from the hospital now? Zhou Zheng expressed, disliking the hospital's sterile atmosphere. After all, he was not injured. Remaining in the hospital was rather pointless. Haoigua's expression grew serious. Xiao Zhou, is your injury truly healed? Zhou Zheng wanted to assert that he was perfectly fine, but feared Haoigua might not believe him. Thus, he replied, just a minor injury. It's hardly a concern. I can walk, and I can even run. Look, director, I can do a little hop. As he spoke, he got up and demonstrated by walking, running, and occasionally hopping around the hospital room to convince Haoigua. However, instead of alleviating Haoigua's concerns, this behavior only heightened his worries. He called over Lu Jianjun. Jianjun, did Xiao Zhou's test results indicate any head injury? Uffed. Lu Jianjun nearly burst into laughter. He thought to himself that Zhou Zheng's antics were rather excessive. What was he trying to achieve with such theatrics? How was shot Lu Jianjun a glare. Jianjun, what are you laughing at? I'm asking you a question. Suppressing his laughter, Lu Jianjun replied, Director, I assure you that Zhou Zheng's head is fine. You've seen his performance in front of the municipal leaders. He is not lacking in mental acuity. He might just be going a bit stir-crazy from being cooped up in the hospital for a few days, which could explain his unusual behavior. How was expression darkened. That being said, Xiao Zhou, stop bouncing around. I believe you're fine now. But let us keep you under observation for another day. Jianjun, continue to monitor Zhou Zheng. Tomorrow, have the doctor conduct another checkup. If everything is all right, we'll discharge him. Zhou Zheng, feeling dejected, asked, Director, do I really have to stay in the hospital for another day? Yes, Xiao Zhou, just follow orders. With that, Hao Igwa took his leave, stating, I have to go to the municipal bureau to hand over the police cars. He left with a sense of anticipation, curious to see the expression on the face of the leader who had previously clashed with him. Master, I've inconvenienced you again, making you stay in the hospital with me, Zhou Zheng lamented. Lu Jianjun's face darkened. Xiao Zhou, that is not a nice thing to say. You are my disciple. Besides, this work is quite leisurely, much more comfortable than being at the police station. Zhou Zheng replied, Master, working at the police station sometimes has its own merits. And in the hospital, you must constantly accompany me. I can see you are restless, Lu Jianjun said, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone. You caught me. Actually, today is my daughter's birthday, and she is looking forward to me taking her to the amusement park this afternoon. But really, it's nothing. It's just as fine for her mother to celebrate with her. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zheng's expression darkened. Master, why didn't you mention it sooner? I don't require your company here. You should go. No. I returned home last night. It's inappropriate to leave my post too often. Zhou Zheng was aware that Lu Jianjun could be quite stubborn at times. An idea struck him, and he said, Master, how about this? You go accompany your child to the amusement park now, and in the evening, I will come to your home to celebrate her birthday. Is that suitable? What if the director comes, and doesn't he find me? I might get scolded. Our station has recently acquired 2 new police cars. The director is quite busy and likely won't have time to return to the hospital, Lu Jianjun replied. That makes sense. You truly know him well. Then it's settled. You go ahead, Master. I'll buy the cake, and let your wife prepare a couple more dishes for dinner. All right, Xiao Zhou. Then I shall take my leave. After Lu Jianjun departed, Zhou Zheng took out his phone and dialed Chu Yunyao's number. Hello, Yunyao, where are you? Zhou Zheng. I just came out of the welfare lottery center. I've redeemed my winnings, and after taxes, I have 3,112,000 in hand. They asked for a donation at the exit, but I declined. If I truly want to help others, I believe it's better to deliver the money directly to those in need, she replied. Zhou Zheng nodded, thinking to himself how clear-headed Chu Yunyao was. Yunyao, you did the right thing. If we come into money in the future, we could occasionally buy a truckload of educational and daily supplies to deliver to remote areas. What do you think? That's a splendid idea. I wholeheartedly support it, she said. I need to head to the street of precious medicinal herbs now, so I'll hang up for now. It was evident that Chu Yunyao was quite dedicated to the medicinal liquor business, moving swiftly along her way. Wait, Yunyao. Zhou Zheng called. What is it? Is there something else? Well, my master's daughter is celebrating her birthday today, and I plan to get a cake. But I'm unsure which bakery is good. The truth was, having lived for over 20 years, Zhou Zheng had never celebrated a birthday himself, nor had he developed the habit of buying cakes for others. He was completely oblivious to the cake shops in Zhongbei City. Naturally, he wanted to present a splendid cake for his master's daughter, so he thought to ask Chu Yunyao for assistance, speculating that she, being from a well-off family, must have had her share of experiences. Zhou Zheng, you've come to the right person. When it's my birthday, I always order from a famous bakery in the capital, and they airlift the cake here. However, there are a few decent bakeries in Zhongbei City. In the southern part of the city, there's a time-honored cake shop that uses traditional cream. The designs may be simple, but they evoke the flavors of childhood. If you want something high-end, you must go for Häagen-Dazs in the new district. They use exclusively imported, top-quality ingredients. And both the aesthetics and taste are among the finest in Zhongbei, though the only drawback is that they can be a bit pricey. Zhou Zheng thought to himself, how expensive could a simple cake be? Children must be tired of the traditional flavors and would surely prefer Häagen-Dazs. Yunyao, how about ordering an 8-inch Häagen-Dazs cake? It should cost a few hundred, right? That one do. An 8-inch birthday cake from Häagen-Dazs costs 8,888. Zhou Zheng was taken aback. 8,000 for a birthday cake? Is the cream made of gold? Why so expensive? Chu Yunyao chuckled softly. This bakery is known as the Hermes of the cake world. It's indeed not cheap. Then let us opt for another store, Zhou Zheng suggested. No need, let us stick with this one. I have enough points on my Haagen-Dazs membership card to redeem an 8-inch cake, so just give me the address for Jianjun, and I'll take care of it. All right then, Yunyao. I've arranged to have dinner at my master's place tonight. Why don't we go together? Is that appropriate? Why wouldn't it be? You are my wife and know my master. It won't be awkward. Fine. Chu Yunyao hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Then you get back to your work, and I'll call you later. Zhou Zheng hung up the phone and placed it on the hospital bed, his gaze fixed on the pristine ceiling. The thought of being discharged tomorrow filled him with a small thrill. He would finally be free from this environment saturated with the scent of medicinal herbs. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but begin planning for the future. If the medicinal liquor business took off, he would earn a considerable fortune. First, he would rent a nice apartment in an upscale community for Chu Yunyao, as he always felt a bit guilty about her living in an old neighborhood, even though she had never complained. He also wanted to visit Chu Yunyao's grandmother, who was in the ICU at Huxia Hospital in the capital. He wondered if the old lady knew about her lineage. Yet, even if she did, she might not be able to voice it. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng recalled his mastery of acupuncture. Perhaps if he treated her, she might regain consciousness. He felt a surge of anticipation for his upcoming trip to the capital. The remainder of his plans involved capturing more criminals to earn merits, as that was the only path to rapid promotion. He wondered if the 20-fold luck value had already expired. Even if it had, he wasn't worried. He still had double luck value, which was lifelong. Moreover, he might still earn a 20-fold luck value reward in the future. Zhou Zheng's mind raced with thoughts. Although the road ahead was unlikely to be smooth, the future surely held promise. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking at the door pulled Zhou Zheng back to reality. Who could it be? He climbed out of bed, sat on the edge, and called, "Come in." The door opened, and a figure stepped inside. The person appeared to be in his 40s, dressed in an administrative jacket, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, and his thick hair meticulously combed back, giving him an air of scholarly elegance. Zhou Zheng found the man somewhat familiar, but couldn't quite place him. Comrade Zhou Zheng. The middle-aged man's face lit up with a brilliant smile upon seeing Zhou Zheng, and he quickly took a couple of steps forward to shake his hand, without waiting for an introduction. "Xiao Zhou, how are you? Feeling better?" Zhou Zheng was momentarily bewildered. Who was this person? He had no recollection of him, yet the man seemed so familiar with him. It was quite perplexing. "Much better. I'll be discharged tomorrow." "Thank you for your concern," Zhou Zheng responded instinctively. "Oh, that is wonderful. Truly wonderful." The middle-aged man seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, his expression exaggerated, as if Zhou Zheng were his dearest friend. "May I ask who you are?" Zhou Zheng finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and inquired. The middle-aged man's face fell in disbelief. He had assumed he was quite well known at the city bureau, yet here was Zhou Zheng, not recognizing him at all. However, upon reflection, it is rather understandable that a grassroots police officer, having only been in service for 3 months, would not be acquainted with the deputy director of the political office. Thus, he introduced himself, saying, "I am Wei Hui, working in the political office of the municipal bureau. They all call me Director Wei." Zhou Zheng thought to himself, that's not right. The director of the political office, Jiang Hai, visited today and even shook my hand. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled that there indeed was a Wei Hui in the office, but he was merely a deputy director. It seemed that Wei Hui was rather fond of embellishing his title, omitting the deputy from his introduction. Zhou Zheng was puzzled as to why this man would visit him alone in the hospital, given that they had no prior interaction. "Oh, so it's Deputy Director Wei. Please, have a seat," Zhou Zheng exclaimed, but noticed a flicker of displeasure cross Wei Hui's face. Was a mere grassroots policeman not deserving of courtesy? Had it not been for the apartment in the city center, he wouldn't have bothered to visit. A hint of dissatisfaction flashed across his face, quickly replaced by a forced smile. Zhou Zheng perceptively noted the change in Wei Hui's expression, realizing that this visitor bore ill intentions, for benevolent individuals rarely appeared uninvited. Chapter 40. An Overt Threat. Comrade Xiao Zhou, I initially intended to visit you along with Director Ma and other leaders from the municipal bureau, but due to pressing work, Director Jiang came in my stead. Wei Hui began, unabashedly flaunting his position. In truth, he was merely one of 3 deputy directors. His presence in the hospital to confer a first-class merit upon Zhou Zheng was unwarranted, as only the heads of various departments were supposed to attend. Assuming Zhou Zheng was unaware of the intricacies, he resorted to grandstanding. As soon as I finished my work, I rushed over. "Deputy Director Wei, I am immensely grateful for your time amidst your busy schedule to visit a grassroots policeman like me. I am truly touched," Zhou Zheng responded, uncertain of Wei Hui's true motives. Nevertheless, he was certain that Wei Hui's visit was not on behalf of the organization. Thus, he offered only perfunctory pleasantries. "What thanks? It is my duty as a leader to show concern for grassroots officers," Wei Hui replied disingenuously. "By the way, how old are you this year? How many family members do you have? Where's your hometown? Don't be nervous. Don't regard me as a superior. I simply enjoy having heartfelt conversations with grassroots policemen. Zhou Zheng could only respond dutifully, navigating through the conversation. Suddenly, Wei Hui shifted the topic. Xiao Zhou, I've heard you've married. Your wife is from the Chu family in Jiangbei. Zhou Zheng's heart skipped a beat. Could this be the crux of Wei Hui's visit? He answered candidly. Yes, my wife is the daughter of the Chu family, Chu Yunyao. Oh my. Xiao Zhou, how did you end up marrying Chu Yunyao? Ordinarily, I should congratulate you, but I find myself worried for you. Chu Yunyao is a daughter of the Chu family. As a grassroots policeman, your marriage seems mismatched. Listen to me. If you cannot handle Chu Yunyao, it would be wise to end things early. I can introduce you to a police flower as a girlfriend. That would be perfect. Wei Hui, who was not adept at persuasive communication, preferred to wield his influence. However, given Zhou Zheng's recent commendation, Wei Hui attempted a gentle approach, hoping to steer Zhou Zheng back onto what he perceived to be the right path. Yet, his unsolicited advice not only irritated Zhou Zheng, but also struck him as absurd. Who comes in and starts advising someone to divorce? Moreover, he and Wei Hui were strangers. How could he claim to have his best interests at heart? This was clearly a malevolent ploy. Deputy Director Wei, I appreciate your concern. If there is nothing further, I would prefer you take your leave. The municipal bureau is busy, and you're conducting personal matters during work hours. Aren't you afraid that Director Jiang will take issue with you? Zhou Zheng's words left Wei Hui momentarily stunned. What do you mean by personal matters during work hours? I came to the hospital to express concern for my subordinate and have a heart-to-heart talk. Zhou Zheng retorted sharply. Deputy Director Wei, I am an officer at the Qiao Bei police station. My superior is Director Hao Aigua, not you, the deputy director of the political office. Furthermore, I have no desire for a heart-to-heart discussion with you. With a sudden motion, Wei Hui slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Grassroots policemen at the municipal bureau treat me with respect. Being rebuffed by you infuriates me. Zhou Zheng, do not presume to be insubordinate. You must distance yourself from Chu Yunyao. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Wei Hui, now devoid of pretense, revealed his true intentions. Zhou Zheng realized that Wei Hui was indeed targeting his marriage with Chu Yunyao. It was easy to surmise that someone was orchestrating this behind the scenes. A name surfaced in his mind, Wang Feng. Zhou Zheng was determined not to show weakness before Wei Hui. What? Deputy Director Wei, as a minor leader, you presume to interfere in my marital freedom? Your overreach is astonishing. Wei Hui, incensed by Zhou Zheng's lack of fear and derisive remarks, could no longer contain his fury. He unleashed his typical authoritarian demeanor, stating, Zhou Zheng, I am the deputy director of the political office. Your promotions and evaluations come through me. If you offend me, your future will be bleak. Heed my advice. Those who recognize the tides are wise. If you leave Chu Yunyao, I will consider this an oversight on your part and still regard you as a comrade. Otherwise, you will never progress in your career. Was it Wang Feng who sent you? What benefits has he promised you? Zhou Zheng interjected boldly. Wei Hui, caught between wanting to maintain his facade while feeling the pressure, nervously denied, what Wang Feng? I don't know him. Zhou Zheng, I will ask you one final time. Will you leave Chu Yunyao? Zhou Zheng, discerning the underlying machinations, stated calmly, what if I refuse? Wei Hui's face darkened, his teeth clenched as he warned, I see you have no desire for advancement. You might as well remain a grassroots policeman for your entire life. Do you believe you could even retain that position? Wei Hui's threats were not mere bluster. If he chose to target Zhou Zheng, his aspirations for advancement could indeed be stifled, for the power of evaluations lay with the political office. Nevertheless, Zhou Zheng, with his resolute character, would never abandon Chu Yunyao nor yield to Wei Hui's intimidation. He declared defiantly, Deputy Director Wei, you are exceedingly arrogant. Is the municipal bureau your personal domain? Wei Hui, perched in his authority, responded with arrogant disdain, Zhou Zheng, the municipal bureau is indeed my domain. It would take but a flick of my finger to retaliate against a grassroots policeman like you. Mark my words. Before he could finish, an unfamiliar yet recognizable voice interrupted the tense atmosphere. Who dares to be so brazen as to openly threaten a police officer? The door, slightly ajar, swung open to reveal a middle-aged man clad in a deep blue administrative jacket, followed closely by a young assistant carrying a thermos and a handbag. The newcomer was Yang Zishan, accompanied by his secretary, Xiao Wu. Having attended a government meeting that morning, Yang Zishan hurried to the hospital, first checking on his father in the top-tier special care unit. Seeing his father's significant recovery brought him a breath of relief, as the elder gentleman credited Zhou Zheng's medicinal wine for his swift recuperation. Furthermore, young Zhou has saved his life. He is a kind-hearted and capable youth. He even hoped that Yang Zishan would extend a greeting to Ma Xiaojun in order to properly nurture Zhou Zheng. Yang Zishan was taken aback to hear the old gentleman speak of Zhou Zheng so frequently, particularly since he was not one to advocate for anyone. It was astonishing that the old man was even contemplating using a backdoor approach. There are very few young individuals who have caught the old man's eye, and it appears that Zhou Zheng is indeed a talent. Initially, he had come to the hospital to visit Zhou Zheng and personally express his gratitude. After chatting with the old gentleman for a short while, he descended to Zhou Zheng's ward. Just as he reached the door, he overheard someone inside brazenly claiming that the city bureau was his family business, while threatening the very Zhou Zheng who had saved the old man's life. What audacity! Yang Zishan's expression changed instantly as he pushed the door open. Deputy Mayor Yang? The arrogant Wei Hui, upon seeing Yang Zishan, resembled a mouse caught in the presence of a cat, abruptly deflating as he recalled his earlier boastful remarks, realizing they had likely been overheard by the deputy mayor. A sudden chill enveloped him. Chapter 41. The Price of Hubris. Do you know me? Yang Zishan inquired, observing Wei Hui's recognition of his identity. And no, I don't know you. Wei Hui hastily waved his hands. He had been excessively arrogant towards Zhou Zheng earlier, uttering words that should not have been spoken in public, and now he regretted it deeply, wishing he could take back his words. He could only hope that Yang Zishan did not recognize him. However, given that Yang had previously visited the city bureau for research, they had met before, leaving Wei Hui feeling increasingly anxious. Then how do you know my surname? And how do you know I am the deputy mayor? Yang Zishan's piercing gaze bore into Wei Hui. I saw you on television, Wei Hui stammered. What are you doing here? Yang Zishan had already sensed that something was amiss with Wei Hui, and he continued to press him with questions, eager to unmask him. I came to the hospital to visit a patient. I must have entered the wrong room. Farewell, deputy mayor. Wei Hui thought it prudent to make a hasty exit before his facade crumbled entirely. At that moment, Zhou Zheng recognized that the individual before him was the deputy mayor, the father of Yang Tingting, and the son of the old gentleman he had rescued. Observing Wei Hui's intent to flee, Zhou Zheng interjected, Deputy Mayor, he is lying. His name is Wei Hui, and he is the deputy director of the political department at the city bureau. He specifically came to the hospital to meddle in my personal affairs and threatened me. When I refused to comply, he brazenly claimed he could retaliate against me, stating that the city bureau was his family business and that he could deal with grassroots police officers as easily as drinking water. Zhou Zheng recounted the incident to the deputy mayor, embellishing the narrative. Wei Hui thought to himself, you despicable Zhou Zheng. How dare you report me in front of a superior? Are you even human? He harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Zhou Zheng. Yet he realized that his prior intimidation had been futile. Why shouldn't Zhou Zheng report him upon encountering the deputy mayor? Deputy director of the political department, Wei Hui? Yang Zishan nodded, his mind registering the name. The issue was that there were too many people at the bureau, and he could not be familiar with each one. Wei Hui, have you risen in the ranks? As a mid-level leader at the police bureau, you meddle in the personal lives of grassroots officers? When they refuse to comply, you threaten retaliation and boast that the city bureau is your family business? Is this how you conduct yourself as a leader? Do you have any sense of organizational discipline? Truly remarkable. Yang Zishan's reaction was a mix of bemusement and incredulity. Wei Hui was taken aback, feeling a sense of dread at the deputy mayor's laughter. Deputy mayor, I was momentarily blinded by greed. It's not what you think. I had no other intentions. His thoughts were chaotic, and he struggled to articulate a coherent defense. His justifications sounding feeble. Yang Zishan turned to his secretary, Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, call Ma Xiaojun. I need to inquire how he manages his subordinates. How can someone so contemptuous and arrogant be allowed to serve as the deputy director of the political department? What kind of leadership is this? Yang Zishan was genuinely incensed. Zhou Zheng had saved the old gentleman's life, and the old man was still anticipating the medicinal wine he was concocting. In any case, Zhou Zheng had just received a first-class merit award. For Wei Hui to dare threaten Zhou Zheng was the height of arrogance. Such a person should not be in a leadership position. He was unworthy even of being a grassroots officer, for both personal and professional reasons. Yang Zishan was determined to see Wei Hui brought down. Xiao Wu dialed Ma Xiaojun's number, and it was quickly answered. Deputy Mayor, I got through, Xiao Wu reported, handing the phone to Yang Zishan. Yang Zishan's expression was grim as he took the phone. Hello, this is Yang Zishan. Deputy Mayor, this is Ma Xiaojun. What can I do for you? Ma Xiaojun, how are you running this bureau? Are you even fit to continue? Yang Zishan's abrupt statement caused Ma Xiaojun to tense up. Despite being the head of a bureau, he was well aware that the deputy mayor was his superior, and being questioned about his competence sent shivers down his spine. What is going on, deputy mayor? What is going on? Does the political department, Wei Hui, know about your affairs at the city bureau? Yes, what about him? What about him? He barged into Zhou Zheng's hospital room, interfered in his personal matters, openly threatened him, and boasted that the city bureau was his family business. That can't be true. Ma Xiaojun was bewildered. Wei Hui was generally quite discreet, and besides, he had no known connection to Zhou Zheng. Ma Xiaojun, I witnessed this with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears. Do you think I would lie? If you cannot manage this bureau effectively, then perhaps it's time to step aside. Yang Zishan's fury was palpable, causing Ma Xiaojun to shudder. Realizing he had been foolish to even question the deputy mayoress' words, it seemed that Wei Hui had indeed stumbled into a confrontation with Yang Zishan. This fool has caused me a headache. Don't let his troubles drag me down. Ma Xiaojun felt an intense loathing for Wei Hui. Quick-witted, he immediately responded, Deputy Mayor, rest assured, individuals like Wei Hui, who disrupt the harmony, will be dealt with decisively, one at a time, without mercy. I will have him return to clarify matters to the organization. Yang Zishan's tone softened slightly as he replied, I think it would be best to involve the Discipline Inspection Committee. Ma Xiaojun was startled, realizing that the deputy mayor was intent on thoroughly dismantling Wei Hui. His quick thinking had saved him from a similar fate. Yes, Deputy Mayor, I will notify the Discipline Inspection Committee at once. After hanging up, Yang Zishan's demeanor remained serious. Wei Hui, overhearing the conversation, felt the weight of impending doom. With the Discipline Inspection Committee being notified, his fate was sealed, and he trembled uncontrollably. Soon, his phone rang, and with shaky hands, he answered. A stern voice resonated from the other end. Is this Wei Hui? I am the deputy leader of the Discipline Inspection Committee. You are required to report certain matters at a specified time and place. Please provide your location and remain on standby. We will dispatch a vehicle to collect you. Wei Hui felt a jolt of terror. He was now being scrutinized by the Discipline Inspection Committee. Everything was over. Numbly, he provided the location of Jiangbei City First Hospital, and the deputy leader instructed him to wait at the hospital entrance, warning that any attempt to flee would result in dire consequences. Wei Hui emerged from the hospital room like a mere shell of himself, devoid of any intention to escape. After all, one cannot flee from a temple once the monk has been summoned. Even if he were to run, where could he possibly go? Life would merely consist of living in constant fear, inevitably leading to capture. At that moment, his phone rang again. Without glancing at the screen, Wei Hui answered the call. Hello, cousin. It's Wang Feng. How are you? Have you dealt with Zhou Zheng yet? If you have, I'll bring you the keys to the Hongju community apartment right away. Hello? Cousin, are you there? Suddenly, Wei Hui's eyes turned crimson, and he unleashed a torrent of curses into the phone. Wang Feng, you absolute fool. You've ruined my job, and I might end up in prison because of you. Chapter 42. The heart-wrenching maturity of a child. At 4 in the afternoon, Lu Jianjun and his wife emerged from the amusement park with their child. They had a daughter named Lu Yan, who was 8 years old. Today was Lu Yan's birthday, and her parents had promised to take her to the amusement park. Lu Yan knew that ultimately, it was her mother who would take her to play, as her father, a busy police officer, seldom fulfilled such promises and had hardly ever celebrated a complete birthday with her. However, today was different. Her father unexpectedly found the time to appear at the amusement park. Much to Lu Yan's delight, he explained that he had managed to carve out time thanks to an uncle named Zhou Zheng. Lu Yan immediately thought that Zhou Zheng was indeed a wonderful uncle, and if she ever met him, she would express her gratitude in person. The family played from noon until 4 in the afternoon, reluctantly departing the amusement park. Yuhong, my apprentice Zhou Zheng, is coming over for dinner tonight. Let us go to the market and buy some ingredients, Lu Jianjun said to his wife, Wang Yuhong. Sure, I've heard you mention him several times. She replied with a teasing smile. I'm starting to feel a bit envious. With a chuckle, Lu Jianjun mounted his covered electric tricycle, transporting his wife and child to the market. After purchasing groceries, they took their daughter to a cake shop. As they passed by the luxurious Häagen-Dazs cake shop in the New City district, the extravagant decor and the eye-catching birthday cakes on display captivated Lu Yan's attention. Daddy, I want to eat a cake from this shop. Wang Xiaoming from my class has tried it and said it's delicious. Lu Jianjun sighed, knowing that he could not afford a Häagen-Dazs cake. Xiaoyan, let us get you one next month when I receive my salary. For now, let us buy a regular cake. But, Daddy, my birthday isn't next month. Lu Jianjun was momentarily taken aback. Wang Yuhong interjected, Xiaoyan, be sensible. All cakes taste the same. There's no need to insist on that one. All right then. Lu Yan nodded, though her eyes reflected disappointment as she gazed at the colorful birthday cakes in the window, her mouth watering at the sight. Wang Yuhong, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of heartache. As a housewife without her own income, the family relied solely on Lu Jianjun's salary. Years ago, when Lu Jianjun's parents fell ill, their savings were depleted, leaving the family living in a dilapidated area. In order to afford a house in the city and save for a down payment, Wang Yuhong would deposit 2/3 of Lu Jianjun's monthly salary into a bank account, using the remainder for household expenses, leading to a life of financial strain. Lu Yan understood her parents' hardships and had never been unreasonable in her material desires. While waiting at a traffic light, a black Mercedes S550 pulled up beside them. A chubby little boy leaned out of the rear window and waved at Lu Yan. Lu Yan, Lu Yan, Wang Xiaoming. Lu Yan, sitting on the electric tricycle, turned her head and responded eagerly. Look, my dad bought me a Haagen-Dazs cake. The boy proudly showcased a beautiful birthday cake through the window. Seeing the exquisite cake that resembled the one she had admired moments ago, Lu Yan's eyes filled with envy. Wang Xiaoming, I remember today isn't your birthday, right? Yeah. But my dad said if I want a Haagen-Dazs birthday cake, he'll buy me one every day. Do you want to share a piece with me? After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yan replied, No, today is my birthday too, and my dad is taking me to buy a birthday cake. Just then, the light turned green, and the Mercedes sped off. Lu Jianjun glanced at the car as it drove away, then turned to see his daughter's envious gaze, feeling a twinge of sadness. Wealthy individuals drive luxury cars and reside in lavish homes, celebrating their birthdays daily with extravagant cakes, while the less fortunate consider an ordinary cake a luxury. Daddy, the light is green, let us go. Honestly, I prefer the small cakes I used to have on my birthdays, Lu Yan said, concealing her true desire for the Haagen-Dazs cake to avoid burdening her parents. The maturity of his daughter was heart-wrenching. Sighing, Lu Jianjun numbly pedaled the electric tricycle to a modest cake shop, where he purchased a 4-inch cake for his daughter. Lu Yan clutched the small, somewhat plain birthday cake, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. An hour later, the family arrived at their home in the urban-rural fringe. Oh no, I forgot to buy wine, he exclaimed, smacking his forehead in frustration. Yuhong, lend me 200 yuan so I can buy 2 bottles of wine. Wang Yuhong glanced at their WeChat balance, looking troubled. Jianjun, I only have 200 left, and you want to receive your salary for another 5 days. That's our family's budget for the next 5 days. Rubbing the back of his head, Lu Jianjun pondered, what should we do then? Xiao Zhou is my apprentice. It wouldn't be right for him to come over without any wine. Suddenly, Wang Yuhong had an idea. Jianjun, don't we have a jar of homemade wine that my dad brewed? There's plenty, and it's been aging for 6 years. It's better than that cheap stuff. Lu Jianjun shook his head. That's not appropriate. Homemade wine isn't suitable for guests. Come on. What is the point of appearances in front of your apprentice? This wine is just as good as the store-bought kind. Fine then. Lu Jianjun reluctantly agreed. Wang Yuhong opened the gate, and the family stepped inside. Lu Yan clutched her beloved little cake, unwilling to let go. Lu Jianjun and his wife began to prepare the ingredients, washing vegetables and stewing meat, busying themselves in the kitchen. At the first hospital of Jiangdu City, Yang Zishan had dealt with Wei Hui and spent some time chatting with Zhou Zheng in the hospital room. He expressed genuine concern for Zhou Zheng, inquiring whether he was facing any difficulties in life or work. If so, Vice Mayor Yang was willing to assist him on behalf of the organization. These words were heartfelt, not just a perfunctory show of concern from a superior visiting a subordinate. Zhou Zheng understood that this was a gesture of gratitude for having saved the elder. Yet, he refrained from making any demands, stating that he had no difficulties. Yang Zishan was relieved to see that Zhou Zheng did not seize the opportunity to request favors, feeling gratified by his humility. This young comrade possesses a steadfast mindset, a keen awareness, and considerable capability, making him a worthy candidate for cultivation. Yang Zishan exchanged contact information with Zhou Zheng and, under the secretary's urging, departed from the hospital. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Zheng donned a casual outfit and appeared at the entrance of Jiangbei First Hospital. Shortly thereafter, a white Panamera approached from the distance, halting beside Zhou Zheng. Amidst the envious gazes of passers-by, Zhou Zheng opened the door and took a seat in the passenger seat. With a roar, the Panamera surged onto the main road and sped away. Observing the travel-worn appearance of Chu Yunyao in the passenger seat, Zhou Zheng surmised that she had been busy all day and kindly remarked, Yunyao, you've worked hard. Chu Yunyao offered a faint smile. It's not really hard work. After a day of running around, I find it quite fulfilling. Zhou Zheng, I have procured all the medicinal herbs needed for brewing the medicinal liquor. However, I have only managed to acquire a single wild ginseng of around 50 years, as the century-old variety is currently elusive. Zhou Zheng nodded. That's fine. The medicinal liquor I provided to the old gentleman last time was also brewed with 50-year-old ginseng, and its efficacy was quite commendable. Chu Yunyao continued. I intend to categorize the medicinal liquor into 3 tiers. High-end using century-old wild ginseng, mid-tier with 50-year-olds, and low-end with 20 to 30-year-olds. This way, the consumer base will be broader. However, Chu Yunyao suddenly appeared troubled. The large urns required for brewing the liquor are currently unavailable. The order I placed online will not arrive until the day after tomorrow, which means the production of the first batch of medicinal liquor will inevitably be delayed. Chapter 43. Chu Yunyao's Aspirations. Zhou Zheng consoled Chu Yunyao, saying, Yunyao, it's all right, don't be anxious. It's already commendable that you managed to procure all the herbs in just 1 day. Chu Yunyao shook her head. I'm not anxious, but Ting is. The old gentleman's medicinal liquor will only last for 3 days. If he learns that the new batch is delayed, he will surely be displeased. Then Ting will come complaining to me. Zhou Zheng chuckled. Ah, I see now. Don't worry, if it comes to that. I can revert to the old method of sourcing ready-made medicinal liquor from the market and blending it. That's how I concocted the last batch for the old gentleman. Chu Yunyao's eyes brightened with realization. No wonder you managed to produce the liquor so quickly last time. I thought you had pre-prepared it. If necessary, we can always substitute it with blended liquor for the old gentleman. Zhou Zheng had alleviated one of Chu Yunyao's dilemmas, which brought her a sense of relief. After all, she and Yang Tingting were good friends, and failing to fulfill a promise to the old gentleman would weigh on her conscience. Chu Yunyao then inquired, Zhou Zheng, since we only managed to procure the 50-year wild ginseng, I plan to classify this medicinal liquor as mid-tier. Of course, we'll need to give it an impressive name. How about calling it master-level medicinal liquor? As for pricing, I intend to sell it for 2,000 per pound. My heavens! Zhou Zheng exclaimed in astonishment. He quickly calculated in his mind, Yunyao, if a batch of medicinal herbs can brew 5,000 pounds of high-efficacy liquor, priced at 2,000 per pound, that would yield a staggering 10 million. He then asked what was the cost. Chu Yunyao replied, the raw materials for the herbs cost over 800,000. The pure grain liquor around 250,000. And if we consider the bottles and packaging at 10 yuan per pound, that amounts to 50,000. Roughly estimating. The total cost is around 1,100,000. Of course, after brewing the 5,000 pounds. We can also produce an additional 2,000 pounds of lower efficacy liquor, which we can price at 200 per pound, yielding another 400,000. Zhou Zheng thought to himself that the profit margin was excessively high, nearing tenfold. A pang of conscience tugged at him. He believed a twofold profit would already be a considerable return. Sensing Zhou Zheng's internal conflict, Chu Yunyao smiled and said, Zhou Zheng, in business, one must prioritize profit. Furthermore, we are earning the money of the affluent. If you feel uneasy about making too much, you could always donate a portion of the profits to those in need, thereby achieving a balance between wealth and charity. As she drove, Chu Yunyao began to indulge in her aspirations for the future. This is merely the mid-tier medicinal liquor. In the future, we will also produce high-end liquor brewed with century-old ginseng, which we shall brand as Grandmaster-level medicinal liquor. Its price should certainly exceed that of Feitian, and I believe 4,000 per pound would be appropriate. We are just starting out, merely a small medicinal liquor workshop. Once our reputation grows, I plan to register our trademark, construct a factory, establish a company, and even export to foreign markets, tapping into the wealth of overseas consumers. We will employ hunger marketing and celebrity endorsements, and then pursue financing and an IPO. Zhou Zheng, your name might one day grace the list of the wealthy. Zhou Zheng hastily waved his hands. No, Yunyao, you are the boss. I shall not partake in such business ventures. Chu Yunyao chuckled. Have you ever seen a boss personally driving? I am merely your humble employee, President Zhou. You are the true master here. Zhou Zheng recognized that Chu Yunyao was jesting and replied with a smile. President Chu, you can handle the business. I shall be your driver from now on. As long as we travel together, I will take the wheel. Sounds good. Chu Yunyao responded enthusiastically. Though, I wonder how adept you are at driving, Comrade Zhou. Zhou Zheng replied earnestly. I am quite the seasoned driver. Everyone who has ridden in my car has praised my driving skills. Is that so? I shall certainly take the opportunity to experience your driving prowess. No problem. I guarantee your satisfaction. The two bantered and laughed until they finally arrived at Lu Jianjun's residence. Located in the suburban area, Chu Yunyao asked, Zhou Zheng, why does your master live here? It's so far from the Bridge North Station. Just commuting takes nearly an hour. Zhou Zheng shook his head. Actually, this is my first time visiting my master's home. I had no idea he resided here. By the way, when is the cake you ordered arriving? Can it be delivered here? No problem. I've coordinated with the bakery staff for the timing. They should be en route now. That's great. Zhou Zheng nodded. Yunyao, let us get out of the car and head inside together. Chu Yunyao agreed. Exiting from the front passenger seat and opening the back door. Zhou Zheng, could you help me with something? Chu Yunyao bent down to retrieve an item from the back seat, her curvaceous form presenting a striking silhouette. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but be momentarily captivated. What are you dawdling for? Grab it. Chu Yunyao turned and handed Zhou Zheng a paper box with a handle. Yunyao, what is this? Zhou Zheng inquired. Weighing the box in his hand, it was light. This is the fruit of my labor from today. A complete set of precious medicinal herbs for brewing liquor. Worth several 100,000. I don't feel safe leaving it in the car, so it's best to take it to your master's house first. Following this, Chu Yunyao pulled out two exquisite shopping bags from the back seat, one filled with snacks for children and the other containing several boxes whose contents were unknown. Chu Yunyao explained. The bag contains imported snacks meant for children, while this plastic bag holds a set of Lancome cosmetics and a Ferragamo belt. Since it is my first visit to your family home, I felt it necessary to prepare a few gifts. Zhou nodded in agreement. Recognizing the thoughtful nature of Chu Yunyao, who clearly put considerable effort into this gesture, The courtyard gate stood slightly ajar. Zhou Zheng took the lead, pushing open the weathered iron door and beckoning Chu Yunyao to enter. This residence, typical of the suburban areas, featured a unique courtyard with 4 main rooms flanked by 2 auxiliary rooms on either side. The yard was modest, with a pockmarked cement floor and walls and houses bearing the scars of time, exuding a sense of nostalgia. "Master," Zhou Zheng called out as he strode in. At that moment, from the auxiliary room on the west side emerged a man and a woman, Lu Jianjun and Wang Yuhong, both donned in aprons and busy in the kitchen. "Xiaozhou, Yunyao, you've arrived. Come in, come in," Wang Yuhong exclaimed. "May you quickly prepare tea for my apprentice and sister-in-law." She wiped her hands on her apron and gestured for Zhou Zheng to step inside. "Xiaozhou, I often hear Jianjun speak of you. Come on in. Sister-in-law will make you tea." "Please, sister-in-law, don't trouble yourself on my account," Zhou Zheng hurriedly replied. Chapter 44. The master is a good man, just a bit stubborn. The group entered the house, and Zhou Zheng pointed to the side, saying, "Sister-in-law, allow me to introduce my wife, Chu Yunyao." "Yunyao, greet your sister-in-law." With a charming smile, Chu Yunyao gracefully responded, "Hello, sister-in-law. Oh my, this young lady is extraordinarily beautiful, as if she has stepped out of a painting." Wang Yuhong exclaimed, do sit down, do sit down." Dressed in elegant attire that bespoke luxury, Chu Yunyao possessed an innate grace that suggested she hailed from a well-to-do family. She seemed somewhat out of place in this humble environment. Wang Yuhong, encountering such beauty for the first time, felt a wave of nervousness, her hands awkwardly clasping together. After a moment, she picked up a rag and meticulously wiped the spring-autumn chairs in the living room, apologizing, "The house is a bit cluttered and humble. Please don't mind it, dear. Just call me Yunyao, sister-in-law. And please, do not be formal. I am not so delicate," she insisted, placing her belongings on the ground and sitting down comfortably in the armchair, showing no signs of discomfort. Wang Yuhong breathed a sigh of relief. Even the less fortunate have their pride, and she feared that this seemingly refined young lady might look down upon her. Chu Yunyao's visit with Zhou Zheng caught Lu Jianjun off guard, but seeing her blend in without any airs brought him a sense of comfort. Secretly admiring that Zhou had chosen such a wonderful wife, Wang Yuhong retrieved disposable cups and prepared tea for Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao. Zhou Zheng then picked up the paper bag from the floor, opened it, and said to Lu Jianjun, "Master, I invited Yunyao to celebrate the child's birthday." And she thoughtfully brought a plethora of gifts. "These are snacks for the children. Additionally, this set of Lancome cosmetics is for sister-in-law, and this belt is for you, master." "Oh, you shouldn't have brought anything," Wang Yuhong gasped, her eyes lighting up upon seeing the Lancome cosmetics. Though she was just over 30, the burdens of life had aged her prematurely, making her appear closer to 40. Yet, like everyone else, she had a desire to look beautiful, which she had little time or money to pursue. Daily, she faced the world barefaced, managing household duties, and time had certainly left its marks on her. However, she knew well that Lancome products were expensive, and she quickly declined. "This is too lavish. I cannot accept it." "Please, sister-in-law," Chu Yunyao urged. "This set of cosmetics is not overly costly, and it is Zhou Zheng's heartfelt gift." "Then, shall I accept it?" Wang Yuhong questioned, her eyes glimmering with excitement. "But I have never used such things. I don't even know how to apply them." Chu Yunyao, clearly delighted, insisted, "Sister-in-law, you must accept it. It is meant for you. Your skin deserves proper care, and I will gladly teach you how to use it, as I have quite a bit of experience in this area." "How wonderful." Wang Yuhong's face brightened with anticipation. Zhou Zheng then presented the Ferragamo belt to Lu Jianjun. "Master, give it a try and see if it fits." However, Lu Jianjun did not accept the belt, his expression turning grim. "Xiaozhou, these cosmetics and the belt are quite valuable, aren't they? You just started your career and hardly earn much. You have a family to support. We cannot accept such gifts." He shot a stern glance at Wang Yuhong, who was enamored with the Lancome cosmetics. "Yuhong, put the cosmetics down." "But Jianjun, you," Wang Yuhong stammered, feeling awkward as she clutched the cosmetics. "Master, what are you doing?" "I have money," Zhou Zheng retorted. "Xiaozhou, don't try to put on airs with me. I know your situation. What money do you have? Return the cosmetics and the belt, and use the money to live well," Lu Jianjun insisted. "Master, don't forget that I captured a Class A wanted criminal and received a reward of 100,000 yuan. The bureau also granted me an additional 20,000. Zhou Zheng scratched the back of his head, realizing that he had neglected this detail. Indeed, the young man had come into some wealth. "But Xiaozhou, just because you have money doesn't mean you should spend it so freely. You must be prudent," Lu Jianjun admonished. "I understand, master. I am mindful of it." "Please accept my heartfelt gesture," Zhou Zheng insisted. In one swift motion, Chu Yunyao tore open the cosmetics packaging. "Sister-in-law, let me show you how to use this. This one is for hydration, and this one is for..." She cast a challenging glance at Lu Jianjun. "Well, It seems there's no turning back now, Lu Jianjun thought, his expression darkening as he recognized his sister-in-law's resolve. After a moment of hesitation, he decided not to press the issue further, awkwardly stating, I'll check to see if the meat in the kitchen is done. With that, he turned and left. Sister-in-law, why does Jianjun act like that? P.S. so stubborn. Like an old relic. Wang Yuhong remarked as she watched Lu Jianjun's retreating figure. He values his pride and is quite inflexible. Otherwise, all the apprentices he once mentored have moved on to other positions, while he remains stagnant, she explained. Moreover, he believes that a master should bestow gifts upon his apprentices, not the other way around. Zhou Zheng muttered to himself, the master is a good man, just a bit too stubborn. At that moment, a young girl with 2 braided pigtails emerged from the bedroom, holding a modest birthday cake. Upon seeing the unfamiliar faces, she appeared tense and turned to retreat back into her room. Wang Yuhong quickly waved her over, calling, Xiaoyan, come here, we have guests. Lu Yin glanced at Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao, slowly approaching her mother with her head bowed. Wang Yuhong introduced, this is Uncle Zhou Zheng, and this is Aunt Yunyao. Quick, greet them. Hello, Uncle. Hello, Aunt. Alas, little Yin is truly well behaved. Zhou Zheng rose and affectionately ruffled Yang Yan's hair. Yang Yan gazed at Zhou Zheng and suddenly inquired, Uncle, are you called Zhou Zheng? Indeed. He replied, then I must express my gratitude to you. Zhou Zheng, puzzled, asked, why is that? This is our first encounter. Today is my birthday, and my father said that thanks to you, he has time to accompany me to the amusement park. This is the first complete birthday I've spent with him since I can remember. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Little Yin, for your next birthday, ensure that your father is there to celebrate with you fully. Uncle will come as well, all right? Yes, came Yang Yan's innocent voice, echoing through the room. Chu Yunyao opened a box and revealed imported snacks. Little Yin, these are gifts from Uncle and Andy. Thank you, sister. Yang Yan said sweetly. Why do you call me sister? Because you are so young and beautiful. Of course I should call you sister. Chapter 45, a surprise for you. Lu Yin praised Chu Yunyao for her youth and beauty, making her heart bloom with joy. She embraced Lu Yin as if she were her own daughter. Little Yin, come. Let's indulge in some delicious treats. She reached for a handful of imported snacks. Choose whichever you desire. They are all bought for you by your sister. Before her, a dazzling array of exquisitely packaged snacks left Lu Yin in a daze. Sister, these snacks must be expensive, right? How do you know? Well, they aren't overly costly. A classmate of mine, Wang Xiaoming, often brings snacks to school. He even gave me one, packaged just like this. It took me 3 days to finish that snack. Chu Yunyao asked why. Not because I didn't like it, but because it was too delicious and I couldn't bear to finish it all at once. Chu Yunyao gently patted her head. Little Yin, this time, indulge yourself. There is plenty to go around. She held a VIP card for this snack shop. With a balance of over 20,000, thinking to inform the shop to deliver snacks to Lu Yin weekly. Surely, 20,000 worth of snacks would last for a while. Chu Yunyao helped her open a bag of snacks and handed it to Lu Yin. Finally putting down the beloved birthday cake, Lu Yin accepted the snacks. Nearly drooling with anticipation, yet she offered the snacks to Chu Yunyao. Sister, you eat first. Chu Yunyao smiled and said, Little Yin is so wonderful, I won't eat. You enjoy. Mom, try some. Uncle, you too. Lu Yin insisted, going around asking everyone before she finally took small bites, her face lighting up with satisfaction. However, halfway through, Lu Yin stopped eating, carefully sealing the packaging. What's wrong, Little Yin? Aren't the snacks tasty? No, the snacks are delicious, but my father hasn't had any yet, so I want to save some for him to try. Chu Yunyao pointed to the snacks in the bag, but there are still plenty left. Sister, I only need 1 bag of snacks. The rest you can take back. My father says one should not be too greedy. I feel very fortunate to have 1 bag of such snacks. Although Lu Yin spoke resolutely, it was evident that she felt a lingering desire for these high-end snacks she had seldom tasted. Lu Yan's maturity tugged at Chu Yunyao's heartstrings, and she said, Little Yin, these snacks are all for you. Your sister has more at home, and from now on, I will cover all your snacks, granting you the freedom to enjoy as many as you wish, all right? Lu Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. Does that mean I will be just like Wang Xiaoming? Who is Wang Xiaoming? Wang Xiaoming is a classmate and a good friend. His family is quite wealthy. Whenever he desires a snack, his father buys him a whole bunch. Today, I even saw him on the street. He bought a Haagen-Dazs birthday cake even though it wasn't his birthday. He said he could celebrate every day if he wished. Lu Yin reminisced about the enticing birthday cakes displayed in the Haagen-Dazs shop window, instinctively licking her lips. What's the matter, Little Yin? Do you want a Haagen-Dazs birthday cake too? Of course I do. Lu Yin's expression dimmed. But Haagen-Dazs cakes are too expensive. My parents don't have the money. Chu Yunyao had just ordered a Haagen-Dazs birthday cake, feeling assured that she had made the right choice. With a hint of mystery, she said to Lu Yin, Little Yin, I have a surprise for you. A surprise? What kind of surprise? You will find out shortly. Chu Yunyao teased Lu Yin with the secret and then turned to Wang Yuhong. Sister-in-law, come, let me show you how to use this skincare product. Sounds great. Little Yin, go play in the yard for a while. The two women sat together, chattering about skincare. After a while, Chu Yunyao's phone rang, and she stood to answer it. Hello? Yes, you've arrived? All right, I'll be right there. Zhou Zheng asked, Yunyao, what's going on? The cake we ordered has arrived. The owner sent someone to deliver it to the door. Great, then let's go pick it up. What? You ordered a cake too? Wang Yuhong remarked, feeling somewhat uneasy. The couple had already gifted cosmetics and a substantial bag of luxurious snacks to Lu Yin, which seemed quite extravagant. Xiao Zhou Yunyao. We've already bought a cake for little Yin. I think we shouldn't spend any more. Zhou Zheng replied, Sister-in-law, the cake is already at the door. Besides, it's not a purchase. Yunyao redeemed it with her membership points. As he spoke, Zhou Zheng pondered the Chu family's affluence, noting that Chu Yunyao had spent over 100,000 at Haagen-Dazs alone. Moreover, this was the Haagen-Dazs cake little Yin had longed for. She would surely adore it. Wang Yuhong, realizing she could not afford such an extravagant cake for her daughter, felt a pang of sorrow and chose to remain silent. Let us go grab the cake. Little Yin, Chu Yunyao called out as she approached the yard. Sister, I'm here. Lu Yin leapt down from a tree and ran to Chu Yunyao. Oh dear. Be careful, little Yin. A girl like you shouldn't be climbing trees. Sister, what did you want to tell me? Didn't I say I had a surprise for you? The surprise is about to arrive. Sister, what is the surprise? Lu Yin asked, her curiosity piqued. Follow me, you'll find out at the door. Chu Yunyao led Lu Yin to open the yard gate and stepped outside, with Zhou Zheng and Wang Yuhong following closely behind. At the entrance stood a white van adorned with the Haagen-Dazs logo. A girl dressed in Haagen-Dazs work attire stood before the vehicle. Upon seeing Chu Yunyao approach, she promptly asked, Excuse me, are you Miss Chu Yunyao? Yes, I am. The cake you ordered has arrived. Please sign for it. The girl said as she pulled out an 8-inch, 2-layer birthday cake from the back of the van. Wow, it's so beautiful. Lu Yin gazed through the transparent packaging, her eyes alighting on the cake's exquisite form. It was indeed one of the birthday cakes she had glimpsed while passing by the Haagen-Dazs cake shop. She found herself momentarily stunned. Is this the surprise my sister mentioned? Chu Yunyao took the cake, then handed it to Lu Yin. Little Yin, how do you feel? Are you happy? Sister, is this birthday cake for me? Of course. Thank you, sister. You are so wonderful. Lu Yin exclaimed, embracing the cake with elation. Mom, look. A Haagen-Dazs birthday cake. My sister gave it to me. Oh dear, little Yin, be careful not to drop the cake. Wang Yuhong hurriedly stepped forward to take the birthday cake from Lu Yin's hands. Dad, my sister ordered a big Haagen-Dazs cake for me. Come and see. Lu Yin excitedly dashed towards the courtyard. Chu Yunyao watched her sister's retreating figure, memories of the past flooding her mind, scenes of her own childhood birthdays when her grandmother had gifted her the longed-for birthday cake. Now grown, she was no longer the little girl who could revel in the joy of a cake for half a day. Yet, her grandmother lay all alone in the ICU of a hospital. In that moment, a wave of sadness washed over Chu Yunyao. Chapter 46. A gentle rub will soothe the pain. Yunyao, what is the matter? Zhou Zheng noticed Chu Yunyao's melancholic demeanor and inquired. Oh, it's nothing. She promptly adjusted her expression, striving to present a smile. I suddenly recalled a past event, and it stirred a hint of sorrow. Zhou Zheng ventured. Are you thinking of your grandmother? How did you know? Chu Yunyao exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. Zhou Zheng waved dismissively, a smug expression on his face. I'm like a worm in your belly. Of course I know everything. Cut it out, you show off. Zhou Zheng continued in a serious tone. You once mentioned that you spent most of your childhood with your grandmother. Just now, little Yin received her long-desired birthday cake, rejoicing in exuberance. Meanwhile, you appear despondent, likely stirred by the memories. I suspect the one who gifted you cakes in your childhood was probably your grandmother. Chu Yunyao gently brushed a strand of hair from her forehead, a look of approval gracing her features. Zhou Zheng, you are quite perceptive. Congratulations on your accurate guess. Just a moment ago, I indeed reminisced about the scene when my grandmother presented me with a birthday cake. I remember that on my birthday. My parents were so preoccupied with business that they forgot my special day. When I returned home from school to find no birthday cake, I cried and threw a tantrum. My father, already in a foul mood, couldn't help but scold me, which only deepened my sense of injustice. It was my grandmother who rebuked my father, pulled me into her room, and magically produced a birthday cake she had prepared in advance. I instantly stopped crying, much like little Yin now, bursting with joy. Zhou Zheng. I miss my grandmother. Chu Yunyao's voice quivered, her emotions spilling forth uncontrollably, crystalline tears welling in her eyes before cascading down like scattered pearls. Zhou Zheng gently patted her back, soothingly saying, Yunyao, if you miss your grandmother, let us go visit her in Beijing. I'll accompany you. We can leave at a moment's notice. Chu Yunyao felt a warmth in her heart, grateful for the caring presence beside her. She wiped her tears, then shook her head after a moment's thought. Now is not the right time. I will wait until I establish the herbal liquor business before going. By then, I wish to spend several days with her. Very well, but from this moment on, you mustn't dwell on sadness. Look at your face. You resemble a weeping kitten. Huh, really? Chu Yunyao, concerned about her appearance, feared that if her face were smudged, she would die of embarrassment in front of Lu Jianjun's family. Little did she know, Zhou Zheng was merely teasing her. Chu Yunyao pulled out a pack of tissues from her pocket, took one, and began wiping her face haphazardly. Yunyao? You're not cleaning it well. Let me help you. Zhou Zheng volunteered, snatching the thin tissue from her grasp and began wiping her face. As his hand brushed against her youthful, collagen-rich skin, he found it delightfully supple and smooth, involuntarily lingering a bit longer. Zhou Zheng, is that enough? Not yet. There's a tiny black spot at the corner of your eye that won't come off. What to do then? Let me think. Zhou Zheng feigned deep contemplation and then declared, Aha. Yunyao, open your mouth. Chu Yunyao, puzzled, asked, Why should I open my mouth? Zhou Zheng urged, Oh, just do it. It's to help me wipe that little black spot away. Chu Yunyao was even more confused. But how does opening my mouth help? It certainly does. Open your mouth, and I'll explain. Hurry up. If we delay any longer, my master will come looking for us. Fine. Not fully understanding, Chu Yunyao opened her mouth, revealing a tiny pink tongue. Zhou Zheng grinned mischievously. I'll borrow a bit of saliva to moisten the tissue for your face. That is disgusting. Chu Yunyao's face flushed crimson as she playfully punched and kicked Zhou Zheng, albeit without much force. You're incorrigible, Zhou Zheng. Hee. All right, I won't borrow any. I'll just help you wipe a bit more. My apologies, I misjudged. It wasn't dirt, just a mole. Upon hearing Zhou Zheng's words, Chu Yunyao's cheeks flushed even more, her desire to retaliate against him intensifying. Realizing the situation was turning grim, Zhou Zheng quickly dashed behind a palamara, with Chu Yunyao hot on his heels. They chased each other, circling the car several times, until Zhou Zheng accidentally fell into her grasp. This time, instead of punches and kicks, she pinched him with 2 fingers at his waist. After doing so, Chu Yunyao felt a surge of joy, her mood lifting considerably. Ouch! Zhou Zheng grimaced in pain, instinctively grimacing as he rubbed his waist. Goodness, that was powerful. I almost broke a sweat from the pain. Zhou Zheng, did you realize my strength now? Chu Yunyao teased, her spirits lifted. Zhou Zheng, raising his thumb and adopting a theatrical tone, replied, Lady Monarch, indeed formidable. Truly formidable. His tone soon returned to normal. Yunyao, how are you feeling now? Is your mood any better? Huh. Chu Yunyao paused, then quickly understood. Zhou Zheng was intentionally teasing her to divert her attention, wishing to brighten her melancholic heart. Otherwise, how could he have been caught by her? He had apprehended A-level wanted criminals, after all, showcasing his undeniable prowess. Oh dear, why are you so naive? Can't you dodge when I pinch you? Zhou Zheng, does it still hurt? Chu Yunyao asked with a tinge of guilt in her voice. Yes, it hurts, very much. I say, Yunyao, have you practiced? Your 2 fingers are more formidable than a tiger's bench. I nearly lost the flesh on my waist. Zhou Zheng, I'm sorry. How about I take you to the hospital? No need. Yunyao, just give it a rub, it will feel better. Hearing Zhou Zheng's words, a faint blush appeared on Chu Yunyao's face. Does it mean putting my hand inside his pants? What if I feel shy? Chu Yunyao hesitated. Is it really not possible? Well then, I'll just endure it. Zhou Zheng, however, did not press her. Wait a moment. If I rub it, will it really not hurt anymore? Zhou Zheng mused to himself, recognizing that even the most astute women can become somewhat less rational when it comes to matters between men and women. Absolutely. Zhou Zheng replied with confidence. Why don't you give it a try yourself? The person who ties the knot must also be the one to untie it. Since you twisted it for me, naturally, you can help me rub it to make it feel better. Chu Yunyao fell silent. After a moment, as if she had made a significant decision, she nodded. All right, but you mustn't move around. Zhou Zheng, come a little closer. Sure. Zhou Zheng obediently moved beside her. Immediately, a delicate, jade-like hand trembled as it slipped into his waistband. Zhou Zheng, clad in athletic pants, found it quite easy for her hand to enter. A chill coursed through his waist, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Silly girl. I meant for you to rub over the fabric, not to reach inside, he thought, surprised by her boldness. No wonder she had taken so long to muster her courage. In truth, he found the situation rather enjoyable. Zhou Zheng, is this the spot that hurts? No, a little lower. Here? No, even lower. Chapter 47. Acquiring the skill of melee combat mastery. Chu Yunyao felt an overwhelming sense of shyness. It was her first time using her hands on a man. And although she was merely helping him alleviate the discomfort from being twisted, the act of slipping her hand inside Zhou Zheng's pants felt decidedly improper. She couldn't bring herself to meet his gaze, let alone acknowledge where her hand had wandered. She could only follow Zhou Zheng's directions. Hiss. The icy Smooth touch of her hand slithered like a serpent, causing Zhou Zheng to draw in a sharp breath. Zhou Zheng, is it here? Yes. Well, then I suppose I'll start rubbing now. Chu Yunyao was puzzled. Having already pinched his waist, why was she struggling to find the right place? She felt both shy and thrilled, with no time to ponder. She fumbled around awkwardly. Her fingertips seemed to generate electric sparks. Zhou Zheng let out a few satisfied hums. How does it feel? Is it better? Zhou Zheng asked, as if relishing his good fortune, and blinked playfully. It's better, but not enough. Just then, Lu Jianjun's voice called out from the yard. Xiao Zhou, Yunyao, what are you two up to? Oh my goodness. Upon hearing Lu Jianjun's voice, Chu Yunyao jolted. Her pristine hands swiftly withdrew. Her face, which had already flushed, turned an even deeper shade of crimson, akin to a schoolchild caught misbehaving by a parent. By this time, night had fallen, and Lu Jianjun remained oblivious to Chu Yunyao's little escapade. He approached them, saying, Xiao Zhou, I've been looking everywhere for you two. Dinner's ready, come on. Ah, all right. Zhou Zheng responded with an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, Chu Yunyao remained silent, feeling utterly embarrassed. Fortunately, Lu Jianjun had not suspected anything. Otherwise, she might have exploded from mortification. As they walked toward the yard, Zhou Zheng glanced back at Chu Yunyao. She was still flustered, and when their eyes met, she quickly diverted her gaze. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng noticed a white pentagram appearing above her head. A spark of excitement ignited within him. Rewards were coming. He reached out to tap it lightly, and the star vanished as the system's voice echoed in his mind. 1-star reward activated. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill Melee Combat Mastery, Advanced. In an instant, a torrent of knowledge regarding grappling techniques and combat arts surged into his mind. Zhou Zheng felt a wave of heat wash over him. His strength was continuously increasing, and his physique was becoming more refined. Within mere seconds of entering the yard, he had mastered various martial arts, including Muay Thai, Bajikwan, Jeet Kune Do, and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Moreover, his strength had more than doubled. As he discreetly lifted his shirt, he discovered that his previously flat abdomen had developed into a set of well-defined six-pack abs, each muscle as hard as iron. Zhou Zheng's heart soared with joy. As an outstanding student at the police academy, he excelled in physical fitness and combat, easily capable of handling two average individuals. With the acquisition of the Melee Combat Mastery, Advanced skill, his muscles had significantly increased, his physique looked more impressive than ever, and his strength, endurance, and fighting techniques had all undergone a qualitative leap. He waved his arms, feeling an abundance of energy. Taking on 10 ordinary people would pose no challenge. And even against a few armed criminals, he felt confident in his ability to handle them alone. This skill was truly remarkable. Capturing criminals would be like adding wings to a tiger, and none of these wrongdoers would escape. Zhou Zheng was thoroughly satisfied, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he continued to swing his arms, the sound of his fists slicing through the air echoing around him. Xiao Zhou, what on earth are you doing? You wouldn't be. Lu Jiangwo suddenly recalled how, in the hospital, Zhou Zheng had jumped around like a chef in front of Hao Aigua to secure an early discharge. Could it be that he really had a problem with his mind? Xiao Zhou, are you all right? Lu Jianjun asked, his face filled with concern. I'm fine, Zhou Zheng replied. Then why are you swinging your arms like that? Are you hallucinating? Tomorrow, let me take you to the hospital for a psychiatric evaluation. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but chuckle. Of course, he couldn't reveal the truth to Lu Jianjun. Master, after spending so much time in the hospital, I felt like my bones were rusting, so I thought I'd de-stretch a bit. He glanced around the yard to shift the topic. Master, your yard is quite nice. It's a great place to exercise. Unlike the apartment buildings in the city where you have to go downstairs just to skip rope. Lu Jianjun was quickly led off track. Upon hearing the word apartment, he shook his head. Life in the city, while convenient, was indeed not without its drawbacks. However, the advantages of transportation, shopping, and schooling for children were undeniable. Otherwise, why would people flock to the city? Xiao Zhou, to be honest, I would also like to live in the city. Even if life is inconvenient, it's still better than here. It takes me an hour just to commute to work. Master, why don't you buy an apartment in the city? That way, it would be easier for you to get to work and for Xiaoyan to go to school. Lu Jianjun frowned, replying helplessly, do you think I wouldn't want to? Housing prices are sky high, and for someone like me in the working class, it's simply unaffordable. Don't laugh, but I don't even have enough for a down payment. Zhou Zheng thought about it. Indeed, a 100-square-meter apartment now costs around $1 million. And with the additional expenses for renovations and furniture, it would be even more daunting. Lu Jianjun had to support an entire family. How could he afford to buy a house? Even if he didn't eat or drink for 10 years, his salary might not cover the cost of a home. Zhou Zheng wished he could help his master buy a place in the city, but Lu Jianjun was too proud to accept charity, and besides, Zhou Zheng himself was renting. All right, let us not dwell on these disheartening matters. Let us eat. The three of them entered the living room. A round table, seemingly aged, was filled with an array of dishes: soft-fried mushrooms, stir-fried river shrimp, chive and egg pancakes, sweet and sour carp, braised pork, and more. Though it may consist of simple, everyday fare, and its presentation is unremarkable, the aroma wafting through the air is undeniably delightful, suffusing the space with the tantalizing scent of cooked dishes. Lu Yin gazes longingly at the sumptuous spread before her, her mouth watering in anticipation. Typically, their meals consist of no more than a couple of dishes. And even on her birthday, such a lavish spread is a rarity. Perhaps this is yet another fortunate consequence of Uncle Zhou Zheng's generosity. Zhou Yunyao, please take a seat, Wang Yuhong urged. The conditions may be modest, and Jianjun and I are not skilled in the culinary arts. But I hope you two can manage to enjoy a bite or two. As she handed them chopsticks, Zhou Zheng exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Sister-in-law, you claim you can't cook. Yet this smells heavenly." A spark of delight illuminated Wang Yuhong's face. "Do eat up, or it will get cold." She continued to serve Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao with enthusiasm. After sampling a bite, Chu Yunyao nodded appreciatively. "Sister-in-law, this truly tastes delightful. If it's delicious, do indulge a bit more." Wang Yuhong beamed with joy, encouraged by their praise. Lu Jianjun produced a chipped enamel cup filled with homemade liquor brewed by his father-in-law. "Xiao Zhou, shall we have a drink?" He placed a small porcelain cup before Zhou Zheng, who nodded in agreement. "A drink is fine, after all. Today is a leisurely occasion." Concerned, Chu Yunyao asked, "Zhou Zheng, your injury hasn't healed yet. Is it wise to drink?" Lu Jianjun, upon hearing this, smacked his forehead. "Look at my forgetfulness. I was so caught up in ensuring a warm welcome for you two that I overlooked Zhou Zheng's condition." Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively. "My injury is of little concern. It has healed sufficiently, so drinking is no issue." The others, reassured by his confidence, relaxed. Lu Jianjun filled Zhou Zheng's cup, then poured one for himself. "Xiao Zhou, this is homemade liquor from my father-in-law, while it may not be of high prestige. It is brewed from pure grains and has been aged for several years, yielding a pleasant taste. Do give it a try?" "Absolutely, master." Zhou Zheng raised his glass and clinked it with Lu Jianjun's before downing it in one go. Indeed, as Lu Jianjun had described, it was smooth and robust, leaving a lingering fragrance on the palate. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng's curiosity piqued. He inquired, "Master, does your sister-in-law's family specialize in brewing liquor?" Chapter 48, Taking Care of One's Own Business. Zhou Zheng relished the homemade liquor from Wang Yuhong's family, the taste igniting an idea in his mind. The medicinal liquor he intended to concoct would require a substantial quantity of pure grain liquor as a base ingredient. A complete recipe demands 5,000 pounds of pure grain liquor, and should the business flourish, the quantity required would be astronomical. Why not procure it from those close to him? Naturally, one should support their own. Moreover, given Lu Jianjun's financial struggles and aspirations to purchase a house, Zhou Zheng had long contemplated extending a helping hand. However, he himself was not particularly affluent. The 300,000 he won from the lottery would need to be invested in the medicinal liquor, leaving his financial capacity in question. Although he had apprehended an A-level fugitive, the combined bounty and winnings amounted to 120,000, now deposited into his account. If he were to outright gift Lu Jianjun money, the proud man would surely refuse. Instead, it would be more prudent to purchase Wang Yuhong's homemade pure grain liquor at a premium, thereby indirectly assisting Lu Jianjun. Of course, this liquor must be acquired from Lu Jianjun himself. Zhou Zheng would not buy from Wang Yuhong's father. He had heard that Wang Yuhong had a brother, and should the profits from this transaction end up in her father's hands, intended for her brother, Zhou Zheng would find that unacceptable. Naturally, such thoughts were speculative, as he was uncertain about the quantity of homemade liquor Wang Yuhong's father possessed. Without a doubt, Chu Yunyao would wholeheartedly support his decision. Lu Jianjun, upon hearing Zhou Zheng's query about his father-in-law's brewing, nodded eagerly. "Xiao Zhou, my father-in-law has been brewing for 3 generations. There are still plenty of homemade pure grain liquors in stock. While I cannot vouch for their exceptional quality, I assure you they are genuinely brewed from pure grains, and there is no deceit involved." "How does this liquor taste to you?" Zhou Zheng inquired. "Master, do you really have that much liquor?" "Of course. At my wedding, my father-in-law gifted me a vat containing 100 pounds, which I gradually consumed over the years, and recently, he presented me with another vat of 200 pounds, which I just opened today." Zhou Zheng was momentarily taken aback. Having a father-in-law who brews liquor is quite advantageous. Being gifted hundreds of pounds certainly saves a considerable amount on purchasing liquor. "A vat?" he mused, and Chu Yunyao, overhearing, suddenly became intrigued. After all, she was in urgent need of a large vat capable of holding over 100 pounds. The online order she placed would not arrive for another 3 days, which was too late. She quickly asked, "Jianjun, do you have a vat that can hold 200 pounds of liquor?" Lu Jianjun replied, "Indeed, as I mentioned earlier, My father-in-law gifted me a vat of liquor, a full 200 pounds. Where else would such a quantity be stored? Could you take me to see it? Chu Yunyao inquired eagerly. There's nothing special to see. If you wish to, I can show you. It's in the side room of the Eastern House. However, let us wait until after we finish eating. All right, let us eat first then. During the meal, Zhou Zheng further inquired into the brewing practices of Lu Jianjun's father-in-law. The old man had dedicated his life to brewing, but had not amassed significant wealth. The cost of pure grain liquor is high, and the selling price is steep as well. Being sold as loose liquor, it is suitable for personal consumption but lacks the prestige for gifting or serving at meals. Many would rather opt for inferior quality liquor that is beautifully packaged and blended with alcohol rather than choose genuine, homemade pure grain liquor. After a satisfying meal, Chu Yunyao was eager to see the large vat for storing liquor. Lu Jianjun led her and Zhou Zheng to the side room of the Eastern House, opened the door, and, taking advantage of the moonlight, grasped a light cord and pulled it vigorously. With a clatter, a 60-watt bulb illuminated the space with a warm glow. In one corner of the room stood a vat large enough for two people to embrace, and Lu Jianjun approached to open the lid with a strong pull. A rich aroma of liquor instantly filled the room. Zhou Zheng's eyes widened in surprise. Yunyao, it seems our search has yielded fruitful results. This vat for brewing medicinal liquor is indeed here. Chu Yunyao was equally delighted, feeling that her visit today had been fortuitous. She circled the vat brimming with pure grain liquor. Zhou Zheng, I believe this vat will suffice, and since you mentioned that this homemade pure grain liquor is quite good, why not utilize it all? We can simply place the herbs we purchased today inside, and voila, we'll have our medicinal liquor ready in 3 days. Zhou Zheng nodded in agreement, thinking that this was precisely what he had in mind. The two exchanged whispers, leaving Lu Jianjun utterly perplexed. What are you two discussing? Master, Yunyao intends to purchase this vat of liquor from you, along with the vat itself, Zhou Zheng explained. What? Lu Jianjun was taken aback. Xiao Zhou, why do you need so much? If you wish to drink, just let me know, you can have it any time. And why do you need the vat? Chu Yunyao smiled and replied, Brother Jianjun, I plan to venture into the business of brewing medicinal liquor. I have gathered all the materials, and with your liquor and vat, I won't have to worry about a thing. You wish to brew medicinal liquor? Lu Jianjun reminisced about the medicinal wine that Zhou Zheng had prepared at the hospital, which indeed boasted remarkable effects. After consuming it, he felt invigorated and even experienced a boost in vitality. The primary reason he returned home last night was due to a sense of discomfort, seeking to indulge in some playful release with Wang Yuhong. In truth, Lu Jianjun was aware that the pure grain liquor and the large urn in his possession were hardly rare commodities. They could be procured easily from various sources. Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng were merely looking out for him, hoping to facilitate a profitable venture for him. Brother Jianjun, please name your price. How much for the liquor and the urn combined? Lu Jianjun replied, The urn isn't worth much. My father-in-law has plenty of them at home. As for the liquor, if you wish to take it, feel free. I don't require payment. Zhou Zheng recognized that Lu Jianjun was beginning to feel self-conscious. Unable to broach the subject of money with Chu Yunyao. Master, Yunyao is purchasing your liquor as a business transaction. She cannot take it without compensation. Just state a price. Furthermore, giving it away for free was not feasible. 200 jin would hardly suffice, as a successful market for the medicinal wine would require at least 5,000 jin initially. Set your price, and henceforth, Yunyao will be your client. Xiao Zhou, what are you saying? 5,000 jin. Lu Jianjun was taken aback. My father-in-law doesn't even have that much liquor at home. Chu Yunyao interjected. It's not like we're expecting that much all at once. I'll use the 200 jin for now. Just provide a price, and we can adhere to it in the future. All right. Lu Jianjun nodded. My father-in-law usually sells it for 30 yuan a jin. So I'll gift you this urn of liquor. I haven't spent a dime on it. Besides, the cake you bought costs more than this urn of liquor. When you need more liquor in the future, I'll take you to my father-in-law's place. Their village has many distillers, and if he runs short, he can acquire from others. Zhou Zheng's expression darkened. He thought Lu Jianjun was truly obstinate, unwilling to profit from an opportunity that had presented itself. Chu Yunyao shook her head, feigning annoyance. Brother Jianjun, if you insist on only giving away the liquor without selling it, I will be quite upset. I can always purchase from someone else. No. Lu Jianjun quickly replied as he noticed Chu Yunyao's frustration. How about I sell it for 10 yuan a jin? Zhou Zheng nearly burst into laughter at Lu Jianjun's straightforwardness. Chu Yunyao shook her head, remarking, Brother Jianjun is too sincere. She glanced at Zhou Zheng and added, Brother Jianjun, I will offer you 50 yuan a jin for the purchase. How does that sound? The price of 50 yuan per jin was in line with Chu Yunyao's expectations, and Zhou Zheng was aware of this, hence she did not consult him first. 50 yuan a jin? Isn't that too expensive? Lu Jianjun hesitated. How about we settle at 8 yuan a jin? I really don't want to profit from you. Zhou Zheng thought to himself, Master, How much profit can you make from your liquor? If I were to tell you the profit margin on medicinal wine, you would be utterly astonished. Chu Yunyao felt helpless, having grown up in a family of merchants. She understood that sellers typically inflate their prices while buyers haggle down to earth, yet this was the first time she had witnessed a seller undercutting their own price. 60 yuan a jean, Chu Yunyao asserted once more. Lu Jianjun was dumbfounded. Why are you raising the price? Zhou Zheng found the exchange amusing. Unable to suppress a smile, the buyer raised the price while the seller sought to lower it, or even give it away for free. What an eye-opening experience. Brother Jianjun, if you do not agree, I will raise it further. All right, let us settle on 50 yuan a jean. Lu Jianjun conceded, feeling as though he had suffered a significant loss. 200 jean of liquor at 50 yuan a jean amounted to 10,000 yuan. Brother Jianjun, the total for the liquor is 10,000 yuan, and I will charge you 500 yuan for the urn, making it a total of 10,500. Add me on WeChat, and I will transfer the funds to you. Lu Jianjun appeared quite embarrassed. Master, please do not be so formal. Yunyao is also in business and will earn significantly more than you. Moreover, even close brothers keep their accounts clear. Zhou Zheng's comment eased Lu Jianjun's discomfort somewhat. Chu Yunyao added Lu Jianjun on WeChat and was about to transfer the money when she said, as for the urn, you needn't pay for that. It's not worth much. All right. Chu Yunyao, not wishing to prolong the matter, ordered a larger urn with a capacity of 500 jean online. As the 200 jean urn would not be needed for long, the 10,000 yuan was swiftly transferred to Lu Jianjun's phone, and he stared at the string of numbers as if in a dream. At that moment, Wang Yuhong arrived with Lu Yin. Dad, what are you all doing? Xiao Yin, your father is discussing matters with uncle. You go and play in the living room for now. Okay, Dad. Lu Yin obediently replied, skipping away. Wang Yuhong, curious about their activities, approached the group gathered around the urn, unsure of what they were examining. Lu Jianjun handed his phone to Wang Yuhong. Yuhong, take a look. Wang Yuhong glanced at it, counted the zeros on the transfer record, and in astonishment asked, 10,000 yuan? Where did that come from? Is it from your sister-in-law? Wang Yuhong looked bewildered at Chu Yunyao and then back at Lu Jianjun. Lu Jianjun briefly recounted the preceding events. Heavens! You're selling 200 jean of liquor for 10,000 yuan. My father usually earns only 6,000 from selling 200 jean. Jianjun, your pricing is rather steep, isn't it? Xiao Zhou and Yunyao are not strangers. How should I address your actions? Wang Yuhong immediately began to express her discontent. Coming from a family of distillers, she was well aware that the current market for loose liquor was not only tough, but also undervalued. Selling 31 jean was considered a success. To think her husband was charging 50 yuan a jean. Yuhong, I didn't intend to set a high price. Observing Lu Jianjun's embarrassment, Zhou Zheng hurried to clarify for Wang Yuhong. Sister-in-law, it's not as you think. Master intended to give it to us, but we cannot accept it for free. To be honest, 50 yuan a jean for your liquor is fair. If we were to buy similar quality elsewhere, it would cost us over 50 yuan. Why should we disregard our own business? Oh, I see. Wang Yuhong finally understood, casting an apologetic glance at her husband. Also, sister-in-law, in the future, my family S. Yunyao will continue to purchase your family S. loose liquor at the price of 50 yuan a jean. However, we will only recognize master. We won't acknowledge others. Zhou Zheng's intent was clear. The liquor was produced by Wang Yuhong's family, and if she were to bypass Lu Jianjun for her own family, then Zhou Zheng would not proceed with the purchase. Wang Yuhong nodded repeatedly. Understood. She was not the type to neglect her husband's family in favor of her own. Furthermore, Zhou Zheng's purchasing price was quite favorable, allowing her family to profit as well. Lu Jianjun essentially acted as a middleman, earning a margin while contributing to household expenses, quite satisfactory indeed. With the liquor deal finalized, the challenge now lay in transporting the urn back to Zhou Zheng's rental apartment. Zhou Zheng pondered for a moment, then turned to Chu Yunyao and said, Yunyao, perhaps we should leave this jar of wine at Master S' home, as it offers more convenient access than the residential complexes in the city. Chu Yunyao thought to herself that Zhou Zheng was quite audacious. This jar of wine, though not particularly valuable, was infused with precious medicinal herbs, making its worth soar to several 100,000. He seemed unconcerned about the risk of loss or damage. However, Lu Jianjun and his wife did not strike her as deceitful individuals. With Zhou Zheng's insistence, Chu Yunyao nodded in agreement. Master, I wish to use this jar of wine to brew medicinal liquor and would like to leave it here for you to safeguard. Lu Jianjun thumped his chest affirmatively. No problem. Your sister-in-law is at home all day, aside from picking up the children, so it will be safe here. That's splendid. Yunyao exclaimed. Let us place the herbs inside. All right. Chu Yunyao exited the west room and quickly returned with a cardboard box. Upon opening it, a strong aroma of traditional Chinese medicine wafted through the air. With a flourish, she poured the entire box of precious herbs into the jar. All done. Let us seal it up. Zhou Zheng assisted Lu Jianjun in securing the lid. Chu Yunyao discussed with Zhou Zheng. This is akin to renting a storage space, and we should compensate the Lu couple for safeguarding our medicinal liquor. Zhou Zheng mused that Chu Yunyao was indeed a kind-hearted person, noticing the modest means of Master S family and wishing to provide discreet assistance. Yunyao, we will eventually need help when it comes to bottling the medicinal liquor. So why not hire your sister-in-law? Chu Yunyao's eyes brightened. Zhou Zheng, that is a brilliant idea. Sister-in-law, I intend to use your West room temporarily as storage. And since there will also be bottling tasks in the future, would you mind lending me a hand? I can offer you a salary of over 5,000 a month. A salary of over 5,000 is considered medium in Jiangbei. It may not seem like much, but for Lu Jianjun's family, it was a timely boon. Wang Yuhong's eyes sparkled as she asked, That sounds wonderful, sister-in-law. What exactly will my duties entail? I'm just a housewife without any special skills. Sister-in-law? It's quite simple. You just need to pour the wine into bottles. There's no strict time limit. And it won't interfere with your responsibilities of picking up the children and cooking. All right then. Wang Yuhong was overjoyed. Jianjun, I can earn money now. Lu Jianjun, perceptive as he was, realized that Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao were offering assistance to his family without undermining his pride. Why is the wine being stored at our home? There are laborers everywhere. Why hire Wang Yuhong specifically? Lu Jianjun's eyes grew misty. Little Zhou, he grasped Zhou Zheng's hand, momentarily at a loss for words. Master, let us not say anything more. I'm not doing this for you. But for Xiaoyan, we cannot let our hardships fall upon the children, can we? If you encounter any difficulties in the future, just let me know. But since you value your pride, let us have sister-in-law speak with Yunyao. Lu Jianjun spoke earnestly. Little Zhou, you are the most touching disciple I have ever had among so many. Let us not say anything more, master. I may not be able to assist you in other ways, but if you encounter any challenges at work, please reach out to me. Zhou Zheng nodded. Master, there is indeed something. What is it? Speak freely. Tomorrow, please expedite my discharge. I do not wish to remain in the hospital for another minute. Chapter 50. Zhou Zheng is our benefactor. After finalizing the price of the wine with Lu Jianjun, Chu Yunyao inquired of Wang Meiyu, sister-in-law. How much wine do you have stored? Wang Meiyu replied. Well, there should be several thousand pounds in total. However, this wine varies by year, and I am not entirely certain how much of each type is available. Let me call my father and ask. After a brief phone call, Wang Yuhong put down her phone. There are roughly 2,000 pounds of 3-year-old brew, the kind stored in this large jar, 1,000 pounds of 10-year brew, and 100 pounds of 30-year brew. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunyao felt a stir in her heart. You have 30-year brew? Zhou Zheng, do you know how much a bottle of 30-year Maodai costs? Over 10,000. Perhaps when I acquire a century-old ginseng, I could use the 30-year brew to concoct medicinal liquor, positioning it as our premium product. The pricing should be comparable to that of 30-year Maodai. Zhou Zheng felt a pang of concern, thinking that Chu Yunyao's aspirations were indeed lofty. Selling a pound of medicinal liquor for over 10,000. Was she out of her mind? No. Yunyao, perhaps you are thinking a bit too far ahead. Let us first focus on producing the current batch of medicinal liquor and establishing its market before pursuing what you envision as our premium product. Chu Yunyao smiled. You are right, Zhou Zheng. I may have been overly ambitious. However, we must create that high-end product. Yet, with just 100 pounds of 30-year brew from sister-in-law's family, we can only produce about 100 bottles. Wang Yuhong chuckled. Yunyao, you may not be aware of the intricacies of winemaking, but the 30-year brew sold on the market is not necessarily aged for 30 years. It simply contains 30-year-old liquor. 100 pounds of 30-year brew can blend with a considerable amount of wine. Oh, is that so? Both Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao were enlightened. Yunyao, Wang Yuhong continued, many of my relatives from my maternal side are also in the liquor-making business. Although there isn't much 30-year-old liquor, we could gather enough to meet your needs, so if you truly desire this, it won't be an issue. Chu Yunyao nodded. That is splendid. Sister-in-law, I will definitely require the 30-year brew in the future. Once my business expands, I will need more liquor. You can act as my procurement officer. Or we could even consider a partnership to establish a distillery, making you one of the owners. Wang Yuhong was taken aback, wondering how she suddenly became a boss in this conversation. She quickly waved her hands. Yunyao, I can work for you. But while the idea of a partnership is enticing, I lack the capital, so it seems a bit far-fetched. Chu Yunyao shook her head. Sister Yuhong, you are capable. Your father brews liquor, and your family has plenty of stock. Plus, as my first employee, we could consider your technical expertise as part of the investment. Chu Yunyao's words stirred Wang Yuhong's heart. If what Chu Yunyao said came to fruition, becoming a co-owner of a distillery would drastically change her life. No more need to scrimp and save for a house, and Xiaoyan would no longer have to suffer alongside her. Of course, the reasons Chu Yunyao presented were merely the lightest of considerations. Her words bore weight primarily due to Zhou Zheng's relationship with Lu Jianjun. Wang Yuhong felt a wave of gratitude towards Zhou Zheng, thankful that her husband had such a remarkable apprentice. All right, let us leave things here for today. We'll take it slow. We will all be all right. Chu Yunyao expressed her heartfelt sentiments, addressing both herself and Zhou Zheng, as well as Lu Jianjun and Wang Yuhong. Zhou Zheng glanced at his watch. It was getting late. So he informed Chu Yunyao of his intention to bid farewell to Lu Jianjun and his wife. The couple insisted on keeping them longer, but Zhou Zheng politely declined, stating that it was late and that they would often visit each other in the future. Seeing their attempts to retain them futile, Lu Jianjun's family escorted Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao to the gate. Wang Yuhong handed Zhou Zheng a large bag of boiled salted peanuts. Little Zhou Yunyao, we don't have much to offer, but these are some new peanuts sent by my family. I've boiled them for you, so take them home and enjoy. Zhou Zheng understood that he must accept this item, otherwise his master and his wife would be unsettled. After all, he had bestowed upon them numerous gifts, adhering to the principle of reciprocity. Therefore, he did not decline and readily reached out to accept it. Sister-in-law, what you say is true. I absolutely adore boiled peanuts, he replied. Upon seeing Zhou Zheng accept the peanuts, Wang Yuhong's face broke into a smile. If you love them, I shall boil more for you in the future. Then I must thank you, sister-in-law. Little Zhou, should I accompany you back to the hospital? Lu Jianjun recalled his duty. What do you mean, master? Which hospital are you referring to? Whether I return or not is still uncertain. Very well then, let's meet at the hospital at 8 tomorrow morning. I will conduct an examination for you, which will also provide a proper explanation for the director. After that, we shall be discharged. Sounds good. It's settled then. Master, sister-in-law. Xiaoyan, you all should return home now. We are leaving. Uncle, sister, goodbye? Lu Yan was cradled in Lu Jianjun's arms as Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao waved goodbye. Goodbye. Xiaoyan, we will come to see you when we have the time. The two waved as they slipped into the Panamera. With a roar, the Panamera honked before gradually disappearing into the night. Wang Yuhong gazed at the flickering taillights in the darkness and inquired, Jianjun, this car looks splendid. It must be expensive, right? The Porsche Panamera costs over $1 million. My heavens. It seems Yunyao is truly the daughter of a wealthy family. But with little Zhou marrying her, will it last? After all, like you, he is merely a poor policeman. Lu Jianjun's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you saying? Is Yunyao that kind of person? If she were materialistic, she would not have married little Zhou. I suggest you put your mind at ease. Moreover, if it weren't for Yunyao and little Zhou, would we have received 10,000 a day? Would you find a job that is both leisurely and well-paying? Wang Yuhong nodded in agreement. You have a point. Indeed. Little Zhou is a benefactor to our family. If he were not your disciple, would he help us like this? Among the many disciples you have taken, little Zhou is the only one with such a conscience. You must treat him well in the future. Lu Jianjun also felt a wave of sentimentality. He sighed several times. Little Zhou is truly a good person. After a moment, Lu Jianjun suddenly remembered something. Yuhong, also, when I go to work tomorrow, you must keep an eye on that jar of medicinal herbs soaking in alcohol. Wang Yuhong replied, I know, it won't get lost. That jar is quite inconspicuous. Who would steal alcohol for no reason? What do you know? Lu Jianjun leaned closer and whispered, the alcohol is of little consequence. The medicinal herbs inside are very valuable. Wang Yuhong asked, how much can a small box of medicinal herbs be worth? According to little Zhou, they are worth around 7 to 800,000. My goodness. So expensive? Wang Meiyu gasped in shock. Looking around, she hurriedly pulled Xiaoyan and Lu Jianjun into the courtyard, immediately shutting and locking the door. Jianjun, with 7 to 800,000 worth of items to guard, how can I sleep soundly tonight? Chapter 51. The boiled peanuts were plump and pink. Chu Yunyao drove the Panamera, exiting Lu Jianjun's home and swiftly merging onto the main road. Zhou Zheng took out the boiled peanuts gifted by Wang Meiyu. His sister-in-law was indeed generous, providing so many boiled peanuts. He opened the plastic bag, took out a peanut, and cracked it open. 3 plump kernels shimmered with a pale pink hue. Zhou Zheng popped them all into his mouth, savoring the delightful flavor. Instantly, a hint of cinnamon fragrance filled his palate. Delicious, Zhou Zheng exclaimed, quickly peeling another one. As Chu Yunyao drove, the aroma of the boiled peanuts wafted into her nostrils, making her crave some as well. However, Zhou Zheng was engrossed in his enjoyment, seemingly oblivious to her presence, which left her slightly exasperated. Moments later, as if sharing an unspoken connection, a plump peanut was offered to her lips. Yunyao, give it a try. It's really delicious. Chu Yunyao swallowed her words, feeling somewhat embarrassed as Zhou Zheng fed her the peanut. After a moment of hesitation, she finally opened her mouth and accepted the peanut. Yet, she miscalculated the distance and inadvertently nibbled on Zhou Zheng's fingertip. Chu Yunyao's face flushed red. Oh my, I licked his finger. She could only blame her impatience. Of course. Her long tongue contributed to the mishap. Zhou Zheng felt the soft touch against his finger and involuntarily shivered. The air within the car seemed to grow thick with tension. Both remained silent. Chu Yunyao felt awkward, but she knew that as long as she did not feel embarrassed, the awkwardness would fall upon him. Thus, she took the initiative to break the silence. Hey, little Zhou, didn't you say you were my employee? As long as we travel together, you will drive for me? How can a boss drive while their employee sits beside them eating? Zhou Zheng chuckled. CEO Chu, I had a drink today, so I think it's better for you to take the wheel. Let us swap roles temporarily. I would like to experience what it's like to be a boss. As he spoke, he brought another peanut to his lips. Chu Yunyao was infuriated by Zhou Zheng's playful demeanor. Observing that there were no cars ahead on the road, she suddenly pressed the accelerator. The Panamera surged forward with a jolt. Zhou Zheng found himself leaning back involuntarily, and the peanut ended up lodged in his nostril. Ha ha. Laughter rang out like silver bells from Chu Yunyao. Zhou Zheng's expression darkened. This woman, never provoke her lightly. She will retaliate fiercely. As night fell and traffic thinned, Chu Yunyao soon arrived in the city. Zhou Zheng, where are you headed? Are you returning to the hospital? And you, Yunyao? Zhou Zheng countered. I'm going home. Why not skip the hospital and we can head home together? Zhou Zheng hesitated momentarily. Perhaps I should still go to the hospital. If the nurse comes for rounds and can't find me, it might raise suspicions at the Qiaobei station. All right then. Chu Yunyao's voice was tinged with disappointment. I'll turn at the next intersection and drop you off at the hospital. No sooner had she finished speaking than her phone rang. Chu Yunyao glanced at the caller ID. It was Yang Tingting. She answered via the car's Bluetooth. Hello, Tingting. Yunyao, where are you? On my way to the hospital. Why? Is there something wrong? What are you going to the hospital for? I'm just escorting Zhou Zheng back. Oh, when did you guys leave? What have you been up to? Spill the beans. Tingting. Stop joking around. I'm driving. If there's something urgent, just say it. Fine. I'm at the hospital keeping watch over Grandpa. That old man insists on sending me back, claiming there's a caregiver, but I don't feel at ease. I'm bored, so I thought I'd find you for company. Perfect timing. You're sending Zhou Zheng to the hospital. This is what I call a meeting of minds. Don't leave tonight. Let's play cards until dawn. Remember to buy a deck of playing cards. Wait, Tingting. What about the old man? He's got a caregiver watching him. If anything happens, he will call me. It's settled then. I'll wait for you in Zhou Zheng's ward. Bye. Chu Yunyao let out a gentle sigh, contemplating the crafting of a business plan for a medicinal wine venture, intending to refine her thoughts. It appeared that this evening would be in vain. Zhou Zheng, too, was left in a state of disbelief. Am I to accompany two beautiful women in an all-night game of Do Di Zhu as a patient? Is that reasonable? Is it? The car sped swiftly, arriving at the first hospital of Jiangbei City. After parking, the two exited the vehicle. Zhou Zheng, you go ahead. I'll stop by the convenience store at the hospital entrance, which is open 24 hours, to buy some items, she stated. Zhou Zheng inquired, Yunyao, what are you planning to purchase? Are you hungry? Not particularly hungry, but I do need to procure some snacks and a few decks of playing cards. From what I know of Tingting, that wild girl is a night owl. She becomes more spirited as the night deepens, Chu Yunyao replied, shaking her head. It seems this night will indeed stretch until dawn. Yunyao, I'll accompany you. Zhou Zheng offered. No need. You've had a tiring day as well. Go upstairs and rest for a while. Otherwise, you won't be able to relax at all. Very well then. Chu Yunyao proceeded to the convenience store while Zhou Zheng ascended alone to his private hospital room. As he approached, he noticed the door was slightly ajar, with the lights off inside. Zhou Zheng thought to himself, didn't Yang Tingting say she would be waiting in the room? Why is it so dark? Could it be she hasn't arrived? Puzzled, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Just as he was about to search for the light switch when a shadow suddenly appeared. Ah! The shadow emitted a strange cry. Zhou Zheng was startled and instinctively swatted at it. With the dim moonlight filtering in, he discerned the shadow's face. It was Yang Tingting. It turned out she had been hiding in the darkness, intending to play a prank. Zhou Zheng, possessing newfound strength, was now twice as powerful as before. Had he struck Yang Tingting, she would have surely required hospitalization. In a split second, he quickly retracted his hand, but it was too late. Although he had held back most of his strength, his palm still landed firmly on Yang Tingting's chest. He even felt a soft bounce. Fortunately, she was unharmed. You little brat, daring to assault my chest. Are you jealous that I'm bigger than you? Yang Tingting exclaimed, slapping the light switch on. To Zhou Zheng's surprise, there was no sign of Chu Yunyao. Zhou Zheng. Yang Tingting's cheeks flushed instantly. Oh my, that was mortifying. Where's Yunyao? She went to buy something and will be back shortly. Zhou Zheng, equally embarrassed and relieved that Yang Tingting was uninjured, sighed. Thank goodness she was not an A-cup. Otherwise, she would have sustained an injury. To alleviate the awkwardness, Zhou Zheng raised the boiled peanuts he was holding. Yang Tingting, these peanuts are plump and pink. Would you like some? Yang Tingting seemed to recall something, her head dropping in embarrassment. Chapter 52. Young people must exercise restraint. Chu Yunyao was indeed correct. Yang Tingting, a true night owl, relentlessly dragged Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao into a night-long game of dou-di-zhu. As a police officer, Zhou Zheng could not partake in any gambling. Without stakes, the game lost its charm, prompting Yang Tingting to propose a playful alternative. Whoever lost would have a sticky note placed on their face. Perhaps due to Zhou Zheng's earlier accidental touch, Yang Tingting deliberately targeted him during the game. While in league with Zhou Zheng, she would falter, yet when teamed with Chu Yunyao, she would dominate, prompting Zhou Zheng to bear the brunt of her competitive spirit. Soon, his face was adorned with sticky notes. Eventually, when there was no space left on his face, she began placing them on his body, and by morning, Zhou Zheng was entirely covered in notes, resembling a walking good luck charm. As dawn broke, Yang Tingting, having tired of the game, took it upon herself to usher Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng to breakfast, even bringing along a portion for the elder gentleman. After leaving the breakfast shop, Zhou Zheng realized it was nearly 8 o'clock and bid farewell to the two, intending to seek out Lu Jianjun in the hospital lobby, confident that Lu Jianjun would arrive early. At 7:50 a.m., Zhou Zheng, sporting dark circles under his eyes, appeared in the first-floor lobby of the inpatient building. True to form, he spotted Lu Jianjun as soon as he entered. "Master." Zhou Zheng waved and hurried over. "Master, you're here early?" Lu Jianjun replied, "Not really. I just arrived as well. Have you had breakfast?" "Yes, I had the flatbread with egg that my sister-in-law made," Lu Jianjun said. Suddenly noticing Zhou Zheng's dark circles and understanding the situation, he spoke earnestly. "Young Zhou, you must learn to exercise restraint. Your sister-in-law is beautiful, but you must also cherish your health. A man's body is not like a woman's. Only a worn-out ox can be compared to a plowed field." Lu Jianjun's admonitions left Zhou Zheng perplexed. "Master, why do you say that?" Lu Jianjun chuckled. "Oh, young Zhou, don't feign ignorance. I too have been through this. I won't mock you. Look at those dark circles. Did you play all night?" Zhou Zheng, astonished, asked, "Master, how did you know?" Lu Jianjun proudly declared, "Didn't I say I've been through this? It's quite evident. You must avoid staying up late. Moderation is key. Otherwise, when you reach my age, you'll understand that the indulgences of youth must be repaid in later years. You'll have the desire but lack the strength. Do you comprehend?" Zhou Zheng focused on the late-night aspect, responding, "Master, I can't entirely be blamed for the late hours. Yunyao and I intended to return home for our own world, but it was Yang Tingting who insisted on dragging us along. I truly couldn't keep up with her, and Yunyao wasn't much help, always holding me back. By the end of the night, I was utterly exhausted. You wouldn't believe how many sticky notes we used." Lu Jianjun's expression darkened further with each revelation. Finding Zhou Zheng's behavior utterly unacceptable, they had stayed up all night? It was no wonder he looked so worn out. "Young Zhou, please stop," Lu Jianjun interrupted. "As your master, I must advise you against such inappropriate behavior in the future. Additionally, keep your distance from Yang Tingting. You are a public servant, and I do not want you to face disciplinary action due to conduct issues." Zhou Zheng was bewildered. "But master, Yang Tingting is very close to Yunyao. I can hardly avoid her. Moreover, how does playing a game of dou-di-zhu relate to conduct?" "What?" Lu Jianjun paused for a moment. "You played cards? An entire night of dou-di-zhu?" "No. Then why the excessive use of paper?" Zhou Zheng explained. "Without any stakes, it was rather dull. So Yang Tingting suggested that whoever lost would have a sticky note placed on their face. Naturally, we consumed a significant amount of paper, even tearing up an entire magazine." Zhou Zheng looked up at Lu Jianjun. "Master, what did you think we were doing?" Lu Jianjun's face turned crimson. "Good grief. I misunderstood. Clearly, I was overthinking it. I thought you might have been doing something inappropriate." He hastily stammered. "I thought you were playing something else all night." To mask his embarrassment, he shifted the topic. "Young Zhou, let me take you to see a doctor for a checkup on your back. If all is well, you can be discharged." Upon hearing the news of discharge, Zhou Zheng was filled with joy, immediately urging, "There's no time to waste. Master, let us hasten." The duo sought out the attending physician, articulating their intentions. The doctor, already aware of the situation, conducted a cursory examination and inscribed a recommendation for discharge on the results. Lu Jianjun scurried about, swiftly completing the discharge formalities. The two exited Jiangbei City First Hospital and boarded a bus to report to the Qiaobei police station. As they entered the precinct's courtyard, a police vehicle screeched to a halt behind them. The doors swung open, and two officers escorted a suspect from the back seat. Upon raising their heads, they spotted Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun. "Jianjun, Xiaozhou, you two are back?" "Xiaozhou, I heard you received a first-class merit award. Congratulations." Zhou Zheng humbly replied, "Thank you. It's merely a stroke of luck." "Enough of that, Xiaozhou. Don't be modest. You are quite the figure at our Qiaobei station now. With that first-class merit award, an unprecedented achievement." Presently, the news of Zhou Zheng's first-class merit had spread throughout the precinct, and all were envious. The merit was indeed deemed rather easily obtained. Merely a night shift where an A-level fugitive had presented himself willingly. Officer Xiao Li remarked enviously, Xiao Zhou, when you're on duty next, do call for me. I wish to bask in your good fortune. Unlike us, who chased a thief for 3 blocks and nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Lu Jianjun shot a disapproving glare, retorting, you two ought to focus on your work. Last time, it was a moment of slumber that cost him a chance for merit. Such a splendid opportunity squandered. He resolved firmly that such a circumstance must not repeat itself. The 2 officers, intimidated by Lu Jianjun's reprimand, escorted the thief into the interrogation room. Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun then ascended to the 2nd floor and rapped on the director's office door. Knock, 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 come in. Director Hao Aigua looked up, his expression brightening upon seeing Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun. Xiao Zhou has been discharged? Splendid. It's a relief to hear that. Hao Aigua nodded in satisfaction, gesturing towards the chairs across from him. Well, you two needn't stand. Please take a seat. Zhou Zheng interjected, Director, we shall not sit. I wish to commence work at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 53. A daunting task. Upon hearing Zhou Zheng's eagerness to return to duty, Hao Aigua felt a swell of pride. Zhou Zheng had been personally commended by Director Ma and other leaders from the Municipal Bureau for his first-class merit. He belonged to that rare breed of individuals who, despite their youth, had already etched their names into the annals of achievement, able to coast on their laurels for many years to come. Yet here he was, freshly discharged and eager to immerse himself in work. What a commendable spirit! To possess such awareness at a young age was truly remarkable. Director, are there any tasks for the apprehension team? Are there wanted criminals to capture? I wish to participate. Zhou Zheng's singular focus was on earning merit. For only through such accomplishments could he ascend the ranks and swiftly realize his aspirations. The precinct typically dealt with trivial matters, such as neighbors squabbling over garbage, misplaced takeout, or disputes over public parking spaces. In these instances, the police could only mediate, expending energy and words without accruing any merit. Thus, to achieve distinction, one must partake in apprehension operations, facing already classified suspects. Although perilous, such endeavors offered a greater likelihood of garnering accolades. Hao Aigua, however, furrowed his brow at Zhou Zheng's words. While he appreciated the young man's enthusiasm, the fervent desire to capture wanted criminals for significant merit was a dangerous mindset, prone to impulsivity. After all, the first-class merit Zhou Zheng had received was largely a matter of fortune. Based on his own experience, Hao Aigua believed that for Zhou Zheng to have a brighter future, he must first cultivate patience. Moreover, how many wanted criminals could realistically come within the reach of the precinct's officers? After a moment's contemplation, he cleared his throat and said, Xiao Zhou, your eagerness for advancement is commendable. Here's what I propose. I shall assign you a challenging task. Zhou Zheng's interest piqued at the mention of a task. Director, what is the task? Xiao Huang's mother is ill, and he has taken leave to care for her. I need you to patrol the district in his stead. What? Zhou Zheng was taken aback. Hao Aigua spoke as if it were a serious matter, but it turned out he was merely assigning him to patrol the area. This left Zhou Zheng feeling somewhat disheartened, and he fell silent. Hao Aigua inquired, what is the matter? Do you find this task undesirable? Not exactly. Zhou Zheng hesitated. Director, is there not a more formidable task available? Patrolling the district lacks any challenge. Hao Aigua thought to himself that Zhou Zheng was making the common mistake that many young people do, becoming overly ambitious. What would you prefer to do? Lu Jianjun, noticing the director's growing displeasure, quickly nudged him, signaling him to refrain from bartering with the director. Zhou Zheng immediately caught on and declared loudly, Director, truth be told, I have yet to patrol the district, so I find this task quite agreeable. Now that is more like it. Hao Aigua then addressed Lu Jianjun. Jianjun, you shall accompany Zhou Zheng. Should he encounter any uncertainties, you are to guide him. Lu Jianjun readily replied, Of course, Director. Without you even saying so, I will ensure Zhou Zheng is well supported. He is my apprentice, after all. Very well. Off you two go, to Chaoyang Road. Make sure you don't head to the wrong place. Understood, Director. We are on our way. Lu Jianjun exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Zheng, and the two exited the director's office. Noticing Zhou Zheng's somewhat subdued mood, Lu Jianjun remarked, Xiao Zhou, what is troubling you? Patrolling the streets is part of our duty as officers, serving the public just the same. What is there to feel discontented about? Zhou Zheng contemplated the words. However, he thought, what criminals could one apprehend while patrolling the streets? Even if there were petty thieves lurking about, they would surely flee upon seeing police officers. Nevertheless, as a member of the Qiaobei station, it was imperative to comply with the directives of superiors. He waved dismissively, Master, I'm fine. It's merely a sense of disappointment. I had anticipated that after receiving a first-class merit and being promoted ahead of time, the director would assign me a more formidable task, yet he has me patrolling the streets. As an experienced officer, Lu Jianjun recognized the underlying sentiment and pulled Zhou Zheng aside, speaking in hushed tones. Xiao Zhou, the director has your best interests at heart. He fears that, having achieved such a significant accolade at a young age, you might become complacent. Assigning you to patrol is a way to encourage you to ground yourself. Do not overthink it. Patrolling has its merits as well. You might just catch a criminal in the act. When I first joined the Qiaobei station, I patrolled for a whole year. Zhou Zheng inquired, and did you apprehend any criminals in that time? Lu Jianjun chuckled sheepishly, not a single one. But I did wear out 4 pairs of shoes. Zhou Zheng facepalmed in disbelief. The two donned their police uniforms and set off in a brand new patrol car. Seated in the driver's seat, Lu Jianjun spoke while navigating the vehicle. Xiao Zhou, this police car is likely the additional unit allocated to us by the city bureau. Just look at the protective film on the back seat. It hasn't even been peeled off yet. Driving a new police car is indeed a pleasure, and our station has certainly benefited from your good fortune. When we head back, you should take the wheel. I can't always be your chauffeur, after all. Lu Jianjun rambled on, but Zhou Zheng remained silent. Casting a fleeting glance at him, Lu Jianjun realized that Zhou Zheng had fallen asleep. A wave of annoyance washed over him. The youth these days have such splendid sleep quality. They can doze off at the drop of a hat. It's all that playing cards that has led to this. Before long, they arrived at the intersection of Chaoyang Road. Lu Jianjun parked the police car and roused Zhou Zheng. Xiao Zhou, wake up. We've arrived, and it's time to get to work. Oh. Zhou Zheng blinked his eyes open, still groggy. I'm sorry, master. There's no pressure when patrolling the streets, and I accidentally dozed off. You really ought to cut back on those late-night card games. Now let us get out. Both men exited the vehicle, adjusted their police caps, and tidied their appearances before proceeding down the sidewalk. As they walked, Lu Jianjun introduced Zhou Zheng to the area. This street is Chaoyang Street, stretching 3 kilometers long. It is arguably the most bustling area within our jurisdiction. The thoroughfare is filled with a throng of pedestrians and incessant traffic, which may also harbor pickpockets and other unsavory characters. Just a few days ago, a colleague apprehended a lecher who was secretly photographing a girl's skirt. Zhou Zheng, while walking, scanned the diverse crowd of passers-by, half hoping to encounter a thief or some rogue to justify their outing. However, after half an hour of walking, no wrongdoers had come into sight. Xiao Zhou, let us take a break. I need to use the restroom. Lu Jianjun indicated towards a public toilet not far away. You go ahead, master. I'll wait for you under this tree. All right. Lu Jianjun hurried off to the restroom, leaving Zhou Zheng standing idly beneath the large tree. Suddenly, a figure sprinted towards him at breakneck speed from a distance. The individual's pace was so swift that he failed to make a turn and collided directly with the tree beside Zhou Zheng. Thud! The sound echoed as the man, dazed from the impact, crumpled to the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Zhou Zheng was left in a state of bewilderment. What on earth? Can't he turn? How did he end up crashing into a tree? That looked like quite a hit. He might need medical attention. He rushed over to investigate. The man, appearing to be in his 40s, sported stubble and had shifty eyes. Upon seeing Zhou Zheng in uniform, a look of fear washed over his face. Comrade, are you all right? Are you hurt? At that moment, a middle-aged woman came running from a distance, breathlessly shouting, Quick, catch that thief. Someone just snatched my bag. The man on the ground, hearing the woman's cries, became increasingly frantic and attempted to rise. However, in doing so, a small Gucci handbag tumbled out from his grasp. Zhou Zheng, though not particularly astute, quickly pieced together the situation. The man before him was undoubtedly the bag snatcher. This was indeed a stroke of luck. Waiting under the tree for Lu Jianjun had yielded an unexpected bounty, with a thief literally colliding into his path. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but accept this providence with a smile. Don't move, he commanded, effortlessly flipping the bag snatcher onto his stomach, pinning him down. Possessing the skill of close combat, King advanced. His strength was doubled compared to before. The thief, weighing just over 100 pounds, was easily subdued. Zhou Zheng then pressed a knee onto the thief's legs, rendering him utterly immobile. With a swift motion, he produced handcuffs from his belt and secured the thief's wrists behind his back. Clapping his hands together, he proclaimed, All done. At that moment, the distressed woman arrived. Still panting heavily. Huff, huff. As she caught her breath, she kicked the bag snatcher twice. That's what you get for stealing my bag. I'll make you pay for this. After a moment, she turned to Zhou Zheng, expressing her gratitude. Officer, thank you. This is the man who stole my bag. What kind of bag was it? Zhou Zheng asked deliberately to ensure the rightful owner was present. A Gucci monogrammed handbag. Zhou Zheng nodded, retrieving the bag from beneath the thief. Is this it? Yes, officer, she exclaimed. Here, open it and see if anything is missing. The woman opened the handbag and sighed in relief. In truth, the thief had merely stuffed the bag into his coat and fled, having no time to sort through his spoils. Officer, everything is intact. I'm so grateful you caught the thief and returned my bag. Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively. stating with earnestness, "No need for thanks. It is our duty as police officers." In reality, he had merely stood beside the tree for a spell, as bystanders gathered. Intrigued by the arrest of a bag snatcher, Lu Jianjun emerged from the restroom. He had taken only 2 minutes inside, but due to a prostate issue, he had lingered an extra 30 seconds. Upon exiting, he began searching for Zhou Zheng and noticed a crowd gathered beneath the tree, causing a wave of concern to wash over him. Oh no, what has happened? He rushed over, pushing through the throng. He found Zhou Zheng pinning someone down on the ground. "Xiao Zhou, what is going on?" Upon seeing Lu Jianjun, Zhou Zheng explained, "Master, I apprehended a bag snatcher." "You what? You caught a bag snatcher? When?" Lu Jianjun was taken aback. "Just now, while you were in the restroom." "Is that true?" "In just a few minutes." "You caught a thief?" Lu Jianjun was incredulous. Fearing Zhou Zheng might have mistakenly apprehended the wrong person out of eagerness for recognition, he crouched down and whispered, "Xiao Zhou, are you certain he is the thief?" "I'm sure. The victim is right here." Zhou Zheng pointed to the middle-aged woman, who was now berating the thief. Hearing Zhou Zheng, she interjected, "Officer, this man is the one who stole my bag. Thanks to this officer, the thief was caught, and my bag was returned." Only then did Lu Jianjun believe him, though he remained puzzled. "Xiao Zhou, I remember you were just standing here while I went to the restroom. How did you manage to catch the thief?" "Master, it was pure luck. While I waited for you, this thief snatched the bag and fled straight towards me, crashing into the tree without the ability to turn. In his daze, I simply subdued him." "Good grief." Lu Jianjun couldn't help but exclaim. "The thief ran headlong into the tree next to you? This guy is even more foolish than a pig." At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel at Zhou Zheng's extraordinary stroke of luck. This truly is a case of waiting for the thief to come to you. After years of service in the police force, I have encountered a multitude of peculiar incidents, yet nothing quite as extraordinary as this. First, a wanted criminal approached to inquire if Zhou Zheng had a criminal record, and now a bag snatcher collided with a tree, only to be apprehended by Zhou Zheng. Goodness! Has Zhou Zheng been possessed by the spirit of fortune? Criminals seem to be presenting themselves at his doorstep. How does one even rationalize this? Lu Jianjun felt a twinge of envy. The last time he was on duty, he had dozed off briefly and missed capturing an A-grade fugitive. Now, he had again missed an opportunity to apprehend a bag thief due to a trip to the restroom. Had he not resolved to avoid such blunders? Lu Jianjun felt a pang of regret. Nevertheless, the fact that his apprentice had captured the bag snatcher brought him genuine joy, making the outing worthwhile. "Xiao Zhou, no words needed, just one word. Incredible!" Lu Jianjun exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Bystanders murmured amongst themselves, astonished. "Wow, this officer is so lucky. Waiting by the tree, and the bag snatcher just walks right up to him. I've never seen such a foolish thief, colliding with a tree right before a policeman. This is hilarious. I must share this on social media. Who has ever seen a thief stumble into a trap like this?" Lu Jianjun remarked. "Xiao Zhou, the patrol is over for now. Let us take this scoundrel back to the station." "Absolutely, master," Zhou Zheng replied, patting the back of the bag snatcher. "Can you get up? Are you able to stand?" At this moment, the thief had regained his composure, though the swelling on his forehead caused him to wince in pain. "Ugh, officer, I feel dizzy and nauseous. I suspect I may have a concussion from the collision. I need to go to the hospital for an examination." "Stop the act. Your speech is quite robust. Get up now," Zhou Zheng asserted, lifting the bag snatcher off the ground. Given Zhou Zheng's considerable height advantage, he inadvertently exerted too much force, lifting the thief off the ground entirely. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. "Wow, this young officer possesses remarkable strength." The bag snatcher, in fact, was quite fortunate to collide with the tree. If this young officer had taken him down, the fall would have been far worse. Lu Jianjun was equally astonished by Zhou Zheng's strength. The vigor of youth was indeed impressive. "Madam, could you accompany us back to the station to provide a statement?" Lu Jianjun remembered to bring the middle-aged woman who had been robbed along with them. The woman readily complied. The group boarded the police vehicle, with Zhou Zheng taking the wheel, and they returned to the Beiqiao police station. Just as Hao Aigua emerged from the restroom, he witnessed a police car speeding into the yard. Several individuals disembarked from the vehicle, including Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun. He could not help but inquire, "Hey, Jianjun. Xiao Zhou, weren't you supposed to be patrolling the area? Why are you back so soon?" "Director, Zhou Zheng has captured a criminal." Chapter 55, Unexpected Harvest. "What did you say?" Zhou Zheng captured a criminal? Hao Aigua was taken aback. He understood that it was not easy for officers to stumble upon criminals while patrolling their jurisdiction. After all, criminals often refrain from wrongdoing in the presence of police officers. No one would be foolish enough to commit a crime right before the eyes of the law. Surprised, Hao Aigua asked, "What kind of criminal did he capture?" "A bag snatcher on the street." "A bag snatcher?" Hao Aigua furrowed his brow, realizing the audacity of the thief to commit such an act in front of police officers. "If not you, Then who else should we apprehend? He clapped Lu Jianjun and Zhou Zheng on the shoulders. Jianjun, Xiao Zhou, well done. I will award you both extra points in this month's evaluation. Lu Jianjun blushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Director, it was Xiao Zhou who captured him. I had no part in it. Hao Aigua asked, puzzled. Weren't you patrolling together? How does this not involve you? Lu Jianjun, feeling somewhat disgruntled, explained, Director. Here's the situation. I was patrolling with Zhou Zheng when I urgently needed to use the restroom. By the time I returned, Zhou Zheng had already apprehended the bag snatcher. So swift? Hao Aigua exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Zhou, you are quite adept. Jianjun, your apprentice seems to surpass you. Zhou Zheng quickly waved his hands in modesty. Director, I didn't do much. The bag snatcher panicked after his theft and ran into a tree. And I just happened to be waiting under that tree for my mentor. What? The bag snatcher ran into a tree by himself? Hao Aigua paused for a brief moment before erupting into hearty laughter. Xiao Zhou, you truly have a knack for this. I believe you were born to be in this line of work. Criminals practically deliver themselves to you. He then cast a sympathetic glance at Lu Jianjun, sighing internally, Jianjun. Your luck is quite unfortunate. Last time you were on duty with Zhou Zheng, he captured an A-grade fugitive without you. And now he has caught a bag snatcher without your involvement. The bag snatcher, feeling utterly frustrated, thought to himself, if I hadn't accidentally run into that tree, would they have ever caught me? I was the champion long-distance runner back in school. However, it was too late for regrets, as he had indeed collided with the tree. At that moment, Deputy Director Wu Tian approached with a thermos in hand. Old Hao, what are you all discussing? Old Wu, come over. I have a rare story to share. What is it? Wu Tian inquired, looking bewildered. Hao Aigua recounted the tale of how Zhou Zheng had apprehended the bag snatcher. Wu Tian listened in astonishment. Wow, Xiao Zhou's luck is something to behold. In my years as a police officer, I have never heard of a thief stumbling into a trap like this. Xiao Zhou, if your luck continues this way, you may soon find yourself in a white shirt. Zhou Zheng's heart stirred at the mention of the white shirt. It was indeed his aspiration, yet he felt compelled to remain humble. Deputy Director, I cannot accept such praise. Enough with the modesty, Xiao Zhou. Hao Aigua glanced at the bag snatcher and the victim. Let us not waste any more time. Jianjun, you and Xiao Zhou should take the victim's statement and then let her go. Furthermore, you two should interrogate this bag snatcher afterward, followed by another patrol this afternoon. Understood. Director, the two first secured the bag snatcher in the detention room before taking the middle-aged woman's statement. Once completed, she asked, Officer, may I leave now? Yes. You may. Take care. Thank you, officer. The woman expressed her gratitude before departing. Lu Jianjun turned to Zhou Zheng and said, Xiao Zhou, let us proceed to interrogate the bag snatcher. You have yet to participate in an interrogation, right? I will conduct the questioning, and you can take notes, observe and learn. Absolutely. Master. Zhou Zheng understood that both Hao Aigua and Lu Jianjun had his best interests at heart, aiming to cultivate him into a proficient and capable police officer. They escorted the bag snatcher to the interrogation room, securing him on a small iron stool. Activating the wall-mounted camera, the interrogation commenced. Zhou Zheng sat behind the interrogation table, opening his computer to prepare for note-taking. Lu Jianjun cleared his throat and began to speak. What is your name? Marmao. Where are you from? Maji is Wang, Qinglin Town, Jiangbei City. Do you know why you're being apprehended? Tell me, why did you snatch someone else's bag? The two engaged in a back and forth, with the bag snatcher, Marmao, surprisingly cooperative. Zhou Zheng was typing records on the keyboard with a rhythmic clatter. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone pierced the air. Lu Jianjun, preoccupied with his task, contemplated dismissing the call, but upon glancing at the caller ID and seeing it was his father-in-law, he had no choice but to rise. Xiao Zhou, I'll step outside to take this call. Keep an eye on him, he instructed. Understood, master. Zhou Zheng nodded in acquiescence. Once Lu Jianjun exited, the interrogation room fell into a prolonged silence. Bored, Zhou Zheng observed Ma Ermao, who was now gazing around the room, and suddenly let out a long sigh. Officer, could I trouble you for a cigarette? Ma Ermao asked, his tone somewhat dazed. Although Zhou Zheng did not smoke, he always kept a pack on hand for emergencies. Nodding, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, handed it to Ma Ermao, and even kindly lit it for him. After taking a puff, Ma Ermao appeared to regain some vigor. With time on his hands, Zhou Zheng initiated a conversation. Ma Ermao, have you ever had a criminal record before? No. Ma Ermao shook his head. This is my first time snatching a bag, and I got caught. So, why did you resort to theft? With hands and feet, why not pursue other means? I had no choice. When I sought a lady of the night, I was swindled. He lamented, had I known better. I would have gone directly to the Wanjiale bathhouse to find one. With no money left, I had to take the risk of snatching a bag. Zhou Zheng's heart stirred at this revelation. So, the fellow indulged in prostitution. Well then, That adds another charge. Soliciting, he mused silently. He maintained his composure as he continued to inquire. What did you intend to do with the stolen bag? Were you still seeking a lady? No, my goods were gone. I needed to raise some cash to restock. Goods? What kind of goods? Rock sugar, of course. Zhou Zheng's heart raced uncontrollably. Ma Ermao could potentially be a drug addict, or, even worse, a drug dealer. After a few exchanges, he inadvertently divulged his entire story. Indeed, according to Ma Ermao's confession, he was a drug addict who financed his habit through dealing, frequently procuring supplies from a person named Wang Chong. At that moment, Lu Jianjun returned from his call. Before he could even sit down, Zhou Zheng hurriedly relayed the information he had gleaned. Lu Jianjun's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiao Zhou, are you telling me that Ma Ermao not only committed theft, but also engaged in prostitution and drug-related activities? Yes, this was his own admission. And he even disclosed information about his supplier. Chapter 56, A Chance for Third-Class Merit. Lu Jianjun found it hard to believe. He had merely stepped out to take a call, and Ma Ermao had confessed everything? It was known that drug dealers understood the gravity of their crimes and typically remained tight-lipped, resisting interrogation, even against seasoned detectives. If Ma Ermao was indeed a drug dealer, how could Zhou Zheng have elicited such confessions in mere minutes? The most astonishing part was that Ma Ermao had willingly provided the information, including his supplier's details. Lu Jianjun rubbed his chin, hesitant to fully accept Zhou Zheng's account. Xiao Zhou, I shouldn't question you, but this is exceedingly strange and defies logic. Moreover, we cannot be certain if this fellow is telling the truth. Zhou Zheng nodded, sharing his sense of incredulity. However, upon reflection, he attributed it to a stroke of luck. The novice's gift had amplified his luck 20-fold, though he was unsure if this enhancement still held sway. Nonetheless, even the baseline increase had rendered him significantly more fortunate than the average person. He knew he must keep the notion of any external advantage from Lu Jianjun. Master, why not conduct another round of questioning with Ma Ermao? Very well. Lu Jianjun sat down, yet before he could utter a word, Ma Ermao suddenly discarded his cigarette, but, his face contorting, and his body began to convulse. Lu Jianjun, having encountered a few addicts before, recognized these symptoms as withdrawal. Could it be that Ma Ermao's confessions were entirely truthful? In his current state, the interrogation could not proceed any further. He decided to place Ma Ermao in a holding cell. Afterward, Lu Jianjun removed the small camera from the corner of the room, which contained the interrogation footage. Upon reviewing it carefully, he confirmed Zhou Zheng's account. Ma Ermao had indeed confessed everything without any prompting. It had been effortlessly elicited from him. Given Ma Ermao's withdrawal symptoms, it was reasonable to conclude that most of what he said was accurate. Lu Jianjun felt a surge of excitement. Initially, he believed he had merely apprehended a bag snatcher, only to discover that this individual was entangled in far graver matters. Xiao Zhou, you've achieved a significant feat, he exclaimed. Come, let us inform the director. Camera in hand, he hurried toward Director Hao Aigua's office, with Zhou Zheng following closely behind. Upon reaching the door, Lu Jianjun knocked. Inside, Director Hao Aigua was engaged in conversation with Wu Tian. Hearing the knock, he called, Come in. As the door creaked open, Lu Jianjun and Zhou Zheng entered in succession. Hey, weren't you two supposed to be recording statements for the victim and interrogating the bag snatcher? What are you doing here? Hao Aigua inquired. Lu Jianjun replied, Director, is the interrogation complete? What? Finished? Hao Aigua glanced at the wall clock. Has it only been a few minutes? How could it be done so quickly? Not only did we finish, but Ma Ermao confessed everything. He not only stole the bag, but was also involved in prostitution, drug use, and even drug dealing. What? Hao Aigua leaped from his chair in disbelief. Jianjun, you can't be serious. The petty thief we just apprehended is a drug dealer. Yes, Director. Hao Aigua was taken aback. Initially believing he had caught a mere thief, he now realized the depth of the situation. Well done, Jianjun. To have extracted such confessions from a drug dealer in such a short time, you are impressive. Director, Lu Jianjun replied with a hint of bitterness. It wasn't me who conducted the interrogation. Not you? Hao Aigua turned his gaze toward Zhou Zheng. Could it be that Xiao Zhou was the one who extracted the information? Indeed, Lu Jianjun confirmed. While I was outside taking a call, Xiao Zhou had already completed the questioning. He handed the camera to Hao Aigua. Here, you can see the entire interrogation footage. Hao Aigua accepted the small camera with a mix of skepticism, pressing the play button as Deputy Director Wu Tian leaned in to watch. Why did you snatch the bag? With hands and feet, why not pursue other means? No, my goods were gone. I needed to raise some cash to restock. The brief footage played swiftly to its conclusion. Hao Aigua and Wu Tian exchanged incredulous glances. They could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. After years of service in the police force, they had never encountered such a compliant suspect. If all criminals were this cooperative during interrogations, how much time could be saved, and how many major cases could be resolved? Such fortuitous circumstances had all befallen Zhou Zheng. Ma Ermao had swiftly transitioned from a mere bag snatcher to a drug dealer. Zhou Zheng's commendation had escalated from verbal praise to a third-class merit. Should they manage to unearth Ma Ermao's suppliers, or even dismantle an entire drug trafficking chain, it would be a monumental achievement. With this thought, Hao Aigua's face lit up with joy. He extended his thumb and sincerely exclaimed, "Xiao Zhou, splendid work. I believe you may well earn a third-class merit this time." Just after receiving a first-class merit, now another third class in just a few days? Xiao Zhou, I, Lao Hao, am thoroughly impressed. Vice Captain Wu Tian jested. Xiao Zhou, how about I follow your lead from now on? Whatever you do, I shall do too. Your luck is exceptional. Let me bask in it as well. Ha ha ha. Zhou Zheng waved his hand modestly, replying, both of you, as you have said, this is merely luck. Hao Aigua responded, Xiao Zhou, luck is a form of strength in itself. Others may wish for such fortune, but where could they possibly find it? Take your master, Jianjun, for example. His luck is hard to describe, having been with you all this time, yet he has not gained an inch. Lu Jianjun felt both ashamed and frustrated, retorting, Director, why bring me up for no reason? Hao Aigua chuckled lightly. Jianjun, it's understandable to feel a bit provoked. However, do not be disheartened. Zhou Zheng is your apprentice. And being with him, your good fortune will surely come in time. He added, now, enough banter, we must prioritize our work. You two carry on with your tasks. I will call Old Wan from the drug enforcement team to bring his men over. The remaining work shall be entrusted to them. Yes, Director. Lu Jianjun affirmed as he headed for the exit. However, Zhou Zheng did not budge. Hao Aigua pulled out his phone and, noticing Zhou Zheng's reluctance to leave, inquired, what is it, Xiao Zhou? Do you have something to discuss? Director, Ma Ermao has already divulged his supplier. Drug dealers are typically quite alert. Delaying action could lead to unforeseen complications. By the time the drug enforcement team arrives, it may be too late. Director, why not let us from Qiaobei precinct apprehend him ourselves? What? Hao Aigua was taken aback by Zhou Zheng's audacious suggestion. Drug dealers are notoriously vicious and might be armed, posing significant danger. With the limited firepower at Qiaobei precinct, they would hardly be a match for such criminals. No, that is far too perilous. Why not? Zhou Zheng asserted confidently. We are also police officers. Are we truly so inferior to the drug enforcement team? Director, the opportunity is right before our eyes. Will you simply let it slip away? Wu Tian's eyes sparkled with realization. Director, I believe Xiao Zhou has a point. If we possess this critical information, why should we hand it over to the drug enforcement team? Old Wu, the drug dealers are extremely ruthless. I fear our officers may not withstand the pressure. If they manage to escape, who will bear the responsibility? Director, with Xiao Zhou, our lucky charm, we can proceed without worry. Chapter 57, The Capture. In truth, when Zhou Zheng proposed that the officers from Qiaobei precinct undertake the apprehension of the drug dealer, Hao Aigua felt a fleeting temptation. However, with years of experience as a police officer and now a director, he was more cautious, weighing the potential repercussions. What if they allowed the drug dealer to escape? What if there were casualties among his officers? If something were to go awry, it wouldn't merely be a trifling matter for a small precinct director to handle. Such specialized tasks should be executed by professionals. Naturally, the drug enforcement team should be the ones to carry out the operation. Yet, Zhou Zheng viewed it differently. This was an opportunity for merit. To relinquish it would be sheer wastefulness. Despite Hao Aigua's hesitation, he remained indecisive. Ultimately, it was Vice Director Wu Tian's words that turned the tide. He extolled Zhou Zheng's luck, insisting that they could successfully apprehend Ma Ermao's supplier. Zhou Zheng further embellished the narrative. Director, Ma Ermao mentioned that his supplier, Wang Chong, has been renting a room at the Lijing Hotel for years and typically rises around noon. Casting a glance at the wall clock, Zhou Zheng continued. It is now 11:15. If we delay any longer, Wang Chong will awaken and likely notice Ma Ermao's absence, which would be disastrous. Furthermore, Wang Chong is alone, and a few of us should be more than capable of handling him. Hao Aigua hesitated for a second or two before decisively slamming his hand on the table. All right, with such resolve among you, I, as the director, cannot fall behind. Let us do it. Wu Tian stood up, exclaiming, Director, I will gather the officers. Wait. Hao Aigua waved his hand to halt Wu Tian. Old Wu, this time we'll prioritize quality over quantity. I propose we go with just the four of us. 4 against 1 should be manageable. Do we have confidence, comrades? Yes. The group shouted in unison. Excellent. Prepare to depart. Old Wu, inform Instructor Wang Lin to unlock the equipment room so everyone can gather their gear. Given that the mission involved apprehending a drug dealer, and knowing that Wang Chong was not a minor player, there was a possibility he might be armed. Hao Aigua refrained from mobilizing a large contingent from the precinct primarily to avoid unnecessary casualties. Moreover, This operation was originally the responsibility of the drug enforcement team, and he did not wish to overstep their authority. Going in with a large force would draw too much attention if the operation failed. The repercussions from the drug enforcement team could be severe. 4 individuals were just the right number, aside from Xiao Zhou, the newcomer. The rest were seasoned officers with over a decade of experience. Zhou Zheng, being the team's lucky charm, was undoubtedly the most vital member. Instructor Wang Lin opened the equipment room, and Hao Aiguo distributed bulletproof vests, ensuring each officer donned them beneath their clothing. After a few reminders, he requested Wang Lin to open the safe, which contained 2 Type 64 pistols and 2 fully loaded magazines. With only 2 pistols, Hao Aiguo and Wu Tian would each take one, as those wielding firearms should lead the charge. As the directors of Qiaobei Precinct, they certainly understood the importance of taking the forefront in such operations. What mission are you embarking on? Instructor Wang Lin, a woman in her 30s, asked with wide-open eyes. Puzzled. After all, firearms were only brought out during particularly dangerous apprehensions, and there had been no mention of any such mission that day. Instructor, we are going to apprehend drug dealers. Apprehend drug dealers? Isn't that the drug enforcement team's responsibility? Isn't it too dangerous for us officers? Hao Aiguo shot her a sharp look, reiterating Zhou Zheng's arguments. Why can't we handle it? Officers are also police. What the drug enforcement team can do, we can do as well. Officers are no less capable than other divisions. Wang Lin thought to herself, what has gotten into the director today? Why is he so fervent? She refrained from voicing her curiosity in front of others. Just be careful. If things go south, call for backup immediately. Understood, instructor, don't worry. We have our lucky charm, Zhou Zheng replied, patting his shoulder confidently. Everything will go smoothly. Lucky charm? Wang Lin blinked her large eyes, still perplexed. What does it mean? Director? Why is Xiao Zhou a koi fish? Hao Aiguo feigned mystery. All right, let us discuss it when we return. As the others donned their bulletproof vests, Hao Aiguo removed his coat, slipped on the vest, and tucked his 64 pistol into a small leather holster at his waist, concealing it with the hem of his clothing. Instructor, we're off. Director, please be careful. Understood. The 4 exited the equipment room and entered Hao Aiguo's domestic vehicle, setting the navigation to the Lijing Hotel. He pressed the accelerator, and the car sped away from the Qiaobei police station. Jianjun, set the 4 walkie-talkies to the correct frequency. Next, let us deliberate on our capture plan. My initial strategy is to first inquire at the front desk about Wang Chang's room number, confirming whether he is present. If he is, Xiao Zhou and Jianjun will wait at the hotel entrance while Old Wu and I go upstairs to apprehend him. If anyone has differing opinions or additions, please voice them. Director, we have no objections. Very well. Director, I have a differing opinion. Before Hao Aiguo could finish, Zhou Zheng interjected. Xiao Zhou, what is your differing opinion? Please share. Director, I request to go upstairs to capture the drug dealer Wang Chang. Hao Aiguo shook his head. No. You lack capture experience and are still a newcomer. It should be Old Wu and me who go. Director, I have officially been promoted, and besides, I have independently captured an A-level wanted criminal. That should count as experience, wouldn't you agree? Zhou Zheng's words left Hao Aiguo momentarily speechless. After years of service, he had never participated in the capture of an A-level wanted criminal. Zhou Zheng had accomplished such a feat alone. Was there anyone present who could match his prowess? No. Thus, Hao Aiguo found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Wu Tian, witnessing the director's discomfort in front of his subordinates for the first time, could not help but chuckle. Old Hao, how about this? You're getting on in years, and your agility isn't what it used to be. Let Xiao Zhou and me handle the capture of Wang Chang, while you and Jianjun keep watch at the hotel entrance? Hao Aiguo glared. Nonsense. I'm the director. How can I lag behind? You know what they say about aging gracefully, right? Here's the deal. Xiao Zhou and I will go after Wang Chang, while you and Jianjun guard the entrance. Lu Jianjun interjected. Director, I should go instead. Enough. No more discussion. Follow my orders. Seeing Hao Aiguo's resolute tone, Wu Tian and Lu Jianjun fell silent. The car was enveloped in a heavy silence. Dingling. The quiet was abruptly shattered by Zhou Zheng's phone ringing. He pulled out his phone to glance at the caller ID. Yunyao? Chapter 58. If I were Zhou Zheng, I would have already given in. Zhou Zheng answered the call from Chu Yunyao. Hello? Yunyao. A gentle, familiar voice came from the receiver. Zhou Zheng, what are you up to? At work. Working? You've been discharged? Yes. My mentor accompanied me for a checkup, and everything is fine, so I was discharged. On the line, Chu Yunyao's voice dripped with sarcasm. Your director is quite unreasonable, throwing you back into work right after your discharge. Zhou Zheng glanced at the director driving beside him, uncertain if he had heard Yunyao's remarks. He quickly replied, It's not the director's fault. I insisted on diving straight back into work. Zhou Zheng, come on. You should rest a couple of days after being discharged. He thought to himself, if I only rest, how can I achieve merit? How can I impress your parents? Of course, he couldn't voice that, so he smiled and said, you know me. I can't sit still. Working is the only way to channel my abundant energy. Yunyao, why did you call? Is there something you need? Yes, I went back to the famous medicinal herb street this morning to look for a century-old ginseng. And I actually found it. Really? What is the status? Did you secure it? Not yet. This century-old ginseng was purchased by a businessman named Lu Yi last month for 1.3 million. I found his contact information and intended to discuss the acquisition price. But he is out of town and will return in a few days. What is our bottom line for the purchase of the century-old ginseng? Oh, understood, Yunyao. You handle the business matters. There is no need to consult me. All right. It's almost noon. What time do you finish? I'll pick you up, and we can go eat. I'm afraid that once you work, I'll likely have to work through lunch. How about you have lunch with Yang Tingting? And we'll cook dinner at home? Zhou Zheng did not disclose to Chu Yunyao that he was on a mission to apprehend a drug dealer. First, he didn't want to worry her. Second, such tasks were not to be divulged to outsiders, not even to family. Very well, I'll hang up for now. Wait a moment. Zhou Zheng suddenly recalled something and added, Yunyao, if you have time this afternoon, please check out some properties at the real estate agency. Let us look for a more upscale neighborhood. We should move in a few days. Although the medicinal liquor business had yet to stabilize, Zhou Zheng had faith in Chu Yunyao's capabilities. Thus, he wanted to expedite the process, as living in an old neighborhood was somewhat unfair to her. Moreover, given his frequent night shifts, the security in the area was virtually non-existent, making it unsafe for Chu Yunyao to be home alone at night. Chu Yunyao understood his intentions. She too wished to move into a more upscale neighborhood and live in a better environment. However, the medicinal liquor business was not yet profitable. Although they still had 2 million, that was Zhou Zheng's money, and acquiring the century-old ginseng would require a significant investment. All right, it's settled then. I need to get back to work. Goodbye, Yunyao. Zhou Zheng hung up before she could respond. Hao Aigua, while driving, chuckled and remarked, Xiao Zhou, what is this? Your girlfriend checking in on you? No, it's my wife. Your wife? Besides Lu Jianjun, who was already in the know, Hao Aigua and Wu Tian were astonished. Xiao Zhou, when did you get married? I remember you were single when you reported to Qiao Bei. Yes, director, I got married a few days ago. We just registered. No ceremony. My goodness, that was swift. As they were about to capture the drug dealer Wang Chong, Hao Aigua, eager to lighten the tense atmosphere in the vehicle, inquired with interest, what does your sister-in-law do? Currently unemployed, she is starting her own business. No job? Hao Aigua frowned. Xiao Zhou, you didn't rush into marrying her. Did you? You're in the system. You should find someone with a stable job. Lu Jianjun, knowing more about Chu Yunyao than Hao Aigua, interjected, Director. I've met Zhou Zheng's wife. She is not only beautiful but also kind-hearted and has a great personality. Plus, she comes from a wealthy family. She is a perfect match for Xiao Zhou. Zhou Zheng was taken aback. He hadn't disclosed Chu Yunyao's background to Lu Jianjun. How did you know Chu Yunyao's family is wealthy? Isn't it obvious? Lu Jianjun spoke eloquently. Chu Yunyao drives a Porsche Panamera worth over $1 million. How could someone so young afford such luxury? It must be a gift from her family, indicating they are quite affluent. Well, master, your guess is quite accurate. Chu Yunyao? Wu Tian murmured from the back seat. Why does that name sound so familiar? The daughter of the Chu family from Jiangbei seems to be named Chu Yunyao. Xiao Zhou. Could your wife be the heiress of the Chu family? Seeing that Wu Tian had pieced it together, Zhou Zheng did not intend to conceal the truth and nodded in acknowledgement. My heavens. The 3 occupants of the vehicle were astounded. The Chu family of Jiangbei is one of the 4 wealthiest families in the city. Zhou Zheng had indeed married into the Chu family as a son-in-law of fortune. Initially, Hao Aigua had thought that Zhou Zheng marrying a girl without a job was somewhat beneath him. However, it now appeared to be exceedingly worthwhile. Lu Jianjun also had a moment of realization. No wonder Chu Yunyao had been so extravagant in purchasing gifts at his home, even ordering an $8,000 birthday cake. For someone of her standing, that sum was mere pocket change. Yet, why did she not manage her family's business and instead choose to embark on her own entrepreneurial journey? Lu Jianjun found it perplexing but did not feel compelled to inquire further with Zhou Zheng. Xiao Zhou, if I were the son-in-law of the Chu family, I would have long since reclined in leisure, who would still risk their life to apprehend criminals. Wu Tian remarked enviously. Old Wu, how could you say such a thing? Hao Aigua responded with visible displeasure. The Chu family is the Chu family, and Zhou Zheng is Zhou Zheng. Do you wish for someone who has earned first-class honors to live off another? Hee, Wu Tian chuckled sheepishly. Captain, I didn't mean it that way. Xiao Zhou certainly wouldn't be a freeloader. If it were me, perhaps I would be. I was merely speaking of myself, all right? Hao Aigua scoffed. Look at your lack of ambition. The car sped along, finally arriving at the Lijing Hotel. After finding a suitable parking spot, the 4 of them each received a walkie-talkie before disembarking. They all perked up, setting their phones to vibrate mode. Jianjun, you go to the front desk and inquire about which room Wang Chong is in and whether he has gone out today. If necessary, you may reveal your identity, but ensure that confidentiality is maintained. Understood, Director. The four entered the lobby, and Lu Jianjun headed straight for the front desk. Chapter 59. The Capture of Drug Dealer Wang Chong. Lu Li, 30 years old, was the receptionist at Lijing Hotel. Today was her shift, and dressed in a professional outfit. She stood at the front desk with a smile. As she touched the gold bracelet worth over 10,000 yuan on her wrist, she felt quite pleased. It was a gift from her patron, Mr. Wang, who often reserved rooms at the hotel. Mr. Wang usually returned late at night, often sleeping until noon. Lu Li was unaware of the nature of his business, but knew that he was very wealthy. Whenever he encountered her during her shift, he would cheerfully chat with her and sometimes bring her gifts, the most extravagant being a fruit-branded mobile phone. In this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch, and Lu Li was well aware of Mr. Wang's intentions. Soon, the two became intimately involved. On this day, she had come in for the day shift and had arrived late at night to meet Mr. Wang in room 1202. After indulging in a lavish encounter, she received yet another gold bracelet. Had it not been for her impending work obligations, she would have shown further goodwill by indulging him a bit more. Just as Lu Li was enjoying her thoughts, a man approached. Sir, are you looking to book a room? Lu Li asked, her professional smile in place. No room. I'm here to inquire about an individual. Is Wang Chong staying at the Lijing Hotel? Wang Chong. Lu Li's heart skipped. Her benefactor's full name was indeed Wang Chong. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, I'm not sure, sir. Could you please check? I'm sorry, sir, but that is considered guest privacy, and we cannot disclose such information. Lu Jianjun glanced around, feeling a bit anxious. The director had mentioned revealing their identity. He pulled out his badge and flashed it before Lu Li. Police officer, please cooperate. Lu Li was taken aback and quickly replied, of course. Officer, please hold on while I check the records. As she pretended to search through the computer, her heart raced. The police were inquiring about Mr. Wang. That could not bode well. Should she fabricate a lie to mislead the police? However, if there were any repercussions, the police would not spare her. Yet, if she were to reveal Mr. Wang's whereabouts truthfully, she felt a pang of guilt, as he always cautioned her to conceal his movements if anyone came asking. Have you found anything beautiful? Lu Jianjun prompted impatiently. Oh, not yet. In that instant, Lu Li made a decision that would appease both sides. I found it, officer. Wang Chong indeed resides at our Lijing Hotel. He has long-term occupancy of room 1202. Is Wang Chong currently in his room? I'm not certain. But he hasn't requested housekeeping today. Understood. Lu Jianjun nodded, interpreting Lu Li's information as an indication that Wang Chong was likely still in his room. Miss, please keep this confidential. Do not disclose this to anyone. Understood? Understood, officer. You can rest assured. While Lu Li maintained a calm exterior, she was exceedingly anxious within. After Lu Jianjun departed, she hesitated before sending Mr. Wang a message. Mr. Wang, someone from the front desk was just looking for you. She intentionally left out details, leaving it to fate whether Wang Chong would see the message and decipher its implications. Lu Jianjun returned to where Hao Aigua and the others were gathered, whispering, Director, Wang Chong is in room 1202. The front desk is unsure whether he has left. However, I suspect he is still in the room. Hao Aigua nodded. Good. Regardless of whether he is inside or not, we must proceed upstairs. Everyone, take your positions and be cautious. Xiao Zhou, let us go up. Yes, Director. Since the elevator required a room card, they decided to take the stairs. The 12th floor was not overly high. Entering the safety passage, Zhou Zheng took the lead. Starting the ascent, Zhang Aigua followed closely behind. Initially, he found it easy to keep pace with Zhou Zheng. Little did he know, Zhou Zheng had deliberately slowed his pace to accommodate him. Upon reaching the 9th floor, Zhang Aigua felt the weight of fatigue settling in, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he struggled to keep up. Zhou Zheng, having pulled ahead, seemed to grow increasingly distant, prompting Zhang Aigua to gasp, Xiao Zhou. Slow down. Wait for me. Hearing the call, Zhou Zheng paused and turned back, noting that Zhang Aigua had fallen behind by a floor. Director, I'll wait for you. Don't rush. Hao Aigua thought to himself, how can I not be anxious? He was significantly outmatched in stamina by Zhou Zheng, and he felt a bit embarrassed. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself up the stairs until he finally caught up to Zhou Zheng, who appeared unperturbed, his breathing steady, in stark contrast to Zhang Aigua, who was gasping for air. No, Xiao Zhou, aren't you tired? I'm all right. I don't feel fatigued. Director, how about I carry you up? Hao Aigua's face darkened. No. Xiao Zhou is a monster. His physical endurance is truly remarkable. We're only 2 floors away from the 12th floor. Zhou Zheng, no longer in a hurry, accompanied Hao Aigua as they ascended at a leisurely pace, arriving at the door of room 1202. Hao Aigua placed a hand on the holstered gun at his waist and whispered to Zhou Zheng, Xiao Zhou, knock on the door. Tell them we're hotel staff and trick them into opening up. Once inside, we'll assess the situation. Be cautious. Got it. Knock, knock, knock. Zhou Zheng rhythmically tapped on the door. After a moment, no one responded from within. Was Wang Chong not in the room? A premonition flickered in Zhou Zheng's mind. It seemed Wang Chong had sensed danger. He exchanged a glance with Hao Aigua. Director, if it doesn't work, let's force the door. All right. Without further thought, Hao Aigua decided that they would understand the situation once the door was opened. Xiao Zhou, step aside and let me break the door down. Hao Aigua retreated a few steps and charged forward, slamming his shoulder against the door. Bang! The hotel's door was of high quality, not budging an inch. While Hao Aigua felt a painful jolt in his shoulder from the impact. Damn it! Can't budge it. Hao Aigua rubbed his shoulder, grimacing. Director, let me try. Zhou Zheng pulled Hao Aigua aside and, gathering all his strength, delivered a powerful kick. Thud! With a resounding crash, the door swung open. What the? Hao Aigua exclaimed, astonished. Xiao Zhou, what incredible strength you have. However, there was no time for admiration. He drew his gun, entered first with both hands firmly gripping it. Inside was a modest standard room, the disarray evident, clothes strewn across the floor, the bed unmade. Yet, there was not a soul in sight. Hao Aigua glanced into the bathroom, finding it empty as well, feeling a twinge of frustration. Damn it, has Wang Chong fled? Or was he never here? Zhou Zheng reached out to touch the rumpled blankets. Still warm to the touch. Director, this guy was definitely just sleeping. The blankets are still warm. He must have left not long ago. Hao Aigua quickly activated his walkie-talkie, calling Wu Tian and Lu Jianjun, instructing them to be alert as Wang Chong was on the run. Just then, Zhou Zheng noticed the window was ajar, a gust of wind causing the half-drawn curtains to flutter. He approached and leaned out the window, spotting a middle-aged man with a beefy face. Dressed only in shorts and a tank top, barefoot, and clutching an air conditioning unit, visibly trembling. Wang Chong, Zhou Zheng shouted. Chapter 60. He is too ferocious. Last night, Wang Chong had spent half the night at the front desk with Lu Li, gifting her a gold bracelet, making her eager to call him daddy. Despite Lu Zi's allure, Wang Chong had invested heavily in her, not less than 100,000 yuan. 100,000 could easily secure a younger and more beautiful girl than Lu Li. Wang Chong was not foolish. He had his reasons. Engaged in a perilous trade, he exercised utmost caution. Lu Li, rather than being merely his mistress, served as his informant. After experiencing Lu Li's warm-heartedness, he slept until 11 in the morning. While lying in bed playing on his phone, he suddenly received a cryptic message from Lu Li. Someone from the front desk is looking for you. Instantly alert, he realized Lu Li was warning him that he might be in danger. He had no time to question her further, even if he misunderstood. It was better than being cornered by enemies or the police in his room, right? Wang Chong hurriedly got up, too pressed for time to dress, stuffing a makeshift pistol beneath his shorts, preparing to escape. At the moment he opened the door, he suddenly realized that the hotel entrance was likely guarded, and the corridor and elevator might not be safe either. He could not afford to flee through the conventional exits. Reluctantly, he opened the window and peered down. Damn! Wang Chong felt a wave of dizziness. The 12th floor was quite high. Just then, he heard knocking at the door. They're here? A cold sweat broke out on Wang Chong. He deduced that the individuals outside were police, not his enemies. Only the police would attempt to deceive him by posing as hotel staff to gain entry. He understood this well. What to do? Wang Chong was in a state of panic. He possessed a makeshift pistol. Should he fight his way out? His eyes widened, contemplating confronting the police at the door. However, after a brief moment of reflection, he faltered. In his imagination, the area outside was surely swarming with drug enforcement officers clad in bulletproof vests, armed with submachine guns. With his slight frame, he would be no match for their firepower. The disparity between a handgun and a submachine gun was stark. In a direct confrontation, he would undoubtedly be turned into a sieve. Yet, he was also unwilling to surrender. With a resolute heart, he climbed out the window, carefully maneuvering onto the small platform beside the air conditioning unit. The platform was largely occupied, leaving barely a 10-centimeter gap. Wang Chong clung to the air conditioning unit, balancing on the edge of the platform, hoping the police would assume he had already fled, thus evading capture. However, plans seldom survive contact with reality. He was soon spotted by a young officer. The officer shouted his name, prompting Wang Chong to involuntarily respond. A wave of despair washed over him. Upon hearing Zhou Zheng's voice, Hao Aigua rushed over. Director, Wang Chong is outside, on the air conditioning platform. Goodness, is that him? Without a doubt. When I called his name, he responded. Xiao Zhou, step aside, let me take a look. Zhou Zheng stepped back a couple of paces as Hao Aigua, gun raised, leaned out the window, catching sight of Wang Chong's contorted face. Wang Chong remained silent. Hao Aigua disregarded whether he responded or not, firmly believing this was the drug dealer they were after. After all, What kind of respectable person would be half-dressed on the 12th floor air conditioning platform seeking thrills? Wang Chong. We are from the Qiao Bay police station. You know why we are looking for you. There's no escape. Surrender, and I will bring you back inside. Wang Chong still did not reply. Upon realizing they were police officers, he felt deep regret. Had he known they were law enforcement, he would have confronted them boldly at the door. As long as it wasn't the narcotics team or armed police, he would not have found himself in this desperate situation on the air conditioning unit. But now, it was too late for regrets. Wang Chong, what? Do you still intend to resist? Don't harbor any illusions. Do you see what predicament you are in? Hao Aigua's tone grew stern as Wang Chong continued to remain silent. Come back. I promise your safety. Wang Chong thought to himself, go fool someone else. The moment I climb back, I'll be arrested. He had trafficked drugs countless times, enough to warrant a death sentence, and once caught, he would face a dead end. Thus, there was no way he could return to the room. Glancing around, he noticed a large drainage pipe next to the air conditioning unit, leading straight to the ground. After a moment's thought, a plan formed in his mind. Today, even if it means meeting a fatal end, I shall not fall into the hands of the police. Officer, I possess a wealth of information regarding drug traffickers and users. Whether you can apprehend me depends solely on your abilities. With that declaration, Wang Chong began to maneuver towards the rainwater drain pipe, intending to take a gamble by clinging to it and sliding down to the ground below. However, he was also apprehensive about the possibility of the police opening fire, so he deliberately made that statement, implying that he held significant information and that capturing him alive would maximize their interests. They could not afford to shoot him dead. Wang Chong, do not move. If you do, I will shoot. Hao Aigua exclaimed, genuinely concerned that Wang Chong might fall from his precarious position. His threat to shoot was merely an attempt to halt Wang Chong's actions. In truth, he had no intention of pulling the trigger. Firstly, if Wang Chong were to be killed, it would create complications for him later. Secondly, Wang Chong had not made any threatening moves that posed a risk to the officers' lives. Discharging his weapon would necessitate a lengthy report that would be a considerable hassle. Wang Chong seemed to have identified Hao Aigua's weakness. Ignoring him, he focused intently on his objective, and indeed, he successfully grasped the rainwater pipe. At that moment, he clung to the pipe with both hands and feet, his body pressed against it like a large gecko. Goodbye, officer. Wang Chong gritted his teeth and began to slide down. Damn it. Hao Aigua aimed his handgun at Wang Chong, but soon despondently lowered it. Pulling back, he called over the radio to Wu Tian and Lu Jianjun. Old Wu, Jianjun, the suspect Wang Chong has slipped down the rainwater pipe. Hurry to the back entrance of the Lijing Hotel to intercept him. After finishing, he beckoned to Zhou Zheng. Xiao Zhou, quickly, we must go downstairs to pursue Wang Chong. Hey, where did Xiao Zhou go? Hao Aigua observed the room and saw no sign of Zhou Zheng. Xiao Zhou, where are you? Chief, I'm outside. A voice called from beyond the window. Hao Aigua leaned out again to find Zhou Zheng had somehow climbed onto the rainwater pipe, poised to leap. What the hell? Xiao Zhou, are you out of your mind? Hao Aigua exclaimed, startled. Zhou Zheng was a prized asset of the Qiao Bay police station, and his safety was paramount. Furthermore, apprehending a suspect should always be conducted with personal safety in mind. This was far too reckless. Xiao Zhou, come back. Chief, I must act while the opportunity is ripe. I'm going down, Zhou Zheng declared before beginning his descent. Xiao Zhou, don't. Hao Aigua shouted in vain, feeling a surge of frustration. Yet he found himself powerless to intervene. While he berated Zhou Zheng for his impulsiveness, he was also astonished by his bravery. Such a hazardous maneuver. Who would risk their life unless cornered? Wang Chong's actions were understandable, but Zhou Zheng's audacity was extraordinary. Hao Aigua lamented and stomped his foot before turning to rush downstairs. Wang Chong, risking a fatal fall, clung to the rainwater pipe in a desperate escape, sliding down with remarkable speed. Fortunately, he did not fall midway and safely reached the ground below, although he had temporarily evaded capture. His hands were lacerated and bloodied from the jagged pipe, a gruesome sight. Nonetheless, compared to the prospect of being apprehended, these injuries were mere trifles. Upon hitting the ground, Wang Chong wiped the blood from his hands and dashed into a narrow alley behind the hotel. Chapter 61. What kind of life can you live with a few thousand a month? Zhou Zheng had acquired the skills of a close combat master. His fighting abilities and physical attributes were significantly enhanced compared to before. If Wang Chong could cling to the rainwater pipe and land safely, then Zhou Zheng could certainly do the same. Moreover, with the added benefit of his luck, his hands were miraculously unscathed, though they were smeared with Wang Chong's blood, which was somewhat repulsive. Thud! He slid down to the second floor and jumped down, landing steadily. As he saw Wang Chong dash into the alley, Zhou Zheng shouted, Wang Chong, stop! You can't escape. Wang Chong turned back at the sound and caught sight of the young officer who had first spotted him standing not far away. It appeared that he too had descended via the rainwater pipe. In stark contrast to Wang Chong's disheveled state, the officer seemed composed. Damn it. Wang Chong was taken aback. Another skilled officer? At that moment, he was not inclined to engage in a fight. He turned and fled. For the police reinforcements could emerge at any moment. Zhou Zheng, witnessing Wang Chong's flight, pursued him closely, the two racing through the deserted alley. Wang Chong exerted every ounce of strength, running like a frightened dog, but soon felt his heart pounding and his lungs burning. He had hoped to shake off Zhou Zheng. Yet the young officer clung to him like a parasite, refusing to be dislodged. Moreover, the sound of footsteps indicated that Zhou Zheng was closing in. In a panic, Wang Chong veered into a side alley. Ahead loomed a tall wall, blocking his escape. The wall stood about 4 meters high, its edge lined with glimmering shards of glass. There was no way he could scale it. Damn it! A dead end? Wang Chong cursed his misfortune, realizing it was too late to turn back, as Zhou Zheng had already blocked the alley's entrance. Wang Chong, you can't escape. Surrender now? Not a chance. Wang Chong glared, wiping the sweat from his brow, only to smear his face with blood. With his twisted and contorted visage, he appeared grotesque and fearsome. You think a few thousand a month is worth my life? I'll fight you to the end. With a wild cry, he charged at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng's combat skills were not to be underestimated. As Wang Chong closed in, he sidestepped and hooked Wang Chong's left leg with his right foot, applying slight pressure. Thud! Wang Chong crashed to the ground, landing in an undignified heap. Zhou Zheng, eager to test his newfound skills, refrained from delivering a fatal blow immediately. Wang Chong, dazed from the fall, finally managed to rise, flailing his fists wildly at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng executed a dual ram technique from Baguazhang, his arms bending and rising to block Wang Chong's punches while stepping forward with his left foot, smashing his forehead against Wang Chong's face. A howl of agony escaped Wang Chong's lips as he collapsed to the ground, his nose broken and all 4 incisors shattered, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. Damn! Zhou Zheng was startled, astonished by the sheer power of a seemingly casual move. Observing Wang Chong incapacitated, Zhou Zheng felt a thrill of excitement. He picked up the radio and called for Haigua and the others. Chief, this is Zhou Zheng. I have apprehended Wang Chong. Moments later, Haigua's voice crackled over the radio. Xiao Zhou, where are you? Are you all right? I'm fine. At the fork in the alley behind the Lijiang Hotel. There's a dead end. Hurry. Understood. Xiao Zhou, be careful. We will be there shortly. After calling in, Zhou Zheng noticed that Wang Chong was regaining his senses, having been momentarily stunned by the impact. Realizing he could not overpower this young officer, Wang Chong's eyes darted as he proposed. Officer, let us negotiate. I am affluent, exceedingly wealthy. Should you grant me a reprieve, I shall bestow upon you 1 million. Zhou Zheng cast a piercing glare in his direction. Do you take me for a fool? Such thoughts are utterly preposterous. 2 million. How does that sound? Wang Chong continued his desperate pleas, acutely aware that once the reinforcements from the police arrived, he would stand no chance whatsoever. Here, it is merely the two of us, and no one is privy to our dealings. What say you? 2 million would afford you a lavish lifestyle for an extended period, at the very least. Enough to procure a decent residence in the Jiangbei urban area. Silence yourself. Speak another word, and I shall take you down. As Zhou Zheng remained impervious to his offers, a flicker of malevolence crossed Wang Chong's face. Zhou Zheng produced a pair of handcuffs, crouching down to restrain him. To his astonishment, the cold barrel of a gun was pressed against his temple. Zhou Zheng's heart raced with alarm. Damn it! I was careless. I never anticipated this scoundrel was armed. Struggling, Wang Chong rose to his feet, maintaining a distance of 2 meters from Zhou Zheng, the gun still trained on him. This fellow is far too formidable. What if he attempts to disarm me? Thus, it would be prudent to keep my distance. After all, within 7 paces, the gun is both accurate and swift. Naturally, one might wonder why Wang Chong did not draw his firearm against Zhou Zheng at the first opportunity. He had his own considerations. Firing at Zhou Zheng initially could attract a horde of police officers. If he was unable to fire the weapon, it would be of no better use than a mere stick. Furthermore, he had believed he could handle Zhou Zheng unarmed. Now, cornered like a trapped beast, he was prepared to fight to the bitter end. Any lingering doubts had vanished from his mind. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the alleyway. Hao Aiguo arrived with Wu Tian and Lu Jianjun. Upon witnessing Wang Chong aiming the gun at Zhou Zheng's head, the trio was instantly struck with alarm. Both Hao Aiguo and Wu Tian drew their Type 64 pistols, aiming them at Wang Chong, their hearts racing with trepidation. Wang Chong, lower your weapon. For heaven's sake. Do you think I would simply comply? What do you intend to do? Release me, and I assure you, I shall not harm any of you. Impossible. Hao Aiguo resolutely shook his head. Very well, let this young officer die alongside me. A cruel smile crept across Wang Chong's face. Let us count to 3 and fire together. If I must go down, I 1T go alone. You bastard. Hao Aiguo was at Wang Chong's mercy. He could never bear to watch Zhou Zheng perish before his eyes, nor did he wish to let Wang Chong escape. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for a decision. Lu Jianjun stepped forward, stating, "Wang Chong, I am his mentor. If you possess any courage, direct your wrath towards me." Wang Chong immediately threatened, "Stay put, move, and I shall pull the trigger." Meanwhile, Zhou Zheng was engulfed in a whirlwind of urgency. The fault lay with his own carelessness. He had underestimated Wang Chong, never expecting him to be armed. Had he been more decisive from the outset, striking Wang Chong with lethal intent, he would not have found himself in such a precarious position. He vowed never to make such a mistake again. "How about it? Will you let me go?" Wang Chong's urgency escalated, his face contorted with pain, his hands trembling with agitation. Bang! He fired a shot at Lu Jianjun's feet, the dirt spraying up and stinging Lu Jianjun's legs. Although tense, Lu Jianjun gritted his teeth, remaining silent and steadfast. Hao Aigua and Wu Tian hesitated to shoot, fearing that a single misfire would result in Zhou Zheng's demise. Damn it! This lunatic Wang Chong is losing it. Zhou Zheng realized he could not afford to wait any longer. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged at Wang Chong, willing to endure a bullet to subdue him. Clad in a bulletproof vest, he reasoned that as long as he avoided a shot to the head, his life would be spared. Moreover, with luck on his side, he hoped fortune would favor him. Xiao Zhou no. Hao Aigua and the others gasped in horror. Without hesitation, Wang Chong squeezed the trigger aimed at Zhou Zheng's head. Chapter 62. The Koi's Fortuitous Resilience, Turning Calamity into Blessing. Hao Aigua and the others, witnessing Zhou Zheng's reckless charge towards Wang Chong, were collectively aghast. Wang Chong's eyes glinted with malice as he unflinchingly aimed his weapon at Zhou Zheng's head. From such a close range, even with eyes closed, a miss was inconceivable. While Zhou Zheng was a master of close combat with formidable physical prowess, he was not invulnerable. A bullet to the head would spell his end. Hao Aigua's hand trembled on the gun. Instinctively, he yearned to shoot Wang Chong. But the proximity of Zhou Zheng made it perilously risky. Zhou Zheng was finished. In that moment, a profound sorrow enveloped him, compounded by regret for having pursued Wang Chong to the Lijing Hotel. What a promising talent Zhou Zheng was, destined for greatness. Yet today he faced demise in this obscure dead end. Lu Jianjun sprinted forward a few paces, desperate to shield Zhou Zheng from the bullet. As a mentor, it was instinctual to protect his disciple. However, he was too far away to intervene in time. Xiao, Lu Jianjun's heart was a tumult of emotions, and he could not help but despairingly shut his eyes. Click! A faint sound emanated from Wang Chong's handgun. The dark imitation Type 54 did not fire as anticipated. Instead, it jammed. Damn! Wang Chong furiously pulled the trigger, but the weapon seemed to have been bribed by Zhou Zheng, only emitting futile clicking sounds. At that moment, Zhou Zheng had closed the distance to Wang Chong, momentarily perplexed by the gun's failure to discharge. Without a moment to lose, Zhou Zheng executed a powerful shoulder charge, crashing into Wang Chong's chest. Crack! Instantly, 6 of Wang Chong's ribs shattered. He let out a wretched scream, akin to a kite severed from its string. Propelled several meters away. Thud! He landed heavily on the ground, immobilized. The imitation Type 54 had slipped from his grasp, lost to the chaos. Zhou Zheng, having learned from his previous misstep, was relentless in ensuring the threat was neutralized. He rushed forward, kneeling atop Wang Chong, forcefully twisting his arms behind his back. Click! A rose-gold handcuff clasped around his wrist. The entire sequence unfolded in a mere flash, from the moment Wang Chong attempted to shoot to the instant he was subdued. Zhou Zheng accomplished it in scarcely 2 seconds. By the time Hao Aigua and the others regained their wits, Zhou Zheng had already concluded the encounter. Xiao Zhou. The trio snapped back to reality, rushing forward. Xiao Zhou, are you unharmed? Did you sustain any injuries? I'm fine, Zhou Zheng replied with a smile, shaking his head. Wang Chong's gun did not discharge, hence I emerged unscathed. Seeing Zhou Zheng was unharmed, the group finally exhaled in relief. Hao Aigua, still shaken, remarked, Xiao Zhou, you must not act so impulsively in the future. Had Wang Chong's gun fired, you would have faced dire consequences. If anything were to happen to you, how would we explain it to your family? Indeed, Director, I shall certainly exercise more caution from now on. Zhou Zheng, too, felt a twinge of apprehension lingering within him. He originally intended to endure a gunshot just to bring Wang Chong down. As long as he wasn't struck in a vital area, it would be considered a worthwhile gamble. But what if he were to be hit in a critical spot? Wang Chong had aimed directly at his head. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon him. Wang Chong's firearm did not discharge. Wu Tian discovered Wang Chong's imitation Type 54 pistol tucked away in a corner of the alley. Upon inspection, the glossy black enamel of the gun gleamed with a deep blue hue, appearing to be in excellent condition, perhaps 80% new. A closer examination of the rifling revealed minimal wear, and the unfired bullet showed no signs of defects. Holding the imitation Type 54 pistol, Wu Tian approached Hao Aigua. Director, this gun is practically new. It's a copy from the monkey country, and the quality is quite commendable. Furthermore, it has fired fewer than 200 rounds, making it a rather well-preserved firearm. I also examined the bullet, and the unfired one seems flawless. Hao Aigua tilted his head and inquired, Old Wu, what exactly are you implying? Director, this pistol has an exceptionally low failure rate. Just moments ago, Wang Chong fired a shot at the ground without issue. Yet it misfired against Xiao Zhou. I can only conclude that Xiao Zhou's luck is beyond repair. He must be blessed with the fortune of a lucky koi. Hao Aigua considered this. Zhou Zheng had managed to escape what should have been a fatal situation, all due to Wang Chong's weapon malfunctioning. What could this signify? It could only indicate that Zhou Zheng's luck was extraordinary, turning calamity into good fortune. From his apprehension of the A-list fugitive to this moment, it was all sheer luck. While one might understand a stroke of luck once or twice, consistently favorable outcomes could not solely be attributed to chance. It suggested divine favor. This too was a testament to his prowess. As the crowd expressed their astonishment, a hint of envy flickered in their eyes. Hao Aigua waved his hand decisively. All right, comrades. Wang Chong has been captured. Let us disband. In this operation, Xiao Zhou deserves the foremost credit, and I will commend you upon our return. Zhou Zheng waved his hand, humbly replying, Director, it cannot be said that way. This operation was a collaborative effort among the four of us, and the credit belongs to all. There is no such thing as primary merit. Although Zhou Zheng was keenly aware of his need for accolades and promotion, he understood that one should not be overly greedy. The world of martial arts is not merely about violence. It encompasses human emotions and relationships, and the same holds true within bureaucratic systems. Hao Aigua thought to himself that Xiao Zhou was quite principled, refusing to seek undue credit. However, in this operation, the other three had merely played secondary roles. From the moment they discovered Wang Chong to his eventual capture, it was all Zhou Zheng's doing. Moreover, the information regarding the drug trafficker Wang Chong had been extracted by Zhou Zheng during his interrogation of Ma Ermao. It could be said that the entire chain of events was inextricably linked to Zhou Zheng. Even if someone wished to claim credit, there was no basis for it. This achievement was one Zhou Zheng could not simply dismiss. Hao Aigua stated, we will discuss merits later. For now, let us escort Wang Chong back to the Qiao Bei precinct. Understood, Director. Lu Jianjun and Wu Tian approached to lift the unconscious Wang Chong from the ground. Zhou Zheng, however, seized Wang Chong and hoisted him up. Wang Chong hung his head, oblivious to his fate, blood seeping from his mouth and nose in a gruesome display. Hao Aigua inquired, Xiao Zhou, how is he? He won't die, will he? Zhou Zheng reached out to check Wang Chong's breathing. Director, won't he die? This rascal has merely fainted. Perhaps we should send him to the hospital. He possesses valuable information about numerous drug traffickers, and it would be a shame if he were to perish. Wu Tian suggested, Director, should Jianjun and I take him to the hospital? Hao Aigua nodded. Very well. You two go. Keep a close watch on him. Ensure this scoundrel does not escape. Rest assured, Director. Wu Tian replied, gesturing to Lu Jianjun. Let us proceed to the hospital. Certainly. Lu Jianjun and Wu Tian took the barely conscious Wang Chong from Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng then volunteered, Director, I would like to accompany my comrades. Hao Aigua waved his hand. Xiao Zhou, I believe you should remain here. Come back with me to the precinct and take a moment to rest. The vehicle that had arrived was driven away by Wu Tian and Lu Jianjun. Zhou Zheng and Hao Aigua took a taxi back to the Qiao Bei precinct. After disembarking, Hao Aigua asked, Xiao Zhou, you were silent in the car. What were you pondering? Zhou Zheng replied, I was considering that once Wang Chong regains consciousness, we might extract further information from him, such as the identities of his superiors and subordinates. By doing so, we could follow the trail and apprehend these drug traffickers in one fell swoop. My heavens! Hao Aigua was taken aback, thinking to himself how bold Zhou Zheng was. The operation to capture Wang Chong had nearly gone awry, although they escaped unscathed. Once was already sufficient. Xiao Zhou, as police officers, our task of catching drug traffickers is akin to herding ducks into a pen. I believe it best to leave the remaining matters to the narcotics team. Chapter 63. As if possessed by luck. Hao Aigua's nature was inherently cautious. This operation to capture Wang Chong had been spurred by Zhou Zheng and Wu Tian's encouragement. Otherwise, he would have promptly alerted the narcotics team. Behind every substantial profit often lurks considerable risk. One must possess the requisite skill to navigate such treacherous waters, no? While apprehending petty thieves and rogues is within the police's purview, capturing drug traffickers without the cooperation of other units is genuinely taxing for the police. Had it not been for Zhou Zheng's bravery coupled with his extraordinary luck, the outcome could have been dire. Thus, Hao Aigua was not inclined to interrogate Wang Chong about his connections. He was equally disinclined to expose his officers to life-threatening situations. Let the professionals handle professional matters. Moreover, the Qiaobei precinct had already apprehended 2 drug traffickers, a commendable achievement, albeit all thanks to Zhou Zheng. It was still a matter of pride for the entire precinct. How Igua felt content. Xiao Zhou, do not dwell on such matters. Once we return to the office, I will call the narcotics team to have Ma Ermao and Wang Chong taken away. Director, please reconsider. This is an excellent opportunity. Enough, Xiao Zhou. How Igua waved his hand dismissively. It is getting late. Let us head to the cafeteria for a meal. Afterward, you can rest briefly before continuing patrols with Jianjun this afternoon. Seeing that Hao Igua had made his decision, Zhou Zheng could no longer persuade him and could only nod in disappointment. Hao Igua returned to his office, picked up a teacup, and without regard for its cooled contents, gulped it down. The earlier incident with Wang Chong had rattled him, and he still felt a lingering unease. Xiao Zhou truly was a formidable asset, and his luck was remarkable. The Qiaobei precinct was fortunate to have such an exceptional comrade. Furthermore, having apprehended 2 drug traffickers, he might even earn a second-class merit award. A second-class merit award, while not as prestigious as a first-class one, it was still a challenging accolade for a police officer to obtain. After drinking water, Hao Igua sat in his office chair and picked up the desk phone to call Director Ma Xiaojun. Hello, Director Ma. This is Old Hao from the Qiaobei precinct. Here's the situation. Our comrade Zhou Zheng apprehended a bag snatcher during patrol today, and during interrogation, we discovered that this thief is actually a drug trafficker. Hao Igua succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. On the other end of the line, Ma Xiaojun was taken aback. What? Zhou Zheng apprehended 2 drug traffickers? Amidst his astonishment, a flicker of anger surfaced. Old Hao, knowing the whereabouts of the drug dealer Wang Chong, why wasn't the narcotics team informed immediately? Were there any injuries during Wang Chong's capture? In response to Ma Xiaojun's inquiries, Hao Igua had already prepared his answer. Director Ma, the situation was urgent at that moment. By the time the narcotics team arrived, it would have been too late. We had no choice, but fortunately, Wang Chong was apprehended without any injuries. He continued, of course. This was largely thanks to Zhou Zheng. Otherwise, Wang Chong might have escaped. All thanks to Zhou Zheng. Ma Xiaojun's eyes gleamed with interest. This young officer had just captured a Class A wanted criminal and received a first-class merit. Now he had taken down 2 drug traffickers as well. Truly impressive. Moreover, he had a debt of gratitude to Elder Yang, making him a worthy candidate for further development both professionally and personally. Excellent. I was right about Comrade Zhou. He is a promising talent. Old Hao, you must ensure he is well guided. Rest assured, Director Ma, I will certainly see to it that Zhou is taken care of. Furthermore, I will notify the narcotics team to come and collect the traffickers from Qiaobei Station. Very well. Ma Xiaojun hesitated momentarily before adding, your station has made significant contributions. I foresee a collective 3rd-class merit in your future. Director, the credit primarily belongs to Zhou Zheng. He was the one who apprehended them. The rest of us merely provided minimal support. Please allocate the merit accordingly, Hao Igua insisted. Huh, when did you become so selfless, Old Hao? Hao Igua thought to himself, wishing for accolades, but feeling too embarrassed to ask for them. Director Ma, please refrain from mocking me. You know my character well. Being pragmatic is my guiding principle. All right, we shall deliberate on the specifics of the merits within our leadership team. For now, let us proceed with this. At Jiangbei First Hospital, Wu Tian and Lu Jianjun drove Wang Chong to the emergency room. The doctor, upon seeing the bloodied and unconscious patient, immediately commenced urgent medical treatment. Lu Jianjun, feeling uneasy, stood by. A doctor approached him and said, Hey, officer, please step outside. Also, remove the handcuffs. They hinder our treatment. Lu Jianjun waved his hand dismissively. This scoundrel is a ruthless drug trafficker, and I must keep a close watch on him. What if he escapes? The doctor gestured toward the barely conscious Wang Chong. Officer, he is in a deep coma. Do you really think he can run away? Besides, your presence is obstructing our work. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Jianjun conceded. All right then, I'll wait outside. Just unlock one handcuff. He unfastened the handcuff from Wang Chong's left wrist and secured it to the medical bed before stepping out. After a while, Wang Chong, now wearing an oxygen mask, was wheeled out by the doctors. Doctor, how is he? Officer, he has at least 6 broken ribs, internal injuries, is vomiting blood, and has blood in his urine. He has numerous deep lacerations on his hands, exposing bone. We need to operate immediately, otherwise, his life is in jeopardy. Oh, understood. Lu Jianjun and Wu Tian exchanged glances, both astonished. Goodness, Zhou Zheng's strike was devastating. He has nearly incapacitated Wang Chong. However, one must admit that this drug trafficker deserves it. Were it not for the crucial information we might extract from him, it would be better if he perished. Once Wang Chong was taken into surgery, several uniformed police officers appeared in the corridor outside the operating room. The leader, a short man with a dark complexion, called out as he spotted Wu Tian and Lu Jianjun. Old Wu, old Lu, over here. You made it easy for me to find you. Wu Tian looked up, his heart skipping a beat. Isn't that Wan Lishan, the captain of the narcotics team? How did he find us here? Does he know we failed to notify the narcotics team and took matters into our own hands? Is he here to hold us accountable? Though a sense of unease filled him, he maintained a calm facade. Well, what brings Captain Wan here? Wan Lishan approached and said, Old Hao from your station informed me to come pick someone up. Quite impressive. The officers at your station managed to apprehend drug traffickers. I must commend your efforts. Wu Tian breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Wan Lishan bore no ill intent, likely having been placated by Hao Aigua. All right then, since the narcotics team is here, we shall take our leave. Wait. Wan Lishan halted Wu Tian. Where is the drug trafficker Wang Chong? Wu Tian pointed. He is in surgery. He has 6 broken ribs, is vomiting blood, and has blood in his urine. Even if we save his life, he will likely be incapacitated. Wow. Which of you brothers dealt such a heavy blow? None of you got hurt, I hope? Wu Tian waved his hand dismissively. Of course, no one was injured. Wang Chong was apprehended by Zhou Zheng from our Qiao base station. Thus, his injuries were naturally inflicted by Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng. Wan Lishan inquired. Is he the young officer who recently earned first-class merit? How did he manage to capture Wang Chong? It's a long story. Jianjun and Zhou were on patrol. Wu Tian began, recounting the tale of Zhou Zheng's audacity as he confronted Wang Chong at gunpoint, ultimately apprehending him. Wan Lishan listened, wide-eyed. This young officer was extraordinary. Words failed him as he struggled to find the right terms to describe Zhou Zheng. Capable, courageous, and fortunate, almost as if he were playing on easy mode. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Wan Lishan's mind. Such an exceptional talent as Zhou Zheng ought to be a part of the narcotics team. It would be a shame for him to remain merely an officer at the station. He resolved to mention this to Director Ma at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 64. He is my husband. Of course, I must care for him. After concluding her call with Zhou Zheng, Chu Yunyao had no intention of seeking out Yang Tingting for a meal. The young woman had been tending to elder Yang at the hospital, and it would not be courteous to intrude upon her time. To her surprise, just as she hung up, as if by some telepathic connection, Yang Tingting's call came through. Chu Yunyao thought to herself, speak of the devil. Glancing at the caller ID, she answered the phone. Hello, Tingting. Yunyao, do you have some time? Let's grab a bite together. Yang Tingting's voice resonated with excitement through the receiver. Chu Yunyao chuckled softly. As expected of my dear best friend, you truly think alike. Sure, Tingting. I just called Zhou Zheng to invite him for a meal, but he was unavailable. Upon hearing this, Yang Tingting exclaimed in mock indignation, well, why didn't you invite me to dinner? Zhou Zheng turned you down, and you didn't even think to include me? I had to be the one to reach out to you. Is our friendship made of plastic? Chu Yunyao laughed. This girl often exhibited a childish mentality, prone to jealousy, but it was never malicious. Zhou Zheng is my husband, so naturally, I called him first. As for you, I was concerned about interrupting your time with Elder Yang. Yang Tingting thought to herself, oh please, the more I see you, the more you resemble Zhou Zheng's devoted admirer. However, such words were better left unsaid. Although Yang Tingting could joke freely with Chu Yunyao, she knew not to cross the line. Yao Yao, you inconsiderate creature who forgets friendships in the face of beauty, I hardly feel inclined to address you. After a brief pause, she continued, I bring you delightful news. I have been temporarily liberated. My aunt has returned from abroad and is taking care of the old gentleman, claiming she wishes to fulfill her filial duties and allow me a few days of rest. So that is the situation. Chu Yunyao nodded, understanding at last. No wonder Yang Tingting's voice carried a hint of excitement. Given her extroverted nature, having spent several days confined in the hospital, she was likely on the verge of bursting. Indeed, Yang Tingting chattered animatedly. Yao Yao, I can finally breathe fresh air. For the next few days, you shall be at my beck and call. You must accompany me shopping, to the cinema, and for milk tea. Chu Yunyao replied, Ting Ting, are you not planning to return to work? Your job. Before she could finish her sentence, Yang Tingting interrupted. Oh Yao Yao, why do you sound like a capitalist? Work? What work? I've taken an extended leave. Chu Yunyao kindly reminded her, but does your boss agree? Besides, your job is quite good. If you neglect it for too long, you might be replaced, and that would be quite a loss. Yang Tingting grew somewhat impatient. All right. Yao Yao, I appreciate your concern for me. But honestly, it's no big deal. If the company manager doesn't want me, then I won't work there. But does he dare? Chu Yunyao pondered this and realized. Yang Tingting is the daughter of the vice mayor. Not even the company manager, let alone the owner, would dare to dismiss her casually. Even if she did nothing, they would still pay her handsomely just to have her as a good luck charm. Whether or not this young lady goes to work is truly inconsequential. She found herself worrying unnecessarily. Very well, Ting Ting. I'm currently near the street of precious Chinese medicinal herbs. Where are you? I'm still at Jiangbei First Hospital, just at the entrance. What shall we eat? And where shall we meet? Yang Tingting thought for a moment. Of course, we shall indulge in a grand feast. Let us meet at the Fisherman's Wharf Seafood Restaurant on Chaoyang Road. All right. After hanging up, Chu Yunyao set off in her Panamera. Upon arriving at the Fisherman's Wharf Seafood Restaurant and parking her car, she found Yang Tingting had been waiting for some time. Yao Yao, I'm right here. Yang Tingting stood at the steps of the restaurant, waving at Chu Yunyao with a smile, her ample bosom swaying with her arm. Here she comes. As Chu Yunyao approached Yang Tingting, she stifled a yawn before uttering a word. Lu Tingting pouted in dissatisfaction. Yao Yao, what is this? Did you become sleepy upon seeing me? Do you not wish to see me? Stop it. Chu Yunyao, not in the mood for a verbal spar, retorted. It's all your fault. You dragged me and Zhou Zheng to play cards all night long. You, the night owl, aren't tired at all. While I am utterly exhausted, Zhou Zheng has to work during the day and was equally tormented by you. Oh my. Yang Tingting widened her beautiful eyes, exclaiming, Yao Yao, are we still good sisters? Why do you mention Zhou Zheng in every other sentence? Your concern for him is making me feel a bit jealous. Hearing Yang Tingting's words, Chu Yunyao felt her cheeks flush slightly as she gently pushed her. Tingting, what are you saying? Zhou Zheng is my husband. Of course, I should care for him. Are you not hungry? You're quite chatty. Shall we skip the meal? No. Yang Tingting, sensing Chu Yunyao's irritation, quickly grasped her arm, pleading, Yao Yao, I'm starving. Let us not talk about anything else. Let us just eat, all right? The two entered the restaurant, found a quiet corner, and began to order their meal. Yang Tingting's aunt works for a foreign company, earning an annual salary in the millions, and upon returning to the country, she gifted Yang Tingting a sum of money as a greeting gift. Thus, she now possessed a windfall and was feeling generous, declaring that she would treat for this meal, ordering a lavish spread of sea cucumbers, abalone, shark fin, and bird's nest. Though Chu Yunyao hailed from a wealthy family, she had severed ties with her family and needed to economize. Seeing Yang Tingting order such expensive dishes, she couldn't help but protest. Tingting, this is too extravagant. Besides, we cannot possibly eat so much. Yang Tingting shrugged nonchalantly. If we can't finish, we'll take it home for your husband Zhou Zheng. You would do that anyway, even if I didn't mention it. Then, she made an exaggerated expression. Wait a minute. Yao Yao, when did you become so frugal? Are you still the same Chu family heiress who dined in Hong Kong one night and was feeding pigeons at Paris Square the very next morning? Hee. Chu Yunyao laughed awkwardly. Tingting, I'm rather short on funds. Although Zhou Zheng has given me 3 million to start a business, I must still be prudent. Life now is vastly different from what it used to be, yet for some reason, I find it quite fulfilling. Wow, Zhou Zheng gave you 3 million? He must be quite wealthy. It seems this guy is not too shabby after all. Yang Tingting fixated on the 3 million. By the way, how does a mere police officer have so much money? Where did his wealth come from? Chu Yunyao, not wishing to disclose Zhou Zheng's lottery win to Yang Tingting, replied, enough about that. Let us hurry and eat. I'll be full in no time. Suddenly, she recalled that Zhou Zheng had asked her to check out a nicer neighborhood in the afternoon, and if suitable, to rent a place. She picked up her phone and began browsing property listings online. Yao Yao, what are you so engrossed in over there? Yang Tingting, having finished her meal, asked while wiping her mouth with a napkin. Zhou Zheng wants me to rent a place in a better neighborhood. I'm just checking out the layouts and rental prices online for reference. Upon hearing this, Yang Tingting suddenly slapped her thigh. Don't bother searching. I have a ready option. How about a 180 square meter 3-bedroom apartment in Hanlin Garden? The Hanlin Garden community is indeed a high-end neighborhood in Jiangbei, boasting beautiful surroundings, tight security, and excellent property management. However, the cost of living is relatively high, and the rent is steep. Tingting, I hadn't heard you own property in Hanlin Garden. Yang Tingting replied. The houses there are so expensive. How could I possibly afford one? The house belongs to my aunt. Their family of 3 has been living abroad, and the house has been vacant. This time, they gave me the keys and password, telling me to rent it out when I have the chance. Yao Yao, this is perfect for you. You can rent my aunt's house. Chapter 65. Are you spending the night with Zhou Zheng tonight? Chu Yunyao hesitated. The rent for the Hanlin Garden property was indeed high. She had not initially set her sights on that neighborhood. Yet Yang Tingting was quite insistent. Yao Yao, are you full? If you are, let us go see the apartment. Wait, Tingting, am I renting the apartment, or are you? Why do you seem more invested than I am? Yang Tingting shyly smiled. Yao Yao, let me be honest with you. As the saying goes, no gain without effort. My aunt mentioned that she wouldn't take a penny of the rent. It would all go to me. So, why wouldn't I be eager? Hee. Besides, your family, I trust you to rent it out. My aunt advised me to consider who I rent to. Don't rent to just anyone. A look of realization crossed Chu Yunyao's face. However, she still wished to be frugal. If the rent proved too exorbitant, she would forego the Hanlin courtyard. Ting Ting. May I inquire as to the rental price? She asked. Oh dear. Yang Ting Ting exclaimed dramatically. When did Miss Chu become so indecisive? Wasn't it you who used to purchase without a hint of hesitation, eager to pay up front? Let us proceed to view the property first. We can discuss the rent afterwards. Yang Ting Ting suggested, settling the bill and pulling Chu Yunyao out of the restaurant. Unable to resist, Chu Yunyao followed her to inspect the apartment. Yao Yao, I didn't drive, are you? I am, parked in the lot over there. Perfect, no need for a taxi then. You go get the car. And I shall wait for you at the restaurant entrance. All right. Shortly thereafter, a white Panamera approached, and Yang Ting Ting opened the passenger door to climb in. With a roar, the Panamera sped towards the Hanlin courtyard community. Upon arrival, after parking, the two young women alighted and approached the entrance. The security guard, taken aback by the beauty of the pair, could hardly tear his gaze away. These two stunning girls were simply radiant. Especially the slightly taller one. Who knew which fortunate man would catch her eye? Yang Ting Ting waved in front of the facial recognition device, and the side gate swung open. Yao Yao, let us go, Unit 1001 in Building 1. As they reached the first unit, Yang Ting Ting pressed the elevator button while explaining. This unit features 2 elevators serving 2 households, spans 16 floors, and is not overly populated, making entry and exit quite convenient. In no time, they arrived at the door of room 1001. Yang Ting Ting input the code, and the security door opened with a click. Stepping inside, they were greeted by a spacious living room of several dozen square meters, seamlessly connected to a balcony that heightened the sense of openness. The balcony, crafted entirely from floor-to-ceiling glass, boasted excellent light transmission, casting almost no shadows within the living area. Yao Yao, have you noticed the chandelier on the ceiling? It cost over 300,000. Yang Ting Ting continued her tour, pointing out the kitchen, bathroom, master bedroom, and guest room, resembling a property agent as she guided Chu Yunyao around while explaining the features. Chu Yunyao chuckled. Ting Ting, I had no idea you possessed such eloquence. You could easily thrive as a real estate agent. Yang Ting Ting waved her hand dismissively. Helping my aunt rent out this property naturally compels me to exert my utmost effort. Besides, all the rent goes to me. Where else could one find such a delightful arrangement? So what do you think, Yao Yao? Are you satisfied? It was evident that the renovations had cost a pretty penny. While not extravagantly luxurious, the apartment exuded taste. Particularly impressive was the array of modern appliances, all showing little sign of prior use, akin to being brand new. Chu Yunyao was undoubtedly pleased, nodding in agreement. Ting Ting, the apartment is indeed splendid, and I am satisfied. However, let us discuss the rent. If it is excessively high, I cannot afford it. Yang Ting Ting was momentarily speechless, wondering how the young lady from the Chu family had become so frugal. Yet, reflecting on it, it was understandable. Chu Yunyao had little money in hand and wished to avoid extravagance, thus necessitating her thriftiness. Yao Yao, I am aware of your current financial constraints. My earlier mention of charging you rent was merely a jest. If you're satisfied, you may move in, and we can waive the rent. That simply cannot be. Chu Yunyao quickly protested. Ting Ting, although we are close friends, even brothers should settle accounts clearly. The rent must be paid. Otherwise, I would rather seek accommodation elsewhere. Yang Ting Ting, unable to argue further, relented. All right then, you may pay a symbolic amount. While browsing rental listings online, Chu Yunyao had noted the rent for apartments in Hanlin Courtyard was approximately 50 yuan per square meter per month. This unit, measuring 180 square meters, would amount to 9,000 yuan monthly. Ting Ting, let us agree on a rental price of 9,000 yuan per month. What? 9,000 is far too much. Yang Ting Ting immediately objected. How about this? I'll give you a half-price offer, and rounding it off, you can pay 4,000. No. Chu Yunyao firmly refused to accept such a discount, insisting on paying 9,000. Ting Ting, I'll transfer the money to you. Chu Yunyao took out her phone and sent 9,000 yuan to Yang Ting Ting. Indeed, securing such an apartment for 9,000 was quite a bargain. Yang Ting Ting genuinely wished to decline Chu Yunyao's money, but she understood that any further protest might provoke Chu Yunyao's ire, leaving her no choice but to accept the payment. Yao Yao, the place may be a tad dusty, as my aunt's family hasn't lived here for quite some time. I'll call to arrange for cleaning. You needn't worry about it. Also, we should head to the property management office shortly to input your information into the system for easier access. There is also a parking space available in the basement where you can park your car. There's a parking space? Chu Yunyao thought that her 9,000 yuan was well spent. Yang Ting Ting truly was a wonderful sister. If the cleaning could be arranged swiftly, she might even be able to settle in that very night, an idea that filled her with anticipation. Yang Ting Ting pulled out her phone and contacted the cleaning service her family frequently employed. After the call, She seemed to recall something and teasingly asked, Yao Yao, aren't you going to inform Zhou Zheng about your renting this place? As she opened the windows to air out the room, Chu Yunyao shook her head. No, I plan to surprise him tonight. What? Are you planning to use this place as a love nest? Are you hoping to consummate your relationship? Oh, please. You're just being absurd. Yang Ting Ting feigned indignation. How dare you call me a dog? Just wait until I devour you whole. As the two playfully tussled, the door of the neighboring apartment swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Noticing her neighbor, she stepped out to take a look. May I ask who you are? Chu Yunyao inquired, eyeing the woman. Upon seeing Chu Yunyao, the woman's eyes widened. This girl is truly stunning. Not only beautiful, but also exuding grace. She would be a perfect match for my son. A smile blossomed on her face, reminiscent of blooming flowers. Hello, I'm the owner of 1002 next door. Is this apartment yours? Not at all. I'm merely a tenant. Chu Yunyao replied honestly. Oh, then we shall be neighbors. The woman introduced herself. My surname is Huang. You may call me Annie Huang from now on. The middle-aged woman continued. May I ask your name, dear? I am Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao, a lovely name. May I call you Yunyao? Chu Yunyao felt a pang of annoyance. This woman was far too familiar, treating her as if they were old friends. Yet, unable to rebuff her kindness outright, she merely nodded slightly. Fortunately, Auntie Huang did not linger for long. She retrieved her phone and began to snap photos of the room haphazardly, justifying her actions by claiming that the decor was exquisitely tasteful and that she could draw inspiration from it for future renovations of her own home. Unbeknownst to Chu Yunyao, every photograph taken by Aunt Huang captured her presence. All right, you all carry on with your tasks. I shall take my leave. Should you require any assistance, don't hesitate to reach out to me. I reside just next door. After all, distant relatives are no match for close neighbors, Aunt Huang declared before turning and exiting, a surge of secret delight swelling within her. Upon opening her own door and securing it behind her, she exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, Son, I found you a girlfriend. Chapter 66. The Entanglement of Mother and Son Next Door. The mistress of room 1002 was named Huang Shufan. Her husband had passed away, and she had single-handedly raised her son, Lin Hao. Lin Hao, in turn, had proven himself to be a diligent student, achieving remarkable academic success that led him to enroll in a prestigious 211 university, followed by studying abroad. During his time overseas, he developed a gaming software that was subsequently acquired by a company, netting him over 20 million yuan. Reflecting on his mother's solitary existence back home, he returned with a fortune and invested significantly in a property in the city center's Hanlin Garden community. Huang Shufan felt immense pride in having such a son. Her greatest hope was for Lin Hao to find a beautiful girlfriend and marry, ideally welcoming a grandchild within the following year. However, Lin Hao's standards were exceedingly high. Despite Huang Shufan's efforts to introduce him to numerous young women, none had captured his interest, leaving him still single. Consequently, Huang Shufan became infatuated with the idea of a daughter-in-law. Unable to resist the urge to encourage any suitable young woman she encountered to consider a romantic relationship with her son. This time, she happened upon Chu Yunyao by chance. At first sight, Huang Shufan was utterly captivated. Chu Yunyao's height, appearance, physique, and aura were all extraordinarily impressive. Huang Shufan's heart stirred with the thought that her son would surely be pleased upon meeting Chu Yunyao. Elated, she rushed home and, upon entering, called out to Lin Hao, I found you a girlfriend. At that moment, Lin Hao was shirtless, clad only in athletic shorts, reclining on a Smith machine as he performed bench presses. Despite being an academic achiever, his true passion lay in fitness and combat sports. Now financially liberated, he had ample time to train, and his dedication to both exercise and diet had sculpted his physique into a muscular form. Son, I'm speaking to you. Did you hear me? Huang Shufan inquired as she approached Lin Hao. He remained silent, his focus entirely on lifting the barbell with all his might, panting heavily. His mother, in her fervor to see him married, had become somewhat obsessed, introducing him to girls of every variety. Lin Hao felt overwhelmed and had little hope for any of the women she presented. Son, stop your training for a moment. When Lin Hao failed to respond, Huang Shufan feigned irritation and tapped the Smith machine. He reluctantly halted, racked the barbell, sat up, and asked helplessly, Mom, what is it? Who have you set your sights on this time? But let me be clear. If she isn't my type, I won't meet her. You cheeky boy, Huang Shufan said, her gaze filled with affection. This time, you will be thoroughly pleased. With that, she produced her phone, pulled up the photos she had just taken, and handed it to Lin Hao. Take a look, what do you think? Lin Hao took the phone, glancing at the image disinterestedly at first. But then his eyes widened in surprise. The girl in the photo was dressed in a sleek black office outfit, tailored to accentuate her alluring figure. Her porcelain complexion and striking features radiated elegance, akin to morning dew, crystal clear and captivating. Especially noteworthy was the exceptional aura she exuded, stirring Lin Hao's heart with excitement. This was the kind of woman he envisioned as his ideal partner. Suddenly intrigued, he eagerly asked, "Mom, who is this girl? Where did you meet her? What does she do for a living? How old is she?" Seeing her son's eager demeanor, Huang Shufan chuckled. "Oh, look at you, my mischievous boy. Getting all worked up. Mom, please just tell me." Huang Shufan continued. "Her name is Chu Yunyao. She's the new tenant next door. I just ran into her while out shopping for groceries. I don't know much else yet, but son, this is fate. You must seize this opportunity." Lin Hao's expression fell. "Mom, so you don't actually know her at all? What if she is not interested in me?" Huang Shufan reassured him. "Son, where has your confidence gone? We have a home and a car. You're handsome and accomplished. She's merely attractive. She likely comes from an average background. If she were truly wealthy, she wouldn't be renting a place. Be confident. It's not that she wouldn't like you. It's that we might not see her as suitable." Lin Hao considered her words. After all, he was indeed exceptional, having surpassed most of his peers. There was no reason for him to feel inferior. "Son, the girl has just moved in and probably needs to tidy up before settling in. Why don't you freshen up a bit? I'll take you over to help her out and get her contact information. That way, you'll get to know her. You can invite her for dinner tonight at a nice restaurant like Fisherman's Wharf. Drive our Audi A6. Girls often appreciate a bit of glamour." Huang Shufan rambled on, her intentions sincere as she sought a grandchild. Lin Hao, now brimming with anticipation to meet Chu Yunyao, hurried to the bathroom for a shower, then changed into a dress shirt and suit. Making a good impression was essential for a first meeting with a girl. After adorning himself with a Rolex Datejust watch, he felt satisfied with his appearance and prepared to set off. "My son looks so handsome," Huang Shufan praised as she took him out. The door to room 1001 was wide open, revealing several uniformed cleaners busily attending to their tasks. Chu Yunyao and Lu Tingting stood on the balcony, chatting while pointing at distant sights. Huang Shufan led Lin Hao inside, unabashedly calling out, "Yunyao, I'm back again." Both Chu Yunyao and Lu Tingting turned to face them. Upon seeing the two young women, Lin Hao felt his heart flutter. Both were beauties, yet his gaze was particularly drawn to Chu Yunyao, who evidently stood out among them. "Aunt Huang, is there something you need?" Chu Yunyao inquired politely. "Haha, nothing much. We're neighbors now. And I thought I'd bring my son over for you to meet." Huang Shufan responded, glancing at Lu Tingting. "Who is this lovely young lady?" "Oh, this is my friend Lu Tingting," Chu Yunyao replied. Not wishing to engage with Lu Tingting further, Huang Shufan turned back to Lin Hao, beckoning him over. "Son, come here. Yunyao, let me introduce you. This is my son, Lin Hao, a top graduate from a 211 university, a returnee from Australia. He purchased the adjacent property outright. My son is exceptionally accomplished and has achieved financial freedom. Yunyao, please get to know each other." Initially bewildered, Chu Yunyao soon grasped the ulterior motive behind Aunt Huang's familiar demeanor. "Hello, I'm Lin Hao. It's a pleasure to meet you, as we'll be neighbors. I look forward to your company," Lin Hao said, extending his right hand. He deliberately adorned his wrist with a Rolex Datejust watch on his right hand, ensuring that it would catch the eye of those he shook hands with. However, Chu Yunyao remained oblivious to the Rolex, refraining from any handshake. And with a furrowed brow, she offered a perfunctory greeting. "Hello." She then turned to Yang Ting Ting and said, "Ting Ting, I just remembered that I need to purchase some daily necessities. Let us be on our way." The two of them disregarded Huang Shufan and Lin Hao, turning their backs and striding out. Huang Shufan exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Hao, who promptly exclaimed, "Ladies, where are you headed? I have a car. Allow me to offer you a ride." The author endeavors to provide timely updates daily. If you enjoy the tale, a 5-star review would be greatly appreciated. And any complimentary gifts would be even more delightful. Thank you. Chapter 67. A surprise for you. Lin Hao obstructed their path like a persistent adhesive, brandishing the keys to his Audi. "Wow." Yang Ting Ting feigned an exaggerated expression, her beautiful eyes widening in awe. "For rings? Audi keys?" Lin Hao nodded slightly. "See, women are indeed materialistic. Upon seeing the 4 rings, their eyes light up." He waved dismissively, attempting to feign nonchalance. Yet Yang Ting Ting interjected. "I wonder if the handsome gentleman drives an A8 or an R8. Lin Hao's face flushed, and he fell silent. His vehicle was neither an A8 nor an R8, but rather an A6, a model of inferior prestige compared to those mentioned by Yang Ting Ting. "What's the matter? Lost your tongue? If it were a car below the A6, then I would understand. If the handsome gentleman wishes to flaunt his wealth to pursue my dear Yao Yao, he certainly needs to hone his skills further," Yang Ting Ting remarked, harboring no fondness for Lin Hao. This mother-daughter duo had approached Chu Yunyao directly, neglecting her entirely. Yang Ting Ting's heart simmered with resentment, her jealousy flaring. How could they treat her as if she were invisible? Was she not beautiful? Unable to restrain herself, she could not help but deliver a few barbed comments. Chu Yunyao, wishing to avoid conflict with these newly acquainted neighbors, and even to distance herself from Lin Hao, felt a strong aversion towards their obvious intentions. She tugged at Yang Tingting's arm. "All right, Ting Ting, let us depart." Yang Tingting then instructed a middle-aged cleaning lady among them. "Aunt Li, please close the door after we leave. Do not let just anyone in." "Understood, Miss Yang." The implication was unmistakable. She did not desire Huang Shufun and her son lingering there. Feeling the awkwardness of the moment, Huang Shufun and her son soon exited the room. "Mom, I sense it's a lost cause. That girl named Chu Yunyao hardly glanced my way," Lin Hao lamented. Huang Shufun felt equally frustrated. Typically, girls introduced by matchmakers greeted her with warmth, addressing her as any with enthusiasm. Never had she encountered such coldness. "Son, do not lose heart. I believe they are merely pretending. What of an A6? Can they afford it? Moreover, you are quite exceptional. No girl could remain indifferent." Chu Yunyao might just be embarrassed in front of her friend. "Hurry down to fetch the car and wait for them at the community entrance. I am certain Chu Yunyao will eventually relent and join you," she urged. "Very well, I shall give it a try," Lin Hao acquiesced. Taking the elevator downstairs and sprinting to retrieve the car, he drove his Audi A6 to the entrance of the community, and indeed, he arrived just in time. Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting were standing by the roadside, seemingly waiting for a taxi. Lin Hao, filled with newfound confidence, pressed the accelerator and drove forward. "Ladies." However, Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting merely crossed the pedestrian crossing to the other side, where they entered a white Porsche Panamera and swiftly departed. Goodness! Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback, feeling deflated. How laughable it was for him to flaunt his A6, unaware that the enchanting ladies were driving off in a Panamera. He felt like a fool, utterly humiliated. Inside the Panamera, Yang Tingting teased, "Yao Yao, that mother-son duo next door seems to have ulterior motives. That fellow named Lin Hao is quite decent looking, and he has purchased a home in Hanlin Garden. Should you consider him?" "Enough of that. Ting Ting. How can you joke about such things? I am Zhou Zheng's wife. Please refrain from making similar remarks in the future." Chu Yunyao frowned, her face displaying annoyance. Had it not been for Yang Tingting driving, she might have unleashed her frustrations with a flurry of punches. Noticing Chu Yunyao's displeasure, Yang Tingting quickly backtracked. "Oh dear, Yao Yao, why are you so sensitive? I was merely jesting. That pair is hardly worth your attention. I wouldn't even bat an eye at them. Flaunting an Audi A6? It's laughable. All right, let us not dwell on them. The sun is rather blinding," Yang Tingting said, putting on her sunglasses. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she exclaimed, "By the way, Yao Yao, how is the medicinal wine coming along? My grandfather has been pestering me, saying he is running low, and if he doesn't get a refill soon, he might just pass away. I am truly at my wit's end." Chu Yunyao's expression darkened. Yang Tingting's recent remarks had grown increasingly brazen, lacking any semblance of ladylike decorum. Yet, realizing that this was simply her nature, the facade of a demure lady was merely a charade, she felt a sense of understanding. "The medicinal wine is progressing as planned. It has been steeping, and it will be ready in 2 days. There should be no issue for the old gentleman." "That is good to hear," Yang Tingting continued. "My grandfather has been frequently calling his old friends, boasting about a miraculous medicinal wine that is exceptionally beneficial, even suitable for heart patients. He intends to share it with his companions at his 70th birthday celebration. Yao Yao, my grandfather has made quite the claim, so please ensure he doesn't embarrass himself. Rest assured, Ting Ting, I have prepared 200 gene of the first batch, and it will be ready on time." Yang Tingting nodded as she drove. "Yao Yao, on your grandfather's birthday, you and Zhou Zheng must come as well. It will be a lively gathering. Attend. Is that appropriate?" Chu Yunyao hesitated. "What is inappropriate about it? Zhou Zheng saved my grandfather's life. He has long wished for an opportunity to express his gratitude. Inviting you both is a specific request from my grandfather. He also wishes to introduce Zhou Zheng to his old friends. Although those elderly gentlemen had long since retired, they were once leaders within the system, and their acquaintances included various officials from different departments. This, I believe, is another way for my grandfather to show his appreciation for Zhou Zheng." Understanding her grandfather's intention to leverage his birthday as a means to expand Zhou Zheng's network, Chu Yunyao recognized the potential benefits this would bring to him. Naturally, she would not refuse anything that could aid Zhou Zheng's future. "All right, Ting Ting. Please convey to my grandfather that Zhou Zheng and I will definitely attend punctually." "Great. That way, I can fulfill my promise." Yang Tingting sighed in relief, then inquired, "Yao Yao, what did you call me out for today?" "Just some daily necessities, bedding and such. If all goes smoothly today, Zhou Zheng and I will be able to move into Hanlin Garden tonight." "Oh." Yang Tingting let out a small sound, a hint of bitterness stirring within her heart, though she could not quite understand why. As the night swiftly descended, the streets illuminated with vibrant lights. After meeting in the afternoon, Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun patrolled Choyang Road, finding everything to be in order. It's time, Xiaozhou, let's wrap up, Lu Jianjun said, rubbing his aching thighs, beckoning Zhou Zheng to get into the car to return to the police station. Zhou Zheng felt a lingering sense of anticipation. Where were the delinquents? The thieves? Why had none made an appearance? Shaking his head, he opened the passenger door, and with a press of the accelerator, the police car sped toward the Qiao Bei police station. On the way, Zhou Zheng's phone rang. It was Chu Yunyao calling. He answered, "Hello, Yunyao." Her voice, a blend of exhaustion and excitement, came through the receiver. "Zhou Zheng, have you finished work?" "I'm about to clock out, Yunyao." "Where are you?" "At home." "No. I'm heading to the Qiao Bei police station to pick you up. I have a surprise for you." Chapter 68. Another star is about to be added to his shoulder. "Hello, Yunyao, what surprise?" Zhou Zheng inquired, thoroughly puzzled. However, the line went dead as Chu Yunyao had already hung up. Zhou Zheng shook his head, bewildered by her mysterious antics. "What's this? Is your sister-in-law checking up on you?" Lu Jianjun teased while driving. "Haha, master, it's not that serious," Zhou Zheng chuckled. Yunyao asked when I would finish work and said she'd come to the police station to pick me up, claiming she has a surprise. I have no idea what she is up to. "A surprise?" Lu Jianjun remarked enviously. "You young folks really know how to have fun. Always crafting little romances and surprises in life. Unlike us, middle-aged with responsibilities above and below, burdened by life's pressures, living a monotonous existence devoid of surprises. Just the other day, I received a bonus of a few hundred yuan and told your sister-in-law I wanted to create a romantic evening with dinner and a movie. She rolled her eyes at me, saying, 'What romance?' Slow down with that nonsense." Zhou Zheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. He had only mentioned a few words. Yet Master S' reaction was quite pronounced. It seemed that the inevitable burdens of middle age were not solely confined to the tea thermos filled with goji berries. The pressures of life, the weight of family responsibilities, combined with a gradually solidifying routine, had shattered the idyllic vision of life that once filled him with hope, like a mere bubble. There were no surprises, no romance, and certainly no smiles from fate. Only the mundane trivialities and the entangled worries of everyday life. Zhou Zheng found himself reflecting on his marriage with Chu Yunyao after 3 years. Whether they would ultimately be together remained uncertain. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of optimism. Everything appeared to be progressing in a positive direction. "Xiaozhou, why are you so quiet? Missing your sister-in-law?" "Don't worry, we'll arrive at Qiao Bei Station shortly," Lu Jianjun teased, speeding up as they approached the police station. By the time they arrived, it was after hours, and officers at Qiao Bei police station were changing into civilian clothes, gradually heading home. Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun exited the vehicle, completed their handover in the main office, and changed into their own casual attire in preparation for the end of their shift. Zhou Zheng stood at the entrance of the Qiao Bei station, waiting for Chu Yunyao's arrival. The passing officers greeted him warmly. He had captured a class of fugitive and earned first-class merit, making him somewhat of a local celebrity at the station. One female officer even blushed as she boldly invited Zhou Zheng to join her for dinner, which he politely declined. "Xiaozhou, why aren't you heading home now that your shift is over?" Hao Igwa suddenly appeared before him. "Director," Zhou Zheng replied, "I'm waiting for someone." Hao Igwa smiled and asked, "Waiting for whom?" "It wouldn't be your sister-in-law, would it?" "Director, you hit the nail on the head," Hao Igwa praised, giving a thumbs up. "Haha, Xiaozhou, you've got it good. Your sister-in-law is personally picking you up after work. That's quite impressive. Among all the male colleagues at Qiao Bei Station, you're the first." Zhou Zheng smiled bashfully, playfully retorting, "She insisted on picking me up. I couldn't very well dampen her enthusiasm, could I?" Hao Igwa lightly patted his shoulder. "You're quite the charmer. By the way, I forgot to mention, Ma Ermao and Wang Chong have already been handed over to the narcotics team." Zhou Zheng nodded, although he had known this for some time. Hearing it again inevitably brought a sense of disappointment. "Yes, my master mentioned it to me this afternoon." Hao Igwa, noticing Zhou Zheng's disheartened expression, patted him on the back. "I understand you wanted to use Wang Chong as a breakthrough to apprehend his higher-ups. However, as the director, I must also consider the safety of our comrades. Take today's capture of Wang Chong, for instance. It was too perilous. I know you're lucky and often escape danger. But what if one day that luck runs out? You're still young. There will be plenty of opportunities to earn accolades. You don't need to seize cases from other departments." Zhou Zheng raised his head and smiled at Hao Igwa. "Director, I understand. That's good to hear." Hao Igwa nodded. "I've reported the capture of Wang Chong to Director Ma. The commendation should be coming soon, at least a third-class merit. In just a few days." Zhou Zheng had earned both a first-class and a third-class merit, a rare achievement within their police station and even among the entire city's police force. At this rate, earning the title of one of the nation's top 10 outstanding police officers might not be a mere dream. "Xiaozhou, I see another star soon to be added to your shoulder." Hao Igwa's words took Zhou Zheng by surprise. He had just been promoted from a trainee officer to a level 3 police sergeant with 1 star. Typically, it would take 3 years to ascend to a level 2 sergeant with 2 stars. The fact that Hao Aigua could make such a statement indicated that he had the opportunity for an accelerated promotion and was already being considered for special training. This was precisely the outcome Zhou Zheng desired. His goal was to become a police inspector within 3 years, without notable achievements or an expedited promotion. It would be nothing more than a pipe dream. Zhou Zheng felt his spirits lift considerably. He said earnestly, "Director, I will continue to strive toward the goal of becoming one of the nation's top 10 outstanding young police officers." Excellent. Your determination is commendable, and it proves that the higher-ups have not misjudged you. With that, Hao Aigua turned to leave when a sleek, white Panamera pulled up, instantly capturing the attention of Hao Aigua and several officers finishing their shifts. As the Panamera halted, the driver's window slowly descended, revealing the stunning visage of Chu Yunyao. "Zhou Zheng," she called out, her radiant smile enchanting everyone around. "Who is this beautiful lady driving the Panamera? She is absolutely gorgeous. Haven't you noticed? She is greeting Xiao Zhou. I bet she is Zhou Zheng's girlfriend. Wow, no wonder the police flower from the household registration department, Xiao Xia, invited Zhou Zheng to dinner and was turned down. It turns out Zhou Zheng has such a beautiful and affluent girlfriend. Xiao Zhou excels in his work, earning both accolades and commendations, and is even blessed with such fortune in romance. He truly is a winner in life." Under the envious gazes of those around him, Zhou Zheng took a couple of steps forward, gesturing to Chu Yunyao to alight from the vehicle. Hao Aigua had yet to depart, having never met Chu Yunyao. It would be remiss not to introduce them. Understanding his intent, Chu Yunyao unbuckled her seatbelt and gracefully exited the car. Although surrounded by off-duty officers, she exhibited no signs of timidity, approaching Zhou Zheng with confidence. Standing side by side, they appeared remarkably well-matched in both stature and appearance, prompting a collective thought among onlookers, a match made in heaven. Chapter 69. This is my wife, Chu Yunyao. Zhou Zheng continued. "Yunyao, allow me to introduce you to Director Hao from our Qiaobei police station." After making the introduction, he turned to Hao Aigua, saying, "Director, this is my wife, Chu Yunyao." Hao Aigua, aware of Zhou Zheng's marriage, displayed no overt surprise. However, the officers in the vicinity were taken aback by his statement. "What? A wife? When did Zhou Zheng get married? I had no idea he even had a girlfriend. Wow, I can't believe Xiao Zhou is already married. And to such a stunning woman. He's been quite secretive. Oh, how enviable. Why don't I have such good fortune?" The murmurs among the officers grew louder. And though Chu Yunyao caught snippets of their conversation, she remained composed, smiling as she addressed Hao Aigua. "Hello, Director Hao." Hao Aigua was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, "Is this truly Zhou Zheng's wife, the daughter of the Chu family from Jiangbei? Indeed, she is strikingly beautiful, exuding an air of sophistication. Xiao Zhou is quite fortunate." After a brief pause, he warmly responded, "Sister-in-law, greetings. I am Hao Aigua." With a gentle smile that lit up her face, Chu Yunyao replied, "Director Hao, I have often heard Zhou Zheng speak of you. He mentioned that the 2 individuals who have treated him the best at the station are his mentor, Lu Jianjun, and you, Director Hao. On his behalf, I want to express our gratitude for your care and support. Is that so?" Hao Aigua's smile broadened, the wrinkles on his face crinkling in delight. Although he recognized that her words contained a touch of embellishment, being acknowledged by the daughter of the prestigious Chu family was immensely gratifying. "Oh, not at all. As the director, it is my duty to look after Xiao Zhou. He is quite exceptional in every regard, having even received a first-class merit award. The leaders in the department hold him in high esteem. His future is boundless." Hao Aigua seized the opportunity to praise Zhou Zheng, both to elevate Zhou's standing in front of Chu Yunyao and because he genuinely believed in Zhou's capabilities. Knowing the Chu family is influential, he was concerned that Chu Yunyao's commanding presence might overshadow Zhou Zheng. Thus, he sought to bolster Zhou's reputation. "Sister-in-law, I hear you are venturing into entrepreneurship?" Hao Aigua employed the familiar conversational techniques often used by leaders when engaging with the families of officers. "Indeed, Director Hao. I am involved in the medicinal wine business." "Medicinal wine?" "Yes, a secret recipe with remarkable health benefits. It enhances vitality and promotes well-being. In a couple of days, when the new batch is ready, I will ensure Zhou Zheng brings you a couple of bottles to sample." "That sounds splendid. At my age, my health seems to be deteriorating daily. If this medicinal wine proves effective, I shall undoubtedly become one of your loyal customers. Ha ha ha." Their conversation continued, fostering a sense of camaraderie. Hao Aigua waved his hand. "Time is of the essence. I won't keep you 2 lovebirds any longer. You should head home. Goodbye, Director." Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao waved as they prepared to leave. Suddenly, the officers who had been observing began to tease him. "Xiao Zhou, how could you be so ungrateful? You got married and didn't even inform your colleagues. Exactly. We wouldn't mind chipping in for a small gift. Why not let us know? Zhou Zheng, how could you not invite us to the celebration? Not even a piece of wedding candy. The officers' playful banter escalated, their teasing devoid of malice. Merely light-hearted jests directed at Zhou Zheng. Observing his discomfort, Hao Aigua's expression darkened. What is going on here? Creating a ruckus, I see. Is everyone in such a hurry to stay here instead of returning home? If you don't want to go home, feel free to stay and work overtime. Instantly, the officers quieted down. Hey, director, we're just having a bit of fun with Xiaozhou. No need to be so serious. We're leaving. At this moment, Chu Yunyao stepped forward, her poise and experience as the daughter of the Chu family evident. Hello everyone, I am Chu Yunyao, Zhou Zheng's wife. In truth, we did not hold a ceremony for our marriage. We agreed to notify everyone when we formally celebrate. Of course, we take responsibility for not informing you sooner. I also have something for everyone today, wedding candies. Really? That is wonderful. The officers' faces brightened immediately at the prospect of receiving sweets. While wedding candies are not particularly valuable, the sentiment of sharing in the joy was appreciated. Chu Yunyao opened the rear door of the Panamera, retrieving a large bag of red-wrapped candies, which appeared to weigh at least 10 pounds. Zhou Zheng was taken aback. How did Yunyao purchase so many candies? Had she prepared them in advance? Hao Aigua was equally astonished, clearly recognizing that Chu Yunyao had come solely to pick up Zhou Zheng and had not intended to distribute candies. Otherwise, she would have done so upon arrival. Moreover, the candies were simply thrown into a large bag, lacking the customary presentation of small red pouches, indicating a last-minute decision. He silently admired Chu Yunyao's ability to adapt, proving herself to be the daughter of the Chu family, quick-witted and capable of handling situations with grace. Chu Yunyao handed the bag of candies to Hao Aigua. Director Hao, if you could assist in distributing these candies, I would greatly appreciate it. Zhou Zheng and I have some matters to attend to. Certainly, no problem at all. You two go ahead. Hao Aigua accepted the hefty bag and began to distribute the candies, much to the delight of the crowd. Chu Yunyao signaled Zhou Zheng to enter the car, taking her place in the driver's seat. As Zhou Zheng opened the passenger door and was about to climb in, he was taken aback by the sight of a beautiful woman with flowing hair, her wide eyes fixed on him. It was none other than Yang Tingting. Whoa, Yang Tingting! Zhou Zheng exclaimed, surprised to see her in the car. Yang Tingting's cheeks flushed, thinking to herself, do you have the audacity to say that? Of course. She refrained from voicing her thoughts, casting Zhou Zheng a sidelong glance. What is the matter? Surprised to see me? Zhou Zheng promptly closed the door and took a seat in the back. Chu Yunyao started the Panamera, honked the horn to bid farewell to the crowd. And as they drove away, Zhou Zheng asked, wait, Yang Tingting, have you been in the car the whole time? Yang Tingting replied with mock annoyance, yes. I came along with your Yunyao to pick you up after work. I didn't expect to lose my bag of candies to your wife. Originally, the delightful candies that Chu Yunyao distributed to the officers at Xiaobei were actually purchased by Yang Tingting for her grandfather's birthday. With remarkable adaptability, Chu Yunyao seized the opportunity to repurpose the bag of candies as celebratory treats. Upon learning of the situation, Zhou Zheng remarked, Tingting, allow me to buy you another bag of candies in return. Yang Tingting dismissed him with a wave of her hand, saying, there's no need. I'm close friends with Yunyao. One bag of candies is inconsequential. I can simply buy another tomorrow. Zhou Zheng, feeling indebted for her assistance in his predicament, playfully inquired, how should I express my gratitude to you? Chapter 70. Are you hungry? Here is something for you to eat. Yang Tingting jokingly suggested that Zhou Zheng ought to show her some appreciation. Taking her words seriously, he asked, Tingting, how do you suggest I thank you? With an exasperated roll of her eyes, she retorted, think for yourself. Do I really need to teach you? She then proposed, how about I treat you to a meal with Yunyao? A lavish feast, with a commendation for his meritorious service. Zhou Zheng had accrued a reward amounting to a substantial 12,000, which certainly buoyed his spirits. Moreover, he thoughtfully mentioned that he would invite Yang Tingting along with Chu Yunyao, a notion that brought a pleasant warmth to Chu Yunyao's heart. So, what would you like to eat? Today, you can sharpen your knife and give me a proper feast. Zhou Zheng replied, you're being excessively dramatic. I don't need you to treat me to a grand meal. I'm quite weary of the food served at restaurants outside. I've heard from Yunyao that your culinary skills are commendable, so why not host me at home? Before Zhou Zheng could respond, Chu Yunyao, with a slight furrow in her brow, interjected, Tingting, let us dine out instead. Zhou Zheng didn't get much rest last night and has worked all day today. He must be exhausted, so let us not impose cooking on him. Hearing Chu Yunyao's words, Yang Tingting reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, exclaiming, Yao Yao, you truly forget your friends in the face of romance. You won't even let me savor Zhou Zheng's cooking, fearing it might tire your little son-in-law. I've spent the day accompanying you to view houses, helping you move, and shopping. I've been busy too. Chu Yunyao shot her a disapproving look. You cheeky girl. Your tongue is far too swift. I intended to surprise Zhou Zheng, but now you've spoiled it. Realizing her fault, Yang Tingting playfully stuck out her cute, rosy tongue, instantly conceding defeat. What? Moving houses? Zhou Zheng was bewildered. Yunyao, what do you mean by moving? Chu Yunyao had initially planned to surprise Zhou Zheng by taking him directly to their new home, but now it seemed she had to reveal the surprise. Zhou Zheng, I've rented an apartment in Hanlin Garden. I've moved over everything useful from the previous rental without consulting you, hoping to surprise you. But it seems Tingting has let the cat out of the bag. Really? Zhou Zheng's spirits lifted. After all, he had long desired to reside in a more upscale neighborhood. His previous rental was rather humble, and although Chu Yunyao didn't mind, he felt a twinge of guilt. Hanlin Garden was considered a prestigious community in Jiangbei, with a far superior environment and amenities. Hanlin Garden? Ah, that is a fine choice, Yunyao. You have excellent taste. Chu Yunyao suddenly realized a dilemma. The rented apartment was quite spacious, with 3 bedrooms, while there were only 2 of them. Zhou Zheng, I rented a 3-bedroom apartment for 9,000 a month. Isn't that a bit excessive? 3 bedrooms seem unnecessary for just the 2 of us. Not at all. Zhou Zheng waved his hand dismissively. A 3-bedroom is just right. If any friends or relatives visit, we can utilize the spare room as a guest bedroom. Moreover, when we have children in the future, 3 bedrooms will be ideal. If we have 2 children, 3 bedrooms might not even be enough. His last remark was purely in jest. Should they indeed find themselves together in 3 years, possibly with children, they would likely have already purchased their own home. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunyao's fair face flushed with a rosy hue. Who said anything about having children? What nonsense are you spouting? Tingting is still here. The poised and confident Chu Yunyao, who had just been interacting smoothly with the director and officers at Xiaobei, instantly transformed into a bashful young girl. Yang Tingting, observing from the side, felt a twinge of jealousy. While she was fine with the display of affection, discussing children was a different matter altogether. Aren't you aware I'm in the car? No worries. I'm just a piece of air. You can pretend I'm not here. Zhou Zheng chuckled awkwardly, eager to change the subject. Today marks our first night in the new home, so we must have dinner here. Allow me to showcase my culinary skills. Tingting, you must ensure to enjoy yourself. Yang Tingting felt a sense of balance restored within her. That is more like it. Zhou Zheng, you better impress. To win Yao Yao's heart, you must first capture her stomach. Just so you know, Yao Yao is quite the foodie, and I'll benefit from it too. Chu Yunyao shot Yang Tingting a disapproving glance. You naughty girl, you're starting again. Hee hee, Yang Tingting chuckled. Yao Yao, tonight we won't leave until we're thoroughly intoxicated. I wonder how well Zhou Zheng can hold his liquor. Comrade Zhou, this is your first time hosting me for dinner. You must treat me well. The drinks must be top-notch, or I shall leave you with a poor review. Chu Yunyao teasingly hinted to Zhou Zheng. Tingting can drink a whole pound of liquor. Who can keep up with her? I think we should skip the alcohol. Zhou Zheng's heart stirred. Tingting can drink that much? I can barely manage 3 taels. It seems tonight I must refrain from competing with her in drinking. Yunyao? A little drinking 1 tea hurt. Just know your limits. Yang Tingting smugly declared, sensing she had turned the tide. Look at the 2 of you. You're already afraid before drinking. The trio bantered as they arrived at Hanlin Garden. Chu Yunyao parked in the underground garage, first taking Zhou Zheng to register for entry identification at the property management before leading him to the door of their new apartment. Inputting the password, the security door clicked open. Chu Yunyao switched on the living room light, instantly illuminating the space with a bright glow, transforming it into a scene reminiscent of daylight. Zhou Zheng, what do you think of this apartment? Zhou Zheng took a cursory glance around. Quite nice. To be honest, the apartment was indeed impressive, with good ventilation and understated yet sophisticated decor. Compared to the shabby rental he had previously occupied, this upscale apartment was a significant improvement. In one corner of a bedroom lay an old leather suitcase left behind by Zhou Zheng's grandfather. Zhou Zheng nodded appreciatively, recognizing that Chu Yunyao had been thoughtful enough to place something dear to him in their shared space. Yunyao, you're very considerate. And you too, Tingting, for your efforts. It was now time for him to showcase his culinary skills. Ladies, please wait a moment. Soon you shall enjoy a warm meal. Zhou Zheng removed his jacket and stepped into the kitchen. The kitchen was spacious and bright, impeccably tidy, with an array of kitchen utensils neatly arranged. Upon opening the double-door refrigerator, he found it stocked with fresh produce, meats, and fish. Zhou Zheng nodded in satisfaction. Now, this feels like living. At that moment, Chu Yunyao walked in, her voice laced with concern. Zhou Zheng, you've worked tirelessly all day. Are you feeling hungry? Would you like something to eat downstairs to tide you over? In Chapter 71, I have drunk 1,000 cups. How will your excellency respond? Chu Yunyao ventured into the kitchen, inquiring after Zhou Zheng's well-being, concerned he might be famished, and suggesting he have a snack downstairs. Zhou Zheng felt a pang of exasperation. Her words, while innocent, were undeniably tempting. He teased her, what kind of noodles are we talking about? Chu Yunyao blinked her beautiful eyes, replying, "Just the usual hot noodle soup. I don't really know how to make anything more complex. Oh, by the way, Tingting and I packed some seafood from the seafood restaurant at Fisherman's Wharf during lunch. We brought back a few abalones and sea cucumbers, which could pass for seafood noodles." Zhou Zheng chuckled, finding Chu Yunyao's occasional silliness endearing. Gazing at her charming face, he said, "Yunyao, thank you. But I'm not hungry at the moment. Perhaps I can try your seafood noodles some other time. Now, you should go keep Tingting company. I need to start cooking." Yet, Chu Yunyao remained rooted to the spot, showing no intention of leaving to accompany Tingting. "I know that girl too well. There's no need to treat her like a guest. Let her be. How about we cook together instead? You once said that when men and women work together, it's less tiring and more efficient. Plus, having you by my side makes it all the more enjoyable." With that, Zhou Zheng had no choice but to acquiesce. Cooking together could deepen their bond, and who knows, perhaps there might even be unexpected rewards for Chu Yunyao during their interaction. "All right, Yunyao, let us cook together. And you shall be my assistant." Chu Yunyao, with only a rudimentary understanding of cooking, readily accepted her role. Zhou Zheng surveyed the ingredients in the fridge and quickly devised a menu. Braised pork, spicy sour shredded potatoes, mapo tofu, oyster sauce lettuce, kung pao chicken, and a duck blood noodle soup. 6 dishes and 1 soup. More than enough for 3, but they would keep the portions small. Without further ado, Zhou Zheng donned an apron and rolled up his sleeves. "Yunyao, please wash the lettuce and tear it into large pieces for later. Clean the carrots and green peppers. And peel the potatoes." He instructed her before taking out a piece of marbled pork belly to prepare the braised pork. He ignited the stove, heating the pot until the skin of the meat turned a crispy, dark golden. After cleaning the surface of the skin, he diced the meat into 4-centimeter cubes, rinsed them in 50-degree water, and set them aside. He then boiled water with a mix of spices like star anise, cinnamon, Sichuan pepper, and dried tangerine peel to create a fragrant broth. Next, he caramelized sugar in the pot, added the pork belly along with ginger and scallions. Once the meat changed color, he incorporated light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and cooking wine, followed by the spiced broth, honey, and salt, covering the pot. He let it simmer on high heat for 10 minutes before adding a splash of fragrant vinegar and chicken essence, stirring well, and reducing the heat. By this time, Chu Yunyao had completed her tasks. She had never prepared such a large quantity of ingredients before, and beads of sweat glistened on her nose. Zhou Zheng turned to her, taking a tissue from the box and gently dabbing her forehead. Although it was his first time wiping her sweat, the gesture felt instinctive, polished by countless rehearsals. Chu Yunyao's cheeks flushed, a mix of shyness and a sweet sensation washing over her. "Yunyao, you must be tired. Let me take over from here. Why don't you take a break in the living room?" But Chu Yunyao shook her head. "I'm not tired. Watching you cook is a pleasure in itself. I'd also like to learn a bit, so that I can make it for myself later." "Very well." Zhou Zheng didn't press the matter further and continued chopping vegetables and meat. He was eager to showcase his culinary skills, slicing the potatoes into perfectly uniform shreds with remarkable finesse. Chu Yunyao watched Zhou Zheng intently, captivated by his charming silhouette and deft cooking skills. A man who could cook was undeniably attractive. As the braised pork simmered, its aroma began to fill the kitchen. "Whoa, it smells amazing," Chu Yunyao exclaimed, her senses heightened. Zhou Zheng nodded. He had learned this method from a renowned Shandong chef online and had perfected it through numerous attempts, each yielding delicious results. Once the dishes were prepared, the duck blood noodle soup was ready, and the braised pork was cooked to perfection. Lifting the lid to reduce the sauce, an indescribable fragrance enveloped the kitchen. "Yunyao, would you like to taste it first?" Unable to restrain herself, Chu Yunyao disregarded her ladylike demeanor and eagerly grabbed a spoon, not waiting for an invitation. With a generous scoop of glistening, tender braised pork, she took a bite. The meat melted in her mouth, releasing a rich umami flavor that tantalized her palate and lifted her spirits, with a perfect balance of savory, slightly sweet, and a hint of acidity. Utterly delightful. "It's delicious." As a young woman of privilege, having tasted exquisite dishes before, she found this braised pork to be an extraordinary delight. "Zhou Zheng, you must try a bite. Good things are meant to be shared, after all." She offered the remaining piece of pork from her spoon to Zhou Zheng. Without hesitation, he devoured it, recognizing the familiar flavor that remained consistently delightful. Suddenly, Chu Yunyao's face flushed. Feeding him the pork she had tasted felt akin to an indirect kiss. Zhou Zheng even licked the spoon. "What are you two up to?" Yang Tingting appeared in the kitchen, drawn by the alluring aroma. Her stomach had been growling, and the rich scent only intensified her hunger. Upon entering, she found Chu Yunyao feeding Zhou Zheng, both clearly enjoying themselves. So this is why you haven't served dinner yet. You two have been sneaking snacks in the kitchen." Yang Tingting teased, her playful tone underscoring her impatience. "You're eating so heartily, while I'm here starving. Have you no conscience?" as she continued to chide them for hiding away to indulge in each other's company. Chu Yunyao unexpectedly scooped up another piece of braised pork and thrust it into Tingting's mouth. "Here, eat this." The morsel went deep, nearly leaving Yang Tingting breathless. Her eyes widened as the delectable meat flavor flooded her mouth, lifting her spirits immensely. Zhou Zheng felt a surge of embarrassment and waved his hand, declaring, "Dinner is served." Yang Tingting, too eager to argue, focused on savoring the delicious food Zhou Zheng had prepared, especially the braised pork, which was an exquisite indulgence. At the dining table, Yang Tingting devoured her meal with abandon, while Zhou Zheng noticed a white star above Chu Yunyao's head. A reward? Without hesitation, he reached out and tapped it. Ding! A one-star reward unlocked. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Alcohol Immunity. Alcohol Immunity? This skill seemed impressive, allowing one to drink without becoming inebriated, but Zhou Zheng did not find it particularly appealing, as he didn't engage in business dealings where drinking prowess mattered. As a police officer, I seldom indulge in alcohol, even during my off hours, primarily due to the apprehension of being summoned for duty at a moment's notice. The thought of being inebriated would impede my responsibilities. The singular advantage of this restraint is the liberty to enjoy a drink after work. For I have become immune to the effects of alcohol, rendering me impervious even after 1,000 cups. Yang Tingting savored a few bites of her meal, her palate satisfied. And though she was not particularly hungry, she paused her chopsticks, feeling content yet wanting more. From beneath the dining table, she retrieved 2 bottles of potent liquor. "Zhou Zheng, it is time to indulge in a drink with me. I mentioned earlier in the car that I intend to drink until inebriation." Chu Yunyao interjected hastily. "Tingting, Zhou Zheng cannot hold his liquor. Even if we were bound together, he would not match your capacity, so let us partake in moderation." Yang Tingting resolutely countered, "Absolutely not. Today, we must drink to our heart's content, especially since you two constantly flaunt your affection before this single dog." "Zhou Zheng, do not heed her," Chu Yunyao cautioned. Fearing for Zhou Zheng's well-being, she understood Yang Tingting's impressive tolerance. Zhou Zheng smiled faintly, gesturing for Chu Yunyao to remain calm, thinking to himself, "Ah, Yang Tingting, are you not practically inviting trouble? I have become immune to alcohol. How shall you cope?" Chapter 72. Which official can withstand such a test? Unbeknownst to Chu Yunyao, Zhou Zheng's body had indeed become immune to alcohol, and she was worried about him feeling unwell if he drank excessively. Yet, if he abstained entirely, Yang Tingting would most certainly protest. Observing Zhou Zheng's eager demeanor, she shook her head, rising to fetch 3 10-milliliter glass shot glasses. These diminutive vessels are typically employed during wedding toasts, their small capacity allowing for a single sip at a time, making it seem formidable. 10 of these would amount to merely 2 taels of liquor. "Yunyao, do you look down on someone? These glasses are far too small," Yang Tingting exclaimed, her eyes brimming with disdain. She preferred larger cups, akin to her grandfather's drinking style. Otherwise, the experience would be unsatisfying. "Tingting, enough is enough. Do not be excessive. What is wrong with small glasses?" Chu Yunyao retorted with an annoyed glare. "Using large cups can lead to overindulgence if you drink too much. I shall be the one responsible for taking you home, and how will I answer to Uncle Yang?" "Very well," Yang Tingting conceded, not wishing to continue the argument. Small glasses it would be. She could always drink more. Chu Yunyao filled the 3 glasses to the brim with liquor. Yang Tingting raised 1 glass, declaring, "Yunyao, Zhou Zheng, congratulations on your new residence." After offering a few words of blessing, she downed her drink in one go. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao followed suit, emptying their glasses as well. "Come, refill them. Let us toast again. This is what we call double happiness." As the high-proof liquor flowed, Yang Tingting became increasingly uninhibited, alternating between cups while Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao dutifully kept pace. Before long, having consumed 10 glasses, Chu Yunyao, not accustomed to such libations, flushed crimson, her heart racing. In contrast, Yang Tingting's cheeks also glowed with a rosy hue. However, she was merely becoming more spirited. Only Zhou Zheng remained unfazed, his countenance unchanging, as if he had merely sipped 10 small cups of plain water. In truth, Zhou Zheng's tolerance was not particularly high. Without his alcohol immunity skill, he would have long been red-faced. This system reward is remarkable. Drinking feels as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Zhou Zheng mused inwardly. "I cannot continue. I have reached my limit." Chu Yunyao, possessing strong self-discipline, recognized her inability to drink further and promptly exited the battlefield. She repeatedly signaled Zhou Zheng with her eyes, urging him to stop before Yang Tingting belittled him. Yet Zhou Zheng remained undeterred. His immunity to alcohol would allow him to drink until dawn without a hint of intoxication. As they neared the end of a bottle of high-proof liquor, both had consumed nearly half a gene. Yang Tingting's complexion grew even more flushed, while Zhou Zheng remained composed. Chu Yunyao was astonished, not expecting Zhou Zheng to possess such a remarkable tolerance. Yang Tingting, undeterred, clamored for larger glasses, and Zhou Zheng welcomed the challenge. Ultimately, the result saw Yang Tingting thoroughly defeated, slumped over the table, her face as red as a monkey's backside. Zhou Zheng, do you feel nothing after all this drinking? Chu Yunyao asked incredulously. Just a moment ago, you claimed you could not drink. Zhou Zheng leisurely took a bite of his food and replied, I was merely being modest. Who knew that silly Yang Tingting would take it seriously and insist on a drinking contest? Does she possess such prowess? However, if she becomes inebriated, I shall have to escort her home, inadvertently creating a hassle for myself. Chu Yunyao waved her hand dismissively. It would be better not to take her home. Let her stay here for the night. Otherwise, if Uncle Yang finds out, she will face criticism once she sobers up tomorrow. Zhou Zheng nodded in agreement. All right. Our home has 3 rooms. I thought so. The extra room will surely come in handy. Chu Yunyao stood to assist Yang Tingting in getting to the bedroom for rest. However, to her surprise, the foolish girl was utterly intoxicated, heavy and unmovable, making it impossible to lift her. Huff, huff. Chu Yunyao panted, unable to budge Yang Tingting. Yunyao, allow me. Zhou Zheng stepped forward to help. His strength was considerable, and he effortlessly hoisted Yang Tingting. However, she resembled a spineless creature, her body limply leaning against Zhou Zheng. A fragrant aroma mingled with the scent of alcohol wafted into Zhou Zheng's nostrils. By chance, as he lowered his gaze, he caught sight of a glimpse of purity amidst the deep white at her neckline. Oh my! He quickly averted his gaze, silently vowing, I shall never engage in a drinking contest with Yang Tingting again. Intoxication can lead to unforeseen troubles. Good heavens, which official can endure such trials? Zhou Zheng draped one of Yang Tingting's arms over his shoulder and, with Chu Yunyao's assistance, guided her into the bedroom and onto the bed. Chu Yunyao carefully removed her shoes and tenderly tucked her in with a blanket before they exited, gently closing the bedroom door behind them. Returning to the living room, Zhou Zheng kindly remarked, Yunyao, as Yang Tingting's close friend, I believe it is imperative for you to advise her not to engage in drinking contests. Should she become inebriated in our home, she could fall prey to ill-intentioned individuals. Chu Yunyao nodded. You make a valid point, Zhou Zheng. Once she awakens, I will certainly counsel her. However, Tingting usually takes good care of herself. She would not drink with strangers, nor would she overindulge. Today, with no outsiders present, she may have let her guard down. Indeed, that is reassuring. Chu Yunyao suddenly inquired, by the way, Zhou Zheng, Tingting mentioned to me today that in 3 days, it will be old Master Yang's birthday. He has extended an invitation for us to attend his birthday banquet, which will also be graced by leaders. Will you be attending? Of course. Why would I not attend? Old Master Yang possesses extensive connections and is the father of Deputy Mayor Yang. Since I have been invited to the banquet, it would be illogical for me to decline. After all, to achieve rapid advancement, one must possess a certain network. Mere hard work is insufficient. Chu Yunyao had already assured Yang Tingting on Zhou Zheng's behalf, fearing he might hesitate or be unwilling to attend. Relieved by his agreement, she said, Excellent. Please make arrangements in advance so that you do not find yourself pressed for time later. Understood. In just 2 days, the medicinal wine will be ready for brewing. I have already placed an order online for a collection of exquisite small bottles to store the tasting wine, intending to present them to the old gentleman on his birthday, who will undoubtedly promote our endeavor. Zhou Zheng gazed into Chu Yunyao's eyes and said, Yunyao, I appreciate your efforts in running around for the medicinal wine these past few days. Haha, what hard work. I feel quite fulfilled. Much happier than when I was stuck in an office at the Chu Corporation, she replied. Zhou Zheng was uncertain whether Chu Yunyao spoke truthfully or was merely putting on a facade, but at least, she appeared to be in good spirits. Yunyao, once the medicinal wine is on track, I will request a few days off from work, and we can head to the capital to visit Grandma. Thank you. Zhou Zheng. Chu Yunyao gazed back at him with affection, their eyes meeting in a moment that seemed to spark with electricity. Her pretty face flushed instantly, and she shyly lowered her head, her swan-like neck curving gracefully. Zhou Zheng longed to pull Chu Yunyao into his embrace, yet he feared being too forward and alarming the delicate beauty. After all, they had a 3-year agreement. Though they were husband and wife, they maintained a respectful distance. He reasoned that patience would be prudent, as she would eventually be his. Yunyao, this is my first time visiting this community. Why don't we take a stroll downstairs to familiarize ourselves with the surroundings? Zhou Zheng broke the tranquil atmosphere. Chu Yunyao appeared slightly disappointed, but was careful not to let him notice. After gathering her emotions, she softly replied, All right, let us change and head downstairs. The two returned to their respective rooms, donned casual attire and sneakers, and took the elevator down. The night was enchanting, with the community's decorative lights shimmering vibrantly. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng had a bold idea. Yunyao, he said, placing his right hand on his waist and gesturing towards his arm. Come in, he beckoned. Chu Yunyao was momentarily puzzled. Zhou Zheng, what do you mean? Come here. Into my embrace, he clarified. She paused, realizing his intent. Although they were legally married, they had maintained a decorous distance since their union. Initially, they were unfamiliar with one another, and though only a few days had passed, they had developed a rudimentary understanding of each other. Chu Yunyao was quite satisfied with Zhou Zheng, yet his sudden invitation took her by surprise. Yunyao, what's wrong? We are husband and wife. Why are you shy? You've said before that aside from not sharing a bed, other affectionate gestures were permissible. No. Chu Yunyao quickly denied. I just didn't react in time. With that, she extended her left arm and slipped it into Zhou Zheng's embrace. Their arms intertwined, and her body pressed close to him, filling his nostrils with a robust scent of masculinity. Chu Yunyao felt an inexplicable exhilaration and an overwhelming sense of security. Her heart racing. As opposites attract, she unconsciously edged closer to Zhou Zheng. In their first intimate contact, Zhou Zheng was acutely aware of Chu Yunyao's delicate form, particularly the softness pressing against his arm, stirring something within him. They strolled along, oblivious to the envious glances cast by other residents enjoying the evening air. What a sweet couple. They are truly enviable. Wow, the girl is stunning, even more beautiful than a star. Is she a resident here? I've never seen her before. I think that young man is genuinely handsome. I'm smitten. In the shadows of the community, a mother and son spotted Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng, their expressions starkly contrasting with those of the other residents. Lin Hao's eyes seemed aflame with rage. Mom, no wonder that Chu Yunyao girl ignored me. She has a boyfriend. Truth be told, Zhou Zheng was undeniably more handsome than Lin Hao, who was self-aware enough to feel impotent rage, watching his rival enjoy the fruits of affection with no means to intervene. Son, don't be disheartened. Huang Shufan, casting a venomous glance at Zhou Zheng, encouraged Lin Hao. You are the best, more exceptional than all your peers, and far superior to that boy. So, go ahead and pursue Chu Yunyao boldly. She will surely recognize your merits. Huang Shufan's misplaced confidence was evident as she animatedly spoke. Lin Hao, however, was not convinced. Mom, she drives a car worth over $1 million. I feel like she's wealthier than I am. My advantages seem insignificant. Wouldn't I be humiliating myself by pursuing her? Huang Shufan dismissed his concerns. Son, if Chu Yunyao is wealthy, that makes you all the more suited to pursue her. She must understand the value of a strong partnership. That boy next to her clearly doesn't appear affluent. Perhaps he's just living off her. Do you think you can't compete with a pretty boy? Even if they are just dating, I believe you can win her heart. Really? Lin Hao pondered, feeling a flicker of hope. He thought, although I may not be as handsome as that guy, my physique is well maintained from years of working out, and I have more financial resources. Even if it means throwing money at the situation, I want to catch Chu Yunyao's attention. All right, Mom, I'll give it a try. Let us go. I'll accompany you to support you. I refuse to believe that we can't deal with this pretty boy together. They took a shortcut, arriving ahead of Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng, then casually circling back to feign an accidental encounter. Oh, Yunyao, out for a stroll? Huang Shufan greeted Chu Yunyao with an unashamed smile. Hello, Chu Yunyao. Lin Hao attempted to present himself as a cultured and sophisticated gentleman while stealing a glance at Zhou Zheng, his face reflecting disdain. Who are these two? Zhou Zheng, unfamiliar with the mother and son duo, asked, assuming they were Chu Yunyao as friends or relatives. Chu Yunyao felt quite awkward, unsure where these two had emerged from. Earlier that afternoon, while tidying her home, she had deliberately avoided them. Now, to her dismay, they crossed paths again during their evening stroll. This is Aunt Huang from next door. She's our neighbor, Chu Yunyao introduced, hoping to shake them off. Aunt Huang, this is my husband, Zhou Zheng. What? Husband? Huang Shufan was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, she had told Lin Hao that even if Chu Yunyao had a husband, she could still be won over. But now, the reality of Chu Yunyao's marriage posed a significant challenge, yet she was reluctant to concede. Lin Hao felt even more defeated, consumed by resentment. Why should this Zhou Zheng be the one to embrace the beauty? What made him better than me? Huang Shufan quickly regained her composure. Well, since we are neighbors, why not join us for a walk? No, thank you. Chu Yunyao firmly declined. Honey, let us depart. She intentionally clung tightly to Zhou Zheng's arm, her body nearly pressed against him. Observing their retreating figures, Huang Shufan exchanged a knowing glance with her son, Lin Hao. Son, go on, in pursuing a girl. One must exhibit a fearless spirit. Lin Hao nodded resolutely, determined to seize the moment. With a few quick strides, he positioned himself alongside Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao intended to clarify something to Zhou Zheng, but he smiled reassuringly, indicating that he likely understood the situation. The allure of a strikingly beautiful and graceful girl like Chu Yunyao was undeniably potent. He felt no jealousy or misunderstanding towards her. The community space was public, And Zhou Zheng was not foolish enough to chase Lin Hao away, nor was he inclined to engage in conflict. If Lin Hao wished to linger as a third wheel, so be it. Lin Hao was at a loss for words, his face ablaze and his heart racing. Witnessing the affectionate interaction between the two filled him with a mixture of sorrow and ire. Unbeknownst to them, they arrived at a small square within the district. Surrounded by a gathering crowd, Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao approached with keen interest. In the center of the throng stood a smith machine, where a robust muscular man was live-streaming while engaging the audience. Soon enough, Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao grasped the scenario. The muscular man, Li Weigang, was a fitness coach and an internet celebrity, conducting a live event in the community. The challenge involved bench pressing 100 kilograms. 5 repetitions earned a reward of 500 yuan, 10 garnered 1,000, and so forth, with no upper limit. But no rewards for fewer than 5. Quickly, several eager young men attempted the challenge, yet none managed to bench press more than 5 times. Zhou Zheng felt a surge of excitement. Having acquired the skills of a close combat champion, his physical capabilities had significantly enhanced. He was curious about his own limits. Lin Hao's eyes lit up. Bench press? Wasn't that his forte? His personal best was 39 repetitions at 100 kilograms, a commendable feat among amateur fitness enthusiasts. That pretty boy Zhou Zheng was surely no match for him. Displaying his strength before the goddess would undoubtedly captivate her. Lin Hao's mind raced with possibilities. Zhou Zheng, dare to challenge me in bench pressing? Let us see who can press more. Before Zhou Zheng could respond, Chu Yunyao frowned and interjected, "Honey, ignore him." Lin Hao, clad in a sleeveless shirt showcasing his well-defined muscles, was unmistakably a fitness aficionado. It was clear he intended to embarrass Zhou Zheng. How about this? If Zhou Zheng manages even one more rep than me, I'll give him 500 yuan. What do you say? What do you mean, what do I say? Zhou Zheng shook his head, deliberately displaying a look of disdain. 500? Aren't you ashamed? For 5,000, I might consider it. 5,000 it is. Lin Hao blurted, believing he was already in an unbeatable position. Whether it was 500, 5,000, or even 50,000, it was of no consequence to him. 5,000 is fine. I can afford it. His confidence swelled, bolstered by his financial means and perceived prowess. Lin Hao gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. Zhou Zheng, don't compete with him. He clearly works out regularly, and bench pressing is part of their routine. You have no chance of winning. Chu Yunyao, a regular at the gym herself, could easily identify seasoned fitness enthusiasts by their physique. Bench pressing was second nature to them. Failing to complete a dozen repetitions would be embarrassing. Zhou Zheng had likely never engaged in bench pressing. How could he possibly compete with Lin Hao, knowing he would lose? It would be foolish to participate. Chu Yunyao implored Zhou Zheng to reconsider. Yet, he chuckled softly. Yunyao, it's all right. We have training sessions at work. I've handled 75 kilograms and can manage a good number of reps. Lin Hao perked up at this, thinking he had the upper hand. Only a dozen reps at 75 kilograms? Zhou Zheng was destined to lose. So, Zhou Zheng, what's your decision? If you're a man, let us have a go. If you win, the money is yours. If you lose, just admit defeat and call me brother. It was a surefire win-win. All right, let us compete, but... Zhou Zheng stroked his chin contemplatively. Isn't this a form of gambling? As a law enforcement officer, he needed to be cautious, ensuring he adhered to regulations. This was a wager between friends, but the presence of a monetary incentive blurred the lines of gambling. What constitutes gambling? It's typically aimed at profit through collective betting or professional gambling. We're merely having fun, nothing more. Lin Hao, seemingly well-versed in legalities, gestured towards the live-streaming Li Weigang. Look at Brotherly. He invites challenges for rewards. If it were gambling, the platform would have shut him down long ago. What we're doing is entirely different. Lin Hao rambled on, fearing Zhou Zheng might decline and ruin his moment of bravado. Great. If it's not gambling, then I'm in. Zhou Zheng thought to himself that Lin Hao was practically handing him money, and he would graciously accept. Upon hearing Zhou Zheng's words, Chu Yunyao tightened her grip on his arm, still reluctant to let him participate. Zhou Zheng winked at her, offering a reassuring glance. Yunyao, don't worry. I'll work overtime to earn you some pocket money. Lin Hao scoffed inwardly, thinking, this guy really knows how to sweet talk. What makes him think he can best me? At that moment, many residents of the community had joined the bench press challenge. Aside from 2 regular gym-goers who received rewards from Li Weigang, nobody else managed to complete even 5 repetitions. Many recognized their limitations and didn't even attempt it. After all, 100 kilograms was quite heavy, and without training, no one could lift it. Li Weigang, holding a handful of cash, noticed the crowd's dwindling excitement and called out, brothers and sisters, is anyone else willing to give it a shot? 500 yuan for 5 reps? It's yours. The more you do, the more you earn, with no upper limit. I'll give it a try. Lin Hao signaled to Zhou Zheng, indicating he would go first. Zhou Zheng waved him off nonchalantly. eager to witness the prowess of this fitness enthusiast. "Oh, brother, have you trained?" Li Weigong's interest was piqued upon glancing at Lin Hao. "Indeed, brother Gang. During my studies in Australia, I developed a fondness for fitness. Back then, I was a frequent visitor to the gym, but after returning home, my training diminished significantly." He deliberately pronounced the words studying abroad with emphasis, hoping to catch Chu Yunyao's attention and thereby showcase his superiority. Little did he know, Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng were deeply engrossed in conversation, leaning in closely, completely oblivious to his presence. This left Lin Hao feeling somewhat disheartened. "Is that so? What is your brother's name?" Lin Weigang inquired. Lin Hao reigned in his displeasure and replied, "I am Lin Hao. How many repetitions of a 100-kilogram bench press can you typically manage, brother Lin?" "Well, on a good day, perhaps around 30, he understated his capabilities, intending to astonish others later. 30, quite impressive indeed. Amazing, Li Weigang exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. As a professional fitness coach, his record stood at 48 repetitions. Achieving 30 by an amateur fitness enthusiast was already commendable. "You are familiar with the rules, I presume?" "I am," Lin Hao replied nonchalantly, showing little regard for the several thousand yuan prize. "Excellent. Let us commence." Lin Hao nodded, shedding his tank top to reveal a physique adorned with well-defined muscles. He was slightly smaller in stature than Li Weigang, yet the visual impact was striking, drawing soft gasps from the onlookers, particularly the female spectators. Satisfied with their reactions, Lin Hao reclined beneath the Smith machine, aligning his chest with the barbell. Li Weigang eagerly positioned himself at Lin Hao's head, prepared to offer protection at any moment. "All right, Lin Hao, when you are ready, begin. I will keep count." Lin Hao was already poised, his muscular arms grasping the barbell. He declared, "We may commence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Li Weigang counted alongside him. Before long, Lin Hao completed 30 repetitions, seemingly still possessing reserves of strength. The surrounding spectators erupted in astonishment. After all, many had attempted the 100-kilogram weight themselves, with some unable to lift even a single repetition. "My goodness, this fellow is remarkable. 30 in one go. How can his arms not ache?" Li Weigang, feeling a sense of exasperation, thought to himself that Lin Hao was not being entirely forthright. He had initially claimed a maximum of 30, yet here he was surpassing that number. 39 was Lin Hao's limit, yet today, driven by the desire to impress Chu Yunyao, he held his breath and pushed himself to 48 repetitions, matching Li Weigang's personal best. Li Weigang was taken aback, astonished that this lad had equaled his record. Quite impressive. Lin Hao wished to continue, but having reached his physical limit, he felt a sweetness rising in his throat, sensing that further exertion would lead to distress. Reluctantly, he ceased. And with Li Weigang's assistance, he returned the barbell to its rack. As he stood up, darkness clouded his vision, nearly causing him to faint. He struggled to steady himself and gestured towards Zhou Zheng, as if to say, "Now, it is your turn to perform."